You found it, the final boss. The course to end all courses. 10 hours of straight copywriting client getting value. Upon completion of this training, you will know everything you need to know to go from zero to making $10,000 a month as a freelance copywriter, just like I've helped 74 people do over the last 7 years.
I can't take myself seriously with these on.
What's that?
You sucker. Don't you know that copywriting is doomed? I will take everyone's jobs by the end of the year and render all copywriters useless.
That's cute that you think that, buddy, but last time I checked, we had more students winning and hitting 5K, 10K, 20K months this month than ever before in history. While everyone else is busy running around proclaiming AI as the death of copywriters, my students are quietly collecting 4-figure checks every single day and using AI to do 80% of the work. So they're working half the hours and earning twice as much. Take that, Chris. Here's the part your favorite billionaire guru isn't telling you. AI didn't kill copywriting. It made it more valuable than ever. Because right now, the global copywriting market is expected to hit $42 billion by 2030. And right now, I firmly believe we are in the greatest wealth transfer period our generation has ever seen and will ever see. And I'm not just saying that to flog some bullshit course, okay? 20 years ago, it was almost impossible for a broke person to become rich unless you won the lottery or risked a ton of capital on starting a business. Then the internet came along and smashed the barrier to entry to the floor so that any asshole with a laptop and Wi-Fi connection could sell shit online and make money. There are 16-year-old broccoli hair looking fucks on TikTok making millions of dollars filming stupid videos. That was not possible a generation ago. Now imagine what's going to be possible when the entire world has infinite super intelligence available at their fingertips for free. Anyone can come up with a business idea, get AI to create a course, a landing page, ads, emails, or book funnel within hours, and be selling it by the end of the day. Open your eyes and stop imagining, because that is now the reality that we live in. In 10 to 20 years, AI is going to be so good that we literally will not need humans to do any jobs. Kind of scary to think about. What happens then? Universal basic income? I don't know. That's above my pay grade. Hell, I even asked Alex Hormozi this question and he said that was above his pay grade too. What I do know right now is that we are living in a once in a lifetime golden opportunity where AI is powerful enough to make our jobs 10 times easier, but not yet powerful enough to completely replace us. That means the people that grab this opportunity by the horns and commit to learning how to use AI, commit to learning high income skills like copywriting, like sales, like content creation, like video editing. These are the skills of the future. Will set themselves up to create life-changing wealth. But before we get to the how-to, it starts with a simple decision, and I need you to make that decision right now, that you are going to get rich in the new AI economy and you're not going to let this opportunity sail past you like the rest of the human race that's going to be fighting for scraps. So, are you in? Good. Let's talk about how to go from zero to $10,000 a month with one of the most timeless, in-demand, highest-paying skills on the planet right now, copywriting. Becoming a 6-figure copywriter comes down to mastering 3 pillars. The first is, shockingly, the actual skill of writing copy that converts. Hate to break it to you, but yes, you're gonna actually need some foundational level of skill in order to achieve results for your clients, even with AI. So if you're looking for some bullshit get-rich-quick scheme, do us both a favor and fuck off this video right now. Pillar 2 is about positioning yourself as an expert. Even if you're brand new, with some basic training and coaching from real experts, or using our CMB Copy Pro AI writing bot, you should be a better copywriter than the clients that you're trying to write for, which is all that really matters at the end of the day. You don't have to be the next Gary Halbert, you only have to develop your skills to around a 7 out of 10, because to be fair, anyone who's an 8 out of 10 or higher is either charging super high prices, running their own offers, or they're like the CMO partner and helping businesses scale. Either way, they're not your competition. So once you get to a 7 out of 10 and you've positioned yourself online as an expert who can solve real problems for business owners, the only final piece of the puzzle is pillar 3, which is setting up a simple, reliable client getting system to land clients on autopilot, which is exactly what I'm going to be giving you right here in this free 10-hour mega course. I'm going to be giving you the full playbook on how to land your first 3 to 5 high-paying clients and sprint from $0 to $10,000 a month in the next 3 to 6 months. I'm going to show you how to position yourself as an expert so that clients chase you instead of ghosting you, how to choose the best, highest paying niche for you that's in demand and that you actually enjoy writing for, how to set up your socials, your website, your portfolio, your calendar, your Zoom, your Stripe account so you can actually get paid every month, all set up, done and dusted in 3 hours or less. How to build a Facebook funnel that gets clients coming to you even if you have 0 friends or followers right now. How to do outreach properly to land your first client without sending thousands of lame copy-paste cold emails and DMs. How to follow up without coming across as sleazy or desperate. How to get business owners to actually want to book a call with you. to. How to handle every objection under the sun and close these business owners on the phone for 2K, 3K, or even 5K a month. How to run a successful freelancing business and keep your clients happy and paying you every month. How to get testimonials and referrals. How to upsell them and turn one client into 3. And finally, how to leverage AI to build a client acquisition system that automatically sends thousands of targeted cold emails and books calls for you without you having to lift a finger or push a button. All for the low price of 1 like and subscribe. You're welcome. Everything I'm about to show you is exactly how I went from packing coffee in a warehouse to making my first 5K, 10K, and even 15K a month, writing simple words that sell. It is the same system we've used to help over 74 beginner copywriters go from stuck and invisible to making a consistent 10K a month income in as little as 24 days is our current record. Not to mention, we've helped hundreds more people quit their jobs and earn a full-time income as a freelance copywriter working only a few hours a day. And I'm not just talking any clients. We have helped our students land some absolute whales like Tony Robbins, Alex Hormozi, Ty Lopez, Dean Graziosi, the Tate brothers, Dan Kennedy, Jordan Belfort, Russell Brunson, Taki Moore, Elliot Holst, Craig Clemens, Mark Manson, Mitsubishi, Dan Martell, Jason Capital, Joel Brown, Tanner Chijesta, Patrick Bet David, Waystar, Mobile Money, Hitachi, and 7-Eleven. So, if you're wondering what makes me qualified to be giving you advice on the subject, well, there's your answer. Because I can't name a single person on the planet with a higher student success rate in terms of how many copywriters in their program have actually achieved a 6 or 7 figure income. So if you're serious about building a 6-figure copywriting business in 2025 and beyond, and you're done falling for gimmicks, false promises, and fake gurus, then I can guarantee this free course will be the highest ROI 10 hours you spend this year. Let's get started. Also, Sean is about to get a little chubby because this first part was filmed a little while ago and it was on a little bit of a dirty bulk back then. So excuse the chubbiness, hope you don't mind. All right, let's get into it. And let's talk about how to get you to $10,000 a month as a freelance copywriter so that one day you may even have 1 or hell, even maybe 2 of these awards on your wall.
Okay.
If you're new to the internet, by the way, these awards each represent making over $1 million with ClickFunnels with a different offer. Okay, you can't just get 2 awards for the same offer hitting $2 million. Now, this video is going to mark the start of a 5-part, maybe even 6 or 7-part video series where I will be walking you through for free right here on YouTube.
Hey, that's pretty good.
The full rundown of how to get started as a freelance copywriter, how to land your first ever paying client, and how to leverage them to land your second, your third, and so on until you hit the almighty $10,000 a month mark.
Oh, thank you. Thank you.
I'm gonna walk you through exactly how I got started and how I went from 0 to $10,000 a month copywriter in 30 days when I got started 5 years ago, which is faster than 99% of people that I know. I'm gonna give you the specific and actionable strategies, the same exact strategies that I've given to 56 copywriters who have personally helped hit 6 or even 7 figures.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Now, firstly, if you're new around here, you might be wondering, what makes me qualified to teach this stuff? Who is this crazy dude dancing around like an ape, wearing a finish line on his shirt? What makes me different from all the other copywriting gurus and YouTubers out there? Well, here's the truth. I'm not good at most things. I am incapable of reheating Nando's in the oven without setting the oven on fire. I've caught an Uber to the wrong airport more than once, and I have never been on time for anything ever. Not even birth. I was born 2 weeks late. And hell, I'm not even the best copywriter in the world. But if there is one thing that I am better at than any other human being who walks this earth, it is helping copywriters hit $10,000 a month. And I am open to debate if anyone wants to challenge me on that. Since I started coaching 5 years ago, I've helped over 56 people go from 0 or very low to 6 figures. 3 of them hit 7 figures and hundreds more of them have quit their jobs and are now making a full-time income from freelancing. So sure, maybe technically Andrew Tate or someone like that has helped more copywriters hit 6 figures because he has like 80,000 students, and so even a 0.1% success rate would be higher than my 56. But the sheer volume of students doesn't make his program more effective in my opinion. And I don't know anyone else in this space who produces as many ridiculous case studies as consistently as my program. Logan Lapierre from homeless to 6 figures in 6 months. The Daily Mail, which is the biggest news outlet in Australia, actually did an article about it. If you want to go check that out and see it for yourself. Luca Meneghetti, a 16-year-old Italian high school student who went from 0 to $10,000 a month as a copywriter in 25 days while still going to school every day, by the way. James Conti from being fired from McDonald's and dumped by his girlfriend in the same same week, ouch, to making $10,000 a month freelancing 90 days later and $1 million a year with his own offer 1 year later. Ray Pang going from immigrant about to be deported back to Singapore to learning copywriting from scratch and making $10,000 a month all within 1 month, and then $1 million a year agency a year after that, $2 million a year 2 years after that, and so on and so forth. Brian Bradshaw from suicidal and living off of water and cheese to survive, not exaggerating. We did an interview, you can check it out, to making multiple 6 figures a year working with people like Tony Robbins and having tons of spare time to spend with his wife and kids. And I've got a ton more crazy stories that I don't have time to share here. You can check them out in this playlist here if you'd like. So if any YouTuber thinks they can do better, then I would love a challenge, but I haven't seen anyone produce more mind-blowing results more consistently than me and my CMB program. Pre-pandemic, during the pandemic, post-pandemic, bear market, bull market, recession, depression, zombie apocalypse, we just keep winning. So I'm just gonna call it like it is. Okay, so now that we've established that I am the undisputed king of helping copywriters hit 6 figures, let's talk about how to actually do this. Starting from zero, enough teasing Sean, let's get on with the video. The first thing I want you to understand is your job as a copywriter is not to write words.
I knew it.
Yes, at its core, a copywriter is someone who writes text that sells stuff, whether that be ads, emails, sales pages, or an Instagram caption. But understand that your job as a copywriter, first and foremost, is to make your clients money.
I like money.
Either directly or indirectly, that is the name of the game. That is your mission. As a copywriter, you're not just a writer, you're also a marketer, a salesperson, a detective, all rolled into one. Not to mention when you become a freelancer and run your own business, you're also a CEO. That's like 4 hats. 4 hats. That's a lot of hats. That's a lot of hats. Now, before we can even start talking about making money and shopping for Lamborghinis or any of that shit, okay, keep your dick in your pants. We need to talk about your skills. How do you acquire the skill of copywriting? How do you actually become good so that people want to pay you large sums of money to do this for them? Sums like 10K for a sales page, or 10K for a 7-minute video sales letter, $5,000 a month retainers, or even $12,000 a month retainers from one single client. Well, there are 2 ways of learning copywriting and both can work. The first way is free, so if you're balling on a budget, then yes, it is possible to become a pro copywriter without buying any courses or programs. Because guess what? The best copy in the world is not hiding anywhere. The best emails, sales pages, VSLs, and ads are right there in plain sight, ready for you to study and swipe and model. So if you want to learn how to write ads, go to Facebook Ads Library and you can literally search Facebook's entire database of ads for free. The biggest names in every industry, 8-figure, 9-figure, billion-dollar companies have their ads right there in front of you. Go look at the ones that have been running for more than a month, because that means they're working if they're still running. Click them, go through the funnels, look for patterns. What do they all have in common? If it's like a $5 book, buy it. Go through the funnel, look at the upsells, look at the downsells. You don't have to buy everything, but it's a great way to study what is working, because people are not gonna run ads for more than a month for something that's not profitable. I can promise you that. If you want to learn sales pages, go to ClickBank and look at all the top affiliate offers they are making the most money. Study all their sales pages and their VSLs. You'll notice they all follow a very similar structure. There is a very good reason for that, and that's because after decades of different marketers testing different approaches, that is the one that has been proven time and time again to work the best and make the most sales. There's another great website, it's called swiped.co, run by my buddy Mike Shower, shout out Mike, which breaks down tons of the best sales pages and marketing material of all time for free for you to study and learn. Mike is the real top G, definitely go and check that out. If you want to learn email copywriting, which is what I recommend for beginners, find the biggest names in your industry and sign up for all of their lists. Use a dedicated swipe email because you will get bombarded with emails. Don't say I didn't warn you. Then study the emails. Which one makes you want to open and click and reply? Add them to a folder and study them. What do they all have in common? This is exactly how my student Ray, who I mentioned before, managed to learn copywriting from scratch and then hit $10,000 a month within 31 days. And then 90 days later, ended up writing a VSL for the Wolf of Wall Street himself, Jordan Belfort. Ray did not take any copywriting courses at all, and strictly speaking, it's actually not essential. You can learn most things from studying them and even from YouTube for free. You can check out this short video right here to see exactly how Ray did that. And to make this easier for you, throughout this series, as you're going through it, I'm actually going to be linking you to other videos that I've done which will explain each concept in more detail. Think of this video series as more like an overview. So I recommend every time I mention a video, open it up in a different tab and then come back to all of them after this video.
Oh, okay.
Now, going back to the subject at hand, there is one massive problem with trying to learn copywriting or anything for free, and that is amongst all of the gold out there, there is an enormous steaming pile of crap and fake gurus and people who have no idea what they're talking about, and sifting through the crap to find the gold can take you weeks or even months. Not to mention, learning the wrong information can set you back months or even years because you think you're doing the right thing, but you've actually got it ass backwards and you have no idea. And then you have to go and unlearn all the shitty habits that you picked up, all the garbage you've been learning, and then do it the right way. That's the problem with being completely new and having no idea what you're doing. You won't know what good copy looks like if it literally Will Smith slapped you in the face.
Oh, wow.
And so it's very easy to get lost, which is why if you value your time more than money, which you should because time is infinitely more valuable than money, then I do 100% recommend you pay to learn from an expert to speed up the learning curve. You could either spend a year, 2 years of your life trying to figure it out yourself, spinning your wheels in the mud and going nowhere, speaking from experience, or pay a few hundred or a few $1,000 to learn from someone who's already made all the mistakes for you so that you don't have to. But Sean, I don't have thousands of dollars to shell out on courses and programs and coaches. Exactly. And if you are a grown ass adult who can't even afford to invest a few grand into the most important aspect of your entire life, aka your own future, then that's exactly why you need to do it. It's the great catch-22 of life, my friend. So take on a second job, save up, take out a loan, sell some shit, just do what you gotta do. But please don't do what I did in the beginning and just say, I can't afford it, I'm just gonna go figure it out myself, and then use that as an excuse to make no progress. You will waste an entire year of your life eating shit and you will hate yourself for it. I promise. 5 years ago, I invested 3.5 grand that I didn't have into a coach to learn copywriting and sales and online business. And my only regret is that I didn't do it a year earlier and save myself a year of misery. I could have skipped that year of eating shit and just gone 0 to 10K a month in 30 days from the get-go. Not as cool of a story, but a way fucking better life and a way better path to follow, I promise. And by the way, if you get one single client for just $2,000 a month, which by the way is a very standard rate for a daily email, you've made your money back within 1 or 2 months and saved yourself a year of hell. Absolute no-brainer in my opinion, and certainly a much better investment than a university degree. Take it from someone with half a mechanical engineering degree, half a sound engineering degree, half a business management degree, and nothing to show for it except $78,000 in student debt. The key here is to make sure you choose the right person to learn from, someone who has not only the results that you want, but also the life that you want as well. Very important to make sure that you vibe with them, because if their idea of success is making $1 million a year, working 80 hours a week, and they have no life, guess what they're gonna teach you how to do? Exactly. In which case, you may as well have spent years becoming a doctor or a lawyer if your goal was to make 200K a year, working 80 hours a week. I'm gonna assume you're wanting to become a copywriter because you want to make bank and have the freedom to enjoy it. Now, by far the most important factor when it comes to choosing a mentor or a coach is to look at their student results. Google them, look at places like Reddit to see what people are saying about them. Okay, obviously only pay attention to the comments from people who have actually worked with them and not just the idiot moron trolls like, he sent me an email once and it had a link to buy something, he's a scammer. Because there is no shortage of those people online, trust me. Look at their testimonials and case studies. You can even reach out to a few of their students and ask for their unbiased opinions. If you're one of these everything online is fake, super skeptical people, feel free to do that extra layer of research as well. And lastly, make sure it's a program that actually teaches you how to get clients. Learning copywriting, in my opinion, is actually the easiest part of this whole game. You can do a lot of it for free, as I said, just by studying other great copywriters' emails and ads and funnels. But landing clients is the hardest part of the game. And that is why there are millions of people out there who have taken some sort of copywriting program and are making exactly $0. Now, where might you find someone with an excellent 5-year track record and hundreds of testimonials and case studies who teaches all of this? I'll leave that up to your imagination. Just make sure they have an Australian accent and that they're extremely woke. Okay, wokeness is the most important factor. With that said, we're on to step 2, which is choosing your niche and your service. The first thing that you need to do is figure out your niche, okay? And I don't mean just picking a broad category like technology or health, all right? I mean drilling down into a specific sub-niche that you truly own. As the saying goes, the riches are in the niches. The riches are in the niches. Riches and niches. Anyways, think of your niche as a pool of businesses that you could work with. If you're a big fish in a small pond, you're a lot more likely to get noticed than if you're a tiny little guppy in a massive ocean. My favorite way to do this is if you could get paid, hypothetically, $100,000 a year to write about anything you want, what would you want to write about? Go ahead, pause this and list 10 things. When you've done that, I want you to make a second list and I want you to list down 10 different fields or subjects that you have above average knowledge and experience in. You go ahead and do that right now or after the video. Make sure you actually do it, not just say you're gonna do it. Remember, we are building your copywriting business right here. If you can't even do the most basic first step, what hope do you have to make $10,000 a month as a copywriter? Now, looking at your 2 lists that you've now completed, congratulations. If there is any overlap in your niches, congrats, that could be a perfect niche. But of course we have to be realistic because we can't always get paid 100K a year to write about photo frogs or Minecraft. So here's my 5-star niche checklist loosely based on Hormozi's framework. Shout out Alex Hormozi. Number 1, starving market. Is there a need for a copywriter? Any business that falls inside the big 3 markets of health, wealth, and relationships will always have a need for a copywriter. Any business which sells stuff online will also have a need for a copywriter. So we can pretty confidently check this box. Number 2, is the market growing year over year or at least not declining? Like newspaper printing or coriander farming. Number 3, are they easy to find? Are they actually searchable on Google or socials? Do they publicly identify as that thing? So if you said, I want to work with trauma coaches, do they even call themselves that? If not, how are you going to identify them? How are you going to find these people, right? You want to work with these clients, either you have to go to them or they have to come to you. One of you guys has to make the first move, all right? And if you don't know each other exists, that's going to be a difficult introduction. Number 4, purchasing power. Are they willing and able to buy? Both very important components. If your client is not already making good money from their business, newsflash, they aren't going to be able to pay you much. So my advice is to avoid life coaches, charities, music, teenagers, and any business making less than bare minimum 6 figures a year. They're only making $5,000 a month in revenue. How are they supposed to give you $2,000 a month, right? It's going to be a very tough sell. And number 5, red ocean. Hold on, Sean. What? Have you completely lost your mind? Red ocean? Okay, before you rip your pants off and take to the streets, furiously parading and protesting that Sean Ferres doesn't know what he's talking about, let me explain. What I mean by red ocean is your market proven? Are there already lots of copywriters making great money writing for that niche? I know, I get it. The Gary V's, the Russell Brunsons, they harp on and on and on about blue ocean. You want a blue ocean opportunity, something that no one's doing. As a copywriter, you do not want something that no one is doing, trust me. All right, leave blue ocean to offer owners. You are a freelancer, you're a service provider. You're trying to make $10,000 a month, not launch $1 billion empire and disrupt an entire industry. Okay, a red ocean is still a fucking ocean. There is plenty of room for another piss tiny $10,000 a month business in even the most saturated and competitive niches. The bottom line here is that you want to be in the business of helping winners win more, not in the business of rescuing losers. Okay, and because this is the internet and people hate to think for themselves, here are some great niches that you can easily make 6 figures writing for in 2024 and beyond. In no particular order: supplement brands, personal finance and investing, credit repair, crypto, dating and relationship advice, pick either men or women, golf training, golf equipment, pets, survival / prepper niche, right? There's lots of crazy Americans to sell to, dispensaries, any niche e-com store. Okay, by the way, e-com is not a niche, right? Anyone who sells any physical product online is e-com. From water bottles to dildos to expensive camera equipment, it's all e-com, okay? You need to niche down further than that. Business coaches, that's your Shopify coaches, Amazon FBA coaches, Forex trading coaches, sales coaches. Online fitness coaches, that's your bodybuilding coaches, female fat loss coaches, keto coaches, vegan coaches. There are some ideas to get you thinking. So at this point, usually someone will ask, but Sean, if I choose one niche, then won't I be neglecting all of these other people that I could be working with? Yes, you will. And that is the entire point. If you try and appeal to everyone, you will appeal to exactly no one. I want you to imagine that you're at a crowded music festival. All right, Hardwell's on stage, the bass is pumping, there's lasers, strobe lights, fireworks, it's a fucking riot. Now imagine you're jumping around and you're screaming, hey, hey, hey you, hey. How many people are gonna look at you and genuinely think, oh, he must be talking to me, let me pay attention? No one. Okay, unless you're staring right at them, in which case they'll probably think you're a little crazy. Not really the kind of attention that we're going for. Now, imagine instead of saying, hey you, you're yelling out, hey Sam, Sam, hey Sam. Anyone called Sam within earshot is 100% going to look at you instantly and give you their full and undivided attention. That is exactly what we want. 99% of people ignore us, but the 1% who hear us pay close attention and go, that's for me. Okay, having a specific niche is like a dog whistle for the right people.
Nice job.
In a noisy and crowded market, the way to stand out isn't by shouting louder than everyone else. Okay, it's by whispering the right words softly into the ears of your prospects. If I run a dragon training company and I'm choosing between two copywriters and one's like, I'm a copywriter, and the other one is like, I'm an email copywriter for dragon trainers. I help them maximize their back-end sales and revenue so that they can land more high-paying dragon training clients. Who do you think I'm gonna choose? It's not even close. I'm not even gonna look at the other guy's testimonials. I'm not even gonna fucking get on a call with both of them. It's done from the first minute. I'm going for the dragon training guy. He's my guy. How could I not? The other one, you're just a general copywriter. You don't know my niche. Here's the thing, they could be completely equally skilled copywriters, but I'm choosing the second one every day of the week, twice on Sundays. That's when I train my dragon, on Sundays. So that's niche done, all right? Now after that, we can move on to the third and final step of this video, which is choosing your service. We need to couple your niche with a service so that it is one main specific type of copy that you're offering to that niche that they need. We don't want to be a jack of all trades, okay? Oh, you need help with your sales page? Oh yeah, I can do that. Oh, what's that? You want blog posts? Sure, bro, I got you. Oh, what's that? You need your floor mopped? Say less, I got you. All right, we all know those people who DM you on Instagram with these giant, disgusting paragraphs. Do you need a website? Do you need YouTube thumbnails? Do you need a new logo? Maybe some TikTok ads? I can do everything. You try and cast a net that is so wide, just hoping that someone will be interested in one of the 100 things, but all that happens is that you've diluted your brand so much that they conclude you must not be good at any of the things, and so they avoid you.
You suck.
It's like a restaurant with 300 things on the menu versus a restaurant with 3 things on the menu. Which restaurant do you think is gonna be better? Probably the restaurant that focuses on 3 dishes. It's a lot easier to master 3 dishes and do them really well than it is to master 300 dishes. No one is gonna assume a restaurant with 300 dishes is gonna be incredible fine dining cuisine, okay? Position yourself as a jack of all trades and you will be paid like a jack. Why do you think a brain surgeon gets paid 10 times more than a regular doctor? Okay, they're both in the medical niche. The brain surgeon's not 10 times smarter than a regular GP. He just gets paid to solve a very specific problem and a very high level problem, right? Life and death versus I have a cold. Understand that in life, you are paid according to the complexity of the problems that you solve. Janitor mops floors. Anyone with 2 arms and half a brain can mop a floor. Therefore, it doesn't pay very well, just like working in a warehouse. Jeff Bezos invented the entire e-com industry and permanently changed the way that we buy things with the invention of Amazon. Elon Musk revolutionized like 4 different industries at least, and is trying to make Earth a multi-planetary species, trying to take people to Mars. Literally trying to build a colony on Mars. All right, people look at these multi-billionaires and say, oh, it's so unfair that they're so rich and that I'm stuck working here at KFC for minimum wage. Blah, 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 blah. No, it is completely fair. They provide 1,000,000 times more value to the world, and so they get paid 1,000,000 times more than you. It's completely fair. Shut the fuck up and just provide more value to the world.
Oh, wow.
Stop being so selfish, okay? You're full of gifts and talents. You're just holding them back. Share those gifts with the world and you will get rich. You go cure cancer and solve world hunger and then come back and tell me you didn't make an absolute bag in the process. You solve bigger problems, you get paid more money.
I feel so alive.
That's just how it works. That is the name of the game. So here's my recommendation. If you want to get paid a lot, focus on direct response copy that's gonna make your client a lot of money. Then it is very easy to justify a high price because you're making them 10 times more than what they're paying you. So it's a total no-brainer. So pick emails, ads, sales pages, VSLs, or funnel copy. Not so much content writing like blog, video scripts, and social media posts because they don't directly generate sales and so are perceived generally as less valuable, which means lower paying. Now those things can make really good upsells if you're already offering one of the former, so I would recommend picking one of the first suggestions as your primary service, and then you can offer the other ones as upsells, because hey, if you're already writing someone's emails, you may as well turn those emails into Instagram captions and post them, and take care of your client's Instagram. You save them a bunch of time, you make an extra $1,000 a month, everyone wins. Now, obviously, make sure that it makes sense for your niche, all right? So you're not selling email marketing to plumbers when plumbers aren't even collecting or sending emails, so it just wouldn't make sense. Now, if you're thinking, but Sean, I can help them because it's a blue ocean. They're not doing email yet. Big opportunity. No, remember, red ocean, okay? We want a red ocean that is proven. We want to help winners win more. We don't want to help beginners get started like I'm doing right now, because there'll be shitty clients. I'm not saying that about you. Getting kind of awkward. They won't understand what you're doing or why you're doing it. It'll take a long time to get results. They'll nickel and dime you. They'll pay you late, if at all. And it's just a bad experience overall. Trust me. Go watch this video if you want to hear some horror stories, okay? So we've covered a lot of information in this video, a lot of mindset shifts, actionable tips. So let's put this all into action, shall we? So your homework from this video is the following 3 steps. And yes, there is homework, all right? I'm not just gonna give you a free series on how to build a 10K a month copywriting business from scratch and you're just gonna watch it and get rich, okay? Yes, you're actually gonna have to do shit in order to make money. So you may as well follow the recommended action steps / homework that I'm gonna be giving you in these videos and do them every single week. And then boom, wouldn't you know it? After the 7 weeks, you're looking down upon a beautiful, crisp, pristine 10K a month copywriting business. So number 1 is gonna be choose your niche, following the checklist and suggestions that I mentioned before. Number 2 is gonna be choose your service. What specific type of copywriting appeals to you? Okay, you're not making a lifelong commitment here. You're not carving this into stone. You're not marrying it. I just want you to pick one to learn for now. If you don't really know what all the types involve and you're unsure, I recommend you watch the 50-minute workshop in the description, which will give you an overview of my favorite all-time type of copywriting that is one of the highest paying and also the easiest to learn if you're a beginner. I'll drop a link to that below. Go check it out. That'll help you heaps. Number 3, identify 10 of the biggest names in your industry, sign up to all of their email lists, and just spend 30 to 60 minutes a day just reading their emails for the next 7 days. Open them, click them, check out their ads and their funnels and their sales pages. Favorite the ones that you really like, that you found the most compelling, add them to a special folder. For now, I just want you being exposed to good copy over and over again, so you actually know what it looks like should it slap you in the face. Some other great copywriting email lists that I do suggest you join as well are Justin Goff, Stefan Georgi, Ben Settle, Daniel Throssell, unless you're easily offended, in which case you probably wouldn't have made it this far in this video by now. You certainly wouldn't be watching my channel. And of course, I have to mention my own email list, link in the description. Okay, my good friend, that'll wrap it for video 1 in the 0 to 10K a month copywriter series. Part 2 next week will be all about building the strong foundations, a portfolio, and an online presence to knock the socks off of any potential clients who come into your orbit. So that when we start doing the hunting and the farming the week afterwards, business owners are actually going to take you seriously and the paying clients will come much, much faster. And yes, I am purposely making you wait a week between uploads and not uploading all of these at once, because I don't want this to turn into Netflix where you just learn a bunch of shit and go, wow, that was amazing. Sean is so smart. I'm learning so much. You don't take any action and your life stays the same. Okay, I want you implementing as we go over the course of these 5, 6, 7 weeks and actually building your freelance copywriting business, that by the end of this series, you actually have copywriting skills, you have a business, and maybe even some paying clients. Hey, Sean from the future here. If you want a low-cost way to learn email copywriting from real experts, I'm currently running an insane 90% off deal on my best-selling email copywriting course, Email Domination. It is taught by me and two A-list copywriters, Sam and Tyler, who teach you the exact email marketing frameworks they've used to make over $100 million for their clients, writing for some of the biggest names in the industry. I'm talking Grant Cardone, Ty Lopez, V-Shred, BioTrust, Brandon Carter, Bedros Koulian, and so many more. If you're seeing this in time, click that link in the description below to grab it for an absolute steal at just $197 instead of the previous $2K. Now, back to the video. All right, so now you've chosen your niche and your service, and you've started flooding your inbox with emails from the top players in your industry. Welcome to the big leagues. But knowing what you want to write isn't enough. Before any real business is going to take you seriously, you need to look like someone worth taking seriously. And that is what we're diving into next. It's time to set up your portfolio, your website, and your socials, and turn your bedroom office into a real business. Let's roll.
Now you've actually learned or are learning the actual skill of copywriting, so you have a legitimate skill you can bring to businesses in exchange for $2,000, $3,000, or even $5,000 a month. In part 2, today we are going to be covering the setup. So does this mean it's time to get clients? Hold your horses and please keep your dick in your pants for just one more week, okay? I didn't wake up this morning and ask to see a bunch of dicks in my face.
Okay.
I know you're excited for the Lambo and the penthouse and you want to be chilling here with your boy, smoking cigars and shit, looking out over the entire southern hemisphere, watching the sunset over the gorgeous golden beaches of surfer's paradise. But before we can talk about getting actual businesses to want to pay you for your services, there's a small problem. You are a total beginner. Okay. Started learning copywriting last week. You really think high-level business owners are gonna shell out thousands of dollars and hand over the keys to Willy Wonka's chocolate factory? Like, here you go, honey, knock yourself out, lock up when you're done, okay, sweetie? Well, yes, that's exactly the plan. Most beginners think that they need months or years of experience before they're ready to work with high-paying clients, but they're missing out because it is just not true. When I started as a copywriter, I wasn't writing for billion-dollar companies like Agora Financial. I wrote for small and mid-sized brands who were collecting emails but doing a pretty shitty job of monetizing their list. They thought I was an absolute hero and kept paying me every month. This is what most of our successful students do. So you don't need to be the next Gary Halbert, you just need to be one step ahead of the businesses that you're writing for. Now, having said that, I really cannot stress enough, before you can think about getting clients and getting paid, your skills need to be up to scratch. So yes, while you don't need to be the next David Ogilvy, you don't need a fucking PhD in copywriting, you do need to be good enough to get results for your clients. Otherwise, even if you do manage to trick someone into working with you, they're sure as hell not gonna stay with you next month.
You're fired! What?
So you need to make it a top priority to hone your skills every day until you're at a point where you can at least make your clients more money than what they're paying you, which is very easy, by the way. So just because your brand's spanking you doesn't mean that your clients need to know that. And what you'll find is that many of them don't even care about experience. They only care about results. So if you have the right mindset, you have solid ethics, and you actually care about getting your clients results and not just making a bag, then you can outwork your beginnerness, that's a word now, by going above and beyond. And that is what we're covering in this video. We are gonna disguise you as a pro until you become one. And this, my friend, is the beautiful thing about the internet. You can be whoever you want to be. And with a few simple tweaks to your profile, we can transform you from total amateur to someone who actually looks like a professional copywriter. Which begs the question, do you need a website? Do you need a portfolio? Do you need to be on Facebook and LinkedIn and job boards? Do you need to be posting 3 times a day and writing free samples to get testimonials? Patience, Iago. We'll get to all that in a second. First, I just want to put things into perspective and show you where your role as a copywriter fits into a business in the hierarchy of importance. See, there are 3 core skills, 3 rungs you have to climb to have a business that is successful long term. The bottom rung, the survival tier, is sales. If you can get someone to show up for a call and sell them something over the phone or in person, you can make good money. 6 figures. But it is a never-ending hustle, and you will need to continue doing that every single day until the end of time to sustain your income. If you stop selling, your business dies. The rung above that is marketing. Now, instead of surviving, we are thriving. Instead of selling one-to-one, you're selling one-to-many. Okay, this is the rung that copywriting sits in. if you can get this right, then the selling becomes so much easier because people already know you, they already like you, they already trust you, and they actually want what you're selling. Take Panadol as an example. It is completely generic paracetamol if you read the ingredients. Identical to generic paracetamol down to the atom. The same exact product. But Panadol is able to charge twice as much and still be the market leader because people see it on the shelf, they recognize it, and they buy it. The chemist isn't hustling to try and get you to choose Panadol over the generic brand. In fact, it's the opposite. There are zero sales necessary. That is the power of great marketing. And one level above that, we have the God tier. This is the core product, the core service, AKA what we call the offer. All frills aside, what do people actually get when they give you money? What's in the box? How is it packaged and presented? Does it come with a warranty or a guarantee? All of that is the offer. Think about Apple. Yes, their marketing is fantastic, but at the end of the day, the reason that people buy, the reason these guys are the market leader is that their products are phenomenal. They make the best phones and the best computers, hands down, end of debate. Argue with me in the comments all you like, but I've used everything. Apple shit is the best, no contest. All right, I'm a poet and I didn't know it. So they don't need to sell you and they don't need tons of fancy copywriting to get you to want to buy their stuff. They just make really great stuff and people want to buy it again and again. Word spreads, people tell their friends and they share the gospel and they have positive word of mouth working in their favor instead of against them. This right here is my 4th iPhone and this is my 3rd Mac. I've spent over $20,000 with Apple in the last 10 years. And I'll probably spend another 20 G's in the next 10 years. But think about how fucking easy of a job Apple's copywriters have selling their products. Dude doesn't need to do anything. Apple's chief copywriter rolled out of bed, he wrote one word, iPhone 14. Wonderful, wonderful. Bro didn't even spell it right. Dude had one job. He had one word to proofread. Couldn't even do that. Collected his $200K paycheck and fucked off to Maui for the rest of the year. Apple probably hired him from Upwork. They hired the laziest copywriter of all time, and yet they're still the biggest company in the world, worth over $2.5 trillion. $2.5 trillion. I don't think you understand how much money that is. You could buy a brand new Lamborghini every hour for the next 500 years, and you would still have the entire GDP of South Africa left over. That is how fucking rich Apple is. On the flip, if your core offer is average or below average, and the people who buy it, they're not super excited, they don't come back and buy again, they don't tell their friends, and you have no word of mouth, or even worse, bad word of mouth working against you, then you're gonna have to hustle like hell with your marketing and sales until the end of time to keep your business afloat. So as crucial as your job as a copywriter is to the success of your client's business, you have to understand where you sit in the hierarchy. You cannot polish a turd. AKA, you cannot outmarket, outsell, or outcopy a lousy offer. The offer is king. It is by far the most important piece of the puzzle. It is more important than any copy you will ever write. If your client's shit sucks, no amount of fancy copywriting techniques is going to fix it. However, if your client's offer is a 10 out of 10, you don't need any copy at all to sell it, which makes your life pretty damn easy. Another reason that we only want to partner with businesses that are already successful and help winners win more, because as powerful as copywriting is, you're not actually a magician, and if the product or service isn't good, then you shouldn't be selling it. So what's an example of a good offer? Well, let's take a look at the oldest business transaction in the world as an example. If you're a heterosexual male watching this right now, like 97% of my YouTube audience tends to be, and I said, hey, I have stunning blonde Russian beauty, Natalia. She will come to your house and ride you like stolen bicycle for hours. You'd be like, yeah, that sounds pretty good. Natalia can come over whenever she wants. There's no fucking sales page, there's no 45-minute VSL, there's no scarcity. Hurry, you must act now. I only have 4 Natalias left in stock. There's no social proof. See why 857 men rate Natalia best bicycle ride of their pathetic virgin life. There's no price anchoring. Usually Natalia, $3,000 per minute to make eye contact with you. But for you, I give you good deal. 2 hours bicycle ride, 2 easy payments of $197. There's no coupon codes.
Enter code DRAGON at checkout and she will perform fire-breathing dragon act on your pee-pee. There's no upsells. Buy 2 Natalia, get 3rd Natalia free. She bring her hot friend and her cousin, okay? Second cousin is okay, not related, only a little bit. There's no downsells. 2 times 197 too much? What about for 47? It's same, no different. Only instead of Natalia, we send Stanislav. He will ride you like chainsaw. Is okay? There's no landing page. Enter your email and save 5% on shipping and handling. It's optional, but I have a friend with Uzi, so enter your fucking email. There's no order bumps. Would you like to add champagne and cock ring? Only $19 extra, a one-time offer. Wait, do not press back button or you may be billed again. By the way, would you like to add insurance? This will prevent mysterious men in black ski mask from showing up with big guns and taking all your stuff. Hypothetically, extra 197. You don't need any of that shit. The offer sells itself. This is what you get, and this is the price. And millions of men go, yup, sounds good. I'll take 2. And I'll come back next week for 2 more. Which is why prostitution is the oldest form of business in existence and was thriving long before anything that resembles modern day copywriting was invented. And now that the 3% of my women audience have probably clicked off this video in disgust, I highly recommend, if you somehow have not already read it, pick up a copy of Alex Hormozi's book, $100 Million Offers. It'll guide you through how to craft a mafia offer so compelling that it simply cannot be refused. The better you can make your offer, the more clients you will land, and the better you can help make your clients' offers, the more money you'll make them. Which means the more they'll be happy to pay you, and soon you'll have enough money to make Elon Musk cry like a little girl and maybe even afford CMB. Kidding, we're full right now. You can try again next month. So with that out of the way, let's talk about how to present yourself as someone who actually knows what the fuck they're doing, so that when we start reaching out to clients next week, they actually take you seriously and they give you the time of day. When it comes to the setup, there are 3 key things we want to keep in mind. Your portfolio, your website, and your social presence. Now, when it comes to your portfolio, I have a whole video on this which you can check out here. People love to overcomplicate this and say you need 100 samples organized into 15 different folders and color-coded in reverse alphabetical order, professionally designed in Canva. So much wankery, and it is just not necessary, okay? 3 samples in a Google Doc, that is all you need. Think of your portfolio as a movie trailer. It needs to be short, attention-grabbing, and only show the best parts. You're trying to get people excited about your work, not bore them with a 12-volume encyclopedia of everything you've ever written. Remember how we chose your niche and your service last week? Write 3 samples of whatever type of copy you chose for that niche that you chose, upload them into a Google Drive folder. That is it. Just 3. That is all you need. How many legs does a stool need to stand? 3. You'll notice the number 3 comes up a lot in copy, by the way, and it's because when you're making any sort of claim, you usually want to provide 3 forms of proof. That could be a Harvard study, a screenshot, a testimonial, a picture, even a graph that you made. This isn't the fucking magistrate's court, okay? We don't need hard evidence. Proof is anything that increases believability. And that is all we are trying to accomplish with this portfolio. We're trying to show potential clients that you know what you're doing and that you can get them results. They are busy business owners and not gonna have time or the patience to read more than 3 sample emails anyway. So where do you get these samples? You write them. If you decided to offer Facebook ads for online pet stores, write 3 ads selling 3 different pet products. If you chose long form copy for health supplements, go and write 3 different leads for a sales page or VSL for different health supplement offers on ClickBank. If you chose email marketing for Amazon FBA coaches, sit down and write 3 emails selling an imaginary or real Amazon FBA coaching program. You've already signed up to the top 10 names in your niche last week. It was in your homework. You've seen 100 of these emails by now. You know what the damn things look like. Just write them. If you can't do that, you're probably not going to be a very good copywriter because you're going to have to write a hell of a lot more than 3 emails in your career. The way you become a better copywriter is by writing copy. Not by reading it, not by studying books or courses, but by writing.
Prepare to be written!
Yes, of course, do all those things so you're practicing the right things, but at some point, you're gonna need to whip out your laptop and write. Super simple copywriting exercise to get better. Email is your service. Go to the favorites folder in your inbox that we made last week. Pick one email that you really like, that grabbed your attention and made you want to click or buy.
and just write your own version of it, selling a similar product. Do that 3 times and congratulations, you have 3 samples. Even better, write 3 samples for real offers for real businesses and send it over to them using the script in my Clients on Command DM cheat sheet. Link in the description if you want to grab a free copy. Get them to actually send the emails to their list and test them. If they do well, then it is a super easy foot in the door to land your first paying client, and it is one of the best ways to get your first client if you're just starting out. But don't just send people free emails. That's what everyone does, and it doesn't work that well. You have to word it in a particular way to maintain your authority, otherwise you'll be perceived as a noob, as I explain in this video here. Open in a new tab, not now. Okay, let's focus here.
Strong focus on what I want.
Which is why I've spent 3 years testing and refining the script in my Clients on Command DM cheat sheet, down to every last comma. It's tried, it's tested, and it is free. Link in the description, just enter your email and it'll be in your hot little hands in no time. Plus, that way you get to join my email list and get even more value, because I'm a nice guy like that. Anyways, that is portfolio done. Write 3 samples, make sure that your absolute best work, okay, no typos, no grammatical errors, no weak spots. If your portfolio is the first impression clients get of your work, you want to make sure it's polished and makes you look like a pro. Now, let's talk about your website. This is going to make a lot of copywriting coaches angry, but given I have better results and case studies than all of them, I don't really give a shit what they think. Your website? Not that important. There, I said it. People get so hung up on this and I don't know why, because it is so simple and most potential clients never even ask to see it anyway. Here is the 2-step process to build your website in under 2 hours. Step 1, go to Google Domains and buy a domain for $10. Just grab yourname.com if it's available, or if not, just add copy to the end or whatever tickles your pickle, okay, doesn't matter. Step 2, sign up for CARD, C-A-R-R-D. It's free. Or for the pro option to remove their branding and use your own domain that we just bought, hang on to your seat, okay, try not to freak out. $19 a year.
What?
Build a simple, clean, elegant 1-page website on CARD. It'll take you an hour, maybe 2 hours if you're slow. Put up your bio, link to your samples that we just wrote in your portfolio, 3 testimonials, and a calendar link. Done. There's no need to wank about with WordPress and plugins and DNS records and all this crap. For $29 and under 2 hours, you can have a pro-looking website with your own domain name, hosting, SSL, email capture form, payment form, samples, and testimonials ready to rock by the end of today. Get it up and get on with your life. For the bio, keep it lean and mean. All right, we don't want to hear your entire life story. Just write 1 or 2 paragraphs on who you are, who you help, and how you help them. And please, for the love of Christ, make it fun and interesting. You're a copywriter. Demonstrate your copywriting skills. There is nothing worse in this world, besides Coriander and Meghan Trainor, than a bio that is like,
I am an engaging and entertaining copywriter. I will write captivating and high-converting copy that will blow your readers' minds. Click below to schedule a call.
Stop telling me how good of a copywriter you are and show me with your writing. This is your time to stand out, let your personality shine, and show prospects why you're different. And yes, I know you're a copywriter, so you probably have about as much personality as an accountant or a bodybuilder, but let's just pretend, at least for the bio, that you do have an actual personality. And lastly, if you're wondering, Sean, I only heard of copywriting yesterday, I haven't worked with anyone yet, I don't have any testimonials, what am I supposed to put on there? Shh, it's okay, it's okay. Super easy workaround. You know those 3 samples that you wrote? Send them to people and ask for their feedback. Business owners, other copywriters, your mate, your nan, your dog, hell, someone in the comments on this YouTube video, ask them for a testimonial. I'm not saying to lie and pretend that they were a client, never do that, but they can still give you feedback on your writing. Something like, I don't usually stop to read emails, but Alex's emails sucked me right in and kept me reading until the end. They're fun, entertaining, and I feel like this guy is reading my mind when he describes the weight loss struggles I've been experiencing. I've never clicked a link faster in my life. If you're a fitness coach and you want a pro copywriter that'll keep your readers coming back and buying again and again, Alex is your man. Boom! That is an honest testimonial right there, and you can get 3 of these super easily. Is it as good as, I worked with Alex and he made me $50,000 in 30 days and saved my business from bankruptcy. No, but it is a hell of a lot better than nothing. So that's website done and dusted. Now let's talk about the third and final piece of the setup, your socials.
No! God, please, no!
No, you don't need to be posting 5 times a day on LinkedIn or doing stupid TikTok dances, but it is a good idea to at least have a social presence on every major platform. If you're gonna work with these clients, newsflash, one of you is gonna have to find out about the other person somehow. And I hate to break it to you, but clients don't just fall into your lap like apples from a tree. You have to put yourself out there in some way. The only platform you're going to use with my methods are Facebook and maybe Instagram, but at the very least, you should have an account on Facebook, Instagram, and LinkedIn. Fuck Twitter, no one uses it besides crypto bros and Elon Musk. And obviously, fuck TikTok. If I wanted to kill my brain cells, I would just use a baseball bat. It's faster. So sure, by all means, make a profile on them, reserve your username just in case, but we're not gonna be actively using them. So even though we won't be actively using most social platforms, it is a good idea to reserve your username on all major platforms because you never know, maybe one day Clubhouse will be cool. I'm kidding, we have a higher chance of Half-Life 3 actually being released than that happening. The point here is that when we start reaching out to prospects in the coming weeks, if they decide to search you up, which if they're interested in working with you, they will, we want to make sure that they find something other than an empty closet full of spiderwebs and uneaten coriander.
Nope.
So set all your profiles up with a clean, professional looking profile pic, right? And go take a picture if you don't have one. I'm sure you have at least one friend. If you don't, it's probably because you're a copywriter or because your name is Chip Shetty. For the bio, just keep it simple and clear. What do you do and who do you help? Email marketing wizard for health supplement brands. Facebook ads king for bowling coaches. Fucking bowling coaches. If you want to take it a step further, you can write a good old 2-piece statement. All right, I'm sure you've seen these everywhere. Either I help person with problem. For example, I help e-com coaches who aren't growing fast enough. That's one version. Or I help person to promise. For example, I help furniture stores turn their email list into an ATM. All that's left is to make a few posts on each profile to make it look like someone actually lives there, and you're good to go. In terms of what to post, you're a copywriter. Use your brain. But just share lessons, stories, copywriting tips, ways your niche business owners can make money quickly. I'll be talking next week on what to post, but for now, let's just get some activity happening so your prospects actually have a chance of discovering you. And that, my good friend, will bring us to the most important part of part 2 of my 0 to 10K a month copywriting series, 5 action steps from this lesson. The first thing you're gonna wanna do is write your 3 samples for your portfolio, 3 Google Docs, upload it to Google Drive, get it done. Second, you're gonna send these samples around to get your 3 testimonials. It's kind of like sleeping around, except for testimonials instead of validation and STDs.
Yeah, boy.
The fuck do I come up with this shit? STDs, what? Third, you're gonna build your site in Card. It'll take you 2 hours and $29. You can have it done by tonight. Fourth, create any necessary social accounts and prime your socials ready for clients to see. Bio, profile picture, and put up a few posts. And fifth, I want you to order and read 3 very particular copywriting books. So now that you're signed up to all these email lists from your homework from last week, and going through funnels and seeing patterns and trends on how they're persuading you to open, click, and buy, it is time for you to understand why it's working. I'm the type of guy that prefers to start with the real world shit first and then explain why it works afterwards. This isn't one of those boring college classes where I teach you about the history of copywriting and the world's most famous copywriters, and then weeks of theory, and then you finally get to see a real life sales page. Fuck that. I am gonna show you the magic trick first, like BAM! And then afterwards, I reveal the mindfuck and teach you why and how it works. So without further ado, if you want to become adept in the dark arts of copywriting, here are the top 3 books that I recommend you read. Actually, fuck recommendations. This is a goddamn prescription, all right? There are thousands of books out there. These are the top 3 to get started. Number 1, Scientific Advertising by Claude Hopkins. Number 2, Ogilvy on Advertising by David Ogilvy. And number 3, Breakthrough Advertising by Eugene Schwartz. I guess the world's best copywriters put so much effort into their books that they ran out of ideas for their headlines. This last book, by the way, is very hard to find a hard copy for under $400, so just Google for the PDF.
All right, you've got your samples, site, portfolio, and social setup, and you don't look like a total beginner anymore. Congrats. But looking like a pro isn't enough. Now you need to land clients who pay you like one. Which brings us to part 3, and what I'm about to show you is one of the laziest, most brain-dead simple ways I've ever discovered to get high-paying clients on near autopilot. Seriously, you're gonna hate how simple this is. Let's dive in. Welcome back to part 3 of my 0 to 10K a month copywriter series. If you've been following along, you should know where to learn how to write copy that clients are willing to pay big money for. You know where copywriting sits in the hierarchy of importance. You know how to craft $1 million offer. You've chosen your niche and your service. You set up your portfolio, your website, your socials, so you look like a pro, and you're finally ready to work with those sweet, juicy, high-paying clients. Which is exactly the topic of today's video. I'm so excited! We're finally gonna talk about the number 1 reason you're watching this, and probably the reason you're interested in copywriting in the first place: landing high-paying clients and getting that paper. But first, yes, I know what you're thinking. Damn, Sean, your voice sounds so damn sexy today. I know. I've spent this past week building a home recording studio. It is nearly done. Very excited to share it with you when it is done. I have finally upgraded my mic game. All right, I skipped to the beautiful Neumann TLM 102. Fun fact, is the baby brother of the famous U87, which pretty much every best-selling artist ever, Drake, Ed Sheeran, Beyonce, the Beatles, have used to record their vocals. And hey, if it's good enough for a Drake record, it's probably good enough for a YouTube video. And with that out of the way, let's get back to the topic at hand, which is how do we get you high-paying clients so you can be rolling in cash? Here's the motivation for you actually about how powerful this client acquisition strategy is that I'm about to teach you. A month ago, I woke up in my beautiful oceanfront apartment and I said, hey, you know what? This is great, but I want to live in an even more beautiful, taller oceanfront apartment with more rooms and more space. I also want a dedicated home recording studio, high-end professional equipment so I can level up my music and my content game. And I also said, fuck it, you know, while I'm at it, I also want to take a month off and travel through Europe, go to Italy and Ibiza and Monaco and Berlin and Ultra Croatia and Tomorrowland in Belgium, visit the temples of Istanbul on the way home, and hell, maybe play a couple DJ shows while I'm over there so the whole trip is a tax expense. 1, 2, 3, let's go! All of this, as you can probably guess, requires money, and quite a lot of it. So I flicked the on switch on my infamous Facebook ATM client getting system. I started using this strategy for 20 minutes a day and made $81,000 in May and exactly $100,000 last month in June. Side note, very excited. I've been so fucking close to 100K a month for like 3 years. I've hit like 99K months and I've never been able to crack that goddamn 100K a month mark. So we did it, baby. We're here. Money! Feels pretty fucking surreal knowing that literally 5-6 years ago, I was packing coffee in a warehouse for minimum wage. I was born in the second poorest country in the world. Okay, so really, I don't care who you are. If you're watching this, you can absolutely do the same. I promise. So really, it doesn't matter who you are. If you're watching this, I am living, breathing proof that if you roll up your sleeves, you're willing to put in some work and you apply the right strategies, anything is possible and anyone can make it happen.
Just do it!
Because despite very humble beginnings, I am now sitting in the studio in my new apartment. Europe is booked and I am leaving tomorrow for a 5-week tour/holiday. Everything I wanted, I made it happen, and I made it happen with this client getting strategy that I'm about to teach you. I also invested $66,000 in a high-level mastermind so I can scale my side hustle to $200,000 a month by the end of the year. That is the goal. And yes, I want to remind you that this is technically my side hustle. Right? I am a full-time artist, I'm a music producer, I'm a DJ. So hopefully this serves as some inspiration that yes, it is possible to make hundreds of thousands or even over $1 million a year working just a few hours a day.
Impossible.
I've done it, many of my clients and students have done it, and there is no reason that you cannot do the same. And that is what I love the most about this client getting strategy that I'm gonna share with you today. It takes literally 20 minutes a day and it doesn't involve any posting, DMing strangers, or pestering people in Facebook groups. In my opinion, it is the simplest, easiest, and downright laziest way to land high-paying copywriting clients, and it is so brain dead simple, I guarantee you'll kick yourself for not thinking of it. It's the exact same strategy I used to land my first 4 high-paying copywriting clients when I was getting started 6 years ago, and it is the same core strategy I still use to this day to make $1 million a year in my business. What's funny is that Facebook actually rolled this feature out 6 years ago, but I see almost no one using it to land clients. In fact, the only other person who I can see actively doing this, besides me, is making $14 million a year in their business. No surprises there. I'll reveal the strategy later in this video, but first you have to understand that when it comes to landing clients for any business, there are only 3 ways to do it. Either they come to you, you go to them, or someone introduces you, aka a referral. Either way, someone's gonna have to make the first move. If you don't know about them and they don't know about you, how is this client relationship ever gonna happen? So the 2 main approaches that you're gonna hear me talking about are hunting and farming. Just like hundreds of years ago, long before the invention of Uber Eats or any shit like that, if you were hungry, there are only 2 ways to get food: hunting and farming. Hunting is pretty self-explanatory. You get out there in the wilderness with your spear, kill some shit, you drag it back to the campfire, you cook it, and you eat it. But what you kill is what you eat. And tomorrow you'll have to go out again and hunt for more food and do it all over again every single time you want to eat. It's quick and instant results, but it's not exactly long-term sustainable. Which is why us humans invented farming. So rather than running out all the time for food, we could have a system that produces food so we never run out. It's definitely not instant results. You don't plant crops and expect to dig them up the next day and eat them. You need to nurture and harvest them, but if you do take the time to set this up, you'll have a never-ending supply of food. And in case you haven't picked up on my analogy yet, when I say hunting, I'm talking about cold outreach. Okay, cold emailing, cold DMing, all the ways you probably tried before to get clients. And when I say farming, I'm talking about building an audience of prospects and nurturing them over time. This could be an email list, a Facebook group, an Instagram following, or even YouTube, like I am doing right now. Both hunting and farming have their advantages, and if you master both, I can guarantee you will never go hungry again. That is a promise. Now, most people think they should start with hunting, which makes sense, right? Because it's instant results. But having done this every day for the last 6 years and having helped more copywriters hit 6 figures than any other coach that I know of, my professional recommendation is that you actually start with farming, and here are 3 very good reasons why. The first and main reason is because of something called the larger market formula. Studies have been done on people's buying behaviors on nearly every niche imaginable, and they've all concluded basically the same thing. In any market, roughly 3% of people know exactly what they want and they're looking to buy right now. In the next rung down, about 17% of the people are in what we call information gathering mode. They're looking for a bit more information and maybe comparing alternative options before making their final decision. In the rung below that, approximately 20% of the people know they need some form of help, but it's not an urgent thing for them. We call these people later buyers. And at the bottom of the pyramid, about 60% of people in any given market aren't looking to solve their problem, most likely aren't even aware they have a problem, and the majority of people in this rung will never buy anything from anyone. So to use a real world example, let's pretend we're shopping for a rug. First thing that came into my head, because last week I was looking for a rug to help soundproof my studio, so it's not all echoey and shit when I'm recording these videos for you, because tiles are a very echoey surface. Not relevant, let's focus here. So a simpler version of this. Imagine 100 people walk into a rug shop in a day. 3 of them are walking into the shop to buy a rug. I fell into that category. I was going into that store with the intention of walking out with a rug. And that's exactly what I did. It is currently sitting under my feet right now, and it is very comfortable and very thick and absorbs a lot of sound. Now, roughly 47 out of 100 of those people will walk into the store to look at rugs to buy in the future. So they're looking to buy a rug, but just not today. Maybe in a month, maybe in 6 months or a year. So these people are the later buyers. And 50 out of 100 people who walk into that store will never buy a rug. Not from this store, probably not from any store. These are the tire kickers. They want to look for rugs just for the fuck of it, or because they just had nothing better to do with their Sunday. Maybe their girlfriend dragged them there, but they have zero intentions of actually buying a rug. Now, if you are hunting for clients, aka imagine you were a rug salesman and you went to a new development where everyone's just moved in and they're furnishing their houses, you go door knocking on random doors trying to sell rugs. Well, knowing these stats, only 3 out of 100 people are even interested in buying a rug right now. So even the best salesman in the world could only close a maximum 3 out of 100 people with this approach. The people who buy, and the people who don't. You have one conversation with them, there's no follow-up, and you can never really contact them again. So you're only ever appealing to this tiny 3% sliver of people, and you're missing out on the massive 47% of people who are gonna buy a rug at some point in the future, just not right now. Farming, on the other hand, nurtures these later buyers until they are ready. So by getting them on an email list and sending rug buying tips, or following the rug page on Instagram and posting all the beautiful rugs you have, or retargeting with ads and showing them all the testimonials of people thrilled with your rugs, or whatever medium you use, you're staying in touch with them so that when they are finally ready to buy a rug, you will be the first person that they think of because you're top of mind.
Good job.
That is the idea behind farming. And that's the first reason that we start with farming, because we're able to target 47% of people instead of just tiny 3% sliver, which gives us access to nearly 16 times more potential clients. And speaking of that 3%, the second reason we start with farming is because farming actually helps us identify the hottest leads instantly. Rather than reaching out to 100 strangers to identify the 3 people that might be in need of a copywriter right now, we put out a piece of content that 100 people see, and then the 3 people who are interested will put their hand up and say, I'm interested. So it takes all the guesswork out of it. Just like, for example, if you were single, rather than walking up to 100 random women at a bar to try and find the 3 who are single, interested, and looking to go home with someone tonight, you set up a dating profile and you know that whoever matches with you is in that 3%. Unless they're using Tinder as a funnel to grow their OnlyFans. Well played, ladies. And the third reason that we start with farming is that it is incredible market research. When we're putting out this content and we're seeing what topics and angles our audience responds to and cares about, which is exactly the ammunition that we need to hunt successfully. In order for your cold outreach to work, it needs to contain a very specific offer that your target prospect really wants, and you'll have no idea what that is until you've done your research. Doing cold outreach without knowing your market's desires and pain points is like trying to hunt blindfolded. Unless you're fucking Spider-Man and you have a 6th sense, then you don't really stand a chance at catching anything. So farming will give you the raw ammunition that you need to hunt. Perfect example, I have a friend, Caleb O'Dowd. He's a very funny Irish fella and a very successful copywriter. He sold well over $100 million with his copy and was actually mentored directly by arguably the best and most famous copywriter in history, Gary Halbert. And in fact, when he was 20, he actually lived with Gary for 3 years in his apartment in Miami. Pretty insane. So Caleb tells the story of one of the first assignments that Gary ever gave him was to sell a sex pill.
What is that?
Now, bear in mind that Caleb was a young Irishman with 0 sales skills or copywriting skills. His only experience was carpentry. And being a young man in the peak of his sexual prime, obviously he's not really able to relate to the people in their 60s who are buying these pills. So Gary asks Caleb, he says, hey, why do you think these men are buying these pills? And Caleb says, well, I don't know. I guess what used to work downstairs no longer works anymore. And Gary says, you idiot. You just made the mother of all mistakes. You made an assumption.
Bro, what are you talking about, man?
Gary says, who do you think might know the most about why these people are buying these pills? And Caleb says sheepishly, I don't know, maybe their doctor? Gary looks at Caleb and sighs. You have a long way to go. Hey dumbass, maybe the people who bought the pills might know why they bought the pills. So here are the phone numbers of the last 100 customers who bought from us. You are gonna call them up and you're gonna ask why they bought. And Caleb's like, you want me, a 20-year-old farm boy with a thick Irish accent, to ring a bunch of old people and ask about their private parts? I don't think so. Gary says, yep, off you go. So sure enough, Caleb spends 2 weeks, he calls every single person on the list, and to his surprise, they are very open about their motives for buying and they share everything with him. The results were very surprising. As it turned out, they weren't buying because their private parts weren't working or they couldn't get it up. The reason almost all of them bought was actually because they'd been married to the same person for decades and they felt guilty and ashamed that they weren't sexually attracted to their wives anymore. And so they wanted to help reignite that sexual desire again that they used to have for their partners. So then Gary says, okay, now armed with this information, go and write a sales letter selling this. Caleb goes, dude, what do you mean? I've never written a sales letter. I don't know the first thing about copywriting or marketing or sales. I'm literally a carpenter. I just moved here because it was warm and Ireland was cold and miserable. I just happened to be living in an apartment with you. But Gary remains strong. He says, Caleb, I don't care. Just go out and write the damn letter. So he does. And he comes back a couple weeks later with his first ever sales letter. Gary makes a couple changes to the PS, but other than that, just takes it and mails it out to thousands of homes. And to Caleb's astonishment, the letter ends up making over $1 million in sales for this dick pill from the first ever piece of copy he ever wrote. And that right there is a perfect example of why before you do any kind of cold outreach like this mail piece, you need to know your target market extremely well. And farming is a great way to do this type of research. For some reason, people still insist on starting with cold outreach, even though it is the most difficult way to land clients. See, the search for clients is like searching for gold in the woods at night. You wouldn't start looking furthest away from you first, would you? No, you'd start with what's immediately in front of you. Now, from left to right, the hottest of these people is going to be current and past clients, if you have any. Then, one rung along is asking for a referral from family and friends. One rung after that, we have casual contacts, which is like all friends and acquaintances, people you're friends with on Facebook, for example. One rung after that, we have your extended network, which is kind of like everyone following you on all platforms or just people who know you in any way whatsoever. Even if you don't know them, you might know of them, that type of person. And then all the way to the right, the furthest away from us, we have complete strangers, which is the biggest category by far. And I still have some ninja systems, some of the best in the game for landing clients with cold outreach. But in my opinion, it makes sense to start with the low-hanging fruit of people already in your network. The golden rule for getting clients is very simple. Avoid going cold at all costs. If you can get an intro from someone who knows the person, for the love of God, do it. Any introduction is better than going in cold. And in fact, you actually have a goldmine of clients sitting under your nose at this very moment, as I'll prove in just a minute. But firstly, moving from left to right, the hottest category we have is current and past clients. For your current clients, if you have any, if you're working with anyone, maybe you're just doing email for them right now, as an example. Hit them up and say, hey, you know what? I'd love to help you get even better results than we're currently getting. Is there anything else that I can help you with to take more work off your plate? In fact, I know we're actually running Facebook ads to grow our list. I actually wrote a couple variations for you. Give these a test and let me know how they go. And if they do well, then maybe we can consider me taking over your ads in the future. No pressure, I just want to help. And then you jump on a call and you upsell them. Super simple and very obvious, but you'd be surprised, most people never even think to do this. Likewise, for your past clients who maybe you've done one-time projects before, hit them up and just say, hey, I noticed you're promoting X. Would you like some help with that? It is the easiest low-hanging fruit to start with. From there, we move into close contacts, which is friends, family, and fools. Now, one way you could do this is to DM everyone you know and say something along the lines of, hey, hope you're well. This is super random, but I've been working as a copywriter for the XYZ niche for the last few months and getting some great results for my clients. I'm looking for a couple more clients to add to my roster this month. Would you happen to know any business owners who might need help with their marketing? And if you haven't worked with any paying clients yet, then instead just mention that you've got a few great testimonials. Assuming you did the testimonial swap we talked about in the last video. And if you haven't, you go back and watch it and pay attention this time, okay? If they say yes, then say, great, feel free to tell me no, but would you mind introducing me? I'd love to write a couple samples for them and see how they perform at no cost. In fact, what I can actually do is put together an introduction for you and then you can just copy paste and send it off. Is that cool? And then you're gonna write your own introduction. One of the biggest reasons people don't introduce you to potential clients is that they don't know what to say or where to introduce you. They don't know about your skill set and your experience and your training. They're just trying to help. So make it super easy for them by writing your intro for them so they can copy paste and send it off. Something very simple like, hey, friend's name, I want you to meet my friend, your name. She asked if I knew any niche business owners who wanted help increasing their customer AOV or LTV, depending what type of copy that you do, and you came to mind. He said he'd be happy to write a couple free samples for you because you're a friend of mine. So I'm connecting you guys here so he can send it over. Write that out, send it to them, and say, hey, can you copy paste and introduce us in a three-way chat on text, email, or messenger, whatever platform is easier for you. The more specific you are about what you want in life, the more likely you are to get it. So from there, talk to the business owner, send over your site with the samples, have a chat to see if they're a good fit, and if they are, book a call and close them. Simple. More on how to do that in the upcoming modules in this series. Now, if you want to take this a step further and really dial up the heat, we can actually move one rung over and apply the same strategy at scale to everyone in your casual context sphere. You can actually turn your entire Facebook friends list into your personal affiliate army. Check this out. On every social media platform you have, everywhere you have an audience, post something along the lines of, hey, want to make a cheeky $500? Read below. As you may or may not know, for the last few months, I've been training as a copywriter, working with the niche, and getting some great results for my clients so far. I'm looking for a couple more clients to add to my roster this month, and this is where you come in. Would you happen to know any business owners who might need some help with their copywriting/email marketing? If you're down to introduce me, I'd love to write and send a couple free emails for them to show them what's possible with their list, /website, /funnel, /whatever. And if we end up working together after that, then I'll swing you $500 just to say thanks so you can treat yourself to a nice 5-star hotel for the night. If you have someone in mind, just shoot me a DM and I'll take it from there. Now, please edit this to be in your own voice and insert your own training and experience so we don't have 100 people posting the same thing. Now, if you don't want to offer a cash incentive, you don't have to, but you have to understand that people aren't waking up thinking about sending you referrals. Not even your own mother. If you incentivize them, they are much more likely to do it. And $500 is a number that most people will actually give a shit about enough to go out of their way and refer people to you. And if you're offering something that is recurring in nature, like email marketing for $2,000 a month, for example, then you've made 4 times your money back in 1 month. Not bad. Now, moving on to the 4th and final rung of our warm audience and the main driver behind my infamous Facebook ATM strategy. Remember at the beginning of this video, I talked about how I needed money to do all this cool shit, like move into a 5-star beachfront hotel, build a studio, book a 5-week trip to Europe. So I flicked the on switch on my infamous Facebook ATM client getting strategy and made 100K last month. Well, the 20-minute a day strategy that makes me on average $35K a month from my personal Facebook profile without posting, without DMing strangers or pestering people in groups. How is that even possible? Well, that's exactly what I'm about to reveal, and I have certainly saved the best for last. So if you've fallen asleep, then wake up and pay attention, because this is some incredibly ninja stuff.
Keep up, motherfucker.
The only 2 places I have ever shared this outside of my high-end CMB program are at my friend Morgan Nelson's Dream Out Loud Mastermind, which people paid in excess of $1,000 to attend, and more recently, a 3-hour workshop I hosted live on Zoom, which people paid $197 to attend. All 50 spots were sold out, so there is no way you can access it, not even if you email me begging for access, as many people have.
Nope.
So I'm not going to give you the exact system word for word with all the scripts because that's not fair on everyone who's paid for access, but I will give you the core system so you're free to experiment and work some of those things out on your own. But honestly, this system is so simple, I guarantee you'll kick yourself for not thinking of it first. At its core, the system basically breaks down into 3 simple steps. Number 1, join 7 niche Facebook groups. Number 2, add prospects as friends. And number 3, post on your stories. That is it.
What? What the f?
And before you come swinging those fists at me and destroy the comment section like, but Sean, it's not that simple. All the gurus tell me I have to post in groups 6 times a day and cold DM 100 people with my pitch. Talk shit, get hit, bro. You're a scammer, bro. I'ma tell all my homies, pull up on your crib, throw you out of the window of floor 72 and put that on your story, huh? Dislike, unsub. Well, I did say it was simple, didn't I? But seriously, that is my system. That is it. It is the world's laziest way to land clients, and it totally crushes. I don't even do half of it because I have a VA that adds the friends for me. And I recommend that you do the same. Literally, go to Upwork, hire someone for $4 an hour from the Philippines. And if you think that's slave labor, that's actually an above average salary for most of them. You're gonna join 7 targeted niche Facebook groups full of the exact type of business owners that you wanna write for. So if you chose online fitness coaches, join 7 quality engaged groups full of online fitness coaches. Make sure they're high quality and active, okay, none of these spam fest groups. From there, you're gonna add, or have your VA add, 40 friends a day, 20 in the morning and 20 in the evening. Okay, you wanna split it up so that you don't get flagged and thrown in Facebook jail. Add the people first who are the most active and engaged in the groups, and then you can scroll through the members list and add everyone else afterwards. But before you send any friend requests, look at their profile super quickly, 5-second check to make sure they actually look like a prospect. Now, will everyone accept? No, depends on how well you set up your profile. Maybe half the people will accept. So you're adding 20 new friends a day. That's 600 a month, 1800 after 3 months, 3600 after 9 months, and just after 8 months, you've hit the 5,000 limit. Do you think that if you were friends with 5,000 targeted prospects, you might be able to turn 1 or 2 of them into paying clients? Probably. And that's it, okay? At this stage, we're not gonna slide in their DMs like, how's business, bro? And try and pitch them or any of that sleazy bullshit, okay? We're simply trying to grow our friends list with targeted prospects at this stage. So for everyone who accepts your request, I do recommend starting a simple conversation with them. Just reply to their story or some post that they made, keep it casual and shoot the shit back and forth over a couple of messages about literally anything. We are just trying to build a small connection and tilt the algorithm in our favor because it does show your content more to the people that you've actually talked to in the DMs. Which brings us to the third and final step, number 3, posting on your stories. Now, first of all, why stories? Like, why not post on the feed or the groups like everyone else? Well, firstly, because most people posting are flat broke and modeling them is only going to get you the same results. And secondly, you've already tried this and it doesn't work. You spend an hour writing out a beautiful, well thought out, perfectly copyrighted post, sharing your struggles, your lessons, your hero's journey and your eventual success, and the crucial lessons that you took 5 painstaking years just to learn that if they just implement this one email strategy, they'll make millions just like you. You hit post, you check back an hour later, and you hear that? Yeah, that's the sound of exactly no fucks given. And then, to add insult to injury, the next day you post some stupid poll while you're on the toilet about, does pineapple belong on pizza? And you get bloody 100 comments, alright? Like, where the fuck were you guys when I was posting actual valuable shit? Okay, the algorithm is a joke, alright? I have no interest in playing that game. If I wanted to hear a joke, I'd just go and watch a Jackson O'Doherty video, okay? Because they're actually funny. If I take time out of my day to give out free advice, I'm gonna make sure that people see it. And I'm gonna make sure that a percentage of those people who see it become paying clients and pay for the time that it took me to give out that free advice. You think I make these videos for free because I'm a good person? Fuck that, all right? It is 2:30 a.m. on Saturday night. I got a goddamn 7-figure business to run, all right? I got hits to make. I got shows in Europe to play. I want to play Mainstage Ultra Tomorrowland one day. That shit's not gonna happen if I'm just sitting on my ass all day helping broke motherfuckers who aren't gonna do anything with this advice anyway. No, I make these videos because I know a small percentage of people who watch them are serious about their results and their future will conclude that I am the leading expert on this topic and sign up to work with me. Okay, the only reason Hormozi or any of these people put out content is to grow their reach, grow their brand, and make more money. Make no mistake about it. So bringing this back to you, you're out here, you're posting on Facebook, you're getting 2 likes, 1 from your granddad, 1 from that weird stalker chick, and 1 comment, spam. And then Gary V comes along and he says, patience, bro. Your first 1,000 posts aren't gonna get likes. You just need to keep posting, man. Once you made 10,000 posts, then come talk to me, bro. Maybe you can get some likes then. I don't know about you, Gary, but posting once a day, which is a lot, that's gonna take 10,000 days. That is 27 years. That is a full lifetime jail sentence before I am supposed to start making money. Right, I may as well just go murder someone and sit in the can for 27 years, and I'd probably make more progress than posting on Facebook, because at least I won't have to pay for rent or groceries. Which brings me to Facebook stories. So, why Facebook stories? What's all this hype about? If you're like most people, you're probably thinking, hang on, Facebook's crap, but stories? Who the hell even checks Facebook stories? They get even less views than the posts. And to that I say, you are absolutely right. Until you learn how to do them properly, because there is one massive difference between Facebook stories and Instagram stories. And I'm curious if you know what I'm talking about. Pause and comment if you think you know, because out of hundreds of people that I've asked, only one person could get it right. This difference can either be a severe disadvantage, which it is for most people, hence why they get no views on their stories, or it can be a massive advantage that can literally increase your story views by a factor of 10. Can you guess what it is? Well, I'm impatient and I also can't hear you, so time's up. The core difference between Instagram and Facebook stories is that on Instagram, when someone has a new story up, all you can see is their profile picture with a big red ring around it. But on Facebook, it actually shows you a preview of what is in the story, just like a thumbnail on YouTube. Depending what you put in as that first slide, you can 2x, 5x, 10x, I've even had as high as a 22x increase in story views because of what I've put on that first slide. Seriously, I even had one Facebook story get over 2,200 views, which is literally more than the number of friends I had at the time, okay? I don't even know how that works. I want you to think for a second about how powerful this actually is. For free on Facebook, we're able to build an audience of targeted prospects and game the system, literally control the algorithm in our favor to put our story at the front of everyone else's and in front of thousands of target prospects for free. This is literally so OP, it should be illegal.
Yeah, boy.
Now, in terms of what to actually put on the first story slide to get more views, out of respect to everyone who's paid me hundreds or even thousands of dollars to learn this, I'm not gonna show you the real world examples that I showed them, but use your brain, all right? Anything that is eye-catching and attention-grabbing is gonna get more views. Shocked faces, supercars, celebrities, attractive women, bold red text, beautiful scenery, shirtless selfies, people smiling, before and after transformation posts, news headlines, anything out of the box, unusual, or just unordinary. And yes, I can tell you from testing this for the last 6 years that out of all of these, attractive women get by far the most views. It is not even close. So if you're a single dude watching this, like 60% of my audience seems to be, then I do recommend investing in a girlfriend. There's a common misconception that girlfriends are very expensive, which is true, unless you shamelessly use them to 10x your story views and land more clients, in which case they can actually be an asset instead of a liability. I'm a good person, I swear. The key here though is to grab as much attention as you can without blatantly clickbaiting people or just posting bikini models, or people are obviously gonna see through that and you'll cheapen your brand and your reputation pretty quickly, right? You don't wanna be that try-hard guy. So keep it as organic and natural as possible. Like, when you're out to dinner, just snap a quick selfie and put it as the first slide in your story. I know how simple this sounds, but I literally cannot overstate the power of selfies. Okay, they are 100% free. They take 10 seconds and they are a guaranteed 2.5x story views. Now, to give you a rough idea of numbers, if I don't pay any attention to the first slide, I'll usually get something like 60 to 100 views on my Facebook stories, okay? Very low. But if I put a selfie first of me smiling, literally just in front of a white wall, super simple, it is a guaranteed 250 views every single time. And if I use one of the other things that I mentioned before, I regularly get 300, 500, 800, even over 1,000 views on my stories. Again, that I've hand selected and added from groups. So if you take nothing away from this video, but just put a selfie at the start of all your story sequences, you will immediately see an improvement in results. So now that you have their attention, you still need to know what to do with it, because eyeballs mean nothing if they don't turn into clients. So following the attention grabber slide, I call it the tide raiser because it's the rising tide that raises all ships. Ships, in this case, meaning stories. Super simple, you share exactly the same stuff that you share in your Facebook posts. All right, copywriting tips, specific strategies they can implement to grow their business, testimonials, case studies, anecdotes, rants, personal stories, all that great stuff. Whether you type it out as text or you record yourself saying it, like talking head video style, doesn't really matter. Okay, showing your face on camera though will help you build a closer relationship with your audience than text. So talking on video is a skill I highly recommend that you develop. Trust me when I say I know nearly every copywriter on earth is super introverted and terrified of camera, including me when I was starting out. So if you do actually do this, you will immediately stand out and you'll scoop up all the good clients because frankly, copywriters are just too afraid to be on camera. And then at the very end, super important, every 1 to 3 days, you'll want to add a CTA slide to the end with a call to action to DM you. Usually you'll word this something like, I'm looking for 5 niche business owners who want this specific result in the next 30 days, 90 days, whatever. If that's you, DM me the word result and I'll get you all the details. Now you want to tell them exactly what word to DM you because again, thinking is hard, and the more thinking you can remove from the situation, the more likely they are to do what you want. Also, be sure to pick a word that's short, easy to spell, and ideally related to whatever your story was about, right? If you ask people to DM you the word supercalifragilisticexpialidocious, ain't no one gonna fucking DM you.
Ain't nobody got time for that.
And one final super important thing to remember that will really make or break your results is to try your best to make your stories fun and entertaining. I hate to break it to you, but no one is on social media to learn. And if you're honest with yourself, you're not really on YouTube to learn either. Okay, people are on social media, including YouTube, to be entertained. People go to Facebook and Instagram for some cheap entertainment and a quick dopamine hit. And yes, that includes all these millionaire business owners that you look up to. No matter how valuable your tips are, people aren't rolling up to Facebook with a notepad and pen ready to learn, okay? If your shit's boring, they will leave. So you need to make sure it's entertaining or enjoyable for people to consume. Make people feel something, whether it's amusement, anger, adoration, inspiration, jealousy, desire, disappointment, fear, greed, or sadness. The number one sin in marketing is being boring.
Boring.
So bring the audience into it. Tell stories, share your struggles, ask for their opinions, add polls, and try and make it as interactive and interesting as possible. I know this is a lot to take in, all right, but trust me, you do this for a week and it'll be second nature to you. And to see this in action, the easiest way, frankly, would just be to add me on Facebook as a friend and just watch what I'm doing on my stories. Because like I said, I make around 35K a month from this brain dead simple strategy. So that right there is the 80-20, and you could totally stop here if you wanted to, okay? Personally, I hardly ever post on Facebook, at least at the time of filming this, because this story strategy gets me more clients than I can handle. Good problem to have. But if you are struggling for clients and you have a little bit more time, maybe an hour a day, then I 100% recommend that you do also post in groups and on your own profile. But you want to make sure you do it right so that number one, you don't get exiled and banned from all the groups for being a shark. And then number two, you want to make sure that the effort you're spending writing these posts is actually worth it. Remember when I said earlier that you want to join 7 high quality groups? Well, there's actually a very specific reason for that number. The group posting strategy is super simple. Write 7 posts and post 1 post in 1 group per day. All 7 of the groups will get each post once, so your posts will last you a total of 49 days, 7 times 7, before you have to write more. In terms of what to post, you're already in these groups, okay? You've seen these types of posts before. If you open Facebook for 10 seconds and scroll, if you're friends with business owners, if you're in marketing groups, business groups, you see these posts all the time. So I don't really have to tell you what they look like, but essentially the concept is the same as stories, okay? You want to give some sort of specific and actionable tip or strategy that the business owner in the group will find valuable and can immediately implement to start seeing results. You can share ideas that they can use to increase their open rates, click-through rates, conversions on the sales page, tips to improve their checkout page, increase their landing page conversion rate so they collect more emails and higher quality emails, tips to get out of the promo tab, grow their email list, improve their Facebook ad results, tips to improve their funnels and get more people to buy the order bumps and the upsells and the downsells, tips to increase AOV so people spend more when they buy, increase LTV so that people come back and they buy again and again. There is so much that you can talk about. That was exhausting. Just make sure that when you post, you do it with a mentality of actually adding value to the community, not just posting to try and get clients, okay? Trust me, admins can sniff this shit out from a mile away. If you start adding call to actions to work with you or to DM you or any of that shit, you'll be booted out faster than you can say, I'm sorry. So it's best to end your post thanking the admin and giving a call to action to comment if they have any questions. From there, you can actually DM everyone who comments and take the conversation further in a natural, organic way, okay? Not, how's business? But if they asked in the comments like, hey, I have a list of 5,000 people and my email open rates are 10%. My emails keep going to promo and spam. Like, does anyone know how I can fix this? Super easy. Slide in their DMs and say something along the lines of, hey, saw your comment, super frustrating when you take the time to write all these emails and no one reads them. I totally get it. Is this like a new thing or it's been going on for a while? They say, yeah, quite a while. I've tried a bunch of stuff and I haven't managed to fix it. It's super annoying. And you say, yeah, I totally feel your frustration. And you said your list was what? 5,000 people? Yeah, that's definitely quite a bit of money you're missing out on every month. Probably in the order of 10 to 20K, depending on your price point. And if I can ask, how much are you making from your list on average every month right now? They say around 10K. You go, yeah, dude, I would say 20K is easily achievable if we're able to get your emails in the primary tab and get your open rates above 20% where they belong, then honestly, that alone should double your email sales and revenue. By the way, were you looking to get this fixed now or is it more of like a later thing? They go, nope, this is definitely a now thing. You say, gotcha. Did you want some help with this? They say, sure, it depends how much, blah, blah, blah. You go, hey, I'll tell you what, if you have 30 minutes free on Thursday morning, I can walk you through some ideas on how to fix this. So you can go and either fix it yourself, and depending how bad the issue is, if you want to hire me to just do it for you, then we can talk about that as well, but no pressure to make that happen. Sound fair enough? Sure. You send your Calendly link over, they book, you close them on the phone, and boom. $2,000 a month in your pocket. And it should be a pretty easy close because unlike cold outreach, they made the first move and actually commented on your post and admitted they had a problem and asked for your help. So you have the leverage here. And that's really it for posting in groups, right? For your profile, you do exactly the same type of posts, except given it's your own profile, you can end it with whatever call to action you want, whether that's to DM you or comment if they want further help. And in terms of exactly what to say in the DMs to book a call and then how to close them on the phone, all that good stuff, we will cover that in the upcoming videos in this series. But for now, it is time for you to start posting. So action steps from this module, as my camera is about to die, very convenient timing, super simple. Number 1, join 7 targeted groups. Number 2, start adding 40 friends a day, 20 in the morning, 20 in the evening. DM everyone who accepts and start a friendly, casual conversation. Number 3, start posting on your stories with that tide raiser slide so you're getting hundreds of targeted prospects seeing your valuable tips, testimonials, and call to actions. Now, like I said, you can totally stop there, but if you do have the extra time and you want to move faster, then you can. Number 4, start posting in groups once a day. And number 5, post once a day on your own profile. And that's it. That right there is the Facebook ATM strategy I used to land my first 4 high-paying copywriting clients 6 years ago. It is the same exact strategy I use today to drive a ton of prospects into my pipeline. And I don't even do most of the steps, right? I only do like 2 out of 5, right? It takes me 20 minutes a day and I make an extra 35K a month from this on average. Of course, you're not gonna make that kind of money right away, okay, because you don't have much of an audience yet, but just like a snowball rolling down a hill, as you stay consistent and you keep rolling, okay, you keep showing up every day, pretty soon you'll be an unstoppable avalanche. All right, if you followed everything in this video, you have a Facebook farm primed to start feeding you inbound clients every week. It's gonna take some time to build this up. Don't expect to be rich overnight. But once this starts to snowball, you'll have a never-ending pipeline of hot leads. You will never need to hunt for clients again. But if you're anything like me, you don't want to wait 3 months to start making money. You want clients now. So grab your rifle because we're about to go hunting. Alexa, Light it up.
Subscribe to my YouTube channel, you brokey.
I did not teach her that, I swear. Alexa, what the fuck?
I'm always interested to hear how I can improve. Try saying, I have feedback.
I got some feedback, all right. Moving right along. So whether you found me in some dark corner of the internet and you're wondering if I really can help you land your first high-paying copywriting client for 2K, 3K, or hell, even $5,000 a month, or if you've been in the game for quite some time, you've hit a ceiling and you can't seem to find your next client, this video is for you. Here are 6 simple steps you can take to land your next high-paying copywriting client this month that don't involve sending hundreds of cold emails or spending all day posting in Facebook groups. And they work even if you've never had a single paying client before. So pull out a notepad and pen and let's get stuck in.
Prepare to be written.
Step 1, we are going to make a list of 100 niche businesses that you love to work with. All right, in the beginning, you want to keep things nice and simple. Pick one niche, one service, one type of copy that you'd love to offer that niche. Then build your list of 100 dream clients that you love to work with. Where do you find these clients? I hear you ask. Excellent question. There are so many places to find clients, all right? Instagram hashtags, related accounts, niche Facebook groups are the 3 easiest places to start. And of course, you can always try good old Google search and even ask ChatGPT for a list of top names in any given niche. You just have to bribe it a little bit to care less about privacy. You'll get there in the end. Of course, if you want to be more advanced, you can use databases and scraping tools like Apollo, LinkedIn Sales Nav, Store Leads, and run a cold email campaign with Instantly or Lemlist. But for the purposes of this video, I'm trying to keep this simple and 100% free. I'll cover automated outreach in an upcoming video. So let's say, for example's sake, that you want to write for fitness coaches, all right? So what I would do, I would jump straight on Instagram and I would search for hashtags like online trainer, online PT, online fitness coach, weight loss coach, bodybuilding coach, muscle building, weight loss for men, weight loss for women, looking for accounts with really anywhere between 10K and 1 million followers, all right? And yes, I'm aware that is a huge range, but you have to realize that followers, of course, isn't always an accurate indicator of business success. There are people with 1 million followers who are dirt broke, and there are billionaires who don't even have Instagram.
He's out of line, but he's right.
So more important than their follower number is to check and see if it looks like they actually have a legit business, all right? Do they have a link in their bio? Do they sell products and services online? Do they have an email list? Google their name, what comes up, all right? Do they look legit? If so, then every time you find a perfect ideal prospect, follow them, tap the related accounts drop down arrow, and just like that, Instagram will bring up a list of a bunch of similar accounts just like the one you found. So one prospect turned into 20 just like that. I would also check out some niche Facebook groups full of online business coaches and join the top groups that are active and engaged. Now, after that, once you find these people, like what do you do with them, right? You want to add every ideal target prospect you find to a very simple Google sheet, all right? 5 columns. You want name, program/product name, website, their Instagram or Facebook link, and the date last contacted, okay? That is it. Keep it nice and simple. You want to fill this Google sheet with 100 prospects to start, okay? If you can't find 100, try harder. 100 is piss, okay? It's nothing. It'll take you a few hours tops, I promise. And then step 2, you want to join all of their email lists, okay? Use a separate swipe email for this. You don't drown in a magnitude 10 Gmail tsunami, okay? Don't say I didn't warn you. 9 times out of 10, they'll have an opt-in page in their link in bio. Failing that, you should be able to find it with a simple Google search. All right, Google is your friend, all right? It's also free.
Really?
Use it. And if you really can't figure out how to join their email list, just reach out and ask them. Slide in their DMs or email their support, compliment them, and then ask how you can join their list so you can stay in touch and see what they're up to. They or someone on their team will be more than happy to send you their opt-in page. And then wait a few days until you've received some emails from them and you have some ammunition. And then step 3, send them a mafia offer.
aka an offer they can't refuse. Fire up Loom, film a quick 3-minute video and giving them a couple ideas to make more money from their emails or breaking down something specific that they could improve on. Now, as I mentioned in the updated version of my Clients on Command DM cheat sheet that just dropped last week, I prefer to choose things that are clear-cut, black or white, right or wrong for this part. So for example, emails landing in promo, deliverability issues, opt-in page with no fake email protection, default unsubscribe link that enables people to report them as spam, the font size is too small, it's hard to read, the formatting, all that sort of stuff. These things are more black and white, like right or wrong, rather than subjective suggestions like improvements to their copy itself. Because with copy, it's more of a personal preference thing and there's no clear-cut right or wrong way to string a sentence together. So you want to think problems, not suggestions. And as a quick side note, if you haven't yet got your copy of my brand new updated Clients on Command DM cheat sheet yet, it contains a copy-paste script that you can use to land your next high-paying copywriting client. It's 100% free, it's a great companion to this video, and it's waiting for you right now, link in the description. So you want to pick any one problem in their funnel and you want to film a very short 2-minute, maximum 3-minute Loom video for them. All right, one unique video for each prospect. So for the structure of this video, you want to open it with a personal, unique compliment. Then you want to explain that they have a problem. Then you want to show them why the problem is bad and why it will get a lot worse if they don't fix it. And then show them what they need to do to fix it. Not how to fix it step by step. All right, just what they need to do to fix it. So keep it at a high level, show them the what, not the how. And then of course, we want to end the video with a mafia offer, also known as an offer they can't refuse, right? Related to the content in your Loom, and you want to offer to jump on a call to help them fix it. So for example, hey, if you're open to it, I'd love to jump on a quick call and walk you through how to fix X. And if you'd like my help to implement this for you, we can talk about that. But either way, I'm still going to walk you through how to do it as a favor, no strings attached. The key here is that the X part is hyper specific. So for example, you'll help them optimize their abandoned cart sequence, install a high converting welcome sequence, install an unsubscribe automation to improve list hygiene and deliverability, show them how to grow their list faster and cheaper than running Facebook ads, get them primary inboxing, aka get them out of spam or promo tab, change the unsubscribe link to turn unsubscribers into buyers, build them a lead list of targeted leads, optimize their landing page to increase conversions, or anything else, right? The main point is that it's something super specific that they really want. Something quick and actionable that they can see immediate results with. Kind of like the cheat sheet I mentioned earlier with the copy paste script, right? It has that instant big results with very low time, effort, and sacrifice. Sexy, I need it now type of appeal. That's what you're going for here. If you're offering people general services like email marketing or Facebook ads, that's just not gonna cut it in 2024 and beyond. I'm sorry. Those are generic commodities that are not specific enough to get people to want to book a call. Remember, people don't want email marketing, okay? They don't want Facebook ads. They want the results that those services can bring. So sell the outcome, not the mechanism. Now, in case that all went way over your head and you want a concrete example of what this Loom looks like in practice, this right here is an email that I got from a gentleman named Alex Edwards, who is the only person ever in history to cold email me and get me on the phone and buy something. I'm not hard to sell to. If I want something, I'll buy it, but I am fucking difficult to get on the phone, right? I hate phone calls with anyone, even my own mum. So hats off to Alex for this, very impressive. And this right here is the exact video that he used to get me on the phone.
You just have to give me 2 seconds, Sean, I'm just vibing. Woo! Alrighty, enough of that. Sean, my name's Alex. We've spoken very briefly online before, and I've just got your email up here, and I wanted to show you a quick way that I can help you to reduce your spam complaints and also profit from people who click unsubscribe. Now, I've got one of your emails up here, as I've said, and if we jump down to the unsubscribe section, first of all, this last sentence cracks me up, so well done. But let's click unsubscribe. Now, what it does is it takes us to the generic active campaign unsubscribe page. And what this page means for you is it means that people have the chance to report you as spam or abuse. Now, we obviously don't want that because that completely fucks your email deliverability. And the more people click that, the more likely you're going to end up in spam or get booted off your ESP completely, which we don't want. So what I've got a strategy that I would love to implement for you. It's totally done for you, hands-free, where you can reduce your spam complaints by not giving people the chance to report you. Obviously, they can do it in other ways, but this is the most common way that people report someone's email as spam or abuse. We don't want to give people the chance to do that. So I've got a way to stop people from being able to do that and also profit from those people who click unsubscribe in the first place. Just because somebody clicks unsubscribe, it doesn't mean that they don't want to buy from you. It just means they don't want your emails. Two very, very different things. So I would love to set this up for you, have it completely hands-free, and allow you to obviously keep your list healthy, but also profit from people who you otherwise would never have heard from again. So if you're interested in that, I'd love to chat for 5-10 minutes, see if it's suitable for you. If not, and you want to just tell me at the end of it, Alex, fuck off, that's cool. I'm going to tell you how to do it anyway so that you can do it yourself. I would just love to implement this completely hands-free for you, so that you don't even have to worry. You can just start profiting from people who wanted to piss off anyway. So if you're keen, hit reply and let's tee up a quick time to chat, 5-10 minutes, and we can go from there. Cheers.
There we go. So a couple key takeaways here. Number one, the video is short, under 3 minutes. Please do not send a 20-minute long video. Your prospect is a busy business owner. They will not watch it. Number two, it had a hyper-specific offer, which was turn unsubscribers into buyers. It wasn't saying make more money with email. It was a hyper-specific service within the general service of email marketing. Number three, he led with a unique personal compliment in both the email and the Loom video, where he was talking about a recent track that I had released. So it shows that he clearly did his research to know that I'm a DJ and a music producer. Number four, the whole angle was very curiosity heavy copy with a really big info gap. He never revealed how to do it. He just talked about the implications of not solving the problem and the opportunity on the other side of what's possible if I did solve the problem. And then number five, he positioned the call itself as being valuable. And this is super key. I believe his exact words were, I will show you how it works. And if you want my help setting it up, then we can talk about that. And if at the end of it, you want to tell me, Alex, fuck off, I'm not interested, then I'm still gonna tell you anyway. And that right there for me was the moment where in my head, I went, okay, this guy knows his shit, let's book a call. And then last but not least, not to be overlooked, he also had excellent tonality in the video, right? Strong, certain, decisive delivery with a crystal clear call to action at the end. That is how you do an outreach video. And that brings us to step number 4, book a call and close them on a trial. Getting high-level business owners on the phone is by far the most difficult part of the entire client getting process. So if you've managed to achieve this, even by offering to help fix part of their funnel for free, congratulations, you have done the hardest part. Closing them on a free trial should actually be quite easy at this point if they were intrigued enough to even book a call with you in the first place. You've already led with a giving hand and you've demonstrated that you know your shit. From here, you want to offer them a free 7-day trial on the condition that they let you use their results as a case study, assuming they're happy with the results. And by the way, feel free to skip the trial and go straight for the close if you're more experienced, you have some solid case studies under your belt. But of course, this video is more directed at beginners. And by this point, your foot is now firmly in the door and you're only one baby step away from the bank. Which brings us to step 5, knock it out of the park. Once you get a prospect on trial, knock their socks off by providing so much value that they treasure you like Gollum treasures his precious.
Not listening. Not listening.
The key here is to make sure that the emails you write are sent out, okay? Do not just deliver them in a Google Doc and hope that they get sent out. The deal here is that they, or you, send out the emails so you can use the results as a case study, right? That is the only reason you're doing this for free, remember. So go above and beyond to deliver the best results that you possibly can, make them more sales in 1 week than they've ever made. The conclusion at the end of 7 days needs to be, holy shit, I need you on my team right now. That's what we're going for here. And if you can make them at least an extra 5 to 10K in that first week, it's pretty easy to justify a $2,000 to $3,000 a month retainer after that. And hell, if you crush it hard enough, they might even end up referring you to their friends, which means you end up with 2 clients instead of 1, which is always a nice bonus. So now all that's left is to lock in the deal. And that brings us to step 6. Make the ask. If you've done a great job in the trial, then it's only logical that they should want to continue working with you on an ongoing basis. So here's how to make the transition from free trial to 3K a month retainer. So first, you want to book in a 30-minute results review call with them to show them under the hood so they can keep getting results just like you got them in the first week. You go over the results together and then you present them with 2 options. Option 1, go back to doing it themselves and likely the same results they were getting before they met you. Or option 2, my preferred option, hire you for $3,000 a month to write and send a daily email for them so they can keep getting results similar to the trial week, every week, forever, without having to lift a finger or push a button. So they get a 10 to 20x ROI from their emails while also freeing up a bunch of time to focus on higher leverage CEO stuff, as they should be. Put the ball in their court and let them choose. If you've done a great job in the trial, then you should find that at least 1 out of 3 prospects agree to start paying you. So when they agree, take the payment upfront, set up auto monthly billing with Stripe, send over an agreement, and boom! Slam dunk! Just like that, you, my friend, have landed your first high-paying retainer client. Give yourself a pat on the back, crack open a bottle of champers, and toast to yourself because you have just accomplished what 99% of dreamers and talkers never will. You have made money online. You are now no longer a spectator. You are now on the field. You're playing the game. You are officially a freelance copywriter. Congratulations. Call your mom, tell her the news, and then take her out for lunch because let's be honest, she deserves it. So take a moment to pause, smile, savor the moment, and then do it all again. Go above and beyond to deliver incredible results for your new client. And then why not ride this wave of momentum all the way to $10,000 a month and beyond? Which brings us to bonus step number 7, rinse and repeat. After you've crushed it for your new client, you've asked them for a referral to a similar business owner friend of theirs, then simply repeat steps 1 to 6. Except this time, you want to leverage your new testimonials and results to land your next client. So in those cold DMs to new prospects, you want to show them all the amazing results that you've got for your past and your present clients. And because you now have proof, your second, third, fourth, fifth client will come so much faster and easier, I promise. That first one is the hardest by far. So if you've managed to land at least 1 high-paying client, I firmly believe you are already halfway to 6 figures. Because after that first one, everything is just exponential, all right? You'll see. And that's all you have to do, all right? Just repeat the same exact process until you're making 6 figures. That's the game. And then of course, we can't forget the most important step of all, step 8, which is for you to flick me a message once you do hit 6 figures so we can celebrate you. Now, is this the world's best client getting strategy? No, right? Obviously, we have more effective strategies inside of CMB, but it's free and it works, especially for newer copywriters. And it's probably a hell of a lot better than whatever you're doing right now, which is most likely Upwork, Facebook groups, or the good old hope and pray strategy. Remember, the hardest client you will ever sign is your first one, and you won't land your first client until you book your first call, and you won't land your first call until you send your first message. So I want you to get the ball rolling ASAP and send your first outreach message today, right now, after watching this video. You don't have to be perfect, you just have to start. But having said that, if you do want a ginormous advantage over other copywriters, you'll definitely want to get your hands on my updated Clients on Command DM cheat sheet. The original version of this cheat sheet has been downloaded over 20,000 times. It has become so popular, in fact, that people are now getting replies like, "Sean taught you well," which is funny. So to stay ahead of the curve, I decided to do my yearly update a couple months early and drop the new version now. Not only did I update the script to be even more effective based on what I've seen crush it for my students lately, but I added a very simple follow-up script with an irresistible offer to get clients to actually want to book a call with you, which, as we said, is the hardest part. And a no-brainer deal structure that makes closing those clients easier than shooting dead fish in a cereal bowl. Where do I come up with this shit? Plus a cheeky surprise bonus training at the end. Now, judging from past numbers, around 5,000 clients will use this exact script
over the next 12 months. And given the copy-paste nature of the script, it is definitely an early bird gets the worm type of situation. So if you'd like to get your hands on it before I launch it publicly and crank my ad spend into outer space, you'll want to grab a free copy from the link in the description right now.
Woof! We're getting into the real juicy stuff now. You've got your list, you've learned how to build mafia offers and even how to write outreach emails that don't suck. But none of that matters if you don't know how to actually get in front of the right people. Business owners who are actively spending money, running ads, building funnels, and ready to hire a copywriter like you. So in this next video, I'm going to show you how to find high quality leads, scrape verified emails, and reach out like a trained sniper using the exact templates and tools that built my 6-figure client roster. Let's go get some clients. In this video, I am going to give you the exact step-by-step breakdown of how to land your very first high-paying copywriting client, how to get to 5K a month, 10K a month, 15K a month. I'm going to walk you through exactly where to find high-quality prospects who are willing and ready to hire a copywriter, exactly how to scrape their emails, and exactly what to say, how to reach out to them. I'm going to give you exact scripts in extreme detail, nothing held back. And the best part is all of this is done for completely free, all revealed right here for free in my long-awaited part 5 of my 0 to 10K a month copywriting series.
Thank you.
Let's address the elephant in the room, okay? Can you believe it's been a whole week already?
What?
Crazy. Time flies when you're having fun. Lesson learned, maybe I should not try and start a free course the day before I go overseas for my first international tour. Yes, it has been 9 months since part 4. I'm sorry, this is also free, and I'm busy, and I have a life. Sue me. But I promise you, this video was worth the wait. The source that is in this video that I'm gonna be sharing with you is literally worth more than most $1,000 courses. What? And I can say that because it is directly pulled from my CMB program. That's right, I'm giving you an entire hour-long module from my paid, high-ticket, flagship, industry-leading CMB program. This is cutting-edge stuff on how to land clients for free. So quickly to recap the 4 parts, because there's a slight possibility in the last 9 months you maybe don't remember everything step by step.
Huh?
By this point, you now know where to learn the skill of copywriting for free and paid routes. You're set up on socials with your card website, your portfolio. Everything is ready to rock. You've got your Facebook farm up and running. You're ready to roll. And if you've been doing that consistently every day, you've started to grow your own audience on Facebook and you're starting to get inbound clients at this point. So if you have not watched part 1 to 4, I need you to pause this right now, go back, watch those parts, then come back to this.
A few moments later.
Because in this video, we are going over the most powerful money-making part of the entire process, that is how to do outreach correctly. As we know, there are only 2 ways that you can get clients. That is going to be farming and hunting. Either clients can come to you or you can go to them. Now, in the beginning, given no one knows who the hell you are, it's pretty unlikely high-paying clients are going to fall into your lap. And so we need to be proactive, we need to put ourselves out there, and we need to reach out. And in this video, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. And when it comes to doing outreach to get clients, there are 3 main approaches that we can take that I teach, and those are going to be the engineer, the sniper, and the heavy. If you've ever played Team Fortress 2, you know what's up. When I say sniper, I mean super hyper-targeted outreach. This is only reserved for whale clients that you really want to work with. I teach a method called the WOW package, which basically guarantees that you get your message in front of them. I've already covered that in depth on another video. I'll link to it right above so you can go check it out. The second way we can get clients is on the complete opposite end of the spectrum. That is going to be fully automated outreach. Using a series of clever softwares and tools and systems, we can put everything I'm talking about in this video today on autopilot. You set it up once, set and forget, and you can literally wake up to calls booked in your calendar every single day from high-level business owners who are looking to hire a copywriter. And then it is literally a matter of getting on the call and closing them. It does not get easier than that. However, that strategy does require a little bit of money, a couple $100 a month for all the softwares, and it does also work better when you do have a little bit of credibility and proof under your belt. So for those reasons, we're going to talk about all of that in the next video. What I'm going to focus on right here today in this video is exactly how to do manual outreach, personalized outreach that is extremely effective, will get you super high reply rates with strategies that I've never seen anyone else talking about, and they just flat out work. So if you have no money and you want to make a lot of money, this is the video to watch. Make sure you watch the entire thing, take notes, stick around until the end, because I'm going to go super in depth, nothing held back, all my cards on the table.
Are you serious?
And in fact, because I am once again traveling, I have a flight in an hour and I don't have time to re-explain the entire thing here. I've just pulled an all-nighter filming this training for my paying clients and customers in CMB. I am going to hook you up big time and I'm going to give you the exact training that I just filmed for my paying CMB and Resistance members who paid me thousands of dollars to learn this stuff. The only difference, the only thing you need to pay attention to is throughout the video, I will be referencing the previous module where we talked about the automated outreach machine. That is because in CMB, it comes first. In this free series on YouTube, that is going to be the next module. Okay, so whenever I say previous module or automated outreach machine, I'm talking about the next module that I'm going to film for you in somewhere between a week and 9 months from now. So if you appreciate the insane free value, drop a like, drop a sub, and let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, it is 6:46 a.m. I am leaving for the airport in 1 hour, and in typical fashion, no, I have not yet slept, but I did promise I would have this module done before I travel, and my word is my bond, so here we are. Module 5.8, personalized outreach, the final module of CMB, the piece de resistance. Let's get into it. Let's talk about how do we actually manually reach out to people. We've talked about automation. We've talked about how to scrape bulk leads, how to set up the automated outreach machine and email thousands of people at a time on autopilot. But there is one more very important element of outreach. There's one more very important strategy we have not yet covered in depth, and that's exactly what we're going to do here today. So, reminder, on the spectrum of outreach, we have on the far left, automated, which is extremely low effort. It's lower reply rates, but it's basically fully hands-off. That is the engineer approach. That is what we've just spent the last few modules covering, very in-depth. On the complete polar opposite end of the spectrum, we have the sniper approach, which is the WOW package, which is actually the next module, but I've already uploaded that, as you know. So that is super high effort, super personalized, and that is really for the big dogs, the whale clients, the people who you really want to work with. Somewhere in the middle falls our third character. We've had the engineer, we've had the sniper. This is the heavy. So this is all about sending personalized emails and DMs. It is free or very cheap. It is somewhere between super high volume and it's somewhere between super targeted. It's basically about volume and pumping out as many bullets as possible, as this picture alludes to. So let's get into the pros and cons. The pros of this heavy strategy: it is pretty much free or very cheap. You also get to select who you want to actually target, who you want to work with, and you'll find you'll get much higher response rates than the automated approach because we're going after people one at a time, right? It's personalized. Now, the cons of this obviously is that it is 100% manual. This takes sweat equity. This will take work, okay? So it's not as scalable as the automated outreach machine. You will have to do the boring work to make this happen, right? Just gonna preface that right now. However, you can delegate a lot of this to a VA for like $3 to $4 an hour, as I'll show you in this module as well. So who is this for? Really, this is for you if you want to hand select exactly who you want to target. It is for you if you are balling on a budget and you have time, but you have no money. Okay, if you have money, automated approach is probably the best if you're time poor. This is the opposite. So if you have time but no money, or third, if you're a beginner, I would highly recommend that you start here, as the other strategies really work a lot better when you're sending WOW packages or when you're sending the automated outreach. They work so much better when you do have some actual experience and some proof and some case studies to talk about in your emails. So in order to get those, obviously we need to get clients first. And I think this is the best way you can go about getting that first client of yours, so you can actually get some proof, some case studies, and then you can leverage some of the more advanced strategies that we have. Cool. So at its core, this really involves 4 key steps: prospecting, scraping emails, reaching out, and then following up. So let's get into all of those in detail right here, right now. Step 1, prospecting, everyone's favorite activity in the world, I know. So there are dozens of places to search for ideal target prospects. This is nothing new, okay? The most obvious, Google search, right? Search for businesses that are in your niche. YouTube search, especially if you're working with course creators, coaches, consultants, that sort of thing. LinkedIn search, another great one. Niche Facebook groups, we covered that to death in module 4 when we talked about the farming strategy. Job board Facebook groups, very specific type of Facebook groups where people post jobs and the whole purpose is that you can apply for the jobs, right? Another great one is to actually ask ChatGPT for suggestions on where to find people in your niche. This is a strategy that Alex Sukala, one of our success stories, he actually is our current record holder for fastest 0 to 10K a month. He went from 0 to 10K a month in 24 days, beating Luca's record of 25 days. And this is one of the key approaches that he used. So he literally went to ChatGPT and he said, hey, I'm looking for business coaches. Where can I find them? And ChatGPT literally just spat out a list and said, here's where to find top tier business coaches, and gave Alex a bunch of ideas. Likewise, if you're savvy enough, you can even actually ask ChatGPT for an actual lead list of names and contact information if you give it enough convincing. Now, we have the prompt somewhere in the bonus section, members area of CMB, but essentially all you need to say is like, hey, can you build me a lead list of business coaches and let me know their publicly available emails and social media profiles and put it all in a table, and can you give me 50? It'll probably come back and say, oh, I can't do that because of privacy, blah, blah, blah. You just have to cajole it a little bit, convince it enough times that it's okay because they're public emails, and eventually it will bow down to you and it will agree and it'll give you a list, okay? ClickBank is another phenomenal marketplace. So if you go to ClickBank, it is essentially a giant marketplace full of courses, programs, that sort of thing. It's used by affiliates to promote top offers. Basically, it's just full of direct response marketers in a whole bunch of different niches. So you can go over here to the affiliate section, you can go ClickBank top offers, and then it'll literally show you all of the top offers in every single niche you could possibly imagine: health, fitness, golf, survival, weight loss, supplements, sports, self-help, home and garden, e-business, cooking, pets, spirituality, dating, beauty, you name it. It'll show you the top 10 offers in all of those spaces. Now, one thing I can guarantee is if they're a top 10 offer on ClickBank, they are making fucking money, okay? And they're also very deep into digital marketing, which means they have a funnel, means they're sending emails, they're playing the game, okay? So those are gonna be top tier clients. Next, LinkedIn job search. Now, this is funny, but a lot of people actually don't know about this feature of LinkedIn. If I search for the term, let's say copywriter, usually this is set to all, and you will simply find people who are copywriters or whatever in their bio, but there's all these tabs up here. You can literally go to jobs and it will show you people who are actively looking to hire copywriters. That's pretty cool, right? And you can also go in here, you can type in email marketing manager, not email list manager, okay, email marketing manager. That is the name of this particular job. And you'll see everyone is looking to hire. You'll probably find a lot of people here that are looking to hire for 60 to even 120K a year or more. And you can even negotiate them to do it on a freelance basis. So that's a great place to search as well. Last but not least, I thought I'd mention this because a lot of people don't think to actually do this, or they don't know that these sites exist. Job board sites. There are a ton of these out there. I did spend a few hours looking at all of the top ones, going through them, disqualifying the ones which I didn't think were top tier, and just gave you the list of the best ones that are out there. So these all have their different pros and cons. They all work slightly differently, but I've given you a whole list there. You can go check all of them out. And these are sites where people hire copywriters from. Most of them are all free. There are a couple that are paid, like this one down here. You're not gonna get super high paying clients from these job boards. Okay, I'm gonna be upfront right now. But if you are looking to get your very first client, you don't have any experience yet, you don't have any proof, testimonials, you have nothing, okay, you're just starting, I definitely recommend jump on these sites and see if you can land a paying client of any kind. I don't care how low paying it is, get your feet wet, okay? Get your foot in the door, make $1, a single dollar, $10, $100, $1,000 online, okay? As soon as you make some money, you are now no longer a spectator, you're no longer a civilian watching from the sidelines, you are officially a freelancer. Congratulations, you've moved up a rank. You can then leverage that experience, those case studies, testimonials in your outreach, which we're going to be talking about, to get more clients, right? And it'll also help you build enormous confidence as well. It'll help you get the experience. You're working with real world businesses, you're getting the feedback, and you'll learn so much more than any course, even ours, which is the best out there by far. But you'll learn so much more from being in the trenches than you will from theory, okay? So highly recommend it. A great place to start, and you might potentially get some decent clients. Alternatively, just as I mentioned with the LinkedIn job search, you can go right here to any of your traditional job searching sites like Seek, Indeed, Craigslist, and search for those two terms again: copywriter, scriptwriter, email marketing manager, email copywriter, ad copywriter, whatever particular skill that you have that you're looking to offer. Try a bunch of different search terms and you'll probably find a lot of jobs that are listed for around 60 to 100K a year. Now, bear in mind, these are full-time jobs. The whole idea you got into this is to not have a job. I understand that. We're trying to ditch your 9 to 5. We're trying to replace it with freelancing income. However, what you can actually do is apply and you can pitch these people essentially on why it would actually be cheaper for them, more efficient to work with a freelancer instead of a full-time employee, right? So maybe they're looking to pay someone 100 grand a year, where you can say, hey, I will operate remotely as a freelancer. I'm happy to jump on meetings or whatever you want me to do, but my rate is only 5K a month, which is only 60K a year instead of the 100K a year that you're going to pay someone to be here full-time in-house. Not to mention, if you're going to hire a full-time employee, you have to pay all these taxes, have all these guarantees. You know, you can't fire them straight away if they're underperforming. You have to pay the superannuation, the 401k, like all this inefficiency. I personally don't have any employees. I only hire contractors for this reason. It's just a lot more efficient. It works out to be cheaper, better for everyone. So you can pitch them on that as well, see if they're open to it. Cool. Now, having said all that, I think that's the obvious places to start. We can do better, right? You join this program for better. So my 2 favorite places to find high quality prospects for free: number 1, Facebook ads library. Number 2, Instagram. So let's talk about it. The first one here, why Facebook ads library, why I think it's so great is because these leads are generally higher quality because they've actually invested money into ads, right? They're actively investing money into growing their business. They're serious about growth. They have a proven funnel they're spending money on every day. We're going to go straight over to Facebook ads library. If you didn't know about this, welcome. This is Facebook ads library. So Facebook keeps track of every single ad run by every single advertiser on Facebook, which is like millions of them. This is a publicly accessible database that anyone can access. So what we can do is we can just search for keywords that your target prospects would use in their ads, okay? So put yourself in the shoes of your prospect for a second and just think, hey, if I was running ads for my business, you know what, fuck it, let's do golf. So you're just gonna select all. If you wanna select like United States, make sure it's a tier 1 country or something like that, that's totally fine. Now, obviously, this is super general. We're going to find everyone from people who are selling golf clothing, apparel, golf clubs, golf courses, golf retreats, everything and anything, right? So we probably want to narrow this down a little bit more into golf coaching, or you could even type in keywords like improve your swing, whatever search terms that you think your prospects would be using, okay? You can experiment with a whole bunch of stuff in here. Right here, we can see this is obviously some sort of golf coaching program or company. Tired of feeling sore after golf, feeling stiff and tight, not hitting the ball as far as you'd like, right? So if that's your ideal target prospect, if you were going after golf coaches, if you decided that is my niche, that's who I'm going to go for, then right here, Facebook's going to serve you up on a silver platter, everyone who is running ads in that space. So very simple. We're just going to click on their page. This will take you to their Facebook page, and we're just going to learn a little bit more about them. These guys have made it super fucking easy for us. Thank you very much. Usually it's a lot harder to find their email. We've just skipped like 10 steps, but beautiful. The email's right there in the bio. Most times it won't be. That's totally fine. We're just looking to do a little bit of digging here. We want to find like, what is their website? What are they about? Do they look like a real qualified target prospect? Yes or no? I just set the filter to be US because I was getting a ton of German ads just then. So we'll just use this one as an example here. Golf Wolf, Golf Tees. Click that. It's going to take us to their Facebook page. We can see what they're about. We're just going to click shop now, click the link of the ad or whatever the call to action is. This is going to take you usually to their website or their funnel or something like that. And we're simply just going to take a look around, see if we can find their contact info, maybe their email, their website, their social media. Even better if we can find out who the founder is, because then we can scrape their email from LinkedIn using some clever tools. So we'll come back to this in a second. But essentially, all we're looking to do here is just do a little bit of digging, and we want to opt into their list. We want to add their site, their socials, and the founder name to our CRM spreadsheet, which I'll show you in a second. And then we're going to use all of this information later to actually find their email using some clever tools, okay? For the moment, we're just prospecting. We're just trying to find people. So that's the first place, Facebook Ads Library. I think it's great. Second place is going to be Instagram. The process for Instagram is pretty simple. I think Instagram is one of the absolute best places to find prospects, especially if you're going after personal brands, coaches, consultants, that sort of thing. They're all on Instagram and it's phenomenal. So first step is obviously to search for prospects. So we're going to jump on into the menu bar and we're simply going to search. Now, there's a couple of different ways of searching. We can either do it via keywords. So that would simply mean jumping into search, and sticking with the example of golf, we will type in golf coaching or golf coach. That would be an example of keywords, right? So business coach, fitness coach, dating coach, gym, golf, pet stores, e-com, survival, prepper, beauty, fashion, whatever your niche is, that's what you're going to search into Instagram, okay? That's the first way of searching. And then it will come up obviously with a whole ton of different profiles here. The other way that you can search is by hashtags. So for example, if we wanted business coaches, if that's your niche, have a think again, once again, put yourself in the shoes of your target prospects. If I was making posts for myself, what would I be using as hashtags? Probably stuff like business coach or business coaching or business advice or grow your business or ecom coach or make money online if they're into BizOp, right? Or work from home. If you were fitness coaches, they'd probably be using hashtags like online fitness coach or online PT or online trainer. You get the idea, right? Now, if you're struggling to think of what these hashtags and keywords might be, then here's a great prompt that you can chuck into ChatGPT, courtesy of my friend Jay. Shout out Lee Gen Jay, runs a tremendous YouTube channel about anything and everything to do with prospecting, outreach, getting clients, cold email, all that good stuff. Highly recommend you subscribe. He is an absolute G, one of the best in the game. Anyways, this is his prompt. So throw this straight into ChatGPT and you essentially say, hey, your goal is to understand my customer avatar based on the information below, blah, blah, blah. There's the prompt. Put in your industry, job title, company size, details about some avatar, right? Tell it who to look for. And then it will basically spit out some examples. So here I am in ChatGPT with the prompt, threw it in there, said industry, online pet stores. Job title is going to be the founder. We want the head honcho, right? Company size 1 to 30, details about the avatar. They're a well-established pet e-com store and they sell a range of pet products. They need an email copywriter to write their emails. So we'll throw that in there. We'll see what ChatGPT comes up with. Yes, I have trained it to call me Lord Ferres, okay? Technically, I did buy 1 square meter of land in Scotland, Highland titles, which technically enables me to call myself a lord. Anyways, not relevant. So, top 3 hashtags that it just gave me are hashtag pet supplies, pets of Instagram, and pet care. Those are 3 I probably wouldn't have thought to use, so it's really cool that it's come up with those. So now if I was looking for the owners of these pet e-com stores, I could simply throw in hashtag pet supplies into Instagram. And then look at that, there's nearly 1 million posts with that hashtag. That is a lot of prospects. So step 2 of what we're trying to do here is to find an ideal target prospect. Now, in my opinion, a ideal target prospect is going to be someone who has a decent following. Okay, it doesn't have to be massive, but generally anywhere from like 10K to 1 million is okay. That pretty much means they're established. They have solid engagement. Okay, so if they have 1 million followers and 3 likes on every photo, something's obviously wrong there. Link in their bio to some type of funnel. To me, this is probably the most important thing. It means they're actually selling something. They're doing some sort of digital marketing. And then they have an email list. So we're going to scroll through here. We're going to try and find one of these ideal prospects. Now, for whatever reason, there seems to be a lot of people using the hashtag pet supplies that are just not prospects. This one obviously is a product, right? So this is going to be an actual store, which I'm assuming is selling petware. Now, they do have a very low following, but this is e-com. So at the end of the day, how many e-com brands do you really follow? Not that many. So they probably don't have much of a following, but they may still be a decent sized business. So we're going to go here. We're going to click on the link in their bio. We're going to go to their website. We're going to check it out and we're going to see if it looks like it could be a client. I think so. If I was wanting to write for pet e-com stores, this looks like a pet e-com store, right? So I think I would go ahead and I would add this to my list. We're going to try and find the founder. We're going to try and find their email, and we'll go over all of that in just a second. For the time being, what we want to do is we want to go ahead to this Google Sheets CRM, good old Google Sheets. We don't need anything fancy. This is one that I just made for everyone in TMB. You're welcome to make a copy of this, use it however you like, okay? So very simple. The name, you can have store name, and then we're going to add another column to the right, which is actually going to be founder name. What is the role? So in that case, probably the CEO or CXO or whatever it is. Then we have company/program. Okay, I said program because in case they're a coach. Email, we're going to fill this out in a second. Don't worry, I'm going to show you how to get their email. Website, Instagram, personalized icebreaker. This is something that we are going to fill in based on any information that we've seen. So I'll show you how this all compounds on itself and how it comes together later. But anything that jumps out at you, for example, this post, it's funny, 21 hours ago. Okay, so that was today. So for example, personalized icebreaker, I could just jump in here and type in something as simple as that Instagram post with the dog teeth cracked me up so hard, haha, couldn't stop watching. You throw it in a cold email, that's going to show them straight away. This is not some automated, templated bullshit. Okay, this is actually an email from a human being to another human being. You actually saw the post. They're going to know that, they're going to appreciate it, and you're going to get so many more replies. Okay, so you can pick out anything from their socials, any posts they've made, anything that's on their story, anything that's in their bio that sticks out, anything that's on their website that sticks out. Literally anything. It does not matter. The whole point is that we're just picking something that is specific to them and only them. Okay, that's what we want to do there. Now moving along, IMGBB link. I'll explain this in a little bit. This is if you're using personalized images. So there's a website that basically you can generate these funny images of people. So you can slap their face on $100 bills, slap their face on the front cover of Forbes, all that sort of thing, which we'll go over in a second. And then what you're going to do to actually use that is you're going to Google their picture, upload the picture into this. It takes like 30 seconds. Then slap the face on the front cover of one of these magazines. You can get really creative, have a lot of fun with it. I have a whole list as a bonus module where I just brainstormed like 20 or 30 different ideas that you can use with this site for funny outreach angles. If you do want to use those, there is a free image hosting site. It's called IMGBB, and you can upload all of your images into there, and it will give you an embed link. And that embed link you can put inside the email, and it will literally put that image inside of the email, not as an attachment where it won't actually be like an image file. So it's not going to register on any spam triggers or anything like that. It's just going to be embedded straight into the email, which is really cool. So that's what that column is for. Next, follow-up date. This is really important. We are going to always follow up. I recommend following up at least 4 times, up to about 8 times, okay? The money really is in the follow-up. And I recommend following up every 3 days. So if you email them on Monday, the next follow-up is Thursday. The next follow-up after that would be Friday, Monday, Tuesday, the next week, okay? So let's say today, Saturday, 16th of March. So I would simply say my next follow-up, Wednesday, the 20th or whatever the hell, right? Whatever that date is. These tick boxes, very simple. When you send your first outreach message, tick the box. When you send your next outreach message, tick the box. So then you know where you're up to in your sequence and you can keep track, okay? Tracking is very important. I can assure you, when you have this filled out with like 300 people, you are not going to be able to mentally track of who is who and where is where. And it's going to be a nightmare, okay? Put them all on a sheet, make life easy for yourself. If you want to send an 8 email sequence, simply just add more columns to this, okay? The next bit over here, I can't scroll for some reason, so I'm just going to zoom the fuck out and we're just going to have to zoom in here. So this is like replied on email 3. So when you do get a reply, note down which email, which outreach message did they reply to, because you're going to look for patterns, you're going to look for trends, and you're going to notice, hey, everyone seems to be responding to email 2 or email 6 or whatever it is in my sequence. That is obviously the one that resonates with them the most. So therefore, you should probably bump that one up and make it the first one in your sequence. There's something in there that's obviously resonated, your offer, your messaging, whatever. Definitely pay attention to that and let's do more of that, okay? Any notes you want to add there, and then status. So this status column here, very simple. It is follow up, replied, Loom video sent, audition call booked, closing call booked, closed, or circle back, okay? So until they have replied, they're going to stay in the follow up status. Once they have replied, you're going to simply set this to replied. Once you send them a Loom video, which is the next step in getting them to book a call, as I explained in module 6, then you're going to select that. Once you've booked them onto an audition call, I recommend doing a 2-call close if you're doing cold outreach, simply because they don't know you from a bar of soap and it's really hard to take someone from complete stranger to 2,000, 3,000 a month, 5,000 a month client in one single call when they don't even know who you are, okay? So generally I recommend doing this over 2 calls, especially because the Loom video promises the first call, which is like 10 minutes and you explain how to do something. And then really you want to book them in for a proper prescription call, which is where you actually close them. Okay. So that's where you book the second one. Boom. If you close them, congratulations. You now have money in your account. You're amazing. You're going to mark them as closed, pat yourself on the back, celebrate, buy a bottle of Dom, run around your house and scream, whatever you got to do. Right. And then if they don't close, basically, they're going to stay in circle back. And then what you're going to do, set this follow-up date to be 3 months from today. Okay, so if you have a call with them, any conversation, if they say now's not a good time, don't just burn them. Okay, we went to so much effort to find these leads. You want to circle back 3 months later. Hey, checking in. How's it been going? You mentioned last time you're stuck at 10K a month. You wanted to get to 50K. How have you been progressing? Are you 50K yet, right? Now you have leverage because they're still in the same fucking place, right? And that's now it's like, well, dude, I had another guy sign up the same week as you. And guess what? Well, he's making 50K now. Could have been you. Should have been you. You should be next. Let's go, right? So that's how to use this CRM. Very simple, very easy. Do not need to overcomplicate it. And you can add, remove, or customize these columns however you like. It is yours to use. Just go File, make a copy, and then do whatever the hell you want with the sheet, okay? So that's step 3. Step 4 is we're gonna engage with their profile, okay? So we wanna like, comment, follow, DM them, and then the wine and dine approach that I mentioned when we did the farming module 4 about Facebook, the same exact strategy applies to Instagram. Okay, in fact, it was originally a strategy for Instagram. So very simple, right? Going back to the Instagram example, I would engage with their page first, obviously before reaching out, because if you just send like a cold DM with 0 engagement to their page, if they have a huge following, they're not going to notice. But for some of these smaller pages, it just seems very unnatural. And it's like, why are you reaching out? You haven't even like engaged with me, right? So it just feels much more organic when you actually take the time, like and comment on a few of your recent posts. You know, lol gets me every time, right? If it's a funny post, write something about that. For this one, it could be something like, OMG, my dog needs this. Doesn't really matter, okay? Just comment something that's like personalized, meaningful. Don't just drop like a fire emoji or something like that. Put a little bit of thought into it. Like, comment some of the recent posts. Follow them. I'm now going to get targeted the fuck out of with animal products, but that's a different story. And then all you're going to do next, very simple, you're going to send them a very basic personalized compliment, okay? So you can simply reply to their story. If they have some sort of a story up, that's the easiest way to do it. Just say something that's related to the story. Okay, so a very basic version would be like, hey, you know, well said, name, massive respect, right? I can't tell you exactly what to say because it depends on the circumstance, right? It's circumstantial. So for something like this, I would probably just pick a random post and I would maybe these pugs or whatever the fuck these dogs are. I don't really know much about dogs, but I would probably just forward this post to them, right? So Honey Boo store or whatever. And then I would literally just type in adorable. What breed is this? Just curious. Something like that, right? It's just a conversation starter. That's the entire point, is just to get them to open so you pass the requests filter and the reply, and then we can take it from there. Then once they do reply, very simple, we're simply going to ask to join their email list, okay? So you can go back and forth a little bit if they're replying, sure. But generally the next message is going to be, hey, by the way, do you have an email list that I can join? I would love to stay in touch and see what you're up to. They're going to send you the opt-in link because who doesn't want more email leads, right? Or if you can't, you know, just find it from their website, join the list. You then want to wait a couple days so you start accumulating emails from them, okay? So you want to use a swipe email for this, obviously. Now, if you don't receive any emails, well, there's ammunition to reach out because it's like, hey, where's my emails? You should be sending emails. This is if you're offering email copywriting, by the way. Very simple. From there, you can send them a loom on email and also Instagram following the template that's in module 6. And essentially all you're saying is like, hey, you know, I joined your list a couple days ago and, you know, actually noticed a couple things that I think you're actively doing to drive away potential customers. No business owner wants to hear this, okay? This is a dagger to the heart. Think about the amount of time and effort and money that they invest in their business, and the thought that they're actively doing something to drive customers away is like so painful. So basically a couple things that you're not doing that I've seen your competitors, like name, right? Name drop some of their competitors, are crushing with. I think if you fix these couple things, you could conservatively add an extra 10 to 30K a month, depending on your list size, with 0 additional work. And then of course, a call to action. Filmed a quick 2-minute video for you here. Let me know your thoughts. Link. Just like that. That is how we do the Instagram portion of this. Now, a quick note about Instagram DM restrictions. This is kind of a new addition in 2024. So a lot of people have this feature on their account where you can only send them one message, and it can be really annoying, especially if you've been through my Clients on Command DM cheat sheet. You know my style. We like the teenage girl texting where it's spontaneous. You send lots of different messages in a barrage rather than one big block, because we know one big block looks preconceived, it looks sleazy, it looks like you're a salesman selling something, but when you rapid fire, generally it comes off a lot more natural and organic. However, because of this new block, we can only send one message. And so if you just DM them, hey, and then you go to send the next one, it's going to block you because you can only send hey. So if that is the case, then you are going to basically have to pack your entire message into just one block of text and then send that. Try to make it as short, compact, sweet as possible. Send it over. Alternatively, what you could do, if they have this feature on, you could try a curiosity invoking hook. So I got this idea actually from my friend Bridget. So she's an OnlyFans girl and she gets pitched by all of these OnlyFans agencies all the time. She put it up on a story because it was really funny. She had like 6 different OnlyFans agencies DM her the exact same script. And it was literally, Bridget, good news and bad news. And she was like, What's the bad news? What's the good news, right? So obviously they must have been learning from some coach or something who taught that, or maybe they were under the same umbrella. I don't know. But I thought that was a brilliant example of a curiosity invoking hook, because let's be honest, if you got that message, you'd want to know what it is. Like, what's the bad news? What's the good news, right? The whole point is we're just trying to get them to open and reply. You can finesse it from there. You can take it from there. You could say, you know, the good news is you guys are one of the best in the industry. The bad news is your DNS records aren't set up properly and your emails are going to promo as a result, right? Make something up. You're clever. You'll figure it out. So that brings us to the fifth and final step. We are going to rinse and repeat over and over again. So click the drop down arrow. Once you follow them, notice how I follow them. Look at this. This is beautiful. This is exactly what we want. And if this doesn't come up, you can simply click the drop down arrow and then it'll bring up all of these suggested accounts. What's brilliant about this is, notice how I said over here, the second step was to find an ideal target prospect. So once you found someone who's like your perfect avatar, then you click this drop down arrow or you follow them, then Instagram is literally going to suggest dozens and dozens of very similar profiles and accounts where it's like, hey, if you're following this person, you're probably interested in following these people as well. And literally just hands you on a silver platter like 20 more ideal target prospects. So from this point, we're basically just going to go down the rabbit hole, open them all up in a new tab, repeat this process again and again and again, and add them all to our spreadsheet. Okay, that is how we do manual prospecting. Yes, it's not easy. It's not sexy. Yes, this takes time, takes sweat equity. I'll show you in a way you can put this on autopilot in just a second, but that is the game. That is the process. That is where we get the IG moolah. Okay, so that was step 1 out of 4. The next one is going to be finding their emails. So now we have this list of people to target. Amazing, very cool, right? We're starting to build out our CRM spreadsheet. The next step from there is to find their contact info. I highly recommend that you reach out to these people, not just on Instagram, but also on email as well. Now, when it comes to finding people's personal emails, there are some free tools and methods, which are great, and there are a few paid tools and methods as well. So let's get into it. Now, the 3 free ways of doing this is the first way, we could simply click the link in their Instagram bio. So we were already on their website before, pull that up, and we can very simply use a free Chrome extension. It's called Hunter. It's great. Everyone should have it. And we'll see if that renders any results. So I've just clicked it there in my bio. It's only come up with one email, unfortunately, which is support@honeyboo.store. Ideally, we don't want any support at or hello at or any info at or generic emails like that. We really want the personalized email of the decision maker. So in this case, that's not going to cut the mustard. We're going to have to use another one of the tactics, okay? But sometimes you might just get lucky and it'll just show up right there, okay? Second, if they have a YouTube channel, go to the about page of the YouTube channel, and then oftentimes you'll see their email right there. For example, I'm on this influencers page right here, 1.6 million subs. He's huge in the space. All I do, I simply click on more, and then I go right there to view email address, click the box, and select the bosses, apparently, because that is the new IQ test of 2024. And if I can't identify bicycles, then I must be a robot. Click the boxes, then boom, right there, it's going to show you his actual personal email address. Not everyone will have this, but like I said, if they do, it's a very easy low-hanging fruit. Right there, david@howtobeast.com. If you wanted to contact this guy, there's the email for it, okay? Or the good old guess and check method. That is the third strategy. Sounds ghetto, sounds like, really, Sean? That's all you got for me? Come on, man. You'd actually be surprised how well this works. So what you can actually do is using a validation tool like Email List Verify, Million Verify. There are so many email validation tools. Literally, I would just go to AppSumo. In case you haven't heard of it, it is a massive marketplace full of software. Now, what happens is a lot of these new softwares launch and they want to get users as quickly as possible. So they will have these insane launch deals where instead of being $50 or $100 a month, as you can see with all of these crazy lifetime deals, you could get them for basically $50 for lifetime rather than paying every single month, right? And some of these softwares have flash tools from time to time. So you would simply go into here and you would type in email verification. And I guarantee you, boom, right there, outboundly.ai. Now, I haven't heard of this one, so check it out. Make sure it looks decent. Make sure it does what you need it to do, has decent reviews and so on. But right there, you can get a lifetime deal, okay? Not paying every month, one time, lifetime, $59, done and dusted. You have an email validation tool, okay? These things are very cheap. They're usually like a cent per email. So you really can't go wrong with whatever you choose. Pick one. And then all we're going to do is we're literally going to test a whole bunch of different emails until we get one that's successful. Okay. Sounds ghetto, but trust me, this actually works super well. I've done this so many times. The truth is, people are not very creative with their emails, okay? Like we saw with David right here. What is his website? What is his brand? howtobeast.com. Right. What's his name? David. How do we know his name? Let's pretend we didn't find it from YouTube, okay? How to Beast, real name. And even with my shitty spelling, Google has told me right there, his name is David, blah, 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 How to Beast. Cool. So if I were to take an educated guess, I would probably guess his email is david@howtobeast.com, which is exactly what it is, okay? So literally 9 times out of 10, their email is going to be first name @domain.com, first name last name @domain.com, first name last initial, first initial last name, first dot last name, first hyphen last name. You get the picture, right? Unless they're actively trying to hide their email, it's almost always going to be one of these variations. Case in point, because I practice what I preach, I'm not just teaching this shit, I'm actually in the trenches doing it every single day, all right? Now I'm doing this to try and find and scrape promoters and club owners so I can book myself to play big shows as a DJ and an artist, but the process is still exactly the same, right? So one of the big clubs in Australia that I was trying to play at is called WOW. So naturally, Google WOW Superclub, and their website, shockingly, is wowsuperclub.com.au. That's half the battle. That's the domain. Now I just need to find out who is the owner, who owns this shit, who's behind it. So I went to their Instagram, which is right there in the footer, and I noticed this guy came up over and over again. He was commenting on all their posts. He was tagged in all their posts. It was this guy here, Eric. And I was like, interesting. Let me see what this guy's about. And sure enough, right there in his bio, creator of Australia's biggest superclub trend. He is the head honcho at WOW. He's the founder, he's the owner. So he's the guy who I need to contact, who I need to talk to. So I was like, I have a hunch. What could his email possibly be? I'm going to guess eric@wowsuperclub.com. Check it. Sure enough, yes, it's valid. Yes, it's deliverable. It's a real email address. Okay. Now notice if I tried Eric, what was his last name? Don't know. Let's put a random initial in there, Eric L. Then tried that. Notice how it comes back, not a valid email. Okay. So guess and check method sounds kind of sketch, actually works super well. Okay. So those are all the free tools if you literally do not have 2 shackles to rub together, but don't worry, it gets a lot better than that. So let's talk about some paid tools that are relatively inexpensive that you can use to accomplish the same thing much faster. So here's what we're going to do if we have a little bit of money. Okay, so the first thing is we're going to search their name on LinkedIn, and then we're going to use a LinkedIn email scraper to extract their personal email address, and then we can send them a cold email, right? Now, if they're a personal brand like a coach, consultant, and so on, this is going to be super easy. We literally just need to search their name on LinkedIn, find them, and then we're going to use one of these scraping tools to get their email. If they're a company, there's just one extra step. Okay, so here's LinkedIn. For example's sake, I couldn't find the Honey Boo Boo one. We'll just say we're swinging for the fences and we're going to try and email the CEO of Nike. All right. Now, fun fact, my friend John Buchan actually managed to get in touch with the CEO of Nike through cold email, so it is possible. All we need to do is we need to find the company page. We need to go over here to people, and then we're going to look for either a founder, director, CEO, CMO, basically a senior decision maker. Okay, Nike has 6,000 employees or whatever. It's probably not the best example. Your company's not going to be that big, right? So usually it'll be like one of the first 10 right here. You're going to click on them and bang, you'll find your person, right? We'll pretend it's this person for demonstration example, okay? Partner marketing manager at Nike. Good enough for me. We're then going to use one of these LinkedIn scraper tools to actually extract their email from LinkedIn. Now, I don't love using LinkedIn as like cold outreach. People just don't really check the DMs much. There's the whole requests thing. You have to wait. But LinkedIn is incredible, just like Instagram, for finding people. So we have this guy pulled up right here, and we can use any of these softwares to actually extract his email from LinkedIn. So there's Scrap, Lusher, Casper, Rocket Reach. All of these I have used myself. They all pretty much do the same thing. I will just take a look at them, see which one suits you better on pricing and all that sort of stuff. Rocket Reach is probably the best and the most accurate. It is also hella expensive. So I have taken the time and I literally spent hours on this today, comparing, analyzing all of these different LinkedIn email scrapers to find the best, most affordable, most effective one for you. So I can just give you a simple recommendation. That's what you're paying me to do, and I have delivered. So the 2 that I really recommend are going to be number 1, Snove.io. The reason this is so great, 1, it's extremely cheap for what it does. The quality is still pretty much the same as the rest. It includes email verification, right? So you don't have to pay for that additional email validation tool like I mentioned. It includes email warm-up. You can actually send emails from it, and there's a full CRM. So it's basically a full done-for-you prospecting email sending solution. Generally, I would tend to use Instantly for actually sending cold emails if you're doing any sort of decent scale. But again, that is an extra expense. So if you're balling on a budget, then it's a great alternative. You can also extract emails from Google Search. There's a free trial, $39 a month and up to $99 a month for 5,000 credits a month, which for manual prospecting, I don't think you'll use more than 5,000. Okay, so I think it's the best value in my opinion. The other one that's really solid is Apollo. Now, usually we think of Apollo for generating mass giant lists of leads, which we're going to put into an automated campaign. So we use it for the automated outreach machine. But they do have a $99 a month plan, which has unlimited credits. So you can use it for both automated and manual outreach. I think it's really hard to beat as a deal. Or again, of course, you could check out AppSumo, see if there's any LinkedIn email scrapers that have wicked lifetime deals. Sign up for one of them because they all basically do the same thing. Okay. So my recommendation is if your niche is any type of like coach or personal brand, something like that, Apollo's not really what you want to use, okay? Apollo really is a database of hundreds of millions of companies, but not really like personal brands. It's more like big, established, legit companies with a head office and employees, that sort of thing, right? I would be very surprised if I appeared on Apollo, for example, right? Despite having made millions of dollars, I'm still just a personal brand. So if you're looking for personal brands, coaches, etc., I would use LinkedIn Sales Navigator for your automated outreach machine, which we covered in the last module. And then I would use Snovio, this one right here, for your manual prospecting, okay? However, if your niche is more like established businesses, like e-com stores, for example, they have multiple employees, probably an office, like a physical location, that sort of thing, then I would just use Apollo because then you can use Apollo for both your automated and your manual outreach and email scraping for one cost, and you don't need to pay for two softwares. You can just use one.
Guys, real quick, I'm just in the back of the Uber. Forgot to include this very essential part. When you're on the guys page on LinkedIn, all you're gonna do is use one of these tools up here, these Chrome extensions. I'm gonna use Rocket Reach as an example. We're gonna run it, gonna do its thing. It's gonna detect the guy, it's gonna find his email. We simply click add, it's gonna search for it for a bit. And there you go, right there. We've got two A-class verified emails that we can use. His Nike one and his Gmail one, and we can go ahead and send him a cold email right there.
Cool, let's take a breath. At this point, you may well be thinking, God damn, Sean, that sounds like a lot of work to me, dude. And the truth is, yeah, it is a lot of work. This process is very time consuming. It's very cumbersome. Guess what else is cumbersome? Working a shitty 9-to-5 job for the next 40 to 50 years of your life. Okay? Depending how old you are, I don't know. Having said that though, with a little bit of money, we can speed up this process 10 to 100 times faster with these two strategies, okay? So I'm gonna show you right now how to put all of this on autopilot. You can save yourself hours a day via these two methods. So the first way, very simple, it's gonna be to hire a VA. I firmly believe every single person who lives in a first world country, if you're trying to make it as a freelancer, you're trying to do all this prospecting, really all the shit I just went over is like $3 to $5 an hour tasks. And there are literally thousands of people in the Philippines who will do all of this for you for $3 to $4 an hour. So in 30 minutes, you can have this entire process delegated completely for very cheap. And here's how to do that, step by step. Now, of course, we have the whole how to hire and train and manage a VA training. It's in module 8, goes into more depth. But here's the process if you wanted to hire a VA to do this for you. So first step is before you hire anyone, do the first 20 to 30 leads yourself. Okay, so you know all the nuances, the ins and outs, the little nooks and crannies, like for example, the Instagram requests folder thing. Unless you've done it yourself, you wouldn't have thought to say that to a VA, okay? That's why it's important you do it yourself first before you delegate anything. Next, go to Upwork. Hire a VA, literally type in lead generation into Upwork. Hire someone for $3 to $4 an hour. Create a job posting with a fixed price for $75 a week for 210 leads. That is the deal, right? Choose filters with solid English, they have top ratings, and they're experienced. We're basically setting the filters to be, we want the absolute best, most experienced people with the best reviews for the cheapest price, okay? So then once you have that filter on, I would choose anyone who's like $3, $3.50 an hour. By the way, if that feels like slave labor over there in the Philippines, actually that's a pretty decent rate for them. So pick the applicant that seems like the best fit and then move on. Okay, if you want to interview them, you can, but I would just pick someone and then hop right to it. Okay. You're then going to write all the steps that you want them to do in a Google Doc, literally just like this. You can even give them this Google Doc, give them this training if you want to. Film a Loom video of you doing the process live for like 10 minutes. Like I just did a live demo. You're going to do a live demo for them, start to finish. Explain exactly what you want them to do. Like over communicate like they're literally 5 years old, right? Explain exactly who you are and aren't looking for and how to do the entire process with extreme clarity, okay? Leave nothing to chance. Don't assume they know anything. I'm not saying it's stupid. It's just language barriers. You know, you think a certain thing in your head, but people aren't mind readers, okay? So really over communicate. What you're then going to do, have your VA generate 50 leads as a test using this method. You're then going to review those leads, give the VA any feedback or corrections, really go through the list properly and say, dude, this is not a fitness coach. What the fuck? This is the wrong person. Okay. More like this, less like this. Okay. Give them feedback. Then have them fill out 30 leads a day, moving forward every single day. Now, my personal KPI for this is they should be able to find 10 leads an hour. So really, this should take them 3 hours a day. Hence why I said the contract is fixed at this, okay? If you pay them hourly, obviously they're not incentivized to have a higher output, okay? So that means obviously 10 leads an hour, that's 6 minutes per person. In 6 minutes, they should be able to search for them using hashtags, etc. Everything we just went over, Facebook ads library, check if they're qualified, follow them, like and comment something meaningful on 2 to 3 recent posts, send them that wine and dine like opening message that we went over, opt into their list, scrape their email, and then add all that info into the Google Sheet CRM. So fill out basically this entire row with every single thing that we need, including the personalized first line as well that you can use as an icebreaker, all in 6 minutes. And they should be able to do 10 of those every single hour, okay? That is the expectation. So what we now have is 30 new targeted high quality leads a day for $10 a day, okay? Everyone who lives in a first world country can afford that. If you value your time more than $3 an hour, you should be doing this, right? You should hire someone. So what you're then going to do, have them send you a daily update on WhatsApp with the number of new leads added to the spreadsheet at the end of every workday, okay? This is essential. You want them checking in, making sure they are actually doing the work and making progress. Nothing's worse than you assume they're doing their job and they're off in la la land billing you $10 a day and actually doing nothing, okay? I had a VA do that to me for 6 months once, right? That's a lesson you only have to learn once. So have them check in. Next, just set aside like 2 to 3 hours a day. This is your end of the bargain. This is the work you have to do, right? This is manual outreach. This is free, but it takes time, like I said. You are then going to take all the raw data from this sheet and you're gonna email these people. You're gonna do the actual outreach. I would not trust that to a VA. Do that yourself, okay? But you can pull all the details from the spreadsheet and you'll see how writing the email becomes very easy. It's templated. I'll give you templates. I'll give you scripts in just a second and you'll see how you can crank out 30 emails so quickly. So from all the leads they generated yesterday, I'd recommend you wake up, you just do this first thing in the morning, get it done, make it your highest priority activity. And because we're doing a really low volume, you can literally just send these from inside of Gmail. Shouldn't be much of a problem. You can schedule them as well. So if it's 10 in the morning for you, your prospect lives in the UK and it's like 3 in the morning for them, you can schedule it so it sends at maybe 9 a.m. UK time directly from inside Gmail. Right there, right next to send, you simply go drop down, schedule send, type in the time you want it to send, and then bam, you're off to the races. Cool? Very easy. So that's the first way you can put it on autopilot. The second way is to use a really crafty tool. It's called igleads.io. Now this falls a little bit more into the realm of mass email scraping, but it is a little bit different, okay? So this is a paid alternative again that you can use to search and generate thousands of prospects for you. The cost is $59 a month for 10,000 emails a month, okay? That is so many. Or you can do $149 a month for unlimited, get 50 with a free trial. If you're really on a shoestring budget, you can sign up for the free trial, sign up for 1 month and then cancel. And if you do go to cancel, then they'll send you a special offer to stay. You didn't hear that from me though, okay? I'm not promoting that. Anyways, so if you're after coaches and consultants, use Instagram or LinkedIn search. If you're offering script writing, try YouTube search. If you want local leads, use Google Maps. Okay, it has all of those features. It's fantastic. Leave the filtering set to B2C. Quick note, the reason that this is in the manual outreach module, not the automated outreach module, is because Instantly does not allow sending to B2C emails like Yahoo and Gmail email addresses. So you would have to remove all of those if you want to use it with Instantly to do the mass cold emailing, etc. Okay, so that's why I recommend that you use Apollo or LinkedIn Sales Navigator for the automated outreach approach. Just a side note. Cool. And another quick note, the unlimited plan also does include a verifier, but you should always filter emails with an email validation tool like one of these or someone from AppSumo for a super cheap lifetime deal. But before you send any email campaigns, you should always filter your email leads. Make sure you clean the list. It is not worth sending to emails which are spam or they're fake or they're spam traps or they're old emails or they're catch-all or they're going to bounce, as that is going to fuck your sender reputation and we don't want that. Okay? So we're getting to the good stuff now, guys. This is step 3. We have this giant list of leads. It's getting filled out for us on autopilot. The VA is filling out 30 of them a day. You're making mad progress. Now what do we do? How do we turn this list into money? This is the secret sauce, okay? This is the outreach. What do we actually say to these people? Well, you're a copywriter. You should know that stuff, right? This is your area of expertise. But of course, I'm going to give you scripts for that as well. Now, when it comes to reaching out, we want to reach out on both Instagram, LinkedIn, like wherever you found them, and then also on email as well, as this is going to double our chances of actually getting a reply, as certain people check certain platforms more than others. Case in point, in my recent interview with Alex Hormozi, he literally said point blank,
I will never respond to email. I don't care, ever. But I do respond to text. I rarely respond to DMs, but like if I were to rank these things. And so if someone can text me, then that's the highest likelihood response channel for me.
There you go. So if anyone wants to get in contact with Alex, now you know how.
Magically find my number.
By the way, if you haven't seen my interview with Alex Hormozi yet, what are you even doing with your life? Check it out. It's the first video on YouTube. Search it up. It's gold. Okay? So some quick best practices when it comes to outreach. We want to send emails between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. That is your prospect's local time, just to be clear, not your time, their time, Monday to Friday, right? So basically an hour before business and an hour after typical business hours, as most people check their emails in that range, okay? We want to make it look personal, like it was literally just sent from your phone, not some fancy marketing email. It shouldn't have all these banners and pictures and logos and all this crazy shit. It's a personal email for a reason, okay? You can even go as far as experimenting. I know people have done this very successfully. Simply just adding sent from my iPhone at the bottom, as that makes it seem organic and that immediately boosts reply rates in a lot of cases. So experiment with that. Now, the pre-header / the first line is the most important, as that is going to come up in the preview text. So make sure you put some thought into that. You always want to run your emails through Grammarly to eliminate any spelling errors or grammar mistakes, okay? Nothing screams, I'm an amateur copywriter, like blatantly spelling shit wrong, okay? I will never trust you if you're emailing me to write for me and you're spelling words wrong, okay? That's a no. Also run it through Hemingway app. It's a free tool online and it'll grade your copy, and you want to really get it down as low as humanly possible. That just increases clarity, makes it more readable. Remove complex sentences. Confusion is the enemy of sales, okay? Make it as clear as possible. Next, third check is we want to run it through Mail Meteor. It's a free spam checking tool. This will essentially scan your email for terms and phrases that will likely be flagged by Gmail as spam. We don't want your emails going to spam, okay? Obviously, they're not going to work if they're in spam. So that's a great free tool to check your emails before you send them out. Remove those trigger words, get it nice and clean. Make it nice and readable, okay? 1 to 2 sentences per line, like any good copy. And then always remember WIIFM, what is in it for me, okay? Remember, the prospect only cares what's in it for them, all right? So get to the point quickly. Don't talk about your life story. Don't send them a whole novel. Get to the point. Why are you reaching out? Who are you? Why should I trust you? Those are the 3 questions that are going through their head. You need to address those. Let's get into the nitty gritty. So when it comes to the subject line, we want something that is personal sounding and really evokes curiosity, okay? So Instantly actually did a study. Instantly, by the way, is one of the leading cold email softwares in the market. They're the ones I use, the ones I recommend. I think they're the best. So they send hundreds of millions of emails between all of their users, and they have a fantastic amount of data on their platform. And they found that as of 2024, the 3 best performing subject lines with an average 90% open rate, these 3 right here. Hey name, thoughts name, and name X your name. Give one of those a shot because they have an average open rate of 90%, which is ridiculously high. Okay. Now, one final piece of warning that I need to say here before I give you the scripts is this right here. We need to avoid the death zone at all costs. Okay. Repeat after me. Avoid the death zone. What is the death zone? I have reviewed and critiqued hundreds of cold emails from you guys, people in resistance, etc. And for the people who are struggling to get clients, it's super obvious why. I have no idea why people do this, but they will send these really generic templated emails to leads that they've manually taken the time to prospect. Like that's literally the worst of both worlds. The whole point of being automated is that we scrape shit tons of leads. We send them a generic email that is as personalized as we can get it without too much time input. And it's all about volume, numbers, sending hundreds a day. Okay. And then the whole point of personalized emails is that we are manually finding these people, adding them to the sheet, and we're reaching out with a personalized email. So if you're taking the time to do all this manually and then you're sending some generic campaign, you're completely shooting yourself in the foot, right? So totally automated is fine. It works amazing. Totally personalized is fine and it works amazing. But anything in the middle is the death zone, okay? Don't be in the middle. Go one or the other, either automated or personalized. If you're going to do it properly. Make the emails actually personalized. Let's talk about that right now, and I'll show you a couple examples. So there are two winning formulas for personalized cold emails. The first formula is if you have any experience at all, any results, any case studies, then this is going to be the one to use. If you don't, I'll give you another one in just a second. So this is the formula. It has been proven over and over again. I would argue this has made tens of millions of dollars for myself, all my students combined, my clients, my community, etc. I know other very smart people in this space follow a very similar formula. Just use it. It works. So here it is. We're going to start with a personalized compliment. Okay. Now remember, they're going to see this in the preview text that's going to come up in Gmail or whatever they use. So make sure it's super personal. Okay. If you start pitching them off the bat, the email's never even going to get opened. So for example, hey Sam, our friend Sean put me onto your stuff, and I gotta say, you've done a hell of a job with company name. The guys over at competitor name don't stand a chance, right? That's a great opening line. Stroking their ego a little bit, making them feel good. You can tell this was sent just to them. That's a great opener to an email. Already puts them in a good state. Already makes them want to read more. Next, we're gonna make them a mafia offer. Get straight into it. Don't beat around the bush. Talk about who you are, your fucking life story. No one cares. What can you do for them? WIIFM. We're going to make them a mafia offer, which is, as you know, an offer that cannot be refused. The best way to phrase this is I help avatar, target, get yay, good thing, without boo, bad thing, or guarantee. Okay? So, an example. Hey, I figured it made sense to reach out because I work with sleep supplement brands. By the way, make this exactly who they are. You're manually sending these emails one at a time. So why wouldn't you make these emails exactly what they do? So maybe your niche is supplement brands. Well, in the email, if they're a sleep supplement brand, say sleep supplement brands, because it makes you seem very targeted to exactly what they do. They're much more likely to pay attention. Okay? I help sleep supplement brands and guarantee them an extra 10K to 50K a month in sales with email without increasing ad spend or setting any complex funnels, right? How do yay without boo? Guarantee. We want to reiterate the guarantee and eliminate all the risk for them. We want to make this a total no-brainer, right? That's right. If I don't make you at least an extra 10 to 50K a month, that's a big range, depends on their list size, okay? I'll give you your full investment back and I'll even PayPal you $500 for wasting your time. Now, if that sounds like an aggressive guarantee, it is, and that's why this works so well, because it's such an incredible offer. It's such a no-brainer. Now, if you're not that confident in your skills yet, I would work on your skills so you are that confident, but there is a cheeky workaround where if you do manage to get them on a call, you can essentially, this is very cheeky, okay, I will admit, but you can actually disqualify them from this guarantee after you get them on the call, okay? So maybe it turns out their list is only 10,000 people. You can say, oh my God, I'm so sorry. I should have mentioned that guarantee only applies to people who have a list of 50,000 or more. I just assumed that you had a huge list because you look like you're doing so well. So I can't personally guarantee you're going to make 10 to 50K, but there's still a hell of a lot we can do, and I'm pretty confident we'll hit it. So you back out of the guarantee if you want to on the call, okay? The whole point is we're trying to get these people on the call. That's the hardest part. So next is going to be proof/case studies/testimonial. Okay, proof is your god in copywriting. And if you have any, use it, whatever you have. So I've worked with some top names in the space like name 1, name 2, name 3, etc. I've helped them to insert result in time frame, call to action. Now, if you have a really strong offer and proof, then you can offer a call. If not, I generally prefer to offer a lead magnet as my call to action. Okay. So if you're interested in learning more, you can grab a time to chat in my calendar here. I would only use that call to action if you have like mad, insane offer and a mad, insane proof. Okay. Then you can go straight to the call. I'll talk about what to do if you don't in a second. Any additional assets you have, website, case studies, samples, you can throw them in there. Signature, sign off with your name, and definitely make sure to always include a full address and an unsubscribe link so you comply with those CAN spam laws, as heavy fines can apply if you don't have those. Cool. So next, let's talk about what to say if you have no experience, you have no track record, no results, you're a total newbie, you're still trying to get your first client. You're like, what the hell do I say? I don't have any proof, right? So there is no way around this. If you are a beginner, you're going to have to prove yourself in some way. So this is either by having a total risk-free offer, or actually, offering some sort of value up front so they can actually get a sense so you know what you're doing. So the formula for this email, the first part is always the same, personalized compliment. Okay. So a different example here. By the way, this is an example that I wrote for one of our resistance members, Javan. It is for him to use. I wrote it for him. That is the perk that he gets of being in the resistance, right? So please do not copy this. Use your own brain, copy the framework and so on, but not the exact email, please. All right. So, hey, first name, I've been following you since late last year. And hey, I gotta say, I'm super impressed by what you've built with company name. It's refreshing to see someone so authentic in the X industry among a sea of fake gurus and sharks. That is a really nice, genuine compliment. Consider me a closeted fanboy. Right? What a great opener. It did make me wonder though, do you have someone writing your Instagram and YouTube short scripts, or are you writing them all yourself? This is selling script writing, obviously, as an offer. The reason I'm asking is because I help golf coaches like you explode their channels and businesses with viral short form scripts without having to become a full-time content creator, hire an expensive agency, or do stupid TikTok dances, or they don't pay. Okay? Exactly the same yay without boo. Restate the guarantee, meaning if I don't increase your views, engagement, and growth by at least 20% in the first month, I'll give all your money back and even an extra $100 to buy yourself a nice sirloin steak dinner. I love throwing that little thing in there as well. Nice little touch, goes a long way, shows you're really confident. Now, you don't have any proof per se, but we can still put some proof elements in here. So I can say this confidently because I've spent the last 6 months studying your top competitors like X, Y, and Z, name drop specific people who they know in the space, and cracking the code on what they're all doing to blow up their channels so quickly. You're basically saying, hey, I can apply that same formula to you because I know what all your competitors are doing. I have insider knowledge. I'm paying attention. I'm in the trenches, right? And then a value-based call to action. We're not going to offer to get on a call. We're going to say, hey, if you're even the slightest bit interested, hit me back and I'll send over a couple free samples I wrote for you so you can get a feel before committing to anything. Okay? Very easy offer to agree to. You even say, just reply with the word yes and I'll send it over. Okay? Signature. Cheers, Javan. P.S. This is optional, but I think it's a really nice touch. It goes a really long way. And this kind of ties back to that personalized first line column there. So if you can see any info from their socials, anything you can pick up that's personal, throw it in there because again, it just helps establish that human to human dynamic where it's like, hey, by the way, I saw you went skiing in Aspen. Like, is it really as good as people say? I've always wanted to go, right? And even that might get a response. That might be the thing that triggers them to respond. The many of these little personal touches you can add, the more responses you will get. By far. People get so many automated, templated, shitty cold emails. Stuff like this is so refreshing when they see you actually took the time to actually do some research and actually send them a personal email. Prospects love it. All right. Now, having said all that, I got some more secret sauce for you. You thought we were done. No, this is the number one most effective cold email strategy in existence right now, probably forever, in my opinion. And it's going to be very simply to record a personalized 2 to 3 minute audit on Loom and send it over. Okay, the example that I've used time and time again that I will continue to use, the only human being to ever cold email me, get me on a call, get me to buy something. I'm very hard to get on a call, trust me. Alex is the only one who did. So he said, hey Sean, been loving your no bullshit content on YouTube lately, keep it up. Did you know when people click unsubscribe from your emails, they can report you as spam? Obviously, we don't want this, so I made a quick 2-minute video explaining how I can help you reduce spam complaints and actually make sales when people unsubscribe from your emails. I'd love to have a quick chat about setting this up for you. Just reply to let me know if you're interested and I'll send you my calendar. Cheers, Alex. He even fucked up and he said link, which is supposed to be some template, I guess, but it didn't matter. And then boom, there's a video, right? Now, I've shared this before, so I won't go too much in depth. If you want to see the actual video that he sent me, it is in module 6 of CMB, or you could simply just go right here in this YouTube video right there, search that and you'll find it, okay? Quick lowdown of the formula. If you're going to do this Loom approach, keep it nice and short, 2 to 3 minutes. Your prospects are busy, okay? Don't send them a 20-minute video. Personalized compliment at the beginning. Again, flattery will get you everywhere. You can never do too much of it. Give them an overview of the problem. Basically, you have this horrible bleeding neck problem, which is costing you thousands of dollars. Okay, that's the impact of the problem. Bad, costing you a lot of money every month. You might not even be aware of that. What you need to do to fix it, this is a high level overview of the solution. You're not going to tell them step by step how to fix it, okay? Because we're trying to bait them on to a call for that, right? So high level overview, you need to address X, Y, and Z. And then if you address X, Y, and Z, then here are the benefits of that, right? AKA shitloads more money in your pocket. It's what every business owner wants. And then the call to action is going to be to book a call, and you're going to walk them through how to fix it. That's what you're going to say at the end of the video. Hey, if you want my help setting this up for you, no strings attached. I'm happy to jump on a quick call with you for 10 minutes. I have some time free on Thursday. I'm busy with client work, but I can work it out. Happy to help as a favor. And I'll walk you through how to fix it. Boom, you get on the call. High level overview of how to fix it. You give them all the steps, totally overwhelm them. Then they're like, holy fuck, this is so hard. I don't know how to do this. This seems overwhelming. Can you just do it for me? Yes. Boom. You're welcome to just hire me and I can just do it for you. And then you close them. Done deal. That's how we do it, right? Now, as a quick bonus, you can also experiment with adding personalized images. I'm a huge fan of this, okay? You can use tools like Funny Photo, the one that I showed you at the start of this video, to generate those personalized images. This was an example that one of our CMB students wrote to Alex Hormozi. It didn't work because, like I mentioned, Alex does not check his emails, but I thought it was a really brilliant angle. It's a great example of one of these images in an email. So, hey Alex, I registered for the book launch. I noticed your email went straight to the Forbidden Land, aka promo tab. This is causing your open rates and registrations to plummet. So I put together a quick video with some ideas on how you can start landing in primary and 1.5 to 2x your open rates and revenue in as little as 7 days. Shall I send it over? Pendush. PS, again, personalized PS statement, really powerful right here because this distinguishes it from a generic cold email to a personalized cold email. You will write in your latest YouTube video, you really got a stadium of people to promote your book. Here's the footage from yesterday as I was watching the game. Very clever. And this is just one of the templates that's on this website. All he did was he went to Google Images, searched for $100 million leads, downloaded it. I think it's in one of these ones here, and then simply just uploaded the picture to the site and then it will generate the picture for you. Downloaded that bad boy, put it into image BB, upload it, embed it, boom, there it is in the email. That's how you do that. Now, the last but most important step, arguably, step 4, you made it, near the end, we're nearly there. It's the follow-up, okay? Repeat after me. The money is in the follow-up, always. The same principles from Lucas's training apply that we've just talked about in CMB, right? Module 5. The whole idea when you follow up, okay, don't just follow up with like, hey, just making sure you got this, or hey, name still there, or any of that bullshit, all right? You can do that max once, because again, people are busy, they might have just not seen the email, but don't make every follow-up like that, okay? You wanna bring new information to the table every time you follow up, and you wanna build on the previous emails. So if you gave them a certain amount of information in the first email, you wanna give them more and add to it in the second email. Keep the follow-ups in the same thread, okay? Meaning don't include a subject line, just reply to yourself basically in the same thread. Or if not, you can reference the previous email. You can also test with this as well, see what works. Like I mentioned, follow up every 3 business days. Now, the best way by far to follow up is always to send them free value, okay? This has the effect of, number 1, it builds enormous reciprocity. People just feel indebted towards you like, holy crap, you gave me so much for free, you're amazing. And it also demonstrates your authority, as I'll show you in just a second, okay? Now, obviously, it'd be great to write free samples for everyone, but that is just simply not feasible to do for every single prospect, or you'd be writing free samples all day, every day, okay? So the best alternative to this that I've ever seen, and to be honest, I see hardly anyone talking about this, is to actually take a little bit of time and build yourself a lead magnet, okay? If you don't know what this is, just read Alex Hormozi's $100 Million Leads book. It's a free course online. Go to acquisition.com, $100 Million Leads, lead magnets. He has a whole 30-minute training. We'll give you everything you need to know about that, okay? Does not need to be complicated. A simple 1 to 5 page PDF is totally fine, but think about this. We're gonna do the work once, and then we can use this as unlimited ammunition for follow-ups. And you can even use this in the first email as well. So here are some examples of what we can do here, okay? So a couple that we just mentioned is the Loom audit. That is a form of a lead magnet. You're providing value in advance, you're giving them a free audit. So the Alex Edwards Loom, that in itself was a lead magnet. Next, free samples. Like I mentioned, it is very powerful, but it's not very scalable. So here's a bunch of ideas that I just had off the top of my head that you're more than welcome to steal. Use these, make your own versions of them. Don't have to be complicated. They can literally be a 1-page Google Doc. Maybe stick a logo at the top so it looks cool. That's literally all you have to do, okay? And give it a sexy name. The name is important, okay? So your 10 highest open subject lines ever. Wouldn't that be valuable? Give that to a prospect. Hey, by the way, just wanted to follow up and give you my 10 highest open subject lines of all time. Try these out in your next email. You're guaranteed to see a bump in open rates, clicks, and sales. Totally yours to have, no strings attached. Really cool, right? Your highest converting email of all time. Maybe your email that's made the most money ever, and just give them the exact email that they can just copy paste and send off. 3 copy paste spear emails that they can send to their list to immediately get hundreds of replies. If you don't know what a spear email is, it simply stands for short personal email expecting a reply. It's a 1-sentence email. The whole point is to get a reply. So it's like, hey, Daniel, what kind of clients you're looking for? That's a spear email. If you're on my list, you would have got one from me. If you have appointment setters, obviously this is only for high ticket. Do not do this in e-com, okay? Your customer support rep will hate you, okay? Unless you can close deals, but you need someone obviously to manage those replies and book them on a call and close them, or close them over chat, whatever, okay? So check with them first about that. A 1-page, like here's how to stay out of the promo tab guide. You've been watching my trainings in email domination, YouTube, you know how to do that. Here's a done for you promo calendar. Here's a 30-day content calendar of email ideas for the whole of the next 30 days. Boom, taken care of. You're welcome. The anti-spam SOP. Here's how to get out of spam and stay out, right? Maybe if they were in spam and they were struggling, that would be a brilliant lead magnet you could send them. They would really appreciate that. Here's a high converting welcome sequence. Write a welcome sequence of 3 emails and then just send it to them. Be like, hey, use this exact template, make thousands of dollars, you're welcome. Email growth cheat sheet. Here's how to double your list size without spending money on ads, okay? And give them some steps on how they can grow their list. Or one of my favorites, I think this is really cool. I actually just finished putting this together for you guys today. It is an email list revenue calculator. This is essentially along the lines of a quiz or an audit, but it's interactive. So it's a very simple spreadsheet where they can come in and they can plug their own numbers into this to see how much they could actually be making from email every month. Now, this obviously is intended to have them salivating at the mouth, like a dog begging for steak, right? And basically show them how much they're missing out on because they're going to compare kind of these numbers. You could even go ahead, you could add another column here. Maybe I'll do this after this video with like industry standard benchmarks and what they should be and how much they should be making, right? I think that'd be a really powerful column actually. I'll go ahead and add that. And then what you're going to do, make a copy, please, okay? And then set the sharing settings to be editable so your clients, your prospects can edit it for themselves. Send a new copy to every client, put their name on the top of it so it's just for them. They can edit it. They're going to plug in their numbers here. Now I've done all the calculations already. Essentially, this just multiplies this by this. And then that's monthly and this is yearly. We include yearly because it looks bigger and more impressive, right? So now, for example, let's say we send 7 times a week. Boom! They're making 15K a month instead of 10 with 2 extra emails. Crazy, right? What if we get the open rates from 20% to 30%? Boom, making 16K a month, okay? With the 7, that's 22, we've already doubled it. What if we have amazing call to actions and copy and we double their click-through rate from 1 to 2%? Dude, we've just gone from making 10K a month to 45K a month with a few simple tweaks. Very powerful, okay? That's a great lead magnet. I highly recommend it. And all of these, of course, can also make great initial cold emails. There's no need to save these for following up, but I think it is a tremendous way to follow up. One final example that I'll give you right here. This is the second best cold email I've ever got. Actually, it's probably even better than Alex. This guy did exactly the same strategy. Okay, so he sent me a Loom video and he was like, hey, here's a full audit of your YouTube channel of every single little thing you could improve. So Alex's was like one big thing. His was just a whole bunch of little things. He even went to the lengths of making me a thumbnail for my interview with Alex Hormozi, which is really cool of him, right? That's like a lot of effort and I was really appreciative of that. So then, I replied, we go back and forth a little bit. I was like, hey, how much for you to do my thumbnails? And he was like, we could do it $60. Or if you want to have your designer do them, here's a thumbnail secrets handbook. Again, lead magnet. He took the time to make this once. This is so in-depth, it's actually insane. Yours does not have to be this crazy. The amount of depth he goes into here when he's talking about like, hey, here's every little thing that goes into our thumbnails when we design our thumbnails. Things I never even thought about. I didn't know this much went into thumbnails, right? So it's like, one, absolutely obliterating me with reciprocity because I feel so grateful and indebted towards him. And then 2, it really demonstrates his authority because I can tell from reading this, holy shit, this guy knows what he's talking about, right? And it's like, man, if I'm ever going to hire someone to do YouTube or thumbnails, who do you think I'm going to hire? Literally. Like the guy who's randomly cold emailing me being like, hey, I can do your thumbnails, or this guy. It's a total no-brainer. Left a great first impression on me. I didn't hire him straight away, but I probably will at some point in the next few months, okay? And he's playing the long game here. Like this was 3rd of October. This was 6 months ago. And he keeps falling back up again and again every week, sending me new valuable resources. I'm just going to break at some point and I'm going to hire him for sure, right? Again, follows up a week later. Hey, by the way, here is a PDF, 1-page PDF full of hooks you can use for your videos. These are proven hooks that will hook people's attention and get you more watch time, grow your channel. They're all yours to have. Boom, gives me the list. That's something you can put together in like an hour or two, and it's crazy valuable, okay? You get the idea. Here's a whole exchange, follows up, sends me more case studies, etc. Amazing way to follow up. That is exactly how I would do it. One final example that I have for you. Again, this is one of my resistance members, Daniel, so please do not copy it, okay? Innovate, model, etc., but do not copy. This is a great example of a personalized email and a personalized follow-up. He says, hey Anna, hope you enjoyed every moment with your 1-year-old, because he noticed on her socials she just had a baby, right? Obviously, that would be a great thing to mention, great thing to talk about. And he's like, that new baby smell is super addictive, isn't it, right? I don't know if that was sarcasm or not. I don't think new babies smell very good. It smells like poo. Anyway, since you'll be pretty busy changing diapers, catching up on sleep, and celebrating every first with your little one over the next few months, I'd love to offer myself as the babysitter for your email list. I promise to take care of it and even grow by 20 to 30% over the next month. Sound good? Cheers, Daniel. P.S. I get that maybe you're too busy to talk about this right now, so who might be the best person to talk to? Right? Very simple, very basic, amazing follow-up, personal touch. She replies with, it's cropped, you can't see it, but she literally said, this is the best cold email I've ever received, blah, blah, blah. They went into it, booked a call, and she became a client, okay? So that right there, it was a long video, very in-depth training, but I gave you all my best stuff. This is absolutely everything that I have. Use this to print money on command for the rest of your life. You are welcome, armed with this knowledge. Go forth, my friend, and conquer. Okay, that was gangster. Now you know how to land your first high-paying copywriting client for free, even if you're starting from scratch. It's a proven system and it damn well works. But what if you don't want to spend hours every day hunting for leads? What if you could build a client-getting machine that works for you 24/7, 365, even while you sleep? Haha, this shit's about to get spicy. Because in this next section, I'm gonna walk you through how to take everything I just taught you and put it on complete autopilot. For just a little bit of money, we can scrape thousands of targeted leads, filter and verify them, email them all, and follow up automatically until we get a reply. So if you can trade $300 in one weekend for an unlimited amount of targeted qualified leads, grab your coffee, block out the noise, and let's build your AI outreach machine. Welcome to 0 to 10K a month copywriter series, part 6. This is going to be the longest, the juiciest module, possibly, I don't want to brag, but possibly the most valuable video ever posted to the internet, all right? We are going to be talking about how to land high-paying copywriting clients on autopilot. And oh my goodness, this is a fucking beast of a document, 59 pages. I shit you not, I have spent the last week doing nothing but putting this together. So, whew, you're in for a treat. Quickly, to recap, to summarize everything we have been over, right? This is part 6 of this series. Part 0, we covered what is copywriting, in case you're brand new to this planet and this is your first introduction. In video 1, we talked all about where to learn the skill of copywriting. Part 2, we talked all about the setup, setting up your website, your social media, your Calendly link, and so on. Part 3 was all about farming. This is setting Facebook up in such a way that high-paying clients can come to you rather than you coming to them. Part 4, kind of unofficial. That was all about how to land your very first client. A nice little 20-minute crash course. And then Module 5, personalized outreach. That was an absolute beast of a video, and over an hour long, tons of views. I got so much positive feedback from that video, but trust me, if you thought that one was valuable, you ain't seen shit yet, all right? Just wait for this one. So, part 6, automated outreach. And then the next video, we're gonna talk about how to actually audition prospects, how to get them on a call, and then all the way through to closing the deal in the final video in part 8. So, let's get stuck in. First thing you gotta understand is that every business has 3 parts, right? There's marketing, there's sales, and there is fulfillment. Now, no matter how good you are at what you do, if no one knows you exist, you will not get paying clients, okay? You need to put yourself out there. You need to be proactive. There are so many freelancers that try and skip this whole like client getting part and literally just hope that they'll become like so good at copywriting that clients are just gonna magically seek them out and fall into their lap, okay? Now, hate to break it to you, but
That's not how this works, okay? So not only is that very rare, but to be honest, you're literally missing out on like 2/3 of the skills that it takes to run a successful freelancing business, right? And that is marketing and sales. Now, you might think, oh, I already know marketing and sales. I'm a copywriter, right? I would argue you don't truly know something until you've actually done it yourself, okay? Another common objection that I might get to this is cold DMs, cold emails, they don't work. I've tried that, all right? Here's the truth. They only work if you work, right? You can't climb the ladder of success with your hands tied behind your back, right? So there are 4 main ways to get clients. If we really boil this down, the first way to get clients of any kind is your network, right? Getting introductions to people, affiliates, that type of thing. The second way you can go about getting clients is your audience, right? An email list, social media, that type of stuff. Number 3, ads and funnels. I do a lot of that. Very cool. And the 4th way is cold outreach, right? Now, this video, of course, is all about cold outreach, but quick caveat before we get into it is the golden rule is, if at all possible, if you can get an introduction from a friend, from someone who knows the prospect, from someone who knows the person you're trying to reach out to, always do it, okay? Now, assuming you've tried that, assuming you also don't have an ad budget or a giant social media following, then that kind of rules out most of these, and we're really going to only be left with one option, which is option 4, and that is cold outreach. That is what we're going to be talking about today, right? Now, typically, as soon as I say that, people roll their eyes and go, oh man, cold outreach, yeah, fuck that, I've tried that, doesn't work, blah, blah, blah. Because you're doing it wrong, because you haven't seen this video, right? Trust me. Yeah. By the end of this video, oh my God, you're going to have a very different opinion. So we're going to turn you from this guy over to this guy. The truth is, most people hate cold outreach, and I don't blame them, right? It is so time consuming, painstaking, it's tedious, it's demotivating, it's full of rejection, and it leads to ultimately no results. If you do it like most people do it, which is totally wrong, okay? However, when done correctly, cold outreach can literally hold the keys to getting almost everything you have ever wanted in life. I promise. I personally have used cold outreach to not just land 4 to 5 figure copywriting and coaching clients, right? But used it to literally connect and collaborate with some of the industry's most famous and successful people. Alex Hormozi, Alan Sultanich, Bedros Keuilian, Dan Locke, Jason Capital, Elliot Holst, Daniel Throssell, all from cold outreach, right? I've landed literally multiple releases on the world's biggest dance music labels. Sony. Heard of that one? Yeah, thought so. Spin-In, Revealed. Guess what? Cold emailed my way into their networks. I've played shows at dream festivals and nightclubs all over the world, right? Ultra Music Festival, played in the US, played in the Netherlands, Ibiza, Hong Kong, Albania, Australia. Yes, by the way, in case this is our first time meeting, I am also a full-time artist, DJ, and music producer. This whole copywriting coaching thing is actually just my side hustle, which, fun fact, is actually what led me to develop this entire system, because I do this on the side. I run a 7-figure coaching business on the side. Therefore, I have to be very efficient with my time. And that is exactly what I'm trying to give you today, is my exact system as to how I managed to juggle all of this together. I've used cold outreach to date women, quote unquote, out of my league, right? Score free supplements, flight upgrades, hotel deals, and perks, and literally sell my car for like 40% more than it was worth. So here's the truth. Here's what I'm getting at, right? Literally everything that you ever want in life is already in the hands of someone else. It's already in the hands of a stranger. The more strangers you talk to, the more money you will make. Period. Okay? I know we were told growing up, like, don't talk to strangers, it's bad, strangers are bad. Not true at all. Okay, literally being able to get the attention of anyone on the planet and put your offer in front of them is literally the most powerful skill you could ever possess. Mastering the craft of cold outreach will, number 1, make you a way better marketer because you're studying dozens of funnels. Okay, you're seeing what's working. Number 2, it's going to give you peace of mind and security of income should you ever lose a client. And then number 3, frankly, it's just going to make you a much better, more resilient, more disciplined entrepreneur. And let me prove to you that cold outreach is quite literally the most powerful skill you could ever possess. Okay. Now, I don't want to brag, maybe a little bit. I'm shit at a lot of things. Do not ask me to cook you food. Don't ask me to surf. Don't ask me to be on time to anything ever. I am fucking incapable of all of the above. However, if there is one thing on this planet that I am fucking good at, it is getting high-paying copywriting clients, more specifically through cold email. So these are just a couple screenshots that I've taken from some of my Resistance members. Essentially, this is my super high-level program where I work closely in depth with people for an entire year. And I write or rewrite a lot of their cold outreach sequences for them. And part of that year-long mentorship involves me writing or co-writing their cold outreach sequences for them. So as you can see, some screenshots. Bro, you just made it 100 times better. This one's from Jace, right? He's like, you always think of the best things to say. It amazes me. Sometimes I come up with good ideas. Literally everything you write fits in so well for cold emails. I don't know how you do it. I know how I do it. Guess what? 6 years of experience doing this every day. That's how. And then here's what's cool, right? So this is Jace, one of our new Resistance guys. I literally rewrote his entire cold outreach sequence the next day, sent it out, booked a call with the CFO for Monday, and then boom, as you can see, had the call on Monday, closed his first client for $3K a month. Like, this shit works, all right? I'm telling you. Some more booms. This is Dev from India, right? Literally use this exact cold outreach system that I'm about to show you to close another client for $1,300 a month and bring his income up to $5K a month, right? Literally he's made $16K so far in the last 4 months since he's joined CMB. Do the maths in India, $16K, that goes a long way, all right? Yasmin, right there. She's an immigrant from Brazil, right? Literally half these people don't even fucking speak English as their first language, and they're still absolutely crushing it with this. Check this out. Literally went from driving Uber to landing $4,000 deals within literally like a matter of weeks of joining CMB, right? Never made so much money in 7 days. Kyle, there's Kyle, made 10 grand in the last month. He's been in CMB with us for a year or so, absolute rock star. And there's Alex, right? 20K collected with one of these offers so far, 100% from cold email. By the way, fun fact, this strategy that he is using is quite literally exactly the strategy that I taught for free on YouTube right there. As you can see, 5 months ago, he's one of the only people who watched this video. 4,000 people who watched this video is one of the only people that actually applied what I talked about in the video and used it successfully. He's literally made 20 grand from it. While, you know, fucking 4,099 people did absolutely nothing, right? So shit works, right? There's Priyank. Hey, wanted to give you an update. Made 21K last month as a freelance copywriter. The dude is literally making like 30, 40K pops writing sales letters in the French market. It's absolutely insane. You know, now he's able to travel the world, visit his family. He's just moved to Miami, like all literally because of CMB and because specifically of what he's been able to accomplish with the cold email systems and strategies that we teach in the program, which is exactly what I am going to be giving you right here in this video. So let's get into it. So what's the secret, right? Am I some kind of cold email magician? How are people getting all of these results? What's going on here? You got to understand, success with cold outreach literally all comes down to spending the right message to the right person at the right time. That is all it is, right? Cold outreach is 100%. It is a game of numbers and it's a game of timing. You got to remember, right? This is something that they call the larger market formula. Now, these numbers will vary. You know, some people say 2%, 5%, 10%, whatever. The general idea is that you have to remember only about 3 to 7% of prospects are actually in the market to buy right now. So whatever it is. Now, there have been tons of studies done on this. The most notable one was about a group of people, thousands of people who expressed interest in buying furniture, right? So they all went to this furniture conference and they essentially found that around 50% of the people who went to the conference literally never intended on buying any furniture at all. Just complete tire kickers, waste of time. You know, they didn't have anything better to do that day. The girlfriend dragged them along or whatever. Basically, waste of time, they're tire kickers, right? Half the people that you contact, that you reach out to are never going to buy from you. Probably never from anyone, okay? So just forget about them. Now, that leaves us with another 50%. There are about 7%, maybe 3 to 7% of people who we call the now buyers. These people are actually looking to buy at some point in the next 90 days. Now, how that corresponds to you as a copywriter, that means that literally only 3 to 7% of the entire market, which is a big market, by the way. There's 330 million companies in the world and all of them need a copywriter. So do the maths on that, right? But only about 3 to 7% of them are actually looking to hire a copywriter in the next 3 months. That means that about 42% of people are looking to buy at some point, not right now, but later in the next 3 months to 18 months. So knowing that, we have to go into this with the mentality knowing that literally our maximum success rate is capped at only 3 to 7% of prospects, which is why I'm such a big advocate on farming and building up your own audience and internet presence, which is all of what we covered in module 4. So if you have not watched that, stop this video, pause it, go back and watch the series in order, because that's how a series works, okay? So let's talk about cold outreach. There are 2 types of cold outreach: manual and automated. Manual, obviously personalized outreach, is exactly what we covered in the last video, in the last module. If you haven't seen it, definitely go back and check it out. Now, there's definitely pros and cons of each one, and different approaches are going to appeal to different people. And what I want to do quickly is show you which one you should use based on your personal situation. So the advantages of manual, well, the cost. It's free, right? Or it's very cheap. You can also get hyper targeted and personalized on exactly who you're reaching out to, seeing as you're reaching out to people one-on-one, right? It's also an incredible way to do market research because of how much manual time and effort that goes in to diagnosing, looking at everyone's funnels, looking at everyone's email sequences. So you learn so much about your target market as well. The cons of manual, obviously, it is extremely time consuming to send hundreds and thousands of cold emails and DMs, right? One at a time. And to be honest, the rejection can be pretty disheartening. So that's manual. Let's talk about automated. Obviously the pros, it is a super low time investment in comparison to the manual approach, right? It runs on basically autopilot. Once you set it up, it's like set and forget, does its thing, books you calls on autopilot every single day. Once you set it up, you literally don't have to do anything, and it's a fucking dream, okay? The second main advantage is that obviously it's a lot more scalable as well, okay? You can contact literally 100 times more people, 100 times faster, because you have systems that are doing the heavy lifting and not you. Now, there are a few cons, and that is going to be, it does take a little bit of time up front to set up, because we essentially have to build a cold outreach system, but once it's up and running, it's all smooth sailing from there. The second con is that these tools aren't free, okay? There are some software costs involved in setting the system up. Not too much, we're only talking a few $100, but if you're on a shoestring budget, then this may not be feasible for you. So depending on your situation and your actual desired outcome, there's really 3 main approaches that we can take when it comes to cold outreach. I have nicknamed these the engineer, the heavy, and the sniper. If you ever played TF2 on Steam back in the day, you know what's up. So quick explanation. The engineer, this is the AI outreach machine. And this is exactly what we're going to be covering in this module right here. So the analogy here, basically the engineer is not running around shooting people and stuff, right? He just builds a sentry gun, builds a system that does all the heavy lifting for him. It identifies and shoots people on autopilot, and he just kicks back, plays the guitar. It's pretty chill, right? That's what we're going to be covering in this module. The second approach is going to be the heavy, right? That is guerrilla outreach. So it's essentially this guy here with his giant ass minigun, and he's just shooting a lot of bullets, but they're manually aimed and they're manually shot one at a time. Then, third one, if there are prospects you are dying to write for, then the sniper approach is going to be the best approach for that. That is essentially one shot, one kill, hyper targeted, hyper personalized. And the way we do that is with something called the WOW package, which I've already covered right here in this free YouTube video right there, if you want to check it out. So out of these 3 approaches, which one should you pick? Introducing the whaleometer. Trademarked, not really. However, I think this is a pretty good visual representation of what I'm trying to get at here. So all the way on the left, we have fully automated, minimal personalization. It is the lowest effort approach, the most automated. That is going to be the AI outreach machine / engineer. That is exactly what we're going to be covering in this module right here. Moving along, right in the middle, we have the heavy. So you can see the whale's getting a little bit bigger, right? So this is essentially you build a dream 100 list of prospects, people you'd love to work with, and you hand select them and you reach out to them in a personalized way in the exact fashion that I showed you in the last video. And then all the way over there on the right, that is going to be the sniper approach. That is super personalized. It's the highest effort, but that is reserved only for the biggest and best whales. So if there is people in the industry 8-9 figure whales, like giant clients, like absolute dream clients you'd love to work with, like literally the biggest names in your space. If there's people you really want to write for, you want to go for the sniper approach. If you don't really care and you're just like, dude, I just want to make money, I don't really care who it comes from, then you might want to consider the automated approach here on the left. If you're somewhere in the middle, then the heavy/personalized outreach approach is probably the best one for you. There you can see a very real life image of me fishing for a whale. Now, what I generally recommend you do is start with the manual outreach. So right here in the middle, the heavy approach, guerrilla outreach. And the reason being is because you want to learn the specific pain points and the offers that resonate with your target market. And then you want to scale that up with the automated tools. So in an ideal world, you would send at least 50 to 100 personalized outreach messages, aka the heavy approach there, to test different angles, different pain points, benefits, offers, and guarantees. And then that way, once you know what works, then you can put things on autopilot and then build and craft one of these campaigns, let it run, and then quite literally just like kick back while calls get booked for you. Pretty fucking cool. However, in the wise words of Gandhi, sometimes ain't nobody got time for that shit, okay? So if you are super busy and you literally need to land paying clients like yesterday fast, you can set the AI outreach machine up first and then utilize the heavy and the sniper strategies while that runs on autopilot. So there's no need to only pick one of these strategies. You can run all three of them simultaneously. And what I'm going to recommend is that you set this up first, you get it up and running. So then when it runs on autopilot, then any extra time that you have left over in your day, you can spend doing one of these two approaches here. So let's get stuck in. Introducing the AI outreach machine. Trademarked, not really. This system, actually, credit where credit is due, was developed by my friend and ex-student, now my head CMB resistance coach, Lucas Trosowicz. There he is, the man, the myth, the legend. So quick background, Lucas actually joined us in CMB around 3 years ago. He became so good at cold outreach that he was literally hired by Uber and multiple other Fortune 500 companies to do B2B sales, book meetings, and close large 6 to 7 figure deals with cold email. So literally Uber hired him to like go and headhunt other CEOs and other stuff like that and close massive deals for them. That's how good he was at cold outreach. So that's how this whole thing started. And then in the process, we've basically invented a bulletproof cold outreach system that has since been battle tested. It's been refined over the last 3 to 4 years to book hundreds of calls and close literally, I would say tens of millions of dollars at this point for not only him, me, but all of our CMB members. So I think it's enough teasing. Let's get stuck in. So quick overview. This right here is your 6 steps to 6 figures. And this is the exact approach that I'm going to be revealing in this video on literally how to take you from 0 to 10K a month as a freelance copywriter. The 6 steps are stack, search, scrape, screen, script, and send. Totally came up with that myself. Definitely did not use ChatGPT for any help with that at all. Anyways, moving on. So step 1, we're going to stack. That means we're going to build your cold email tech stack. What are the tools that you need to use? We're going to cover that in the first section. Second section is going to be search. This is all about researching your ideal target prospect, an extremely important step that you cannot skip. Step 3, we're going to scrape a mass lead list of targeted prospects. Step 4, screen. Then we are going to extract, filter, and format the data from the giant lead list that we've scraped. Step 5, script. That is where you actually go ahead and you write your 5 email outreach sequence. And then step 6, that's my favorite one. It's because it's the one that makes you money. That is when you load into the automated sending software and you launch. So let's get stuck in. Step 1, stack, building your cold email tech stack. In order to make this system work, there are a few tools and softwares that you're going to need to use that are going to do the heavy lifting for you. So I'm going to walk you through exactly A to Z, what they are, what you need to sign up for, what you don't need, and how much everything costs. So step 1 is your sending domains. What you want to do to kickstart this entire process is you're going to go to GoDaddy or wherever you buy your domains from. You're going to buy 5 sending domains. All that means is just buy 5 domains, okay? These will set you back. Wait for it. Try not to fall off your chair, okay? A whopping $2 each. And they will renew at $20 or $30 a year or something after that. But let's be real. You actually follow this system, you are going to be making so much money next year. $20 to $30 is just going to be a fucking rounding error. Okay. It's not going to be important. So $2 each up front. And then what we want to do is create a Google Workspace account for each of those domains. Now, each Google Workspace account that you need is going to be $7.20 a month. As of right now, maybe they change, maybe they could go higher or lower in the future, but it's 25th of April, 2024 right now. That is the price. So why do you need multiple sending domains? What are these sending domains? What is this about? The reason is because we don't want to be sending cold emails from your primary domain. So for example, my website is SeanFerres.com. There it is right there in all its glory. It is like super old and really needs updating, but that's not important. So imagine my primary email was like Sean@SeanFerres.com. It's not, but let's pretend it is. So if I were to send cold emails from Sean@SeanFerres.com, what could potentially happen is very bad things. So if I send a super high volume of emails, then it only takes a few people to be having a bad day and report me as spam. And then potentially in the worst case scenario, my domain could actually be blacklisted, which would mean that essentially my entire domain of SeanFerres.com and any email and anything connected to that would completely be disabled, gone forever. Okay, it means my website wouldn't work, my Stripe wouldn't work, bad things. Okay, so that's why we have dedicated sending domains. We don't want to use your main domain. The second reason, like, why do we need 5? Like, what's with that, right? So there's a limit of really realistically about 50 to 100 emails that you can actually send per day per domain. If you try and send more than that, like if you're trying to send thousands of emails a day from one single email address, you are going to go to spam straight up. Okay. So the real limit is about 50 to 100. And that's why we need multiple of these domains to actually be able to send more than 50 to 100. And the coolest part is that the more domains you have means the more emails you can send, means the more money you can make. The best part, the thing I love the most about cold outreach is that it is infinitely scalable. It is literally the only client acquisition system in the entire world that scales infinitely linearly, right? Think about it. Let's say on Instagram right now, you're trying to send DMs, you're trying to get clients. You can send like what, 30 DMs a day before you get blocked? If you wanted to make 100 times more money, you can't jump in and start sending 3,000 DMs a day. Okay, you're going to get action blocked. You're going to get thrown into Instagram jail, and that's the end of it, right? Same thing with ads, right? Let's say you're spending $1,000 a day on ads, you're getting leads for $5 per lead. You can't just 100x your ad budget overnight, or your cost per lead is going to go to shit, right? Anyone who's ever run Facebook ads knows that. As you scale, the cost increases. Cold outreach is literally the only client acquisition method where you can scale infinitely, linearly to the moon. And there is no limit on how many domains you can buy, how many emails you can send. There are people that make $10, $100 million a year simply with cold emails because they have like 200 sending domains, okay? So that's why we have multiple of them. So for example, let's say my primary domain was SeanFerres.com, like I just showed you. So what I would do is I would go to GoDaddy and I would buy 5 different variants of SeanFerres.com. So for example, I could have SeanFerresOfficial.com, SeanFerresCopy.com, SeanWritesCopy.com, SeanMAFerres.com, right? Insert my middle name initials, not telling you what they are, that's a secret. Try companyname.com, right? Try SeanFerres.com or whatever, companynamedemo.com. There's like infinite variables that you could do. You could even do the same thing with like .com.au or .co.uk or .net or whatever. Preferably you want a .com, but it should not be too difficult to find 5 variants of your main domain. The next bit is what you want to do is you want to go to Google Workspace, right? It used to be called G Suite, now called Google Workspace. And you're going to want to create one email alias for each of those domains. What is an alias? Very simple. It's just the thing before the @ symbol, right? So if my domain was SeanFerres.com, or let's say Sean@SeanWritesCopy.com. All you're going to do is you're going to create essentially whatever your name is. So name@yourdomain.com for each of the 5 that you just made. One email for each domain. That is all you need. Go into your Gmail settings, add a profile picture to each email account. Okay, you want to be looking like a real person here. We're going to be sending emails from this. So make sure that you don't just have like some blank profile picture. Okay, we want to be showing our prospects that we're a real person here. Next step is we want to jump into Google Workspace and you want to connect all of your new domain DNS records to Google Workspace from GoDaddy. Now, this sounds a little bit technical. This honestly is probably the most technical, hardest, most like tech savvy part that you have to do, but there is literally a step-by-step guide right here from Google that walks you through A to Z how to do it. It's really not too difficult. I get maybe that some people, maybe actually had friends in high school and didn't like spend all their free time like coding websites and shit like me. So, maybe it won't come as naturally to you because you want a fucking loser in high school like me, but really follow the instructions. You should not have a hard time connecting that up. And then last step is you want to set up domain forwarding to forward all of these domains to your main website. Now, the reason behind that is because let's say you email a prospect from Sean Writes Copy, Sean@SeanWritesCopy.com. Well, a lot of people before they decide to reply to you or not are going to copy paste that, put it into Google and see, is this guy real? Do they have a website, right? Do they look legit? And if it just goes to a blank, like, 404 error page or something like that, it's not really the best look for you, okay? So it's very simple. You just go to GoDaddy, you set up domain forwarding, and you can forward these all to your primary domain, to your card website. Remember that card website that you set up in module 3, which you did, right? Yes, good. If not, go back and watch the series in order and actually implement it this time. You should have a card website and then you should forward them all to your website. Pretty simple stuff. Very nice. Okay, moving on. The second tool that we need is our warming and sending software. Now, we can't just buy a bunch of domains and start sending emails straight off the bat because guess what? That is exactly what spammers do, and that is why they go to spam. So before we can actually start sending, we need to warm up each domain for 14 days. There's no way to shortcut this, okay? It just needs to take time. It needs to take 2 weeks. You need to give it 2 weeks, 14 days before you can start sending, to ensure that your emails actually have good deliverability, right? Your domain reputation is nice and strong, and your emails actually land in primary, right? There's no point in doing all this shit if your emails are just going to spam and no one's seeing them. So there's a lot of email warming tools out there on the market, Lemwarm, Instantly, and so on. The one that I'm going to recommend that you use for both warming and sending is Instantly. I personally think they are the best in the game when it comes to cold outreach. It's a company run by cold emailers for cold emailers. They basically built the tool that they wish they had. It's a really smart team behind it. They're very innovative, and it's just honestly like, dude, if they were a public company, I would buy shares, right? Let's just say that. So we're going to use Instantly. That is the tool that I recommend. You're going to have to sign up for the hyper growth package. It is $97 a month, okay, USD, but it does come with a 14-day free trial. So technically, you could warm your domains for free if you just signed up for 2 weeks and then canceled, but we're going to need it to send anyway, so just sign up for the package, okay? Now, you could sign up. They do have cheaper tiers. You could go to here. You go to pricing. This package right here, it's the one that we want. Hypergrowth, pay yearly. You can save some money, save 20%. Now, if you're balling on a budget, probably realistically, you're going to be paying monthly, so it's going to be $97 a month. Now, you might be tempted. This growth package, hey, you can get the same thing for only $37. No, unfortunately, the growth package is not enough for our sending needs, as you'll see when we get to the next bit. So listen, you could spend hours and days Googling alternatives and you're going to come to the same fucking conclusion. Trust me, I've done all the research for you. This is the one to use. Just sack up and sign up for it, okay? Next, just leave all the warming settings on default. It is super simple to connect once you've set it all up. You just jump in here, right? You go all the way over there, warm up button, click it till it turns green, and that's quite literally it. That's all you need to do. Turn warming on, let it do its thing, leave all the settings on default. I've just given you my personal email. That's fucking great. Now, what is this warming up thing? What does it do? Why is it necessary? Very simple. The reason that we want to do this is because when you first purchase a domain, it is stone cold, okay? It has never emailed anyone. It's never been emailed before. If you try and start blasting out emails straight away, literally, again, that is exactly what spammers do. Therefore, Gmail is going to go, you're a fucking spammer. Fuck you. You're going in the spam folder. And then our sequence won't work, okay? So what this does for you is it essentially replicates human-like sending and receiving behavior on your behalf on autopilot for 2 weeks. It will send and receive emails to a giant pool of people who also use Instantly. And you guys basically will send each other emails and you'll respond to some of them in a natural human sort of pattern that you would normally respond to emails, which signals to Gmail and all these other algorithms that like, oh, okay, yeah, this person's using their email like a normal person and they're good to go. And that's going to warm your domain up until your domain reputation is high. And then we can start blasting cold emails later on. Now, of course, this is going to mean that you're going to be getting a flood of random emails in your inbox. It's going to be clogging it up and you probably don't want to see that. So unless you want to go insane, what you want to do is copy the warm-up filter tag that's in instantly, create a filter in your Gmail to actually hide all those warming emails in a folder so that you don't go insane, like I said, right? So they're going to give you a custom signature. We went over here from warm-up into settings right there. There it is. You're going to click to copy that. Super simple. You come over here into filtering settings and you just go include the words, bang. Then you go create filter. And then all you're going to do is mark it as red, never send to spam, and then you're just going to apply a label, create a custom label, send them all to a folder. That way they're not showing up in your main inbox and you don't go insane, okay? So that's step 2. The third tool that we're going to need to use here is our lead generation tools, okay? So, hate to break it to you, but we're going to need some leads for this to work. Now, there are 3 main lead gen tools that we're going to want to use to mass scrape leads at scale. The 3 that I recommend are going to be LinkedIn Sales Navigator, Apollo, and new kid on the block is Instantly Lead Finder. So this is going to depend a little bit on what niche in particular you're going after. If you are going after like coaches, personal brands as the niche that you chose in module 2, I'd recommend you use LinkedIn Sales Navigator. You're going to need the $99 a month core plan. If you have what I would call a more like legit business, so I just imagine something that would have like a head office, that type of thing, then you're going to want to use Apollo. Apollo is essentially a giant database full of like 250 million companies. You're going to need the $59 a month basic plan is all we need for this. Now, the caveat here is when you use these 2 tools, especially LinkedIn Sales Navigator, it's going to give you a bunch of leads. However, all that's going to show you is just a bunch of targeted LinkedIn profiles, not necessarily their emails and their phone numbers and their contact info. So we need to use a third-party tool. The one I recommend is going to be Find Email to actually extract their personal emails from LinkedIn Sales Nav or Apollo. This is going to set you back $99 a month for 5,000 contacts. 5,000 should be enough. That's all we need. Alternatively, if you're balling on a budget, there are other tools that do this as well. Phantom Buster, Scrap, and EvoBoot Wizard, for example. And one of the newer players in this market, like I said, is Instantly Lead Finder. So in addition to the sending and warming software, recently, about 6 months ago, they actually launched their own lead gen software as well. It is $97 a month in addition to the $97 a month that you have to pay for the sending software. And the Supersonic Leads is the plan that you want to get. That's going to get you 4,500 verified leads every single month with the personal emails. So the good news is you don't actually have to pay the additional $99 a month to use Find Email because it actually just gives you the personal emails for you. Now, if you're wondering, oh my God, this sounds like a lot of costs and expenses. I don't have that. I can't afford that, whatever. Good news is you don't need to use these forever every single month unless you're running like a high level agency. You can simply sign up for 1 month, scrape as many leads as you possibly can, and then cancel. That's totally fine. And then only when you run out of leads and you need more, you can reactivate your plan and get more. Okay, so there's no need to pay for it every month. Next, the 4th tool that we need, super important, is email verification. You always must validate your lead list with an email verification tool to ensure that your email list that you've generated from these scraping tools is real, it's active, and it's free of spam traps. Okay, so this is going to protect your domains and sender reputation. Nothing will destroy your sender reputation and send you to spam faster than emailing a giant list of emails that are invalid or full of spam traps or whatever, they're bouncing. Not good. Okay, so we want to make sure that we're cleaning our lead list before we do any sending at all. What I recommend you do, easiest way to do this, jump over into AppSumo. Just simply search for email verifier or email validator, as you know from watching module 4. AppSumo is just a giant market essentially full of software programs. And from time to time, some of these programs will just run these absolutely insane, 99% off like lifetime deals and that kind of thing. So literally just search for email verifier or email validator, chuck it in the search bar, and then honestly just pick any of these. They all pretty much work the same. Rion, that's a really good one. So you can see that instead of spending, what it would normally cost, which is like 50 to $100 a month, you can quite literally get access to the tool for lifetime for a one-time purchase of $79, which is absolutely insane. So just search for email verifier, search for email validator, look for one of them which has a good lifetime deal, should be around $59 and has great reviews, and just choose that. So a few of the really good ones in the market: Rion, Million Verifier, Email List Validation. Search for those ones first. If they have a deal on, definitely grab one of them. Move on. That's all we need to do. The fifth tool, this is super important as well. Luckily, this one is free. It is called Mail Meteor Spam Checker. So what this essentially does is actually scans your emails for spammy words and phrases that are likely to put you in spam. So that way, beforehand, before you send the email, you can proof your copy and make sure you remove those words so that you don't go to spam. So super helpful, super useful tool that we're going to be using down the line. So all in all, for the total investment for the tech stack that we need to make this work is $10 for 5 sending domains. Okay, $2 each on GoDaddy. Of course, they're going to renew at about $20 to $30 a year later on. But like I said, once you're making 10K a month, do you really give a fuck about $20 a year? Not really. So not that important. Next bit is Google Workspace. That is for the emails and the inboxes that we're going to be using to send from. That's going to set you back $7.20 each as of right now, $36 in total. Next is our scraping software. That's going to be $59 to $99 for Apollo or LinkedIn Sales Navigator or Instantly Lead Finder to scrape leads. $99 a month for Find Email to extract the personal email of all those leads we generated. $59 one time for an email validation tool on AppSumo. And then, of course, we need to use Instantly, $97 a month, which is going to warm and send our emails. So the total upfront cost to get this entire system up and running, the system that will literally save you 40 hours plus a week of manual prospecting, manually sending emails, and just do the whole thing for you, is $300 to $400. I mean, honestly, if you value your time more than like $2 an hour, I think it's an absolute no-brainer, right? The only ongoing costs after that, literally the only thing you have to keep paying for is the Google Workspace emails every month, and then Instantly to send the emails. So $300 to $400 up front, and then $133 a month ongoing for Google Workspace and Instantly. For the amount of time this saves you, literally 40 hours a week, it is an absolute no-brainer. If you can afford it, absolutely do it. If that's too much for you right now, totally get it. I used to work in a warehouse for minimum wage. In that case, jump back a module, just do the personalized outreach, you'll be absolutely fine. So that was step 1. Build your cold outreach email tech stack. Done and dusted. Let's talk about step 2. That is going to be search. Researching your ideal target prospect. Now, I'm not going to bullshit you. Research is probably the most boring part of this entire process, but oh my God, it is the most necessary. If you try and skip this step, I assure you, nothing else matters. This process will not work. It is absolutely crucial. No doubt you've heard this quote before from the legend, Mr. Abe Lincoln. Give me 6 hours to chop down a tree and I will spend the first 4 sharpening the axe. Sharpening the axe in this case means doing our research. You'll see that once you have a firm grasp on your prospects' pain points, needs, desires, wants, and so on, literally your cold outreach emails will write themselves. Everything will become absolutely effortless if you put in the time to do it here. So this is going to be one of the longest sections, but absolutely the most important. By this point, you should have decided your niche and your offer, and you should have a very clear understanding of what you're selling and who you're selling it to. If not, go back and watch the series in order. You fucking goose, okay? It's a series for a reason. You start with video 1, and then you watch video 2, and then all the way to video 6. This is video 6. Watch it in order, okay? So, why niche down? Well, a few very key reasons why we want to niche down. Why can't we just say, well, there's 330 million businesses in the world. Why can't I go for all of them? Think about this concept of a generalist versus a specialist. Who gets paid more? Your GP, right? Your random local GP down the road, or a brain surgeon. Of course, the brain surgeon gets 5 to 10 times more money, despite the fact that they're both doctors. Why? Because he solves a very specific, very high level problem. We want to become a specialist and not a generalist. Second reason is it's going to allow you to become the go-to expert in your niche and just get tons of referrals on autopilot, right? If you brand yourself as like, I am the email copywriter for pet stores or whatever, then you're going to kind of develop a name for yourself if you're good, right? And then, buzz will get around, word will get around, and then before you know it, you'll have clients coming to you without even trying. Third reason, quite simply, you need a map before you enter the woods, right? If you're trying to get to the other side, it's kind of nice to know how to get there. So, famous quote that I love from our man Confucius: the man who chases two rabbits catches neither. This is such a common trend that I see among people who are like, oh, well, I could help golf store owners and I could help gym owners and I could help this and that. And it's like, yeah, you could help everyone, but by chasing everyone, you appeal to absolutely no one. It is the equivalent of, imagine you walk into a crowd, right? And you shout, hey, you. Who's going to turn and look? Fucking no one, right? Because it's generic as shit, right? Imagine if you said, hey, Brian. Imagine if someone called Brian, dude, they're going to turn and look 100%. Okay, so that's what we're trying to get at here. The way you stand out in such a crowded marketplace isn't by shouting louder than everyone else. Okay, it is by whispering the right words in the ears of your prospects. Okay, so that's why niching is super important. Now, none of this is new. We cover this all in module 2, but it's super important. So I want to make sure we go over it again. Okay, the 5 ones. This is your fastest path to 6 figures. We're going to pick one target market. That means one person, one problem, one promise. We're going to make one main offer to them, one main traffic source. In this case, we're talking about cold emailing, one conversion tool. I would recommend a phone call or a Zoom call, technically. I would recommend you do a Zoom call. And then the last bit is one quarter. All that means is 90 days. So you're going to give this an honest crack. You're going to go super hard for 90 days. You're not going to change anything about your target market, your offer, your traffic source, your conversion tool for 90 days. And then if for some miraculous reason you're not getting results after 90 days, then you can go back and revisit. Okay, don't be one of these niche jumpers who tries it for like 7 days and go, oh, my niche is broke, it sucks. And then you're flip-flopping all over the place and you make no money. Okay, it's what everyone does. It's why they all suck, why they get no results. So let's talk about your 5-star market checklist. What actually makes a great niche? Very simple. Starving market. Is there actually a need for a copywriter in that space? Is the market growing year over year, right? Not like the, newspaper industry, for example. Are they easy to find, right? Are they actually searchable? If you were to type into LinkedIn or Facebook or Instagram, do they have a catchphrase or a title or a job title or something that you can actually search for? Purchasing power. Are they able to buy? AKA, if you're selling to like broke, unemployed uni students or something, probably not a great market. So do they have money? Are they already successful? Are they making money? Now, this one is a little bit controversial. Everyone always talks about like, oh, you want to go for a blue ocean opportunity, right? You ever read any of like Russell Brunson stuff? No hate on Russell. I think he's amazing. But, they always talk about this concept of blue ocean. I'm just like, dude, you're not trying to build $1 billion business and disrupt an entire industry, okay? You're literally just trying to make like 10 grand a month. There is so much room in every market for you for a fucking piss tiny little 10K a month. It's absolutely nothing. Okay. It is a micro slice of the pie. So what I mean here by red ocean is, are there already copywriters crushing it in this market? That's all. Are there copywriters making money in this market? If there are not, if you're like, oh, I've just discovered this magical blue ocean, there's not a single copywriter in this market, I could be the first one. Yeah, there's probably a reason for that. It's probably because the market has no money and it sucks, okay? So what I'm getting at is like, go for something proven. That's it. Now, the best niche for you is going to be something that you're passionate about, that you have ideally some sort of knowledge in, and then something that there is demand for as well. So if you can hit on all 3 of those spheres, like we talked about in module 2, then that is your absolute golden market, okay? That's the market. So the market is the who. We combine the market with the service. Your service is the what, aka what are you selling? Okay, are you selling email marketing, Facebook ads, SEO, sex counseling and therapy? I don't know, right? That's the service. And the intersection of those 2 is what we call your niche. Okay, so if you're like email marketing for e-com coaches, that would be your niche. Very simple. Now, if you're struggling to decide, then let me help you out. Right here is a list of proven, in-demand, high-paying niches in case you're stuck and you need some help. Supplement brands, niche e-com stores, financial/investing newsletters, courses, and coaches. Crypto, getting pretty hot right now. I don't know, depending when you're watching this. Maybe it's like 2027 and the whole fucking crypto market has collapsed. I don't know. Credit repair, dating, relationship, sex advice, right? You pick either men or women ideally. Golf training, golf equipment. A lot of rich people in that market. They want to beat their friends at golf and they're willing to spend a lot of money. Trust me. Pets, right? That involves pet care, pet training, pet supplies, pet swag and merch, that sort of thing. Pet food. Survival and the prepper niche. That's a huge one in the direct response market. Dispensaries, right? If it's legal where you live. Travel, luxury travel, alternative health, self-improvement, food and wine, SaaS, baby products, senior care health, home improvement, maintenance, repair, renovation, furniture, online fitness coaches, business coaches. Now, a lot of people are like, I'm an email copywriter, business coaches isn't that. In my opinion, business coach is too broad. You want to narrow that down even further. Really, when it comes to business coaches, there are two separate types of business coaches, right? We've got B2C and B2B. So when it comes to B2C, that's business to consumer, in case you're new to this industry, all that really means is BizOp, right? Business opportunity. So if we think like helping people make money online, like I'll help you make your first 5K online, basically what I do, right? That would be BizOp, B2C. So that comes in tons of different forms, as you know, right? E-com, drop shipping, trading, copywriting, real estate, sales, appointment setting, SMMA, YouTube, all that stuff, okay? That's B2C. And I would pick one of these specific things, that would be a niche. Next type of business coach would be B2B. So when I think B2B, this is really helping established businesses to grow and scale. So if you're willing to help agencies, anything that's like corporate, culture, ads, scaling, consulting, etc., that all falls under the B2B umbrella. So all that matters here is that you pick something either from this list or you go through the exercise that we talked about all the way back in module 1 or 2 or whatever it was. Pick a niche, pick a service, let's move on with your life, okay? Now that we've chosen, we need to research the fuck out of it to learn their frustrations, their fears, their goals, their desires, their hopes, and their dreams. And I really want to stress this. I really want to iterate this. You cannot skip the research process or your outreach will not work. Trust me. I'll give you 2 examples of this right now. So, what are people really buying? Super interesting. So example number 1, security cameras. Now, there was a really interesting study that came out a few years ago, and it turns out that the bulk majority of people who buy security cameras, it's not to actually, prevent and catch intruders from invading their home or anything like that. Literally, most people who bought security cameras, it turns out they're actually buying it to watch their pets and watch their children when they're away at work. So they can see that they're safe, they're okay, that the dog's not fucking ripping up all the pillows and stuff like that. Wouldn't that be a pretty important thing to know if you were, I don't know, in charge of marketing for a security camera company? Probably, right? You're out there talking about like, prevent home invasions and stuff. Bro, people don't actually fucking care about that. They're buying it to watch their pets, okay? So this is why the research is so important. Then you pivot your marketing and then you talk about that. Guess what? People buy. Next example, I've talked about this in a previous video, but I think it's worth bringing up again. So, friend of mine, Caleb O'Dowd, he is a very, very successful copywriter, 8-9 figures, something like that. He actually used to be the roommate of Gary Halbert. Talk about luck. He literally, imagine just fucking moving in with a random person as a flatmate, and it turns out that person is the greatest copywriter of all time, Gary Halbert. So this guy, Caleb, he moved from Ireland to sunny, I think it was Miami. And he was like, whoa, what's this copywriting thing, Gary? You seem to be doing pretty well at this. You're like, teach me copywriting, right? And Gary goes, all right, young buck, you want to learn copywriting? Here's what you're going to do. Current offer I'm working on is we are selling dick pills, basically Viagra, to this certain market. What you're going to do is you are going to ring up 100 of the previous buyers that have bought this particular dick pill, and you're going to ask them why they bought. And Caleb's like, yeah, to hell I am. And Gary's like, you want a job? That's what you're going to do. So Caleb reluctantly picks up the phone, starts dialing. He goes, hey, so I noticed you just bought a bottle of Mr. Big. Can I just ask you, like, man to man, like real talk, like, why did you actually buy it? And to his surprise, a lot of these people were very open and very honest, and they opened up to him, right? And it turns out the reason they were buying this dick pill, it wasn't because they couldn't get it up anymore. it turns out like pretty much all of them were buying it because they felt guilty about losing attraction for their long-term partner. You know, these people in their 50s, 60s, they're like, you know, I've been married to the same girl for, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And, it's hard to stay attracted to them. So it's like, that's why they bought it. And it's like, interesting. You wouldn't have thought that. So armed with this information, Gary turns to Caleb and he says, now go write a sales letter selling this. Caleb's like, what's a sales letter? Gary just goes, just go write one, okay? And Caleb, literally having never written a sales letter in his entire life, knows nothing about copywriting, wrote his first ever sales letter. Gary Halbert made like a couple tweaks to it, very minor. They mailed it out and made $1 million in sales, his first ever sales letter that he ever wrote. Why? Because he knew the specific pain points of his target market and he knew why they were buying, okay? This is why the research phase is so important. So, how do we actually do this? How do we become a market detective? Tons of different ways that we can go about doing this that I'll cover briefly. So the obvious, easiest, and best, most effective way is to talk to existing past clients and friends in the industry if you have them, right? So whatever your niche is that you chose, right? If it's like golf coaches or whatever, if you have clients, previous clients, past clients, if you know anyone in the industry, talk to them. Ask them, interview them. What are your pain points? What do you struggle with? What do you wish you had? What would be your ideal outcome? Like really, like take them out for lunch, pay for the lunch, have a conversation with them, learn all this stuff. That is marketing gold. Next, forums. Pro tip, there's a free Chrome extension. It's called Discussions. Download it, use it. If you're not using Google Chrome, do better. Use Google Chrome, okay? Right? Free Chrome extension. And then guess what happens? If I Google, let's say how to lose weight fast, if I'm in the fitness market, what's going to happen is boom, see that right there, discussions, an extra tab, secret tab that you didn't even know existed shows up right there. What this is going to show instead of videos, images, and so on is forums. All of these results are going to be forums, and this is absolute market research gold that you can dig through. So study the questions, click on all these forums, read through them, spend hours, right? Study the questions people are asking, how they describe their struggles and the implications of those problems. Okay, so here's one, for example, Reddit/email marketing. What are your biggest struggles, challenges with doing email marketing? And there's like tons and dozens of people who are going through and talking about it. If you're selling email marketing, email copywriting, wouldn't that be useful to know? Like what literally hundreds of business owners are saying they struggle with. Guess what? You can use that as ammunition in your cold outreach. And it's going to work because it's what everyone's struggling with, okay? Right? Second one example here, I have a joke about email marketing, but it's stuck in the promotions folder, right? So that's a big pain point people have as well. Next, Google autofill. Very simple. When you type some shit in, Google automatically tries to finish your sentence like my girlfriend, right? Very assumptive. And so those results aren't random, okay? Google is suggesting the most searched terms. And so what comes up in Google autofill is obviously what people are searching a lot. Likewise, YouTube, you can search relevant YouTube videos in your niche, in your topic, right? Which videos get the most views? If they have the most views, they probably is for a reason. It's because a lot of people are searching for that topic, okay? Remember, YouTube is a search platform. It's the second largest search platform after Google. Go to Amazon, look for relevant books. Which books in your industry are the most popular? They're probably popular for a reason, right? Read the reviews. What are the good reviews and the bad reviews say? Look at the 5 stars, the 3 stars, and the 1-star reviews. You'll see what people love about it. You see what they hate about it, and you'll see what they're okay about it, right? And then that gives you perfect information. Hey, the 5-star reviews, that's what people want. The 1-star reviews, that's what they wish the book had. Boom, maybe I can provide that solution. Next one, Keywords Anywhere. It is another Chrome extension. It is very cheap. It is paid, but cheap. Works for Google and YouTube. Basically, every time you Google something, it'll suggest a giant list of similar search terms that people are searching by search volume and history. So very useful as well. Another tool, this one is paid. It's a little bit more expensive. It's called Answer the Public. I think you get like 3 to 5 free searches a day. So you could try that. So for example, if you search crypto, it will literally show you like the top searches on Google that people are searching for, like word for word, right? So it's like, what is the best crypto to buy? Is crypto legal? How can I buy crypto, right? Like those sort of search terms, very useful to know. Facebook groups. We talked all about that all the way back in module 3, so that should be nothing new there. But great idea. Find niche Facebook groups, jump into them and search for specific phrases like how to, how do I, question, or does anyone know, right? Those things obviously are people asking questions. And so you can search, right? By the way, hashtag welcome to the 21st century. You can search in Facebook groups. So here we are in my group, for example. If you're not in it, what are you even doing with your life? Make sure you join us. I drop tons of value in here every single day. You can search the group. For example, how do I, right? And then it's going to come up with every single keyword or question or person. Mostly all the posts are from me, but anyone who's ever searched like how do I, how can I, that kind of thing is going to come up, and that's going to provide you some incredible market research right there. LinkedIn, another great one. Search through LinkedIn groups for business-oriented topics, real estate, investing, digital marketing, and so on. Competitor research, right? See which content, blogs, Facebook posts, YouTube videos, etc., get the most engagement. Listen to industry-relevant podcasts. ChatGPT, here's a cool little hack for you. Copy paste this exact prompt, type it into ChatGPT, and say, hey, I run a niche business, right? So I run an email copywriting business for fitness coaches, and I help women's fat loss coaches to boost their email revenue. I am marketing to these people using ads, emails, and social media. Can you give me 10 of the most common and frustrating pain points someone in the fitness coaching niche goes through on a daily, weekly, and monthly and yearly basis? And it is going to spit out a whole bunch of pain points for you. Incredible market research done in seconds. The point is here, you really want to spend some time on this process, right? Spend 1 or 2 days really going down the rabbit hole. Like, do all of this, like live, breathe, eat, and sleep your market. Understand like the day-to-day realities of their life. What is it like to be a business owner in that particular niche, right? You want to literally become them. Like by this point, if you do this right, you should be the James Bond of your market. You should literally know your target prospects better than they know themselves. This is what separates the amateurs from the pros. The time spent here will yield you results in dividends that you cannot fathom, I promise. So that's all well and good, but you might be wondering, Sean, what am I actually researching for specifically, right? Here is the ultimate framework I've ever seen for doing this. Credit where credit is due. Taki Moore, the man, the myth, the legend, one of my original business coaches, helped take me from 20K a month to well over 100K a month. Dude's an absolute legend, makes like $30 million a year. Most generous human I've ever met, never wears shoes, just a total rock star, okay? So he talks about this concept that we call the 4 forces. Now this is essentially a quadrant comprised of 4 sections, hence the word quadrant. So we have wants, aspirations, frustrations, and fears. So I think it's pretty self-explanatory, but essentially wants is just like, what do your target market want? Aspirations is more long-term. So it's like, what do they want more in the future? Frustrations is what are the annoying nitpicky things that they immediately wish they could get rid of? And then fears, once again, long-term, that is like, if these frustrations continue, what do they fear might happen in the future? So the way that I would recommend that you use this, that you feel this out, as you're going through these forums and Amazon and YouTube videos and so on, and you're going through all these places, Facebook groups, you're doing all this research, take notes, but put your notes in one of these 4 quadrants and spend a lot of time on this. It will pay off, I promise. So the way you want to start, I would start right here, bottom left, frustrations. All you're going to do is you're going to list out like, what are all the frustrations that this market has, particularly as it pertains to your particular service, right? So like email marketing. So for example, like, what do dating coaches struggle with? Well, probably struggle to predictably generate high quality, high income leads. They probably struggle with dealing with a lot of brokies, unpredictable lead flow, leads not willing to spend thousands of dollars on their high ticket coaching, so on and so on. That would be the frustrations. Then you're going to extrapolate that into fears. So it's like, hey, if this continues, what do I fear might happen? Well, I fear that maybe I'm going to have to wind this business down. I'll have to go bankrupt. I'll have to give up. I'll have to go back to working a 9 to 5, whatever, right? Now, the cool part is once you've done the bottom 2, frustrations and fears, you're pretty much done. All you have to do is invert it and then you get the top 2. Okay. So the opposite of all the frustrations are all the things they want. The opposite of all the fears are all the aspirations that they want. Now, really build this list like as big as you can. Spend a good few hours doing this because I promise, like if you get this right, your emails will literally write themselves. Okay, your campaigns will crush. Your calendar will be flooded with prospects wanting to hire you for your services, right? So that's the first bit. The next thing we need to do is we need to take our service, for example, email marketing, and actually refine it into an offer. This right here, this is the secret sauce to cold outreach. Okay, this is how you literally grab your prospect's attention by the throat and you make them beg to jump on a call. It is what I refer to as mafia offers. What is a mafia offer? Quite simply, an offer that cannot be refused. Okay? Remember, success with cold outreach, it all comes down to sending the right message to the right person at the right time. The most important piece of this entire puzzle is your offer. The more of a no-brainer that your offer is, the more people will give you money. It is quite literally that simple. Okay? So the way that we want to go about this is what I call the drug dealer method. What is Sean talking about now? Here's what I mean. Something you have to understand is that generic services like email marketing, list management, Facebook ads, Instagram growth, it's 2024, it's 2025. I don't know when you're watching this, okay? But those services are very generic. They're very saturated and it's very hard to cut through the noise because how many copywriters are there out there emailing, hey, I'm an email copywriter, can write your emails? There's like millions of them, right? Especially as it's more like courses, gurus, YouTube channels. I'm part of the problem as well, right? Pumping out copywriters by the day. So it's hard to cut through that noise and stand out. So the way we actually stand out, like I said before, it's not about shouting louder, it's about getting more strategic. So we need to hook prospects' attention with a hyper specific offer that gets them a specific desirable result. What this is going to be is a subsection or essentially a downsell of your main service. This is key. Pay attention if you're over there sleeping, if you're scrolling on Facebook, scrolling on LinkedIn. Give me your goddamn attention because this is going to change your life. For example, email marketing as a service can be broken down into so many different pieces. Think about it, like how much goes into doing actual email marketing? There's tons, right? There's sending broadcast emails, there's the promotional calendar, there's deliverability, list hygiene, automation, list growth, email list capture, like formatting and filtering. There's a conversion mechanism, which is like your sales page, booking calls, etc., like the links you're sending people to in the emails. There's so much that goes into it. So to turn a generic service like email marketing, because if you're emailing people like, oh, hey, I can do email marketing, right? It's about as exciting as saying like, oh, hey, I can grow your Instagram. It's like, whatever, bro, sure you can. Who cares? They ignore it, delete it, move on. So to turn that generic email marketing service into a mafia offer, we need to take a one specific, sexy, instant results piece of that package and offer that. So by breaking email marketing down into each of these specific pieces, we can take the sexiest piece, and that is what we're going to use in our outreach. So for example, what we might do is I'll say, hey, I can get you out of spam, right? If that's a problem that they're struggling with. And that'll be, 5 to 10x opens, clicks, and sales for you. That's the offer that Alex made $20,000 with before, by the way, the free YouTube video that I mentioned. Get them out of promotions tab and into primary, which would be up to a 2x in opens, clicks, sales. Install a high converting welcome sequence. I will install an abandoned cart sequence to revive lost sales. I'll change your unsubscribe link to turn unsubscribers into buyers. The Alex Edwards video example that I've used in previous videos. I will install a list cleaner automation to improve your deliverability. I'll grow your list faster and cheaper than running Facebook ads if you have like a list growth service. I'll build you a lead list of targeted businesses. I'll optimize your landing page to increase conversions. I'll install fake opt-in protection on your landing page so that you don't get hit with a ton of fake emails, people just entering in gibberish to try and get your free thing, which will destroy your deliverability, that type of stuff, right? So that's the offer part of it. The next key piece here is super important, that is going to be guarantees. If you couple this drug dealer model with a crazy guarantee, just watch, your reply rates, your calls booked is going to shoot through the absolute roof. Now, the less experience, proof, results, track record, and case studies that you have, the bolder your guarantee and your offer needs to be to reverse the risk. Okay, think about it. Like, you're a total stranger showing up in their inbox. Why would they hire you? Why should they trust you? Of course, you have no track record. So you really need to go above and beyond and make a banger offer and guarantee. So there's two components to this. These guarantees really do need to be, number one, extremely bold, Number 2, humanizing. So let me show you some examples. So if I don't get you X result in X time frame, then don't pay me a cent and I'll even hand deliver you a fresh batch of piping hot choc chip cookies for wasting your time. Or, if I don't make you 10K in 30 days, I'll give you $1,000 for wasting your time, and I'll even write a long Facebook post about how I literally embarrassed myself. If I don't result in time frame, I won't ask for a single dollar, and I'll even send you a $100 Uber Eats voucher to buy yourself a nice lunch. If I don't result in time frame, then I'll not only refund every single cent, but I'll personally call your nearest Mastro's. I'll book you in for an all expenses paid gourmet steak dinner for 2. If I could spell gourmet, that would be even better. If I don't make you X in X days, 30K in 30 days, whatever, then my pride won't let me stop, so I'll work for free until I do. If I don't book you at least 10 qualified calls in the first month, then I'll rent the biggest billboard in Sydney and I'll throw up a giant picture of me in a clown suit saying I fucked up, right? Something like that, right? So you can see these guarantees, they're all extremely bold and they're humanizing. See what I mean? So, saying something like, I'll give you $1,000 for wasting your time. It's like, that's cool. That's nice. But it's like, there's something just funny and interesting about, this mental image of you being in a clown suit on a billboard. It kind of makes them laugh, makes them chuckle a little bit. And they're like, okay, this guy's kind of like cocky, but it's kind of funny. It's kind of confident and it works super well. So really just have fun and get creative with it. Like the more risk-free and appealing that the guarantee is, the more calls you will book. There is a direct correlation there, okay? Please, for the love of God, do not copy these, okay? Use them for inspiration. Make your own unique offer and guarantee. I made these, just riff them off the top of my head, okay? Yours will work because they are ballsy and fun and unique. This video is gonna get thousands of views, all right? And I don't want everyone going around copying, using these guarantees. Or guess what? They're not gonna work anymore because they're no longer going to be unique. Yours will work because they are unique. And really, don't be scared to go big. Here's the truth. Almost no one will ask for the actual thing that you guaranteed, right? They're not gonna ask for proof that you put up a billboard or anything like that. The objective here, what we're trying to do is grab their attention and get them on the phone in the first place. That is literally the hardest part of the entire client getting process by far. Here's a little trick for you, okay? It's a bit sneaky, but this is the play. Then once you're actually on the call, then you can ask them about their business and their goals. You can pitch your main service, which would be like holistic email marketing, list management, right? And I'll write your emails and I'll do all this stuff. So basically you use this hyper sectioned off downsell, right? One of these things to get your foot in the door because it appeals to them because it's like instant results, quick, sexy. Then you get them on the phone. Then you can close them on your full scale. Hey, I'll do your full email marketing. I'll do all this for you. Okay. So this is really like the foot in the door that gets you the call in the first place. And I call it the drug dealer model because really, if you think about it, like any good drug dealer, they give out these free samples, these free hits. Not that I would know, but that's how they get you hooked, right? It's like, try this. And then you're hooked. And then it's like, now you come back and buy more and more. Okay. That's the idea. So this, not gonna lie, this is super sneaky, super cheeky, but really, really effective. So if you're worried, so you might be listening to this and you might be going okay, yeah, Sean, that sounds all well and good, but I don't want to be shaving my hair, refunding people thousands of dollars, putting up billboards, this and that. What if I can't get them the outcome? What if I can't make them 20K in 30 days? What do I do, right? So if you're worried about having to actually follow through on the guarantee, remember, you can always disqualify them on the call with what I call an ethical bait and switch based on them not hitting the minimum list size criteria. Okay, so cheeky but effective. So essentially what this would be is you would jump on the phone and you would say, okay, so how big is your list? And they say, oh, it's 6,000 people. And you go, 6,000? Is that it? And they say, yeah. And you go, oh, dude, I'm so sorry. That's my bad. I honestly thought it looks from the outside that you're absolutely crushing it. I thought you would have a list of at least 20, 30,000 people. Now, just to be fully upfront and honest and transparent, that guarantee of making 30K in the first 30 days only applies to people who have a list size of at least 10,000 people. Now, You're not quite there yet. You're only at 6,000. So I won't be able to guarantee that. However, there is a lot we can do with a list of 6,000. We can certainly do some damage. I'm going to do my absolute best to try and hit that goal of 30K in the first 30 days. I just can't contractually guarantee it because you don't meet the minimum list size criteria. So again, totally my bad. Should have mentioned that in the email, but I didn't even think I needed to because it looks like you're crushing it. Right? So that's essentially word for word in that exact tonality what you would say on the phone. Now, it's kind of an ethical bait and switch because really it's more just like you're omitting that there's this criteria that they need to meet for a certain list size. So it's more like guilt by omission, right? If you go about it in that way, if you come from a frame where you're like genuinely apologetic, one, and then just genuinely like wanting to help them win, you're like, I really want to do my best to try and help you at that 30K in 30 days. I just can't guarantee it. Then most business owners aren't going to mind, right? Now, the whole thing is like, why do we do it this way? Because again, the hardest part is to grab their attention and to get them on the phone. You have literally like 3 to 5 seconds to grab their attention before they delete your email and move on. So we need to literally hit them with our absolute best, hook their attention, huge offer, huge guarantee, just enough so they manage to book a call. Then when you have their full attention, you got 20, 30 minutes on Zoom, then you can justify, then you can explain, and then you can, sort of do this process and so on, right? But it's like getting them on the phone to begin with is the absolute hardest thing. That's why we have to do it this way. Okay, so it's kind of a win-win. So it's kind of like a mousetrap, but the mouse gets to eat the cheese and gets to survive. So it's a win-win. So there we have it. Phase 2 search done and dusted. That was the longest one. These next ones are going to be a little bit faster. Let's talk about stage number 3. That is going to be scraping, more specifically, mass scraping a lead list of target prospects. So there are going to be 3 tools that I am going to recommend that you use for this process. First one is LinkedIn Sales Navigator. You're going to want to sign up for the $99 a month core plan, like I mentioned before. Now, the difference between these is LinkedIn really, in my opinion, is the most comprehensive and complete, because literally it is like anyone who has a LinkedIn profile, which is pretty much every business owner ever. However, it does give you less data, right? So it's not going to give you their email and phone number. Now, who would I recommend this for? If you're going after coaches, consultants, or personal brands, I think LinkedIn Sales Navigator is the way to go. Apollo, like we mentioned, it does give you more data per person, like their email and phone number and so on, but it's a bit less comprehensive. It has like less leads than LinkedIn Sales Nav. However, we're still talking about 230 million businesses, so there's no real shortage here. Now, this is really for more like legit companies, quote unquote, with an office, right? So example, like if you were going after like e-com brands and stuff like that, I would probably recommend Apollo. But me, for example, like if you were targeting coaches like me, I would be pretty surprised if I showed up in an Apollo search. So that's where you'd be best off using LinkedIn Sales Navigator. Now, new kids on the block, instantly lead finder, $97 a month for the supersonic plan. This is a newer entry into the market, but they do have really promising results so far. I think it could be fine-tuned to be a little bit better, but the team behind them is really solid. They're super high level, very innovative, very smart team. And so no doubt, probably by the time you're even watching this, it's been like 2, 3, 6 months, and they're probably on top. They're probably crushing it right now. So this is really more of an all-in-one solution. So there's no need to use a third-party tool like Find Email to extract the emails like I mentioned before. Here is the secret sauce that fucks everyone up, and I'm going to show you how to do it properly. So what filtering settings should we actually use to find ideal target prospects? Because if you go to these platforms, let's say you go to LinkedIn Sales Navigator, we're going to scroll all the way back down here. It's like, oh my God, there are so many filtering settings. What am I supposed to type in? What do I use? What do I not use? So I just want to clear up all the confusion right now, give you all the answers, give you all the solutions, tell you what matters, tell you what doesn't. So when it comes to position and management level, we want to go after the decision makers. What is the decision maker? Surprise, surprise. This is going to blow your mind, but basically it's the person who makes the decision. So owner, founder, partner, C-suite executive, CXO. So all that means is like COO, CMO, CFO, and so on. basically the most senior people we can go after in the company because they essentially have the power to make decisions, right? If you're emailing company and you email some like cashier or whatever the fuck, like some retail staff, it's completely irrelevant. Like they're not going to be able to make any decisions. So that's who you want to go after for that. In terms of location, pretty much all of these tools, by the way, LinkedIn, Apollo, and Instantly are going to have similar filtering settings. So I would recommend you just leave this on tier 1 countries. What are tier 1 countries? Basically, it's the more politically correct version of saying first world countries. So it's essentially the most economically powerful, rich countries in the world, right? So like USA, UK, Canada, Australia, Netherlands, Germany, Singapore, New Zealand, and so on, right? If you want a list, you can literally Google tier 1 countries. It's a thing, it's a real thing, and you'll get a list there. So unless you want a specific country, like maybe you serve the French market, you know, you're fluent in French or whatever, you can target France. But other than that, I would recommend you just leave it to tier 1. Company size, I would recommend you leave this to 1 to 10 because they probably have the highest chance of actually hiring you, right? If you think about it, a business which is bigger than that, you know, imagine a business that has 50, 100, 200, 1,000 employees, right? They're probably going to have a head office, a, you know, legit like building in New York or whatever with like a chief marketing department. And it's like, they're generally less likely to want to work with freelancers. So if you're looking for a job at the company, cool. But I'm going to guess you got into copywriting because you don't want to work a fucking job like a wage slave for the rest of your life because you want to be free and earn money on your own terms as a freelancer. So probably you want to work as a freelancer. Now, generally company size with 1 to 10 has the most chance of actually working with freelancers. So I would recommend that. Next is industry. This is actually an optional filter. You can use it if you want, don't use it if you don't want. So for example, coaches and consultants, real estate, golf, etc., whatever your industry is, feel free to enter that into the industry field. Years in current position, I would recommend you go ideally 3 to 5 years or more because if they, you know, haven't been around for that long, it's like they're probably just, it's a little bit experimental. And so it's like, maybe you don't want to work with them, right? So ideally 3 to 5 years or more. Now, if you're getting limited search results and you're getting like too few people, you can also include the 1 to 2 years bracket if it's too little. Next is keywords. Now, this is the part that really fucks people up, okay? I would generally advise you don't actually use the keyword search field as the way you have to understand. This is particularly as it pertains to LinkedIn, right? So these filtering settings are all here, and then the keywords is up there. Now, what a lot of people do when they try and search LinkedIn Sales Navigator for prospects is, let's say they're going after, you know, Forex trading coaches or something. They'll type in Forex trading, or, you know, they're going after golf coaches or doctors or whatever. They'll type it in the keyword search field. The problem with that is that LinkedIn is going to scan everyone's profile for every post they have ever made, which has those keywords in it. And that is obviously not ideal, right? So let's say you want to work with like Facebook ad agency owners. So literally, if you type in like Facebook ad agency into this keywords field here, it's going to show anyone who's ever made a post in the history of LinkedIn mentioning Facebook ad agency, right? So it literally, like, it will come up with people who are completely random prospects who will just say, oh, you know, I'm thinking about hiring a Facebook ad agency. Any recommendations? Right? And it's like, that's obviously not who we want as a prospect. So the only time I would actually go ahead and use the keyword search field would be like if you want to hone in on a really particular niche. So for example, let's say you were in the alternate health, experimental health, marijuana, cannabis industry, or whatever, right? You wanted cannabis related companies. Well, then you could add, you know, cannabis or hemp or GHC or marijuana in that keyword section, because chances are anyone who's making posts on that topic is probably heavily involved with that niche. Okay. So that's when I would use it. Now, some other really cool filters that you can experiment with are going to be technologies. This is exclusive to Apollo and Instantly, at least as of right now. These softwares and tools, they move so quickly. By the time you're watching this, it could be completely outdated, and maybe LinkedIn Sales Nav has it as well. I don't know. But if it has it, definitely experiment using the technologies filter. So for example, right, if you were going after like business coaches, well, you might want to include technologies like ClickFunnels, Google AdWords, ActiveCampaign, WordPress, Klaviyo, etc. If you're going after e-com stores, you would definitely type in Klaviyo as like a technology, because that is the primary email marketing service used by e-com stores. It's just better for e-com, right? So you know that if they're already using Klaviyo, it means they're already doing email marketing, right? If they're already using ActiveCampaign, they're already doing email marketing. And this ties into our whole philosophy of we want to help winners win more. We don't want to help losers win, right? If someone's not doing email marketing, it's way too big of a hurdle to try and convince them to start doing it. So we want to pick people who are already using these tools and using these softwares. We can come in and we can say, hey, I can help you squeeze an extra 20, 30K a month out of it, right? That's what we want. So really powerful tool. By the way, if you're wondering how does it know this, it essentially stalks their IP address, and it's honestly pretty basic. Any developer could tell you what tech stack someone is using. It's not that hard. Privacy in 2024 and beyond is a bit of a myth. This is actually just the tip of the iceberg. It gets way scarier, as I'll show you in a second. So the next one is job postings. This again is only on Apollo and Instantly, but obviously it's like if they have job postings, or I think in Apollo, it's the filter is called hiring for, then obviously, if you can try typing in copywriter or email marketing manager, or just search for general marketing roles, then it's like, well, if these people are actively searching for a copywriter or an email marketer and so on, then it's like, probably a good idea to send them a cold email, right? And mention that. Next is email quality. This is only in Apollo settings. So if you are using Apollo, just make sure you click always check verified emails only. We don't want to be sending to any emails who are like unsure, maybe they're bounced, maybe they're not real. Okay, that's going to fuck up your email deliverability. We don't want that. Another pretty nifty one is mentioned in the news. This is actually on all three of the platforms. So think about it, right? If you go right here and you go mentioned in news, tick that, turn that on. You can leverage that in your personalized first line, right? So you can mention, hey, I just saw that, I saw your latest article on XYZ. Or, hey, I recently saw that you got a feature in a new major news publication. Congrats, that's really awesome. Or you can target companies that have recently received an investment or funding. Cut that out. Make a joke about it. You could say, hey, at least you're newsworthy, right? That means we have potential to go pretty far together. Something like that, right? You can crack a joke about it. The whole point is that you're actually personalizing the email to something that's relevant to them. So it's just going to catch your attention. It's going to show you paying attention. And basically, it'll make it look like a personalized email, even if it's not. Now in Apollo, you can dig down even further. This is where I think Apollo really has the edge over LinkedIn Sales Nav, and Instantly is like how targeted you can get with these filtering settings. So in Apollo, for example, you can even target companies who have recently received an investment or like a funding, Series A, Series B. That means obviously they're growing. And if they're growing, it means they're hiring, they're looking to expand and so on. And it probably means, again, if we take it all the way back to this diagram at the very beginning, it probably means they're in this now buyer category. Another super ninja one by Apollo is something called signals, right? This is unique to Apollo, but you can actually search for people who have literally just launched a new product or service, right? And it's like, hey, if you think about it, you can leverage that in your outreach and you can say, dude, just saw you launched XYZ for company name. Super cool. I actually specialize in helping niche, whatever you are, launch and, do 6-7 figure launches with my email sequences. Does that sound like it's worth a chat? Right? So it's like just specifically mentioning stuff like that. It just shows them that you've done your research, even though you haven't, because there's a filter, but that's how it comes across. And that really makes a huge difference in your outreach, right? Apollo, it's even got stuff like office expansion. It means they're growing. It's got settings like cutting costs. So that means you can if you have some sort of service that can help them cut costs, then you can say like, maybe, I can help you save money on your Facebook ads by increasing your LTV from your email list, right? It's like, hey, I noticed you're cutting costs. I can help you save money on your Facebook ads by increasing the LTV from your email list, right? That sort of stuff, right? It just helps personalize the message. Now, you thought that was cool. Wait till we get to this. Apollo, this is where Apollo really shines. It is the buying intent filter, and this is super powerful. So this basically uses AI to stalk the IP addresses of the company's head team members and essentially see what they're searching for. So you can actually select relevant topics, industries. And for example, let's say the CEO or, whatever chief executives of the company have recently been searching on their own private laptops for a email copywriter or for a Facebook ad specialist or for an SEO person or for a videographer or whatever. Apollo knows that, right? And it will essentially list them as being a high buying intent. So, like I said, privacy 2024 fucking non-existent. Just in case you know, right? Just in case you thought privacy was the thing. Yeah, hate to break it to you. Your iPhone, this thing that you keep near and dear to your heart, yeah, guess what? It's listening to every conversation you're having at all times. Why do you think, if you've ever had a conversation with a friend, that all of a sudden you start seeing ads for that particular thing despite never having Googled it? That's how, okay? Apple, yes, on the down low, sells the data to Facebook. Hush, hush. They pretend they don't, but they do, okay? I know people on the inside who've confirmed that to be true, okay? So anyways, that is how they know. Whether it's ethical or not, doesn't really fucking matter. We're here to make money. So what you can do is you can actually select relevant topics, industries, just leave it on the default, like 1 to 3 months, and select medium and high. Now, if you really want to take this to the next level, the ninja mode of this, you can take that lead list, right? Download the lead list as a CSV file, get all their names and emails, and you can actually upload that to Google and Facebook ads if you know how to run ads. You can run ads specifically to those people. Imagine knowing that these people are actively looking to hire an email copywriter. You spend $100 on a Facebook ads campaign, target this exact lead list of people. Facebook's going to show your ads to them, knowing with 100% certainty that they are in that now buyer market. Fucking game over, all right? There's a lot you can do with these filtering settings. Now, if you thought that was cool, oh my goodness. We haven't even got to the secret sauce yet. This really is the secret sauce that makes this all work. I see no one else talking about this. In fact, the only other human being alive I've ever seen mention this is Ravi Abudallah. Can't say his last name still. Absolute rock star. You should check him out on YouTube. He's the only other person I've ever seen talking about this. And it's the concept of using Boolean searches. This really is the secret sauce that almost no one else is using, okay? So what this is it really allows you to narrow your target marketing using operations like and, or, not, brackets, and quotation marks, that sort of thing. So the place where you want to use this is in the job title field. I'm going to use LinkedIn here specifically as an example, but really this will apply to all of the platforms. So right here, it's going to be current job title. That's really where you would use this Boolean search that I'm about to show you. You can use this to really hone in on your prey like a hawk. So let me explain them one by one. So quotation marks. You can use these to narrow down search results to a specific phrase. So for example, if you're typing in just fitness coach, right? If we go into here, we go current job titles and we go fitness coach. What's going to happen is it's going to show you anyone with either the words fitness or coach in their title. And you can see why that would be problematic, right? It's going to show you anyone from fitness influencers to fitness journalists, business coaches, relationship coaches, golf coaches, anyone with either fitness or coach, which is just going to be a whole bunch of people who are not relevant. So right here, right? If I type in fitness coach in current job title, you can see, yeah, there's definitely some fitness coaches coming up too, but look at who else is showing up in, we have 50,000 results here, right? There's tons of these people. So it's like this person, author and coach, nothing mentioning fitness whatsoever, right? We keep scrolling down. This guy, business coach, nothing to do with fitness at all. So it's like literally anyone who has fitness or coach in their bio, residual income transformation coach, like not relevant at all. So that's the problem. That's the biggest pitfall people face when they're trying to search on these platforms. So what we can do instead is if we use quotations and we actually type in fitness coach in quotes, that is only going to show people with those exact words in their title. So if we exit that out, let's go back into current job title. We go fitness coach in quotes. We'll see how it goes from 50K down to 32K, right? So it's eliminated literally 18,000 people who are not fitness coaches. And it's only going to show people who have exactly fitness coach in their job title in their bio, right? Very useful. Next operator is going to be and. So Pretty self-explanatory. It's only going to show results where all the keywords are present. So when would you use this? It would be when the quotation results are too specific or if your market is too broad. So for example, if I type in fitness coach, that's only going to give you people with the exact job title of fitness coach and 0 other words, right? So you can see how that would be maybe too narrow. So if instead we use the and operator and we go fitness and coach, that is going to give you everyone who has both of those words in their title or in their profile. For example, if someone refers to themselves in their job title as a health and fitness coach, then they would come up because they have both the words fitness and coach in their title. Women's fitness coach for dads, etc. These people would come up if you use the and operator, but if you only use the quotations, because it's not exactly word for word fitness coach, because there's these other words in there, right? Fitness coach for dads, then they wouldn't come up. So we can see if we search here, we go current job title, fitness and coach, we can see how it goes from 32,000 to back to 50K plus, right? So that is broadening our net a little more. Next is the or operator. Pretty self-explanatory, requires either keyword to be present. So we can use this to broaden the market if they refer to themselves in different ways. So for example, how many ways are there of calling yourself a coach? There's tons, right? You could be a coach or a consultant or a mentor or an advisor or an expert or a trainer or a specialist. They all mean coach. It's the same thing, but they're just different ways of referring to it. So people might refer to themselves in different ways, and we want to cast a really wide, broad net to make sure we're capturing every single person who's in our target niche. And that's how we would do that. The final one here is going to be not. So this is really to eliminate undesirable results we might be getting that are coming up frequently. So for example, with this particular niche here of fitness coaches, what you might find is a lot of these people are actually just local personal trainers at some local random gym. You know, they're on a $20, $30 an hour salary, just work for the gym. You know, they don't have an email list. They don't have their own offer. They're not an online fitness coach. They're not a prospect, right? So if you're emailing these people and it's like, hey, I can help you make all this money with your email list. They're like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, I don't have an email list, right? So for example, if you find people who are coming up again and again who aren't relevant, you can use this not filter and you can add that. So if I type in fitness and coach, not personal trainer, there you can see, boom, we've already lost 6,000 people who would have been general personal trainers who wouldn't have been target prospects. So we can save ourselves, credits and exports and emailing irrelevant people, getting spam complaints and all of that. Okay, we're trying to get as targeted as possible here. So that's why you would use that. Now, this is where it gets really ninja. So we can use brackets to combine all of these operators to find really exactly who we're looking for. Let me give you an example. So if you wanted online fitness trainers, but not personal trainers, here is how we would combine all of these different operators. So we would say, open bracket, fitness, or health, or fat loss, or weight loss, or strength, or bodybuilding, or bodybuilding with a space, or strength and conditioning, or strength and conditioning with an ampersand, or muscle. So if they have any of those words, right, in quotes, and open bracket once again, this example up here, coach or consultant or mentor or advisor or expert or trainer or specialist, right? Because they could refer to themselves in so many different ways, right? Some of them might refer to themselves as a fitness coach, sure, but others might say they're a health consultant or they're a weight loss expert or they're a strength and conditioning specialist, right? And so this is going to catch every single combination of those. And then of course we add to the end, not personal trainer. So if we copy this in, throw that into LinkedIn, and then we'll see how we can narrow down the search results from there. And that is how we can hone in on exactly who we're looking for, right? So I'll give you another example. If you're going after e-com coaches, let's say, well, think about how many different ways that e-com coaches might refer to themselves, right? This is what is part of the research process. That's why we did the research. That's why it's so important, okay? There's so many different types of e-com. It's not just e-com, right? There's like e-com or dropshipping or Amazon FBA or Shopify or eBay or Facebook Marketplace. Those are all branches of e-com. And then we combine that with all of the, coach or consultant or mentor or expert or guru. Hopefully no one's calling themselves a guru, or that's probably a major red flag and you should stay away from them. You can see what I mean, right? So it's like you combine all these filters and that is how you can get who you're really looking for. I'll give you a pro tip. If you are going to do this, make sure you write this in your notes first, just like I have done here, and then copy it over into LinkedIn. Boom, into the filter there, in case LinkedIn glitches and shits itself, right? Because LinkedIn has this tendency where it just deletes everything you wrote, and it would be a shame if you wrote out something that was, 200 words and then it just deleted it all, okay? So if I was gonna do this properly, I would make this like 2-3 times longer. I would include every single possible variation I could think of all of these terms, and then throw it in. Once you've generated your search results, LinkedIn, Apollo, instantly, whatever it is, you want to test and refine your search results until you have a list of around about 10,000 prospects is a good place to start, because again, we're going to be filtering that down even further, finding the emails who are verified and so on. And that's probably going to end up with a list of about 5,000, which is what we want. So once we have our search results, we want to click on 5 to 10 random profiles, review them, make sure they look like ideal target prospects. So for example, we would go through here, just click the top 5, or scroll down, randomly click some random profiles, Joydeep, etc., and just go through their profiles and make sure they actually look like a prospect, right? So it's like health, wellness, and mindset coaching. Cool, perfect, she's a prospect. Top 15 coaches in Las Vegas. That's a bit questionable. I might have to go back and edit my filtering settings, right? This person helping HR leaders productivity. Wellness consultant trainer. Okay, so she might be a prospect. This person, children's author. Okay, definitely not. So I need to go back and revisit my filtering settings and see what's up with that, right? So you see what I mean? So basically you click on a bunch of random profiles, review them. And if you like 5 out of 5, 10 out of 10, you're like, boom, these are my perfect ideal prospects. You're ready to move on. If not, go back and edit the filtering settings. Now, of course, I didn't bother to enter in any of the rest of the stuff. This is why it's all these random people appearing. But you would do all of these filtering settings that I mentioned above, and you would actually get a legit targeted lead list once you do all of these, okay? So last step is you just want to tweak it accordingly until you're confident you have the right people. So you can add and remove these filters if you found that adding certain filters, like maybe company size or position or location or whatever, it's restricting it too much and you have too little and you only have like 500 people. Then just try removing some of the filters until you have about 10,000 people. And likewise, if you're getting 50,000, 100,000, whatever, then try and narrow it down further until you get to about 10K. That's kind of the sweet spot. So once we've done that, on to the next step. And just like that, we've done the hardest part. We're nearly through the woods. There are just 3 crucial steps left to go before we can get to step 6, which is the part where you make a lot of money. And that's the part that makes me really excited. So let's talk about step number 4, screen. We are going to extract, filter, and format this data that we've just extracted from LinkedIn, Apollo, or Instantly. And really, this is where we prepare for launch, okay? This is where things get exciting. This is also a step that people tend to completely forget, skip over, and it's the reason why their outreach campaigns don't work. So we really want to make sure that we do this properly. So now that we have our lead list, we want to extract their emails. Like I mentioned, we don't have their emails yet. All LinkedIn's given us is just a ton of results here. So what we're going to do, extract their emails, filter them, and format our data so that it's ready to send. This is a really commonly overlooked but crucial step. So taking the time to really do this properly is going to be the difference between your campaign completely flopping or absolutely crushing. So let's talk about your 5-step launch checklist. Step number 1, it's going to be to extract their emails. LinkedIn Sales Navigator, like I said, it only gives us a list of profiles, not their contact information. So we now need to mass scrape their emails. Find Email, like I mentioned, is my favorite tool to do this. And it's only really needed for LinkedIn Sales Navigator, and Apollo, like I mentioned, Instantly already has this. Now, imagine if I did all of these settings properly, like I showed you before, just for lack of time. We don't have that time. So super quick, let's say I was doing this properly. We go company headcount 1 to 10. We would go industry, we go company headcount 1 to 10. We would come down here, we would go to years in current position. I would probably make this at least 3 to 5 years, 6 to 10, more than 10. Geography, we want to add in all of those tier 1 countries like I mentioned. So Australia, United States, United Kingdom, Canada, New Zealand, Ireland, Singapore, Netherlands, Germany. I would add in all the Scandinavian countries as well. So, Sweden, Norway, Denmark, Finland, Iceland. I'm not even going to bother typing in. I've been there. It's a really cool place, but no one lives there. So literally not even worth my time to type in. Okay, so the big five really are US, UK, Canada, Australia, New Zealand. So we have all of them. We're all good. You can see we got 39K results. Industry, obviously, we're going to want to go fitness, wellness and fitness. I'd probably type in health as well. Health and human services, maybe not. Might leave that one blank. And then I'll go professional training and coaching, and then I'll also add in business consulting and services. That's pretty much all the settings that I would really use for this. As you can see, we've got 17,000 people here. That's looking pretty healthy. If I wanted to nail this down even further, then I could come in here, I can optimize the current job title, and I could potentially narrow that down a little bit further. I could also play with these other filtering settings to get a little bit tighter on who I'm after. But for now, 17K, 10K, it's all pretty much, it's within ballpark. So I'd be happy to go ahead, export this lead list. Now, Findemail is going to give me 5,000 exports. So may as well try and get it down as close as we can to 5,000. As you can see, I've got the Chrome extension of Findemail installed right there. It's coming up with the option export to CSV. Boom, there you go. I'm going to type in 5,000 and it's going to give me 5,000 of these people. So we may as well make them the 5,000 most targeted that we can. That is step one, extracting their emails. Super easy. You can do it with one click in Findemail. Next step is going to be to verify their emails. Now, all of these apps, Findemail, Instantly, etc., Apollo, they claim to only give you verified emails, but it's always a good idea to validate that all of those emails are actually real and they're actually active, okay? So this is going to help protect your domain reputation, your sender reputation. Like I mentioned, just search email verifier, email validator on AppSumo. You can find one with a ripper lifetime deal, $59, you're good to go. And you just want to select safe to send. So the one that I use, the one that I've been using forever, is just called Email List Verify. They all basically do the same thing. So it's going to give you an option. It's going to filter all the emails and it's going to say which ones do you want to keep, right? And there's like safe to send. All right, here we are inside my Email List Verify account just for demonstration purposes. So you can see I've done a bunch of exports here in the past. What you do, you simply go in here, you upload your CSV file that's going to be created by Findemail. That's just a giant list of email addresses and names. So as you can see here, out of 35,000 emails, only 32,000 of them are actually valid and good to send. If I had actually tried to send emails to these other, to these other 3,000 people, then that would really harm my domain reputation because I'm emailing people, whose emails are invalid or they're going to bounce, or even worse, the absolute worst case is these spam traps here. So in case you're unfamiliar, all a spam trap is very simple. It's essentially Gmail and Yahoo and Outlook and these ESPs, the email client's way of combating spam. So what they'll do is they'll essentially put these fake emails out there into the marketplace and they'll leak them into these lead lists so that anyone who is an actual spammer, who is like blasting emails out to any human being who has a pulse, right, who doesn't go to these steps of filtering their lead list, is going to ultimately end up emailing one of these spam traps. So for example, lol@gmail.com, right? I'll give you a quick example. So if you go to one of my funnels, one of my trainings right here, you can go watch a training. Very good training, by the way. There's an example there. lol@gmail.com is a verified spam trap. That is Gmail specifically trying to catch you because it's a fake email. That's not anyone's real email. So if anyone tries to email lol@gmail.com, Gmail knows, hey man, what are you doing? That's not a real person. Why are you emailing them, right? And so they will essentially penalize you heavily and likely put you in spam. If you email enough spam traps, they're going to put you in spam because they know, hey man, where are you getting all these emails from? These aren't real people, and they're going to throw you straight in spam. So that's why it's super important that we filter our lead list and we make sure we're only emailing active and verified email lists. It's a really important step in the process. So step 3, we want to upload into Instantly. Okay, so now's the time we want to take that CSV file that we got from Email List Verify or whatever you choose to use, upload that into Instantly, and we want to create a new campaign. Super easy to do. All you do is you go to campaigns, add new, add leads, and then upload the CSV file. That is the option right there. So boom, here I am in Instantly. I would go campaigns, add new, my campaign, test, whatever you want to call it, add some leads. Boom, upload the CSV file that you just downloaded, and then click to upload That's all you would do for that. Super easy, super straightforward. Now, moving on, you just want to leave that blank for now. So it's essentially when you do this and when you upload the lead list, let's just go to a demo campaign that I have. This is just a test one. So there's going to be analytics, leads. This is the lead list that you just uploaded. Sequences, this is where we're going to write your emails, which we'll talk about in a second. Schedule, options, and then we're going to send it off. Okay. So super straightforward. Next bit here, really, really key. We want to clean the CSV file. So you have to remember that the raw data that's in each cell, right? In each of those cells of the CSV file, it's going to have first name, last name, email, location, etc. Depends on how sophisticated your software is and how many columns it adds and what you choose to add and so on. But you have to remember that the raw data that is in each of these cells is exactly what is going to appear in your emails. So we need to make sure that it is formatted correctly, right? Because if you're emailing people and you're saying, hey, first name, right, in brackets, then what often happens in like LinkedIn in particular, for example, is, there might be like last names in the first name field. So it might be like Sean Ferres, right? Or it might be like their name's not in title case, or it could be Sean in caps lock or Sean in all lowercase. It could have titles in there like Sean Ferres, CEO, director, Dr. Sean Ferres, emojis in the title. People have all sorts of crazy shit, right? And it's like, imagine you got a cold email and it was like, hey, Sean Ferres, I love what you're doing over at Ferres Enterprises Proprietary Limited. You'd be like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, no one would ever say that in real life. It's obvious you just scraped this from some sort of a lead list and they're going to ignore the email. They're going to delete it straight away. And it would be such a massive shame if you put all this hard work and effort and energy into doing all of these steps that we've gone over, only to just cripple and destroy your success with something so silly and easily avoidable, like not cleaning up the lead list here. Okay, so it's really, really important. We want to clean up the first name field, the company extensions as well. We want to remove those extensions, LLC. If it's like, hey, Russell Brunson, I love what you're doing over at ClickFunnels LLC. It's like, dude, what the fuck? Like, no one would say that in real life. So we want to make sure that we are really formatting it in a way where it sounds personalized. The whole idea really is to sound like it's a personalized email. So we want to sound like it was sent directly from you. And any of these signs are going to completely destroy that. So not formatting these properly is literally going to destroy any and all chances of your email campaigns actually succeeding. Now, back in the good old days, 6 months ago, right? We used to actually have to do this manually and it was extremely cumbersome, time consuming. You might hire, of course you would hire a VA to do it, but still they would take 2, 3, 4 weeks to do it. It was such a pain in the ass because you had to imagine going through 5,000 rows of a CSV file and manually doing this for each person, each company name, cleaning it up. Huge pain, right? Now, instantly, thankfully, about 6 months ago, they released this AI prompts feature and we can use AI and ChatGPT to do all of this for us, which makes things very handy. So all you got to do is jump over into Instantly. Right here in the Leads tab, you can see the little brain icon. That is the AI prompts. That's what we want to use for this, okay? So 3 prompts you definitely want to make sure to use is number 1, first name cleanup. You can quite literally just search first name and it should come right up. As you can see there, first name cleanup, that is going to reformat the first name to be ready for outreach, exactly as it says. Next one that you want to use is company name cleanup. So if we go ahead, we can type that in. It's actually the most popular one on Instantly, as you can see, 15 million runs, right? So that is basically going to do exactly as it says. That's going to remove those company extensions like LLC, Proprietary Limited, and so on. So it sounds more natural and personal when you're reaching out. Another really great one that I love, this one's kind of optional. It's by my friend Jay, Lead Gen Jay. It's called Find Competitor. Now, this would be more so if you were emailing a whole bunch of different niches and you didn't know what their competitor actually was. I would recommend, obviously, you stick with one particular niche and you can just mention the same competitor in every email for every person. But let's say you're emailing a whole variety of niches, that would be a super useful one to use as well. So definitely experiment, try playing around with some of these other AI prompts as well. You can use Instantly's AI ChatGPT integration to add other personalized fields. For example, a personalized first line or icebreaker, right? So you can actually use ChatGPT to write a custom personalized first line for each person. That is actually insanely powerful. Never before has this been possible since the ChatGPT integration. This is absolutely huge because we can take what used to take hours, days, weeks, and months manually emailing people one at a time and researching them and finding something to talk about, writing a personalized first line. Now we can just have AI do all of that for us. It is so cool, right? You can compliment them on their work, find a pain point. So for example, you can mention in the email, hey, I know what it's like to have these multiple 6-figure months and then have nothing left at the end of the month because your expenses are so high or whatever, right? Short company description. Hey man, I know you must be super busy like closing multi-7-figure real estate deals, but I wanted to reach out and let you know about blah, 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 right? Company location. Hey, by the way, just something as simple as mentioning in the PS, like the prompt knows the country that they live in from their IP address. Maybe let's say they live in Chicago and it's like, hey, by the way, like I've always wanted to visit Chicago. Like, how is it? Like, do you have any recommendations? I'm going there next year. What's the best part of town to visit? Is there anything I need to do there? Right? So it's just like adding those little layers of personalization is so powerful, right? For example, find popular landmark. You can say like, hey, I'm planning my honeymoon in Paris. I always wanted to visit the Eiffel Tower. Like, does it really live up to the hype? Right? And it's literally like the AI would write that knowing that they live in Paris. Like that's really fucking cool. And it sounds like it's obviously a personalized email, even though it's not. And you can do this for thousands of people at a time. You can even find, you can use restaurant recommendation and it can find like a local restaurant in the city that they live in. And it's like, by the way, have you been to XYZ restaurant? I heard it's really good. You should check it out. So it's just adding all these little tidbits of personalization will make your response rates so much higher because it makes it seem like an actual personalized email, like you're actually taking the time to reach out. So experiment, have fun with these. Try different prompts. You can even go ahead and create your own prompts. As you can see, my templates, you can create a prompt, literally type in exactly what you want it to do. I can literally tell it, take the first name field, remove all last names, make sure it's formatted into title case, and remove any other extensions and emojis and so on, so it's ready for outreach, right? And then play around with the prompts, generate the test outputs until you get essentially what you're looking for. So you can even make your own ones as well. Really, really cool. Like this is super powerful stuff. Now, next important step, the fifth step here, this is super important. We want to make sure that we review the outputs for accuracy, okay? So this kind of goes without saying, but you'd be surprised how many people skip this. So scroll through the lead list, like actually check the output from the AI, right? Like look, you don't have to go through every single column of 5,000 people, but definitely go through like a few dozen of them. Make sure that it actually does what it says it does. Make sure the column is formatted correctly. Like review, a few dozen of the AI generated first lines and the copy. Like some of these AI, first lines are definitely hit or miss. So kind of make sure that they're correct. Make sure they make sense. Make sure they read well. Like, is it something that a human being would actually say in an email to another human? If it's not, then either try a different prompt or just honestly, if you can't get it to work, scrap the column entirely and don't even go with the personalized first line. Just write a generic personalized first line that sounds personal. So for example, like a generic first line that would sound personalized would be something along the lines of like, hey name, super impressed by what you've built with company name. Been following you for a while. I can see you actually genuinely give a shit about your customers and your client results. And in an industry full of sharks, that's honestly like super refreshing to see. So wanted to give you props for that. Something like that, right? That's like a generic first line you could write to 5,000 people, but something that feels really valuable, like really personalized as a compliment. So you could do that if the AI outreach prompts fail, right? Now, I promise you, the extra time that you spend on this step is going to pay off in dividends. The higher quality your lead list, that CSV file, is directly going to dictate the results that you get from this whole system. So a couple notes here before we end this section is note number one, in order to actually use these AI prompts, you're going to see that if you attempt to use them, it's going to say you're going to need to use an API. You're going to need to have an API account. So I would recommend go to openai.com. The way this works is you basically need to sign up for a pack of credits. So you need to buy credits to use the ChatGPT 4 API. So if we go down here to pricing, as you can see, it's actually not that expensive. It's only $60 and you get 1 million tokens. What does 1 million tokens get you? As you can see there, it's about 1,000 tokens per 750 words. So 1 million tokens gets you 750,000 words, which is more than we need, right? So if we think about, let's say we have 5,000 leads, 750,000 words divided by 5,000, that gets you 150 words per prospect. That should be more than enough, right? Now, as you'll see here, if we go down from ChatGPT 4 to ChatGPT 3.5, it's $1.50 instead of $60 for 1 million tokens. But honestly, ChatGPT 4 is that much better, especially when it comes to writing these kind of like first lines and stuff. It absolutely blows ChatGPT 3.5 out of the water. So I would recommend spending the extra and just getting it right, because at the end of the day, like that personalized first line could really be the make or break thing that lands you a 2K, 3K, 4K a month client, right? So for the sake of an extra, $59, absolutely recommend, that you don't just like burn your leads by writing shitty first lines. By the time you're watching this, who knows? We might have fucking ChatGPT 9 and it just shits on everything. So this is all relevant, up to date as of May 2024, but these technologies move very quickly, so I would just recommend and advise that you use the latest one. Now, quick note number 2, if you are stuck on any part of this entire setup process, whether that's connecting domains, setting up a campaign, importing leads, Instantly literally has a full free step-by-step setup guide in their Instantly Accelerator mini course. How do you access that? Right down here, Instantly Accelerator. They have a full course on they'll walk you through absolutely everything that you need to know. So if you're stuck on anything, highly recommend go through this course, and then that'll clear everything up for you. Now, with that said and done, we're on to the final piece of the puzzle. That is going to be writing your actual 5 email outreach sequence. So let's talk about that. Having the best lead list in the world means absolutely nothing if we're not able to actually get these people to stop and pay attention to you. Shocking, I know. We call this process, drumroll please, email copywriting. Now, luckily, because you are, in fact, an email copywriter, this is your area of expertise, so you shouldn't need any help from me in this department. That's it. That's done. That is the end of the training. Okay. Maybe I have a few more tricks up my sleeve. Listen here, chump. Cold emails differ quite greatly from sending email broadcasts to a list in one very, very big way. That is going to be the person doesn't know you, they don't like you, and they don't trust you. The complete opposite to what you're used to when you're writing your email copy, to a list who actually opted in. These guys are literally as cold as ice. Okay, so that is a major difference when it comes to email copywriting versus sending cold emails. So because of this, we need to first establish a relationship of rapport. And when I say rapport, people think about like, oh, your favorite color is blue? My favorite color is blue as well. Wow, we should be friends. You breathe oxygen? I breathe oxygen too. We should be friends. That's not what rapport is. All rapport means is a relationship of responsiveness, meaning I ask, you answer. I say something, I email you, you email me back. That's all it means to be in rapport, right? We're not trying to get married on the first date here, okay? This is not married at first sight. I don't know if that's a show in your country. It's a show in Australia. It's fucking stupid. But anyways, whatever. We're not trying to get married on the first date. The goal of a cold email is not to make the sale, okay? I would even argue the goal of a cold email is not even to book a call, okay? The goal of a cold email is to elicit a positive response that creates a sales opportunity. That is the key distinction. So with that said, I want to go over 7 key pillars of a winning cold email. Pillar number 1, it is short and simple. You guys have to remember, okay, your prospects are busy. They are high-level business owners. They're extremely busy. They get dozens, probably hundreds of cold emails a day. You have literally 3 to 5 seconds maximum to get their attention before they stop reading forever and like literally forget you even exist, okay? So skip the pleasantries, skip the waffle, just get straight to the point. Every word, every sentence in the email needs to have a purpose or it shouldn't be there. Next, relevant to your target prospect. So really keep this in mind. Like, who are you targeting? What niche are they in? What is the size of their company? Like, are they a multi-million-dollar corporation? Are they a one-man show, a solopreneur? Or are they somewhere in between, right? What is their position in the company? Are they the CEO? Or are they maybe the chief marketing officer or the chief operations officer, the sales director? Those people are going to have different pain points, goals, and bottlenecks, right? Like a 6-figure coach who's just like him and one VA is obviously going to have very different pain points than a $500 million CEO with 500 employees, right? So startup versus corporation. Next is proof. Proof is your god in copy. If you know anything about copy, you know how important proof is. Now, when I say proof, like a lot of people think that this has to mean you have these kick-ass, crazy testimonials, case studies, and results like me with CMB, right? The truth is, proof does not necessarily need to mean like concrete, tangible results and testimonials. Proof is literally anything that increases deliverability. Anything that increases believability is proof. So this means client results, case studies, testimonials, even studies, right? You could show them, studies and articles, right? There are tons of studies and articles out there that talk about how email is the most profitable marketing channel that exists. It has like a 42x to 1, ROI or whatever. So mentioning those things, anything that supports your claim, right? Links to your website, your socials, your samples. It shows you're a real human being. It shows you're like actually a professional, right? So that increases believability. It's proof. Having a strong offer and a strong guarantee is in itself a form of proof because it subcommunicates that obviously you're pretty confident in your ability or you wouldn't be offering that, right? You can even use implied social proof. So for example, just, phrasing things like, typically my clients see a 20% increase in revenue within the first 30 days, something like that. What does that imply? You're in demand, you have a lot of clients, right? Or, hey, I know your competitor is doing XYZ. I know your top 3 competitors, name, and name, are all doing this strategy. I think you should do it as well, and it will absolutely crush. What does that imply? You have industry insider knowledge. You have like this insider scoop on their competitors. That's a form of proof. Even when you're trying to book the call, it's like, hey, I'd love to jump on a chat. I'm busy tomorrow, but I've got 20 minutes free on Thursday. Does that work for you? 9 a.m. AEST, right? Boom. What does that imply? You're in demand. You're a busy person. Again, that's a form of proof because if you're busy, it probably means you're in demand. It probably means you have clients. Now, the number one form of proof by far is always demonstration. Okay. This means your email copy. This means if you're offering email copywriting as a service, your email copy in the email is going to be pretty fucking important. Okay. It's your email copy, dumbass. You'd be so surprised. I get so many emails and it's like, hi, I am an email copywriter. Do you need any email marketing services? I can write high converting, personality driven emails and I always deliver on time. And it's like, dude, I'm literally reading your email right now and it's drier than a camel's asshole in a sandstorm. So it's like, demonstrate your writing abilities. Stop telling them how good of a writer you are. Show them with your writing. That is the ultimate form of proof, is your actual emails that you send them, right? It's so obvious, but so many people just forget this for some reason. So wherever possible, you want to make your case studies, testimonials relevant to your target prospects, their pain points and desires. So if you ideally have, any sort of case studies, results, testimonials from people within the same niche, then definitely use those. If you don't, let's say you worked with like a Forex trading coach and then now, your niche is like pet store owners or something. Something is always better than nothing. So you can definitely mention the other person. Just don't mention the niche. Just say, one of my other clients got a, 33% increase in open rates in sales or something like that. But of course, the more relevant, the more similar they are to your target prospect, the better it's going to work. Last bit here is you can always borrow credibility if you need to, but never lie. So what that means, like for example, for you guys who are in CMB, obviously you have been coached and mentored by myself, by Sam and Tyler, people who have written for Grant Cardone, Ty Lopez, VShred, BioTrust, major 9-figure companies. You've been personally mentored by them and you have their exact email system. So you can always mention the system that you use is the same as these big names. And that way you can leverage their credibility and you can essentially say, hey, I use the same email marketing system that was used to build Grant Cardone, Ty Lopez, VShred, BioTrust, and so on. Only if you're in ZMB. Don't fucking say that if you're not, okay? Because it's not true. But the point I'm trying to get at here is, let's say you learned from Stefan Georgi or whatever, right? You can always kind of like borrow their credibility if you need to, aka the system that I'm using has produced $1 billion in sales. whatever. Not you personally, but the system, okay? So that's kind of like a backup little workaround if you don't have any proof that you can use. All we're really trying to get at here, we're trying to answer the big question, why should I trust you? That's what it comes down to at the end of the day. You're a total stranger in my inbox. Why should I listen to a word you say? That's what we're trying to answer with this proof element here. Next bit here, key component of a cold email is going to be personalized. I always like to view this through the lens of we're talking human to human, not business to business, right? There's always stuff like, are you in the B2B market or the B2C market, business to consumer, business to business? At the end of the day, none of that shit fucking matters. It's human to human. You're a human, they're a human on the other end of the email. You're not talking to a corporation. It doesn't matter if they're a $1 billion, $100 billion business. There is one human being reading that email. They have emotions, they have feelings. That is who we're talking to. We're not talking to a corporation, okay? So the prospect should feel like this email was literally sent to only them, no one else. It wasn't mass sent to 4,000 people, even if it was, okay? It should be friendly, it should be casual. It should feel like an email from a friend, okay? So it means like no link, like bunch of links and footers and all this stuff. The more personalized the email, the higher your response rate is going to be, okay? But the trade-off is that it will be harder to scale. So that's why we talked about the last module. We went over personalized outreach. And if there's anyone who you're dying to write for, then definitely go with the personalized approach. But the more you can use these personalized prompts and so on, the more responses you're going to get. That's where these custom AI fields and prompts personalization come in clutch. Next, bikinis, not barbells. What does this mean? What I'm trying to get at here is, I used to have a friend, a fitness coach. He was pretty successful. He was stuck at around 40K a month or something like that. And the lesson here is, he would sell his program and he would talk all about like, hey, you're going to do the most grueling workouts and you're going to track your macros and you're going to fucking do an hour of cardio a day and kettlebell training and this and that, because he loves fitness and that's his jam and he gets excited about that. But I'm like, dude, the people who you're coaching don't want to do that stuff. They just want the outcome. They don't want to do all the work. They don't want to lift weights. They don't want to track their macros. They just want to look jacked. They want to look good naked, right? So we want to sell the outcome, not the vehicle. Massive distinction. You have to understand, right? Businesses don't want Facebook ads, okay? They want more qualified leads and front-end sales so they can scale. That's what you're really selling with Facebook ads. Businesses don't want email marketing, okay? They want a system to nurture leads and increase customer LTV so they can recoup ad spend and profit. That's like the benefit of email marketing. That's what you're really selling, right? Businesses don't want an appointment setter or a closer or a lead gen expert. They want a full calendar full of qualified sales calls, okay? So we want to sell the outcome, not vehicle. Super important. Next bit here, unique mechanism. I am a big believer that new is always better than better. What I mean by that is that if you're selling any kind of commodity, your earning potential is always going to be handcuffed by low price elasticity. What I mean by that is the services that are out there in the marketplace that are so saturated, think about SMMA or Instagram growth or Facebook ad agency. There's literally millions of them and your clients are getting like dozens of cold emails a day offering YouTube growth, YouTube thumbnails and this and that. And it's like, if you're selling that as a commodity, you're never going to be able to charge a super high amount because there's a set industry rate for those things. And if you're trying to charge twice as much, people are going to be like, well, I can just go over there, right? It's like if you open a cafe and you try to sell coffee for $20 when the average worldwide standard rate for a coffee is like $5, it's like, dude, no one's going to fucking buy your coffee, right? There's zero price elasticity there because they can just go down the street. So that is where having a unique mechanism comes in because you can put yourself in a category of one and position yourself as being something that's completely different from the alternative solutions. So when you position your service as a system and give it an interesting name, that is when you can actually increase your prices way more. You put yourself in a category of one and you separate yourself from the competition. So for example, my whole thing is, I'm the Gmail maverick, right? It's Gmail copywriting. All that really means is basically email copywriting with deliverability and automations. But the average person doesn't know what that is. So I call it Gmail copywriting because they're like, oh, I know Gmail. I didn't know I could make money with that. And it also catches the attention of copywriters because copywriters know what email copywriting is, but not Gmail copywriting. So it's intriguing to both of my target audiences. So that's mine, right? The investor acquisition formula. my inbox concierge model, the LTV maximizer, AOV amplifier. These are just basically shit that I made off the top of my head. These are a couple of my clients' ones. So again, like don't copy these, don't steal these. I'm just giving you examples. You can definitely workshop some name ideas with ChatGPT as well, and just brainstorm a bunch of ideas. The whole point here is that like creating a unique mechanism is going to separate you from the competition. It's going to put you in a category of one. So if you think about like these three different offers, you know, which one's more appealing, right? Bronze, it's like, yeah, hey, I'll book you more qualified calls. Cool, whatever. There's 100 people in my inbox in the last 24 minutes that have said that. Silver would be like, I'll book you 12 qualified calls every month, guaranteed, or you don't pay. That's a little juicier. However, guys, 2024, 2025, kind of everyone's doing that. We need to step it up a little bit, right? Everyone's read Alex Hormozi's book. Everyone's sort of making these crazy offers. So we got to take it a step further. So a gold or even better edition of that would be something like, my automated profits email engine makes it impossible to not scale by booking 12 to 15 qualified sales calls a month on autopilot, guaranteed, or you don't pay, and I'll even give you $1,000 for wasting your time. Right, so you see how we combine the unique mechanism, we combine the bold offer and the guarantee all into one, and now that becomes, that's pretty sexy. I want to know more about that. See what I mean? That's how you catch people's attention. And the very last thing, we already talked about it, but it's worth repeating, and that is going to be your mafia offer. This is by far the number one needle mover. Any cold email outreach campaign, the offer itself is going to be the most important thing. There are really three ways that you can go about crafting a no-brainer, risk-free offer. So number one, simply having a very strong guarantee, right? For example, hey, if I don't get you X result, then you don't pay a cent, and I'll even book you in a 2-night, all expenses paid, stay at the Hilton or whatever, right? So a strong guarantee. Second way we can go about this is a free trial, right? Because that's risk-free. It's like, hey, let me come in 7 days. I'll write your emails for free. If you don't love the results, totally cool. We'll part ways as friends. You don't need to pay a cent. I just want to basically prove to myself, I want to prove to you first that I know what I'm doing before you pay me a cent, right? So that's a pretty risk-free offer as well. The third way that you can go about crafting a mafia offer is going to be a performance-based deal. So I generally don't recommend that you do this with copywriting, but that can be really good. That can be a really strong offer as well, where it's like, hey, just pay me 10% of every sale you make. That way, obviously it's very risk-free because it's like, if you don't make them sales, they don't pay, right? So that's three ways you can craft a mafia offer. There is the Dan, the goat of marketing, that right there, Dan Kennedy, famous for saying, he would have clients who would come to him and they would say like, oh man, my checkout page isn't converting. Is it because the checkout button is green instead of blue? And he would look at it and he'd be like, dude, it's the offer, stupid. AKA, no one wants what you're selling. So at the end of the day, the most important thing, sell shit that people want and your life's going to be much easier. Now, if you're wondering, how do I know? Is my offer good? Is it not? Here is the ultimate litmus test you can use to see essentially if your offer is going to cut through the noise or if it's just going to drown in the sea of mediocrity. Really, it's quite simple. You just want to put yourself in your prospect's shoes and ask yourself, hey, if I were a multi-million-dollar CEO, would I reply to this? That is it. Yes or no, right? The reason I'm able, me personally, to consistently produce winning cold email campaigns like clockwork, right? As you can see up here, all these testimonials, results, etc. that I went over at the very beginning of this training, where I talked about, Jay, and he was like, dude, how are you able to write these emails in a way that I can't believe that how do you always think of the best things to say? It amazes me, you're a wizard. It's because I am the target prospect. I am a multi-million-dollar CEO. So I'm just writing to myself, basically. So I'm using myself as a litmus test. Now, given you're watching this, I'm going to assume you're probably not, but that's totally fine. You could just imagine, pretend that you are, and just think, would I reply to this email if I was a super busy, super high-level CEO who got 100, 200, 500 cold emails a day? Would this get my attention? That is why the research phase is so crucial, okay? Because we want to hit on the specific pain points, desires, wants, and benefits. Always, always, always remember WM radio, okay? It's one of the oldest things in marketing. All this simply means is what's in it for me. Human beings are selfish creatures. Okay, so you always want to make your email about them, not about you. Hate to break it to you. No one cares about you. No one cares about your life story, about your experiences, about this and that. They just want to know what's in it for them. How can you help them? And communicate to them in the shortest amount of time possible. So a good ratio to aim for is you should at least talk about the prospect at least twice as much as you talk about yourself in the email. That's a good ratio to go by. Now, here's an alarming statistic that might surprise you. This absolutely shocked me when I heard this, but there are literally 347 billion with a B emails sent every single day around the globe. The average person receives 120 emails a day. Now imagine you're a high-level CEO and you're actively getting targeted with cold emails, how much higher that number would be. In the hundreds, if not thousands of emails a day. How are you going to stand out? The average open rate is about 20%, meaning 80% of 340 billion, I don't want to even do the maths, right? We'll just say tens of billions, if not hundreds of billions of emails a day literally are going to the graveyard to die. This is a live image right there of the graveyard of the billions of cold emails a day that go there to sit there and do nothing but die, okay? So let's make sure that your emails are not one of them. What I want to go over right now, as we're nearing the end, is 7 cold email killers that will completely destroy your results with your outreach campaigns. The first one is going to be excessive waffle, all right? You don't need to reveal every detail of your offer, of your mechanism, of your life story, okay? Spare all the irrelevant details, the pleasantries. Just focus on showing people how your offer will solve their pain points, give them proof, and a clear CTA. That is it. Every single word, every single sentence in your email must have a purpose. If it doesn't need to be there, cut it out. Shorter, the better. Okay? Now, there is an exception to this. Of course, I do have some longer cold emails, which have absolutely crushed because I have been writing copy for 6 years. And, you know, this ain't my first rodeo. I'm kind of okay at this whole copywriting thing. So, as Hormozi says, there's no such thing as too long, only too boring. So if you are a really good copywriter, you can get away with writing longer emails, but most people really aren't that good. So I would just try and keep it a bit shorter. Second cold email killer is complexity. You have to understand a confused prospect never buys. Clear is always better than clever. I see so many people trying to do these cute little clever analogies and stuff, and I'm reading it and it's like, dude, if I have to expend mental energy to try and translate this joke or to try and make it make sense or whatever, you've already lost me. It's like, dude, I've got 2 seconds to spend on this. If it's not immediately clear what you do, what you're offering, and what you want me to do next, I'm moving on. Done. So you need to make it extremely clear. Next is links and footers. So this is just more of a deliverability thing, but you have to understand that like links and images will really hurt your deliverability. They will increase the likelihood of your emails bouncing or even actually going to spam. So if you are going to use images, I definitely recommend that you embed them into the email instead of inserting them like as an attachment or whatever. There's a free tool. It's not free, but it's like very, very cheap. I think you can do like tens of thousands or thousands of images for like $4 or something. So that's what I'd recommend you use to embed emails and GIFs and that sort of thing in the email. So you can send over samples, website links. You know, links do have a time and place, but I wouldn't do it in your first email. All right? I would save those for the follow-up emails. Your first email ideally should have no links in it at all. Now, this also includes an unsubscribe link. I would not recommend that you actually include an unsubscribe link. We'll talk about that more in a second. So instead, what you want to do instead of sending over people links is your focus on your cold emails should really be about getting a reply. Okay, so this not only improves deliverability because it's a positive signal to Gmail and etc., you know, that this person is interested in hearing from you. The more replies you get, you know, it's great for your domain reputation. But it also gives you time to go and, you know, write or film the thing that you promised. So if you're like, hey, I just filmed you a 3-minute Loom video on how to get out of the promotions tab, you know, would you like me to send it over? Wait for them, you know, don't send it over, right? Wait for them to say yes. Then you actually have time to go and film the video and send it over. So it improves your deliverability and also allows you to do that. So that way you can do it automated rather than personalized. Remember, we want the email to look personal, like it was sent from your phone. That's kind of like the whole idea, right? So the whole like sent from my iPhone idea. So, you know, if it's full of like links and footers and you have this big signature, people are going to look at it and like, man, this just looks like a marketing email, right? And it just gets lumped in the promotions category and they just move on. So we want to avoid that. And we talked in the last video about how you can actually use the exact phrase sent from my iPhone at the bottom of an email if it's short, and that works really well for some people. Next cold email killer is not pre-baking your cookies. What the hell do I mean by this? What's Sean talking about now? So I want you to imagine right now 2 different scenarios. Imagine I invited you to my house, right? I'm like, hey, what's up? Come chill at the pad, level 72 of Meriton Ocean, Surfers Paradise, beautiful oceanfront penthouse overlooking the entire southern hemisphere. We'll come chill, come have a drink. And then you walk in the door and I'm like, hey, what's up? Take your shoes off, make yourself comfortable. You know, would you like some water? Like, you know, would you like me to bake you some cookies? You'd be like, no, what the fuck? Like, of course, I don't expect you to bake me cookies. You know what I mean? Like, please do not go out of your way to bake me cookies, right? Versus, imagine if I, same scenario, invited you over, you walk in the door, and I'm like, yo, what's up? So nice to see you. Hey, you know, I knew you were coming over, so I actually went ahead and like, I baked you some cookies, and I hand you the tray of cookies. I'm like, would you like one? You're like, oh, well, dude, it would be almost rude. It would be, you know, you would feel almost like an asshole to say no. It's like, oh my God, this guy's gone to the effort of like baking me cookies. I have to like take one at least out of just, just out of like pure human decency. You know what I mean? So here's what I'm getting at. So like what a lot of people do is they'll say like, hey, you know, would you like me to write you some samples? Or would you like me to send, you know, would you like me to make you a Loom video explaining it? And it's like, no, you have to understand how reciprocity works, right? We want to use reciprocity in our favor, not against us, right? So it's like, if you're like, hey, would you like me to write you some samples? You might think that's an irresistible no-brainer offer. I'm offering them free samples. But at the end of the day, it's like, no, the prospect in their mind, they're like, no, you know, if this person goes to these lengths and these efforts to write these emails, I'm going to feel indebted towards them. I'm going to feel like in some way I owe them a favor, I owe them a return. You know, I feel kind of sleazy, like they're going to write me these samples. I feel like I owe them something. And people would rather just avoid that scenario completely. And so it's much easier to say no, right? So that's why when you're offering, hey, would you like me to send you some samples? It's why most people actually say no, okay? Because we don't want to feel indebted towards other people. It's hardwired into us. So we want to use that reciprocity in our favor, not against us. And the way that we do that is always framing it as if we've already done the thing. So it's like, hey, I don't normally do this, but I had a spare minute between client projects and, you know, I love what you're about. So I went ahead and actually, I wrote you 3 free samples that you're free to use. Is it cool if I send you the link on here? Now it's like, you know, now they read it and they're like, oh, fuck, you know, wow, this guy, okay. Oh, you know, he actually went to the effort of writing these samples. Like it's already done. It's in the past. It's like, okay, sure. Yeah. Send me what you wrote. And then of course you go and actually write them and send them over, right? That's the whole idea. That's the whole mentality. It might seem like a small detail, but it's a huge difference, right? There you go. There's a picture from 2079. That's actually me in the future with the plate of cookies, as you can tell, because I'm extremely handsome and charismatic and humble. Cold email killer number 5, and that is not using spin tax. What is spin tax? Let me explain. When you send the exact same email to thousands of people, that's likely going to eventually end you in spam, right? Now, if you think about it, if you're copy pasting and sending basically the same email to, you know, 5,000 people, that is spamming people. Like that is literally the definition of spam, is sending the same thing to thousands of people, right? So to combat this, we can use a little trick in our sending software, which is called spin tax. Now, spin tax, it's kind of like a spin on words, play on words. It stands for spinning syntax. So what this allows us to do is actually add variation to each email while maintaining the original meaning of your message. So I'll give you an example. So the way this would look instantly, you know, in every sending software, if you use Lemlist or whatever, you know, the characters are going to be a little bit different or whatever. But the general format is we're going to type in something like random and then 3, 4, 5, 10, whatever amount of different results that you want it to choose. It's simply going to select one of these at random for each person and then send that. So it's going to be random. hey, hi, what's up, first name. So it's just going to pick either one of these three at random. Now, these all have the same meaning, but it's going to add variation to your email, right? And I'll show you why this is important in a second. So it's like my random, friend, girlfriend, mom says her husky absolutely loves her new product name, right, from the CSV file. But when I went to search it, I couldn't find you on Google. I'm reaching out because recently I actually helped insert competitor rank #1 for insert specific Google search term, which drove specific result in specific time frame. And from the quick bit of research that I've done on insert company name from CSV file, I'm confident we can do the same for you. In fact, I've just put together a quick one-pager with some ideas that will immediately help you rank higher on Google. Random, cool if I swing it. Cool if I swing you a link on here. Mind if I send it over? Just say the word and I'll shoot it right over. So these three call to actions all have exactly the same meaning. You're asking for the same thing, but it's just phrased in a different way, right? And again, random, cheers, best, thanks. Again, all meaning the same thing for signing off an email. P.S. Don't tell competitor name I said this, but your product name is way random, cooler, sexier, more creative than theirs. Would love to help you hit that #1 rank where you belong. Winky face, right? So what have we actually done here? Like, what's the point? Well, if you think about it, we now have 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3. If you think about random, there's #1, 3 variations, random, 3 variations again, down here, 3 variations again, 3 variations, and 3 variations. So there's 5 times 3, 3 times 3 times 3 times 3 times 3, 343 variations of the exact same email. These all mean the exact same thing, but they're just phrased in different ways. And that is on top of all of these other customizations like their first name, product name, competitor name, and so on, right? So basically what this is doing is this is going to make sure that every single email that we send out is going to be completely unique to the person. And that is just going to help us avoid the spam filter. Because again, if we're sending the same email, thousands of times, Gmail's going to go, hey man, you're a spammer, throw you in spam. So that's a little workaround to get around spam. Definitely want to make sure you're using Spintax. Number 6, we're nearly there. This is low volume. You would be absolutely amazed. All right, I've been doing this every day for the last 6 years, and this is probably one of the biggest killers. People come to me and they say, hey man, I used to swipe emails and they didn't work. And I go, oh yeah, all right, fine. How many emails did you send? And like, oh yeah, I sent like 12 emails. It's like, guys, you have to realize, come on. Cold outreach is a numbers game. We literally covered the diagram at the start. Like only 3% of the entire market is even looking to buy at the moment right now, right? Now, quick story from Alex Hormozi, which I think demonstrates this perfectly. He had a mentor at some stage in his life, right? And he tells the story of how his mentor recommended that he send flyers. He was like, oh bro, I should put out flyers on people's windscreens and in their post boxes. Flyers work super well. And Alex goes, okay, I'll try flyers. And so he, printed and posted 300 flyers. And he's like, dude, I only got 1 call back. Like, what the hell? Like, this didn't work. Like, you told me flyers worked. And the mentor turns to him and he says, well, how many flyers did you put out? And Alex says, 300. And the mentor just laughs and he goes, dude, we literally test with 5,000 before we even decide if it's worth pursuing or not. And then we send 5,000 a day after that. Like we send 150,000 flyers a month. You only sent 300. And then Alex was like, huh. So his big takeaway from that is like, maybe I am doing the right thing. I'm just not doing enough of it. And I never want to let not doing enough be the reason that I don't succeed at something, right? So you have to understand, again, this all comes down to numbers. Like your average reply rate is going to be somewhere between 1 and 10%. Your average meeting booked rate is going to be about 0.5%. Your average show up rate on your sales calls is going to be probably like 70%. Your average close rate on the phone, depending on your ability, is probably like 20 to 30%. If you're in CMB, it's probably like 40, 50% or higher, right? Because we have insane scripts that are proven. On average, people need at least like 8 touch points before they buy. You have to remember that. Like, why do you think Coca-Cola, McDonald's continue to advertise? Every fucking human being on earth knows that Coca-Cola and McDonald's exist. Like, why do they even bother running ads and putting up billboards? It's because people need on average at least 8 touch points before they decide to buy something. So the more you see McDonald's, Coke, it's in your brain, it's in your subconscious, you make a subconscious decision to buy. Okay. So this is why follow-up is so key. So my recommendation is, if you have sent 2,500 email sequences, then and only then, if you have still not closed the client, then you can revisit your offer and your lead list and your targeting and your copy and so on. Okay. I see so many people and they're like, oh, this doesn't work. I sent 100 cold emails. Your system doesn't work. It's like, dude, you've barely even scratched the surface, right? So I think people drastically underestimate how much volume is needed. And the whole point of this is it's fully automated. You don't need to do this personally. We're not sending 2,500 emails one at a time, right? This is mass scraping, mass sending, and there's really no excuse why you can't send thousands and thousands of emails. Remember, ultimately, the money is in the follow-up. 8 touch points, like we mentioned, most of your sales, most of your replies, your calls booked, they're not going to come from the first email. People have just heard of you, just like entered their inbox as a stranger. Most, if not all, of your calls booked and follow-ups and sales are always going to come from the follow-up sequence. It is that important, okay? So make sure we're following up. Now, having said that, the other extreme of that is when people do follow-ups, is that typically the way that they go about it is really flogging a dead horse, okay? As the saying goes, if you're trying to get a horse to, ride faster, if it's already dead, you're flogging a fucking dead horse. It's not going to go any faster. It's already dead, right? So here's the truth. If your prospect doesn't reply to your email, which is 99% of the time, okay, it means one of 3 things. Either they haven't read your email, which is fairly likely. Average open rate on cold email is actually around like 50 to 70% if you're doing it right, if you have good subject lines. But there's a chance they just haven't even seen your email, right? Second reason is they did open your email. They meant to reply, it seemed pretty intriguing, but they got distracted, right? We live in a fucking super ADD world. It's like they got another email and it's like, oh my God, one of their employees is underperforming, or their ad cost just doubled, or their dog starts barking, or there's a knock on the door. There's a million and one things. They get a phone call, whatever. Now, all of a sudden, boom, your email's gone. They're distracted. They meant to reply, but they got busy, right? Or option 3 is they did read your email, but your offer, frankly, was just not compelling enough to elicit a reply. You have to understand, if that is the case, no response is a response. Okay, them choosing to not respond, to not reply, is literally a reply. It is them saying, no, this didn't interest me enough to actually bother replying to you. Okay, so rather than flogging a dead horse, oh my God, how many email sequences have I reviewed where people, their entire follow-up sequence is just like, hey, Sean, just seeing if you got my last email. Sean, ? You there? ? Hey, just circling back. It's like, dude, I saw your email, I read it, and frankly, it just didn't appeal to me enough to bother replying. So rather than just flogging the same angle again and again, like, try something else. You know what I mean? Like, the most successful marketers in the world, right? You see these guys, 8 figures, 9 figures, billionaires, and so on. The reason these guys are so big and they do so well is because they literally test 100 times more stuff than everyone else. That is the ultimate secret. Let me save you $60,000 right now. Do you know how many $60,000 masterminds I've signed up for? Really high ticket coaching programs. And I'm expecting to learn like the ultimate secret to success and how to make $10 million a year and so on. Guess what all of them say? They're all like, yeah, we just test more stuff than everyone else. That's why we're so big. So just test more stuff. That's it. That's the big secret. You test 100 things, guaranteed one of them is going to pop off, right? You post like 100 videos, one of them is probably going to go viral, right? So it's just testing. So you want to A/B test different angles, different offers, different guarantees, different pain points, benefits, proof, lead magnets, case studies, first lines, jokes, ideas, images, copy, subject lines, PSs, all that stuff, right? In both your initial email and also your follow-ups as well. So you gotta remember, like your follow-up emails, it's valuable real estate. Like don't waste it by simply sending 5 of the same, hey, just making sure you got this email, right? It's like you have additional opportunities to add more information, add more value, bring different angles and ideas to the table. If they didn't reply to the first one, it's probably just because it didn't appeal to them. So it's like, dude, try a different angle. So those are the 7 big cold email killers. To wrap this up, we've been going for nearly 3 fucking hours right now. This is insane. It is nearly 9 a.m. I literally need to leave for the airport in 30 minutes. So FAQ number 1, do you need to include an unsubscribe link? This is a common question a lot of people have. And I want to clear this up for you right now because it is a bit of a gray area. The truth is, at least as of right now, this could change in the future. It could change depending on where you live. I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice. If you get sued, if you get a $50,000 fine, don't come after me. Not my fault. I am releasing myself from all obligations and liabilities. But the general consensus is no, as of right now, May 2024, no, you do not legally need to include an unsubscribe link. However, on cold emails, right? On cold emails, you don't legally need to include an unsubscribe link. Because if you think about it, they didn't opt into your list. So it doesn't even make sense to have an unsubscribe link because they didn't subscribe to anything, right? However, the CAN Spam Act law, right, and the GDPR laws do require that you include some sort of way to opt out. So there has to be some sort of opt out language in your email. That is the only thing that's necessary. So rather than kind of doing what most people do, which is like, in the PS, they might say, click here to stop receiving these emails or something, fucking boring like that. Instead of trying to hide it in tiny font or whatever, if you can't fix it, feature it. So have fun with it, get creative, right? So in your PS, you could say like, hey, if you hate the idea of making an extra 10 to 30K a month from your list with zero effort or ad spend from your part, feel free to tell me to beat it and you'll never hear from me again. Or, hey, PS, if you want to ruin my day, reply with the word stop and I'll instantly vanish into a frozen abyss, never to be seen again, right? Or, hey, reply with the word stop and I'll immediately stop sending emails. I do have to warn you though, for some reason, unbeknownst to me, every time someone replies with the word stop, there's a giant foam hand which reaches out of the screen and slaps me across the face. And, my right cheek is getting really sore. So if you could please spare my right cheek, I'd really appreciate it, right? Come up with whatever nonsense you want. But the point is, have fun, get creative with it. There's just a certain mental image that they get when they're kind of imagining it's like, it just shows there's another human being on the other end of this email. It takes it from this corporate salesy pitchy thing to, it's just a guy. It's like there's an actual person there. They're having fun with it. It's like this foam hand hitting them over the face. And so, a lot of them will think twice about unsubscribing and they'll be like, this guy's actually pretty cool. Let me reply, right? One law that you do have to comply with is you do have to include a physical address at the bottom of your emails if you are sending marketing emails, like pitching emails, which pretty much we are, right? To comply with the CAN Spam Act. Otherwise, you can be fined up to $50,000, which is probably out of budget for 99% of people watching this. So we don't want that to happen. And of course, like last thing, if someone asks you to stop emailing them, if they say anything along the lines of stop emailing me, not interested, piss off, fuck off, that sort of thing, don't be a dickhead, just remove them from your list. Not only is that legally mandatory, like you have to remove them from your list within, I believe it's 10 days, but realistically, it's like, what are the chances of them actually working with you as a client? Very low, right? You'd much rather spend that time and effort and energy contacting someone else who could be interested than trying to turn a no into a yes, right? So, second frequently asked question, what subject lines actually work the best? Let's talk about subject lines for a second. As we know with copywriting, right? You're a copywriter, hopefully, you should know this. So the whole aim of copywriting is always to sell the next step, right? So the goal of the subject line is to get someone to open the email. The goal of the first line of the email is to get them to read the second line. The goal of the second line is to get them to read the third line, so on and so on and so on, until the goal is to get them to click the link. The goal, when they click the link, they go to the sales page. The goal of the headline, again, is to get them to watch the VSL. The goal of the hook of the VSL is to get them to watch the first 10 seconds and then the next 10 seconds and so on and so on and so on, right? It's like little bit by little bit, these tiny micro commitments. That's how you end up, on this fucking VSL. And it's like, in the next 30 seconds, I'm going to show you the honey jar trick to make the woman of your dreams fall in love with you. And then before you know it, 45 minutes have gone by and you're pulling out your credit card and you're buying something, okay? That's good copy, okay? We're trying to sell the next step. So with our subject lines, okay, we want to evoke curiosity, but we can't use blatant clickbait, okay? Not only is that actually illegal against the Can Spam Act, it's just generally like kind of sleazy, not a good practice. So the best performing subject lines, as proven by Instantly and cold email tools who have sent literally tens of millions of cold emails, are always short, they're casual, and they're personalized to the prospect. So just some examples here. Hey, name, question for name, thoughts, name, is this you, right? And you can have a picture of them or something like that. AI generated picture, which in CMB we have tools to do that, as you guys know. Name X your name, right? So if the name was Sam X Sean, that one for whatever reason gets like an 80-90% open rate, really good. These two here, name X your name and name thoughts, are actually currently the highest performing open rates of any subject lines. Take that one to the bank. Competitor sent me, right? Pretty intriguing. Question about company. Is company still accepting new clients? Question about niche specific thing, right? So obviously like if they're like a real estate mogul, agent, whatever, question about Sydney real estate, that sort of stuff. The whole point is just to try and keep it like casual and personalized. Likewise, with your pre-header, with the first line, remember, like that is going to show in the inbox, right? The first, I don't know how many words, 50, 60 words or whatever of your email is going to show in the preview header. In that preview text in Gmail, it's going to come up. They're going to see that little snippet. So, you want to be mindful of that and either write a specific pre-header that is personalized or keep it blank using this bit of computer code here. That it basically is computer code for blank, so it'll just leave it blank. So, it kind of creates a bit of mystery. They'll have to open the email to see what it is. It's also why we usually begin the email with a personalized first line, because again, it shows them that it's just for them. Commonly asked question number 3. We're nearly there, guys. We're nearly at the end. How many follow-up emails should you send? So obviously, the more follow-ups you send, the more replies you're going to get, right? It's just common sense. However, there's a balance here. It's not that simple. Follow-ups also count towards your total daily sending volume. So we know from our domains, like we talked about at the beginning, with each domain you have, you can only send a maximum of like 50 to 100 emails a day. Now, if you're sending, imagine an extreme scenario, right? Where you have like 100 email campaign, right? If you're sending 100 emails a day, that means only one of those emails can be dedicated towards contacting someone new, and 99 emails would be dedicated towards following up. Okay, so it would take you literally forever, 5,000 days to get through 5,000 prospects. So that's the trade-off, right? It just slows down our ability to contact new people. Of course, you can just buy more domains, but that starts to get expensive. So extensive testing has really shown, this is shown in our tests, in industry-wide tests. Generally, the consensus is that after about 4 follow-ups, your response rate will really start to drop off dramatically. So if someone hasn't responded to 4 or 5 emails, the chance that they'll respond to email 6, 7, 8, and so on, it's really super low. So for these reasons, I do recommend that you go with a 5 email sequence. That's my recommendation. Also, super convenient that if you actually look at the Instantly plan, as of right now anyway, maybe it'll change in the future, but you get 25,000 contacts and 125,000 emails a month, which is exactly 5 emails per person. So it also fits in pretty well as well. So that's my recommendation, 5 to 6, no more than that, no less. Now, quick note, if someone does reply, they express any kind of interest, positive reply whatsoever, follow up literally relentlessly every 3 business days, forever, for the rest of time, until they either book a call or they block you, okay? Any interest, you want to manually follow up, keep in touch, keep providing value, keep providing, new angles, new ideas, new strategies for them until they book a call or they like literally block you, okay? Hot leads, definitely. Follow up forever until you get the sale. So, putting this all together, what does this look like? Here is a 5 email sequence that I would recommend you run with. First one is going to be the winning cold email formula that we went over in the last training, in the last module, in module 5. It should look a little bit like this. We covered 2 separate formulas. So formula 1, if you have experience, results, and case studies, this is essentially the template that you're going to use. It works perfectly fine for automated outreach as well. And Formula 2, if you have no experience, track record, or results, you're going to use this version here. Okay, so if you haven't seen that, go back, watch the last training. That is the sequence. That's the email I'd recommend you use for email 1. Email 2 is going to be a same thread bump. So what this means is you're going to leave the subject line blank. So it's going to send within the same thread as the first email. And you just want to bump it. So I know I said before, you don't want to make all your follow-ups like, hey, just checking in, making sure you got your email, making sure you got my email, blah, 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 right? If all your follow-ups are just that, then it's just, you're just an annoying pest. However, it's definitely okay to do that at least once. I would simply make that email 2. Keep it short, keep it simple, something along the lines of like, hey, just making sure you got this, or add new information. Hey, totally forgot to mention, you can check out some samples and testimonials on my website here. Boom, link to website. 1 sentence email, keep it simple. Emails 3 and 4, we're just gonna test a different angle, different offer, different guarantee, or a different lead magnet as well, like we talked in the previous video. Lead magnets, super powerful, absolutely one of the best ways to get replies. You said, hey, I just put together this free resource for you. Here it is. I want you to have it, use it, test it, make a bunch of money with it. Providing tons of value up front works super well. So these emails right here are your opportunity to experiment with different angles and ideas. And then finally, email 5, that is going to be what we call the breakup email. So this email essentially is along the lines of, hey Sam, apologies if I jumped the gun and assumed that you're ready to make an extra 20K a month on total autopilot without any additional work or ad spend on your part. My intent is not to be a pain, so this is going to be my last follow-up. I'm not going to send you any more emails. If anything changes in the future and you like the idea of making an additional 5 figures a month on autopilot, feel free to flick me an email and let me know. If not, totally fine, no hard feelings. In fact, here's a free lead magnet, cheat sheet, checklist. Use it, take it, steal it, make a bunch of money with it. And then hopefully, one day maybe we can come back and work together. I love what you're about. Still going to be cheering for you from the sidelines. Keep kicking ass. See you later, Sean. That would be like an example of the breakup email. Now this one works really, really well. This will probably be your most replied to email for the simple reason of the fact that humans are natural procrastinators, right? We always leave things until the last possible minute. Hence me filming this at 9 a.m. when I have to leave for the airport in 20 minutes. So you'll get a lot of replies, a lot of people coming back to you and saying, oh, hey, yeah, sorry, I was busy. I meant to reply, blah, blah, blah. And then this is kind of like the Hail Mary, the one that gets them to reply. Okay. Now, in terms of like actual copy, like what you write in the email, the structures, the scripts, and so on. Obviously, if you're in CMB, then refer to the swipes that I've given you in module 5. We have tons of plug and play emails that you can use. Or alternatively, my done for you winning cold email swipes pack if you want proven fill in the blank scripts that you can copy, tweak, send, and profit. I can't show you this here. I mean, guys, I've just given you 3 hours straight of value. I can't give you absolutely everything. I do have to hold some stuff for my paying clients, right? Otherwise, they're going to be kind of pissed off that I've just given everything away for free. And if you're wondering, where can you get your hands on this? What is this winning cold email swipes? Well, let me explain. This right here, the Client Getting Bible for Copywriters. This is a bit of a hidden secret. This is actually a book. Surprise, surprise. You may or may not know this, but I am actually an unpublished author. I wrote a book about 3 years ago, 2021. It's called The Client Getting Bible for Copywriters. Fully written, 100% done. I recorded the entire audiobook myself. The whole thing was finished, edited, ready for release. And then this motherfucker called Alex Hormozi released his book, $100 million offers. Alan Sultanich came up with his book, Automatic Clients. And immediately I just felt like shit. I was like, dude, the bar has been raised so high for what a book needs to be. And I went from being really proud of this book to absolutely ashamed by how high they had set the bar. And so I actually decided not to release it. So I'm now going to be rewriting literally the entire thing from scratch to make it as valuable as humanly possible to meet my extremely high standards before I release it. So when I do release the book, maybe it's already out and you already bought it by the time you're watching this. But my done for you winning cold email swipes is going to be one of the upsells that you can purchase when you buy the book. And that is going to give you all of my proven fill in the blank, plug and play, copy paste scripts that you can literally just take, tweak them, send them out and profit, plug them straight into this machine and start booking calls from day one. Just like you saw, all these testimonials up here, they all came from cold outreach. Everyone's saying, dude, how are your emails so good? How do they work so well? Right? Rewrote Jace's email sequence, booked a call the very next day, closed a client for 3K a month, like literally 2 days later. All these people getting booms, 1,300, 5K a month, 4,000 a month, 10K a month, 20K a month, 21K a month, so on and so on. Those all came from the exact email swipes that are in that pack. So if you'd like access to that pack, feel free to buy the upsell for whatever it's selling for. I haven't decided yet, probably like $197 or something like that. But I mean, I'm sure we can probably agree that trading $197 for, 4K a month, 20K a month, it's probably a worthwhile trade. So I'd recommend you go ahead and grab that when the book goes live. Now, final pro tip, before you send your emails, before you set your campaign to be live, I thoroughly recommend you run your email copy through the 3 following tools. Good news is, these are all 100% free. First one, very simple, Grammarly. If you're not using this, I would even question if you're a copywriter. Definitely a must-have for absolutely everyone. It is a free spell and grammar check tool. You've seen these prompts coming up throughout the entire presentation that I've run. It's been correcting my spelling and grammar. Okay, absolute must. Guys, if you're selling copywriting as a service, you're spelling shit wrong, you have grammar mistakes, like no one's gonna take you seriously. You're a fucking clown, okay? So like at the bare minimum, you need to get that right, and that's gonna help you catch anything you might have missed. Second tool, it's called Hemingway app. This is a absolutely fantastic readability checker, copy paste to copy into here, and it's essentially going to suggest recommendations for making it read more simple. And the lower that you can get your grade reading level, the better. So ideally, you want to aim for like grade reading level 5, but really like the lower you can get it, the better. Anywhere between like sort of 4 and 6, 5, even 7 is totally cool. But the lower the better, the higher it will convert. Okay, the best converting copy of all time. It's not flowery, complex, university level language. It's always the most simple. Third tool right here is another free tool, and it's what I mentioned before, Mail Meteor. This is a free spam trigger word checker. So copy paste all your emails into here, and it's going to flag specific words and phrases that you might be using. For example, guaranteed or ASAP or 5% or, certain revenue numbers, and basically going to give you recommendations to fix that wording to prevent you going to spam and triggering Gmail's spam filters. So, we have covered a lot of ground, guys. Final step of our process here. We made it all the way to the end. Step 6, send. We're going to load into your automated outreach sending machine. We're going to load these emails into Instantly, and we're going to launch. Now, I want you to pay attention for a second. This is super high level, super complicated. Make sure you don't mess it up. What we're going to do, we're going to go into Instantly. You're going to go to the button and you're going to press it and turn it on. Mind blowing. I know, super complex. That's what we're going to do. We're going to launch our sequence, okay? Make the sequence go live, right? All jokes aside, quick settings that I recommend that you turn on. Number 1 is you want to send your settings generally to be Monday to Friday, 7 a.m. to 7 p.m. with follow-ups every 3 business days. That's a general rule of thumb. Feel free to play around with that, but generally that is what tends to work the best. You want to start with about 20 to 30 emails a day after the 14 days where you've warmed them up, okay, per domain. And you're going to manually increase that by 5 to 10 every single week until you're sending 50 to 100 emails per day per domain. So set a reminder in your phone, in your calendar, come in every Monday into Instantly and manually increase that number of how many emails you're sending. Okay, so you're simply going to go right here, click your domain, go to settings, scroll down, and then right there, just change the daily campaign limit, and you're going to increase that by 5 to 10 for each of the domains that you have right there, all the way up to a maximum of 50 to 100 emails a day per domain. Now, super important, make sure you keep an eye on your dashboard, okay? You want to make sure your numbers look healthy, right? If all of a sudden, your open rates start to tank from, maybe they were 70% and all of a sudden they're 30%, that's obviously an indicator that something's horribly gone wrong. You're probably going to the promotions tab. There's some deliverability issues. So, you want to look into that, make sure you fix it, and probably lower your sending volume as well. But if everything's healthy, if you followed all these steps, you have high domain reputation, using spin tax, using all these strategies, you should be able to push it as high as 100 emails a day per domain. Definitely no more than that. And as I mentioned, if you send 2,500 emails and you still don't manage to land a client, then you definitely want to consider revisiting your offer, revisiting your niche, your lead list, and work out what's gone wrong, okay? But don't change anything until you send at least a couple thousand emails. It's too early to call it. So, that brings us to the end. So quick summary of everything that we've covered over the last 3 hours. This has been an absolute beast of a training. Step 1, stack, right? We want to build your cold email tech stack. Buy 5 standing domains in GoDaddy, connect them to Google Workspace, set up your DNS records, warm your sending domains in instantly 14 days, ready to rock and roll. On to step 2. Search. We want to research your ideal target prospect. Okay, so you want to choose your niche, choose your service, research your ICP, okay, your ideal customer profile, and fill out the 4 forces diagram. You want to craft your offer, craft your guarantee, then we're ready for step 3. You want to mass scrape a lead list of target prospects. Scrape that lead list using either LinkedIn Sales Nav, Apollo, or Instantly Lead Finder. Experiment with a bunch of different filtering settings until you essentially have a list of around 5,000, 10,000, 15,000 targeted leads. And then that is niche enough where you're ready to go. On to the next step. We're going to screen, we're going to extract them, filter them, format that data. Okay, we want to extract their emails using a tool like Find Email, verify all the emails using a list validation tool. We want to upload the CSV file into Instantly. Clean the file, super important, right? Use those AI prompts. Make sure we're cleaning up the first name, the company name, and so on. Review the lead list for accuracy. Okay, don't just trust that the AI prompts work, like actually use your brain, like, spend a bit of time reviewing the results. AI is never perfect, okay? So make sure that it actually reads well, like something you would actually say in an email. Step 5, write your 5 email outreach sequence, okay? Following my proven framework that we went over in the last module. Of course, if you're in CMB, if you have the swipes, then just use what's already proven, use what's already working, which I've given you, okay? Plug and play. Add Spintax to it to add that variation. Run your copy through those 3 tools, Grammarly, Hemingway app, and Mail Meteor. And then step 6, load into the automated sending software and launch that bad boy into outer space. You want to run your campaign, monitor the results, optimize the offer, the guarantee, the copy if necessary, okay, if you need to. And then a bonus, step 7, okay. I could have called this 7 steps to 7 figures, but I realized most of my target audiences are not quite there yet. So the 7th S, that is going to be scale. This is actually, it's kind of funny how many people kind of forget to do this. They achieve so much success and they make like 200 grand a year doing this. And they're like, wow, that works so well. And then they stop. And it's like, no, bro, keep going, right? So there's literally like no limit to how far you can scale this. Keep your winning angles and then split test them against new angles. So keep trying to beat your control, as we call it in copy, right? The one that is working the best, the email angle that's working the best, that is called your control. You want to try and beat it. So split test it against other new angles, new ideas, case studies, lead magnets, etc. See if you can do even better. And then literally just rinse and repeat. Get more leads, sign back up for Instantly, follow LinkedIn Sales Nav, generate another batch of 5 to 10,000 leads. Do the entire thing again, right? Buy another 5 domains. Now instead of sending 100 domains each times 5, 500. Now you have 10 domains. You're sending 1,000 emails a day. Okay, this is how you scale, right? Then come back, right? We talked about the larger market formula. Only about 3 to 5% of people in any given market are actually looking to buy right now. So why would you not circle back 3 months later, 6 months later, 9 months later, 12 months later? Eventually, they are going to be in the now buyer category, and it would be absolutely foolish of us to only contact them once and never again, okay? So every 3 months, write and send a fresh new 5 email sequence to all of the old leads you contacted before, right? Assuming that they didn't opt out or tell you to fuck off, right? Because who knows? Maybe back then they didn't need a copywriter, but right now they actually do need a copywriter. It's good timing. As I mentioned, cold outreach, quite literally, it is a game of timing. And then rinse and repeat until you're literally so rich that Elon Musk himself asks you to mentor him, okay? Until he literally cries like a child. He's so embarrassed of how much money you've made, okay? And of course, at that point, you can consider starting an agency if you're wondering like how do you actually scale from like copywriter, beyond 15, 20K a month. Obviously there's a cap, there's a limit to how many clients you can take on, right? So like in CMB, for example, we have, I think it's like 6 or even 7 people at the moment who are earning 7 figures, over $1 million a year. And it's because they've started an agency, launched their own offer, and they've scaled up that way, okay? So you can consider that once you reach the point of your maximum capacity, 15, 20K a month, you can't take on more clients. That's how you scale. Final bit of motivation for you, actually. I think this will be really helpful for you to know. This is actually what the journey to 10K a month looks like. So if we break this down into numbers, I promise you it's actually a lot more achievable than you might think. So real quick to finish off, let's crunch some numbers. So let's say your goal right now, given you're watching this, is probably 10K a month, right? So we're going to assume that's 3 clients at around 3K a month each. Yes, I know that's 9K a month. Sue me. I was a fucking mechanical engineer. I understand 3 times 3 is 9. Okay. Just upsell one of your clients to a 4K a month service or sign another client for 1K or 2K or whatever. It's generally around the same ballpark. It's still 6 figures. Okay. So basically we want to make a 6-figure income run rate within 90 days. That's the goal. So 3 clients at 3K a month each. Now, let's just say you have an average close rate of about 30%. Right? If you're in CMB, if you have our proven scripts, it's probably more like 50, 60% because our scripts are on point, right? If you're a savage closer like me, your closing rate's probably like 80, 90% because they're all inbound leads. But anyway, we'll pretend it's 30% industry average. So to close 3 clients, that means you need to book 10 calls, right? Makes sense. 30% of 10 is 3. So we're going to go with an average industry standard show up rate of about 70%. So that is going to mean in order to actually have 10 calls happen, we need to book about 14 and then 10 will show up. Now, the industry standard meeting booked rate, like I mentioned before, is around 0.5%. So what that's going to mean is we need to contact 200 people in order to book 1 call. So running the numbers, 14 calls times we need to contact 200 people to book 1 call. Well, 14 times 200 is 2,800 people that we need to reach out to. So if we want to hit 10K a month within 90 days, all we need to do is we need to send 2,800 divided by 64. 64 is the amount of business days in 90 days, if you're wondering. So I'm just not including weekends. So 2,800 divided by 64 business days equals we need to reach out to 44 new people a day. That's all it comes down to. Now, assuming a 5 email sequence, all that means is we need to send 220 emails a day. How do I come to that number? Very simple. Remember, your follow-ups are included in your total sending volume. So if we're reaching out to 44 new people a day, 44 times 5 equals 220. So that is going to mean out of our total sending volume of 220, 1/5 of 220 is 44. Right? That's the 44 new people a day. And if it's a 5 email sequence, that means 4/5 of our sending volume are going to be dedicated towards following up, meaning that's 176 follow-ups a day, right? So that's why, you can see why we wouldn't want like a 10 to 20 email sequence because that would limit this number here. So if we're going to warm up, if we're going to start at 30 emails a day, warm it all the way up to 100 emails a day per domain over the course of 8 weeks, adding 10 per week per domain all the way up to 100 with 5 domains, meaning at our maximum capacity, we are going to be sending 500 emails a day. So we can realistically expect to hit $10,000 a month income run rate within 90 days with only the automated email approach, as hopefully I've just shown you in case I haven't lost you already with these numbers. Let me get to the bottom line here. The coolest part of all of this is the amount of money that you make and how quickly you make it is literally 100% within your control. I want that to really sink in. At literally no job or business or anything is this possible. You want to make 5K a month? Send 50 emails a day. You want to make 10K a month? Send 100 emails a day. You want to make 20K a month? Send 200 emails a day. You want to make $100,000 a month? Send 1,000 emails a day. You want to make $1 million a month? I have friends that run multiple $1 million a month agencies. They send 10,000 plus emails a day. They have 200 sending domains. Like I mentioned, this is quite literally scalable. As high as you want to take it, there is absolutely no limits. Your only limit is your ambition. So with that said, armed with that knowledge, go forth, my friend, and conquer. That'll do it for this absolute beast of a training. And in the next installment, we're going to be talking about what do you actually do when you get people replying? When prospects are like, yeah, I'm interested. How do you take that interest into a booked call, into a closed client? that is what we're going to be covering in the upcoming modules. So stay tuned, look out for them, go through them. Hopefully this is valuable for you. My goal was to make this one of the most valuable trainings on the internet. And I really hope I have succeeded with that promise.
Whew. That was a hell of a training, if I do say so myself. Pat yourself on the back because you have done the hardest part. You've written your outreach sequence, you've plugged it all into Instantly and hit launch. Now drum roll please. Someone actually replied. It's go time, baby. Shit just got real. No pressure, but most newbies completely fuck this up. They fumble the reply, they wait too long, they write an essay, they follow up like a desperate ex, or worst of all, they do nothing and watch a 30K a year client slip through their fingers. So in this next section, I'm gonna show you how to turn that reply into a booked call using my proven chat pipeline. The same one that hundreds of my students have used to land 3K, 5K, and even 10K a month clients. Let's go book some calls.
Welcome, you handsome specimen, to part 7 of my 0 to 10K a month copywriter series. This is really where the rubber hits the road because we are talking about how to get high-level business owners on the phone. And no, I don't even have a flight to catch this time, so you and me, we got all the time in the world. And I'm going to deliver on that promise right here in this training. So, a quick recap. We have talked about what is copywriting, where to learn copywriting, the setup, how to do Facebook farming to get inbound clients, how to land your very first client, how to do personalized outreach for free to land clients, how to take that all, put it on steroids with some clever AI and automation to do automated outreach. And here we are at module 7, booking calls. How do we take those replies that we're getting and turn them into actual calls in the calendar, money in the bank? That is the $1 million question. That is why we're all here. And that is the promise that I'm going to deliver on in this training. So you got a reply. Congratulations. Now what? How do we go from tell me more to call booked to money sent? Well, before we get into the answer, I need to give you the cold, hard truth, okay? The truth is, you have to remember not every prospect is ready to work with you right now. Just like we talked about in earlier modules, only about 3 to 5% of the market is actually looking for a new copywriter at any given moment. Some people are going to be ready in a month, others in a year, others never. And that's okay. But as long as you know that going into it, that 50% of people are just tire kickers, they're never going to buy, they're never going to hire anyone. Those are the business owners who aren't really going anywhere anyway. So you don't want to be aboard their team. You want to be aboard the goddamn rocket ship that is going to outer space. That's the team you want to be on, the action-taking team. And those people fit into one of these two categories. They're either a now buyer or a later buyer. And it's up to us to determine which bucket they fall into. So all of this is to say that your response rate is going to be very low, and that is just the nature of businesses. 99% of prospects you reach out to will either ignore you or reject you, and that's okay. In fact, it's fucking great because that means most people, quite simply, will give up after a week of no results. But you won't, and that is why you, my friend, are going to win. Because not only are you incredibly handsome, you're also incredibly ambitious and you're incredibly persistent. That's why you're going to get everything you want in this life, okay? And also because you subscribe to my YouTube channel. That's your shameless plug if you haven't subscribed already, okay? It only takes one major yes to change the trajectory of your life, quite literally forever. One major yes. You're only one major yes away from completely changing your life. I promise. I've seen it time and time again, right? So there's 330 million businesses in the world. 329,999,990 of them will never work with you. And that is okay. Because the 5 to 10 that do end up working with you over the course of their career are going to benefit amazingly from your work. And it's going to be a very fruitful, lifelong partnership for you both, right? So with that said, let's talk about what to expect. So let's say we reach out to 1,000 prospects, just like we talked about in module 5, all about manual outreach. You build your dream list of 1,000 prospects and you're going to manually reach out to every single one. You send 1,000 emails, 1,000 DMs, or 1,000 looms. What can we expect? Like what kind of replies? What's some realistic numbers? Typically, we will see that out of 1,000 manual personalized outreach messages sent, you can probably expect that around about 100 people will reply. And that means 100 conversations started after all of your follow-ups, right? So that's taking follow-ups into account. Then again, 1 in 10 of those people should be qualified and agree to actually get on a call. Typically, about 75% will actually show up, and then your close rate should be roughly about 1/3. So that means generally out of about 10 calls booked, you can expect to close 2 or 3 of them and turn them into paying clients. And again, these numbers are based on the heavy/manual outreach approach. So for the engineer approach, or the quote unquote AI outreach machine that we talked about in the last module, simply multiply the number in blue by 10. So you might need to send 10,000 emails instead of 1,000 to get the same results, but that's okay because those emails are fully automated and you're not sending them, the machine is sending them, right? And then likewise for the sniper or the wow package approach, where you send physical mail to the person's physical address, then you can divide that number by 10. Because it is such a hyper-personalized, very high-effort strategy, you probably only need to send 100 at the absolute most of those wow packages to land the same 3 clients, okay? And most times it'll only be like 30, to be honest. So with that said, the big important question that I have for you is, if you had to message 1,000 prospects to secure yourself a $6,000 to $9,000 a month income for life without wasting $50K to $100K and 4 years of your life on a degree, would that be worth it? If the answer is no, stop watching this right now. Quite frankly, entrepreneurship is not for you. I'm just going to be brutally honest. All right. But if the answer is yes, then my friend, continue, because we're going to talk about how to do exactly that. First, but before we get into scripts and any of that good stuff, we need to address the elephant in the room. We need to talk about the number one mistake new freelancers make that keeps them poor. And I guarantee you've probably done this before. It's probably why you're struggling to get clients. And this mistake is crippling your growth. What is this mistake? Poor positioning. See, too many freelancers are so thirsty to land their first client that they drop all their standards and they give their clients all the power. And not only does this make you come off super needy and desperate, but it also means that the clients you do eventually land are most likely going to be clients from hell who you don't want to work with anyway, right? Now, here's something that I really, really need you to remember. And please, if you take nothing else away from today's training, please remember this. You are the buyer just as much as the client, okay? In fact, I would argue the client needs you way more than you need them. Think about a freelance copywriting relationship with a client. Who makes more money from the interaction? The $2 to $3K a month they're paying you, or the $20, $30, $50,000, $100,000 a month that you're making the client? Exactly. The power is in your hands if you choose to accept it. That's the most important takeaway I can give you. So you don't want to go straight for the throat, try and jump into bed with him right away, but like, oh my God, someone's actually willing to pay me money. I'm going to bend over backwards and do everything I can just to get $50 out of them. Chill. Just fucking think for a second, okay? What if they have a tiny audience? What if their offer is unethical? Like, what if they're on the verge of bankruptcy? You don't know. Just like any long-term successful relationship, you need to make sure the other person meets your standards and ticks the boxes that you're looking for. And most people, like I said, will not be a good fit. And that is okay. So, with that said, what does a good fit look like? Here are the 5 key criteria of a 5-star prospect. Credits to my friend Dean Jackson for this one. Put simply, a 5-star prospect is someone who is 1, willing to engage in a dialogue, aka they reply. 2, they're friendly and cooperative. 3, they know what they want. 4, they know when they want it, ideally right now. And then 5, they want your help to get it. Put more simply, an ideal client is someone who you like, who you feel like you can help and can pay. Okay. Number 1, do you like them as a person? I don't want you working with anyone who you don't like as a person. I promise you it is not worth the money, right? Unless you're really desperate, you really need the client in the beginning, fair enough, but you don't want to stick around with that client for too long. Okay. Second, someone you can actually help, right? So make sure that when you do sign them as a client, you're confident you can actually deliver on the promises that you made. If not, hire someone else to do the work for you. You can start a mini agency, you can form partnerships, you can take cuts, you can do deals, all sorts of stuff. Just make sure you can actually deliver, whether it's you, whether it's someone else, on the promise that you make. And third, for obvious reasons, don't work with fucking brokies. If they're making 5K a month, how do you expect them to pay you 3K a month? It's not going to happen, right? So you like them, you can help them, and they can pay. Now, that's a great theory, Sean. Thank you so much for that. But unfortunately, yes, I understand people do not walk around with their income tattooed on their forehead. So how do we actually know all of this stuff? How do we know the now buyers who we like, we can help, and are willing and able to invest? It's not rocket science. We talk to them. That is the magical solution. You're welcome. So here's what we do, right? Now, after you send a cold email or DM, there's only going to be 3 possible scenarios. Number 1 is you don't get a reply. This is unfortunately the most popular scenario. So learn to accept that. In which case, you're simply going to follow up with your 5 email sequence. So whether you're doing automated outreach, manual outreach, the email sequence you're going to be sending or the DM sequence should be a series of 5 emails for reasons I explained in the last module. So you're simply going to send that 5 email sequence until its completion. And then if you still don't have a reply, very simple, you circle back every 3 months. And then if you still not get a reply, what do? Do you curl up into a ball? Do you cry? Do you give up? No, you chill. You put them on a later list because they're probably a later buyer, not a now buyer. And that's okay, right? They're going to buy on their time and that's the way it is. So what we're going to do, you're going to take them in your Google Sheets CRM and you're going to put them in the follow-up column. Circle back in 3 months' time with a new 5 email sequence that hits on new angles, maybe a new offer, new case studies, new testimonials, and new copy to try and hook them back in. And as you know, cold outreach is a game of timing. So quite literally, it is a matter of making the right offer to the right person at the right time. And if it's not the right time, which again, you know, most of the time it won't be, that's okay because we're going to be there in 3 months. We're going to be there in 6 months. We're going to be there in 12 months and 2 years and 3 years and 5 years until it is a good time. That is how you play the long game. That is how you get the client every single time. So second major scenario that you'll find yourself with is you do get a reply and it is along the lines of not interested. This one's pretty self-explanatory. Take them off your list, right? If anyone says, piss off, fuck off, stop emailing me, not interested, anything like that, just take them off your list and move on with your day. I promise you are better off spending that time turning maybes into yeses rather than trying to turn no's into maybes. It's just an uphill battle. They don't want it. Fine, move on. There's 330 million businesses in the world and they all need a copywriter. There's no need to get stuck up over one of them, all right? Now, if it is just a timing objection, like, hey, now's not a good time, that sort of thing, totally fine. Again, circle back in 3 months with a new 5 email sequence, just like we talked about before. Now, the third possible scenario you might run into is a reply and holy days, they're actually interested. Amazing. This is the best case scenario. In which case, what are we going to do? We're going to send them a carrot loom and we're going to follow the chat pipeline sequence below. What the hell is a carrot loom? What am I talking about? Why is there a picture of Simon Cowell? It's all about to make sense, okay? Fear not. Patience. So, before I give you the scripts, the what to say, all that great stuff, you need to understand the 4 key pillars of auditioning prospects. And I've used that word very intentionally, auditioning, because I want you to think about this like an audition, right? So the first key principle here is Simon Cowell selling. And this again circles back to the idea of you are qualifying them to see if they're a fit to work with you. If you've ever watched The X Factor, American Idol, any of that stuff, you don't see Simon Cowell begging and pleading people to come work with him and turn them into superstars. No, that would be completely silly. It would completely ruin the power dynamic and it wouldn't make any sense, right? This is his game show. They're auditioning for him. They're the dancing monkey for Simon. Simon kicks back, arms folded, and lets them pitch themselves on why they should be able to work with Simon, right? Now, having said that, obviously, if you're a beginner and they're a super high level business owner, there does reach a point of total fucking delusion where you have literally no value to bring to the table and, you know, they really are the whale. So there's a balance there to be struck. I'm not saying go full big dick energy when you've like never even made $1 online before, but there is a balance to be struck and I don't want you falling into the trap of being too needy. So again, I want you to come from this mentality that you are the doctor, they are the patient. If you do have the skills, if you know what you're doing, especially if you've been through CMB, email domination, you've been mentored by some of the best copywriters in the game right now, you do have the skills to back your claims up. So remember, they're the ones with the bleeding neck problem. They're the ones that are not making as much money as they like. They're the ones who are stuck trying to grow their business. You are there to come riding in on your white horse and save the day. That is the dynamic that I want you to operate from, okay? So in every interaction that you have with prospects, you need to take the lead and you need to keep it, right? Now, how do you know who's taking the lead in the interaction? Very simple. Look at the person asking the questions. The person asking the questions is the person leading the conversation forward, and you want that person to be you, not the prospect. Cool. So as soon as you get into interview mode, you start justifying yourself, you start qualifying, they start asking you for samples and testimonials and why should you join my team? You need to work to flip that power dynamic to start qualifying them instead. And we're going to talk about exactly how to do that in just a second. Second key principle is barber, not bouncer. So when you are having your conversations with clients, you're going back and forth, you are qualifying them. The last thing that we want to happen is this turns into an interrogation where you're sitting there like a bouncer at the front of the club with your arms folded going, how big is your list? How much revenue do you make? What's your goal? Is this a priority for you? None of that, okay? Please remember, this is another human being on the other side of this interaction, okay? So use some social lubricant. Just talk to them like a normal fucking person, all right? So I want you to imagine you're more like a barber. They're getting their hair cut and you're having a chill, casual conversation. It should kind of feel like you're talking to a friend and you're leading the interaction, okay? Now, the best framework that I know of to do that, to be able to actually teach you how to have a conversation, because apparently that's not common knowledge, is this beautiful framework here called Feel, Show, and Ask. So the way this works is throughout the interaction, you're talking to the prospect, you ask them a question. Hey, so how big is your list? They go, it's 5,000 people. And you go, cool, makes sense.
A lot of people I work with have similar sized lists, and honestly, you can do some real damage with a list of 5K people. I've seen clients making 30, even 50K a month from a list size of 5,000. So I think there's a lot of potential there. Do you know how much you're making from your list right now? Boom. Then you ask the question, they answer, and feel show ask. You repeat this loop again and again and again. That is how you move the conversation forward towards a call. Now, the key here, especially with this show part here, is you don't want to spill all the sauce. You don't want to solve their problem there and then on the spot. You don't want it to turn into a free coaching session. So the key here is to show no how, but show no actual how. Meaning, you demonstrate that you have a knowledge and understanding of the topic by using anecdotes, stories, past client experiences, industry trends that you've noticed, any knowledge that you have, to demonstrate you have an understanding of the subject, like the example I just gave you, without actually giving them a step-by-step solution, right? That's principle number 2. Principle number 3, and this one is super key, success loves speed. Now, case in point, a couple years ago, I lived in this beautiful house on the water. Now, of course, I live in this amazing penthouse, but back then, I had a garden, and obviously what comes along with having a garden is having to mow the grass. Now, me being a 7-figure entrepreneur, did not want to mow my own grass, nor should I be. It's a bad use of my time. So what do? Go onto Google, I type in lawn mowing services, and I apply for the first, let's say 2 or 3 that put up a job listing, and I wait for people to reach out to me. So my question to you is, who do you think is getting the job? The answer is very simple. It is the first person to reach out to me is the one getting the job. I'm not going to sit there. I'm not going to wait around. I'm not going to get 10 quotes and I'm going to find the person who can mow my lawn the cheapest by $5. I don't really give a shit. I just want my lawn mown. And right there and then I'm in buying mode. I'm trying to get my lawn fixed so I can move on with my day. Whoever contacts me first is getting the job. So the key here is that when someone is a now buyer, they're in shopping mode, they are looking to solve their problem right now. And if you take too long to get back to them, they're just going to hire someone else. That's just the reality of the game. So the faster you reply, the more calls you'll book, the more clients you'll land, and the more money you will make. It is plain and simple. Now, question I get at this point is, hey, you talked before about not being needy and desperate. Doesn't replying fast make me look needy, desperate, low status? And the answer is no. Getting the fucking money makes you high status. It's plain and simple. It is how you communicate that makes you come off as low or high status. This isn't dating. This isn't social dynamics. When it comes to business, speed is king. If you do reply to your prospects quickly, every single time they message you, you're going to move the conversation forward faster. You want to strike while the iron is hot. Be like the Bugatti, be fast, be bold, get rich. That's the name of the game. Number 4, text like a drunk 21-year-old in a loud nightclub. If you've read my Clients on Command cheat sheet, this should be a very familiar principle to you. If not, you're probably confused as fuck right now. That's okay. All this means is if we are messaging prospects in the DMs, we want to be sending rapid fire messages, no long paragraphs. Okay, we want to purposely keep it friendly and informal. It should feel like a conversation with a friend, not these giant long paragraphs, because that comes off as pre-contrived. It comes off like you're hiding something, like you have an agenda. It just seems a little bit too calculated. Now, the best analogy I can give you for this, if you don't believe me, is literally look at every single post on every single social media platform that performs the best. It's always the ones that seem effortless. It seems raw, it seems blunt, it seems uncut, it seems like an Instagram story, like an off-the-cuff thought that you just had. It's not the ones that are super polished and scripted with, professionally edited. Those ones don't really work that well anymore. When something looks super sleek and professional and edited and well-crafted and thought out, people's guards go up because they feel like you've crafted this sales message and it's like this psychological battle, right? But when the message comes across and it's like, hey, John, send. Just took a look at your funnel, send. Found a couple things I think could be optimized, send. Got 5 on Friday, send. I'm happy to walk you through some ideas that you're free to steal, send, right? That comes across much more low-key, like you're not trying to hide anything, you're not sitting there with a knife behind your back. It's that free-flowing consciousness that makes you come across much more authentic, much more likable, and therefore a lot more trustworthy. Don't believe me? That's fine. You don't have to believe me, but this is what works better. So go and test it for yourself. Now, obviously, if you are communicating over email, please do not send them 6 emails in a row. Okay, this only applies to DMs, right? Just use a bit of common sense. So let's get on with the reason that we're all here. How to turn replies into calls. You've slid into a prospect's inbox with an automated or personalized email. You've wined and dined them on Facebook, on Instagram. You've joined their email list with your swipe email, and you've hopefully received a few emails by now. Now it is time to fire up Loom and record a quick 2 to 3 minute email audit for them, Alex Edwards style. Talked about Alex before, gonna talk about him again because he's an absolute gun and his approach rocks. So Alex is one of 2 human beings in history to ever cold email me, get me on the phone, and get me to buy something. It is not an easy feat, I assure you. His approach was killer. So we've been modeling it ever since with a lot of success. Now, if you've been paying attention, you would know that I actually already shared Alex's entire loom and I gave you a full breakdown of what makes it work. Took you behind the scenes at the key principles that made it work so well in module 4. So if you missed it, go back, watch module 4 of the series for a full recording and breakdown of Alex's loom. Granted, I did post that like 9 months ago, so there's a small chance you may have forgotten. In which case, here's a quick refresher.
You just have to give me 2 seconds, Sean. I'm just vibing. Alrighty, enough of that. Sean, my name's Alex. We've spoken very briefly online before, and I've just got your email up here, and I wanted to show you a quick way that I can help you to reduce your spam complaints and also profit from people who click unsubscribe. Now, I've got one of your emails up here, as I've said, and if we jump down to the unsubscribe section, first of all, this last sentence cracks me up, so well done. But let's click unsubscribe. Now, what it does is it takes us to the generic active campaign unsubscribe page. And what this page means for you is it means that people have the chance to report you as spam or abuse. Now, we obviously don't want that because that completely fucks your email deliverability. And the more people click that, the more likely you're going to end up in spam or get booted off your ESP completely, which we don't want. So what I've got is I've got a strategy that I would love to implement for you. It's totally done for you, hands-free, where you can reduce your spam complaints by not giving people the chance to report you. Obviously, they can do it in other ways, but this is the most common way that people report someone's email as spam or abuse. We don't want to give people the chance to do that. So I've got a way to stop people from being able to do that and also profit from those people who click unsubscribe in the first place. Just because somebody clicks unsubscribe doesn't mean that they don't want to buy from you. It just means they don't want your emails. Two very, very different things. So I would love to set this up for you, have it completely hands-free, and allow you to obviously keep your list healthy, but also profit from people who you otherwise would never have heard from again. So if you're interested in that, I'd love to chat for 5-10 minutes, see if it's suitable for you. If not, and you want to just tell me at the end of it, Alex, fuck off, that's cool. I'm going to tell you how to do it anyway so that you can do it yourself. I would just love to implement this completely hands-free for you, so that you don't even have to worry. You can just start profiting from people who wanted to piss off anyway. So if you're keen, hit reply and let's tee up a quick time to chat, 5-10 minutes, and we can go from there. Cheers.
So Alex essentially emails me and he goes, "Hey Sean, been loving your no bullshit content on YouTube lately. Keep it up. Do you know that when people click unsubscribe from your emails, they can report you as spam?" Obviously, we don't want this, so I made a quick 2-minute Loom video explaining how you can reduce your spam complaints and actually make sales when people unsubscribe from your emails. Would love to have a quick chat about setting this up for you. Just reply to let me know you're interested and I'll send you my calendar. Cheers, Alex. Here's a video. Bam. Personalized 2.5-minute Loom video for me. Quick recap of what makes this Loom work so well. Number one, the key here is that the video is concise. Okay, there's no unnecessary waffle or filler words. Keep it short, keep it lean, ideally 2 to 4 minutes. Number two, he led with a hyper-specific offer, right? So he said, turn unsubscribers into buyers. It wasn't make more money with email. It wasn't grow your business or anything generic like that your prospects are getting thousands of cold DMs a day pitching them, right? It was a very unique service that I actually hadn't heard of before at the time, right? Number three, he led with a unique personal compliment in both the email and the Loom video. This is key. If you're going to send personalized emails and DMs, make them as personalized as possible. Especially in today's day and age with all these AI tools, it is easier than ever to fake personalization. A lot of prospects can see right through that. So when you actually give them a unique personal compliment, it goes a really long way. Fourth key principle was heavy curiosity-driven copy with a big info gap, aka dangling the carrot in front of me. Number five, this one is super key. He positioned the call itself as being valuable, right? So his exact words, I believe, were, "I'll show you how it works. And if you want me to just do it for you, then we could talk about that. And if at the end of it, you just want to tell me, hey, Alex, fuck off, I'm not interested, then I'm still going to show you how to do it anyway." So that way you can go off and just do it yourself. As soon as he said that, in my head, mentally, I was like, yep, I'm in, I'm booking a call. That one is huge. Don't sleep on it. Number six is he really emphasized the done for you component of the service. So literally 3 times in the Loom video, he said, hey, I'd love to set this up for you completely hands-free. And that really helps crush the objection of I'm a busy business owner, I don't have time, because he's essentially saying he can save me time and do it for me. And number 7, arguably the most important component, is he had excellent tonality in the video, right? He had a very strong, very certain, very decisive delivery with a crystal clear call to action. That is exactly how you want your looms to be. So worth a watch. Go watch the video in module 4 again and again and again until you really get it down, because it works like absolute gangbusters if you get it right. Okay. Now, with that said, there are 2 main angles that we can actually use for our loom video. First angle, and this is the one I'd recommend for most beginners, is to dangle the carrot. This is exactly what Alex did in the example above. The second approach that we can take is the carrot minigun. So what the hell am I talking about? Why is there a picture of a gun firing carrots? Let me explain. Angle 1, dangle the carrot. So what this essentially means is you actually withhold the tactic. So like the idea here, if you're dangling the juice, the sauce, the valuable bit in front of them and saying, hey, I'll give it to you on the call. So it's a pure curiosity play. The mechanism behind it is you want to pinpoint one main, when I say main, I mean measurable, actionable, intriguing, and needle-moving problem to help them solve. I'll give you some examples below, but this is really big problems that will make a big difference to their business and ideally are really quick and easy to set up. So Alex's example above of turn unsubscribers into buyers is a perfect example because it's hyper-specific, it's really quick to execute, maybe takes a day or 2, and then it can provide really big results. That is the holy trinity. If you can get all 3 of those, then that is money. The key here, of course, is to position the call as the solution where you'll give them the goods and walk them through how it works. So if that's the approach you want to take, don't fix what ain't broken, just model Alex's loom structure above to a T. Not word for word, right? Use your own brain, but model the structure and the thinking behind it. So that's angle 1. Angle 2, the carrot minigun. This is the complete opposite end of the spectrum. So rather than dangling the carrot and saying, hey, I'm going to teach you this thing on the call, you completely drown them in tactics, you overload them with information, and you just give them a ton of nuggets. So rather than being a curiosity play, this is a pure authority and reciprocity play. So you're just giving them a ton of value for free, essentially. Now, the way this works is you basically flex your marketing brain and you identify 5 to 10 key areas that they can improve and a solution for each one. So you basically just drown them in actionable tips that they can implement to see immediate results. So instead of like one big thing, this is just a bunch of really mini tips. It could be this link, that button, that opt-in box, font size too small, email too long, that sort of stuff, right? The goal of the approach is really to show them that you are an expert and you have extreme attention to detail. So the prospect watching it should go, holy shit, wow, this guy is like really knows his stuff. And if I'm ever going to hire anyone for email, this is my guy. Or girl. Shout out to 3% of my YouTube audience, which is female. I see you, I hear you, I love you, you're amazing. Keep rocking. So the structure for this one is we want to model the same exact beginning and end as Alex's loom structure above, except with the call to action at the end, instead of I'll show you how to do it on the call, because you just gave it to them. You basically say, hey, this is just the tip of the iceberg. I have a ton more ideas for you. If you have 10 minutes free later this week, I'm happy to walk you through the rest of my ideas. 100% yours to steal, take them, grow your business. And then again, if you want my help implementing them, we can talk about that, but no pressure either way. I'm still going to give you the strategies so you can go off and do it yourself. Right, so that's the idea. Those are the 2 approaches you can take. Please do not try and combine them. Do not try and get clever with it. Don't try and do some awkward Frankenstein hybrid of both. You either completely withhold the value and dangle it in front of them like a carrot, or you completely over-deliver and give them everything in the loom, right? Nothing in between. There is a beautiful AI generated picture of a minigun shooting carrots. You're welcome. You have no idea how long it took me to get DALL-E to make that. Anyways, examples of main angles to use for your loom for the dangle the carrot approach, right? So the key here again is these are like really big, impactful things. So you're not saying, hey man, your font size is too small, and if you have 10 minutes free on Thursday, I'm going to show you how to make your font size bigger. It's like, no dude, I'm just going to increase my font size, right? So this has to be stuff that is like new to them that they don't know how to do. So some examples here would be if their emails are landing in the promo or the spam folders, if they have any deliverability problems, like their SPF, DKIM, or DMARC records have failed. You could literally do Alex's exact offer. So go check their unsubscribe link, see if it takes them to the generic page. And then you could go in with Alex's angle and offer them to help set that up, where you change the link in the ESP so that you direct unsubscribers to a sales page and you can profit from those unsubscribers. 100% legal, and there's no reason why every business shouldn't have that set up. It's literally just free money. You change one link in the settings, it is super easy to set up. Another one, browse abandonment automation that reminds people to buy or to book a call. You could address any major problems or missed opportunities with their landing page, their sales page, their checkout page, their funnels, their ads. If they don't have any post opt-in welcome sequence after you sign up to their list, that's a pretty major thing. You can say like, hey, I'm going to give you a proven welcome sequence you can use for all new subscribers who join your list for free on the call. You dangle that carrot. Another example is maybe they don't have any fake opt-in protection on their landing page. So for example, you can see here, this is one of my landing pages. So let's say, for example, I just clicked on a random Facebook ad. I want to get this cheat sheet to help me get clients. So I type in my name and I just give some bogus random gibberish email just so I can get the free thing and then try and enter in some random number. It's going to say, not so fast. email address is not valid, okay? Because I have fake opt-in protection set up. Now, the problem with this is if people do not have this set up, and if anyone can come along and enter in any old random crap into the opt-in box, well, there's 3 very big problems with that. The first major problem is, number 1, the opportunity cost of not getting a real lead. Obviously, if someone enters in fake information, it means that you can never contact them again because they didn't give you a real email. So you can never make a sale from that person. They may as well not have opted in. The second key problem is it's going to completely throw off your ad tracking if you're running any sort of Facebook ads, YouTube ads. Facebook's going to go, hey, you got a lead. It doesn't know what's real. It doesn't know what's fake. It just knows that someone landed on your thank you page. Therefore, you got a lead. Therefore, this ad's performing amazing. You're getting $5 leads. And guess what? Half of them are fake. So your lead cost is actually $10. And then Facebook's going to go, this ad's performing amazing. You should scale it up. And what do? You scale up a losing ad thinking it's a winning ad. That is how to go bankrupt really quickly. And the third key reason this is a major problem, if you've been watching my YouTube videos, you should know this, is it will completely fuck your email deliverability if you're opting in all these random fake emails. They're going to bounce. And worst of all, if they are spam traps, for example, lol@gmail.com is a verified spam trap, which I've talked about this in previous videos. Go watch this video here, which explains how to get out of spam. So that email right there, lol@gmail.com, is registered in Gmail's databases as being a spam trap. It is a fake email that Gmail purposely puts out there into the marketplace so that anyone who's scraping giant email lists from the black market or buying them for cheap online or whatever and doesn't have people opting in and is just spamming random emails, well, Gmail's going to catch them if they email any spam traps, and it's going to penalize them heavily by really hurting their domain reputation and causing them to go to promotions or potentially even spam. So you can see why this can be a major problem if you don't have this set up, because of either 1, people entering in random gibberish to get the free thing, or 2, actual attacks, right? This does happen in business. Your competitors might not be as ethical as you, okay? They may well attack you with a list of fake emails and they'll completely destroy your email list overnight. So you really want to make sure you protect yourself, right? And if you're wondering what the solution is, it's very simple. All you have to do is go to a site like Xverify or Neverbounce, and you can install real-time email list validation to basically prevent those fake opt-ins. So you'll see this running in the background of my email. That is the software. It's like 1 line of code installed on my landing page, and it will detect fake emails and numbers in real time to stop them ever opting in the first place. So the best cure is always prevention, right? That's another example of something that you can offer as a dangle the carrot angle to get prospects on the phone. Then you would walk them through the high-level steps of how to fix it on the call. And then if it makes sense, close them on doing that service for them. Now, the best recommendation I can give is to stick to clear, black versus white, right or wrong angles wherever possible. Rather than subjective angles like their copy, I prefer to stick to things like deliverability, like all the examples I've covered so far, which have a clear right versus wrong way of doing things, as opposed to something like the email copy needs improvement, because what you perceive as good copy might not be what they perceive as good copy. There's no concrete right or wrong answer. So you're best off just sticking with very binary right or wrong angles. Now, with that said, if you do want to follow the carrot minigun approach, if you're a little bit more advanced and you want to shower them in value on the call, then here are a bunch of mini tips that you can essentially talk about if you want to go with the carrot minigun approach. So this is basically a giant list of the most common mistakes that I see people making in the email marketing world. It is essentially a crash course on email marketing in 5 minutes. You're welcome. Here we go. Number 1, they're not sending enough emails. Number 2, they're sending too many emails or broadcast emails plus the welcome sequence at the same time. There should be an automation when they're going through the welcome sequence that they only get the welcome sequence and then they get added to the main list afterwards. It could be the timing of the welcome sequence email. You should ideally send minimum 1 email a day. Deliverability problems, right? It's a great idea if you're sending your marketing emails from the same domain as your customer support email, because that email is already warmed up, it's active, it's used every day, and it has great deliverability. That's why I send all my marketing emails from support@seanferres.com. And it means my emails are almost guaranteed to go to the primary inbox every single time. Next, their emails should ideally be using plain text templates. It should really look like an email from a friend, not from a company, right? So this means no big logos, boxes, big pictures, banners, or frills. If it looks like a promotional flyer, guess what? That's why it ends up in the promotions tab, not rocket science. Another big mistake, way too many links or having images that are over 600 pixels wide, including a bunch of irrelevant like logos and social links at the bottom. All that's doing is it's just adding a bunch of HTML code to your email, which is just hurting your deliverability, and it makes you more likely to go to promotions or spam. Welcome sequence. You could just have a really weak welcome sequence, which is basically a big wasted opportunity, or potentially the welcome sequence is confusing or it's incongruent with the ad funnel or the opt-in page. So if someone signed up for my cheat sheet here, and then my first email to them is about how to make money with dropshipping, they're going to be really fucking confused because that's not what they signed up for. And a confused prospect never buys. Very simple. The first email should give the reader the promised freebie clearly labeled in the subject line. You could also suggest they send a spear email as part of their welcome sequence. This will help start sales conversations and also improve deliverability by getting replies. If you don't know what a spear email is, very simple. It stands for short, personal, expecting a reply. So this is like a 1-sentence email, which essentially says, hey, Sean, welcome aboard. What kind of clients are you looking for? Sean. That's the whole email. 1 sentence, asking a question. The idea is to get replies. And if they sell a high ticket program or service, they're going to have a team of setters in the DMs, in the inboxes, most likely to respond to those messages, turn them into calls and close on the phone. If they're a coach, right? If you're an e-com or something like that, selling a $10 water bottle, obviously that wouldn't really make sense. You can give them some tips on their landing page, right? So generally the best opt-in pages are 2 steps with the download button triggering the pop-up that asks for the first name and the email. This has been proven to increase conversions through commitment and consistency, right? So imagine if I had the name and email and phone number box right there, you just look at it and you go, oh, do I really want to be bothered to type all that out? Nah. And then you click away, right? People are fucking lazy, right? Makes sense, especially on mobile. Dude, I got fat Italian sausage fingers. Typing anything on my mobile more than 5 words is fucking painful and I'm not going to do it. If it doesn't autofill, I'm out of there, right? So that's why we do it in a 2-step where they go, oh, what's the training? Boom, this button's going to take me right to the training. Now I've got to enter in my email and stuff. But because, again, commitment and consistency, the prospect feels like, I'm already halfway there. I've already clicked the button. I've already come this far. I may as well just finish it off, type my details in, and then get access. Another pro tip under that email field, great idea to write training will be emailed to you straight away. So double check your email is correct, or even something like your best email instead of your email. Simply by asking people for their best email or their primary email, they're more likely to give it to you. And you're communicating that like, hey, I'm going to be sending you the free thing to your email, so you better give me a real email. And then generally just a minimal opt-in page with a crystal clear offer is what works the best. Headline, 3 bullet points, sexy picture, download button. That is all you need for a landing page. Keep it simple. Some more pro tips while I'm out here just giving you a PhD in marketing, right? So the overall funnel, check the congruency of the link in the call to action to the sales page, to the call booking page. It should be the same promise, the same benefits, the same offer all the way through. Make it congruent. Make the link text the same as the subject line because the subject line is what got them to open. Therefore, that intrigued them enough to open. Therefore, that same copy will intrigue them enough to click, right? So just make it congruent the whole way through. The overall strength of their offer, you can talk about that. You can give them tips on how to improve their offer or their guarantee. Suggest that they set up a booked call nurture sequence. There's nothing stopping you at all from going through the prospect's funnel. You don't have to buy anything necessarily. And you can pretend you're a prospect, go through the process, and then film it on Loom as you go and give them tips. Super easy. All the way through to the checkout page. You'd be amazed how many people go to all this effort to write these kick-ass VSLs and sales pages. And then as soon as it gets to the checkout page, it's just like $9.97, buy now. And there's no copy, no bullet points, no headlines, no testimonials, no benefits that remind them of the value that they're getting, right? So including those little credibility triggers on that checkout page, like testimonials, secure badges, all that sort of thing really helps get those stragglers off the fence and convert them to buy. Another one, super huge, make sure their funnel is optimized for mobile. Remember, over 60% of internet traffic is mobile. That number is only going up. So if it doesn't look good on mobile, you're missing out on 60% of your sales. That is fucking huge. And last, copy. I put this last again because remember, this is a little bit subjective. It's a bit more personal taste and less concrete right or wrong. But having said that, of course, you can make comments about their copy, if they have weak copy or call to actions, if their emails are overly salesy, or potentially the opposite and there's no call to actions. You want to make sure you're striking that balance between giving and asking. If the email is just straight up fucking boring, lacking personality or intrigue, you can talk about that. If the call to action isn't compelling enough, it's lacking clear benefit and a reason to click now. Or if it's just confusing. An email really should have one main idea, one call to action. Don't give them a bunch of links and a bunch of options and a menu of 7 different supplements to buy. One idea, one call to action per email. If the email is too long, like over 300 words, you can talk about that as well. The reality is most people read their emails on the toilet while they're taking a shit, right? And they're not going to sit there and read a 1,000-word email on their phone. Or if the email is too robotic, it doesn't give you any glimpses into their life or their personality or share anything about them or build any bond with the reader, that's something you can talk about as well. And this last one, oh my God, this is huge. Addressing the reader as a group instead of individually. I am amazed and disgusted at how many people start their emails, their YouTube videos, their social posts with, hey guys, so today in this makeup tutorial, it's like, dude, your 10,000 subscribers are not gathered around together in one room like a fucking powwow, all reading your email together at the same time with bated breath. Like, you're emailing one person at a time. So address the email to them. If you don't have their name, you can say mate, legend, you, hey, anything besides guys. And then just quickly, some other technicalities and best sending practices. Talked about this before, but font size too small. This is actually a really big one. You want to make your font size nice and big, like ideally at least size 16 to 20. This is especially important for an older demographic, right? So my friend Justin Goff, if you know him, he had a client one time where they were trying to work out, why aren't my emails making sales anymore? And they were split testing everything, subject lines, the VSL, the sales page. They couldn't wrap their head around, like, why isn't this offer converting? And they realized, hang on a fucking second, our emails are like size 11 and our demographics are like seniors in their 60s and 70s who want this, health supplement. It's like, dude, no wonder they're not buying. They can't even read the email. The writing's so small. So make it nice and big. Again, most people are viewing it on a mobile and the writing is tiny. So make it nice and big, especially important for an older demographic. You should not be sending giant paragraphs that are just these huge eyesores and really hard to read, okay? If you've ever wondered, why does everyone seem to write one line at a time? That is why. It's because the message is easy to consume. If your message is difficult to consume because your writing is too small or it's a giant wall of text that just looks too intimidating, people aren't going to read it and it's not going to convert. Plain and simple. Another pro tip is you can make your preview text blank by using this line of code there in the preview text field, right? So you can see here in my inbox, we have all these emails with all these long preview text there in gray. And it's like, which emails stand out in the inbox? It's these two here from me because the preview text is completely blank and it just pops right out. If everyone else is zigging, you should zag. Again, along those lines on Gmail, shout out to Troy Erickson. I actually saw him doing this and then I had to kind of figure out how he did it, but I thought it was really clever, right? You can actually go ahead and you can change your G Suite profile picture to be a flashing GIF. It can be a rotating GIF. It can be whatever you want, which is really going to help you stand out in the inbox, right? If everyone else just has their initials or a little picture and yours is sitting there and it's like spinning or flashing or whatever, obviously that's going to help it stand out as well. The more it stands out, the more opens it gets. The more opens it gets, the more clicks it gets. The more clicks it gets, the more sales you make. That simple. Deep breath. At this point, you might be thinking, holy shit, Sean, that is a lot. Where do I even learn all this stuff? Very simple. YouTube, books, courses. The more you learn, the more you can earn. It is a cliche as fuck saying, but it is super true. The better of a marketer and copywriter you are, the more of all these little things that you know, the more value you're able to provide, not just to your paying clients, but in your outreach to demonstrate that you actually know your shit, and therefore you're more likely to get hired. That is why investing in yourself, learning all of this stuff, buying courses, going through them, learning from experts, doing exactly what you're doing right now is the best thing you can possibly do for your copywriting career. So I commend you for being here. Well done. That's why you're going to win and the 99% of the masses are going to continue struggling. Next question you might have is, well, how do I know all this stuff about their emails? Again, Captain Obvious. Sign up for their email list and go through their funnel. It is hiding in plain sight. All of this is out there for free to be opted into, to be studied, to be modeled. No one is hiding their marketing. No one's hiding their ads. No one's hiding their website. No one's hiding their list. They want as many people as possible to go to their website, to subscribe. It's all out there in plain sight. Just go through it. Sign up for their list. Wait a few days until you have enough emails to use as ammunition. And that is how you can then fire up Loom and then just run them through a bunch of these tips. Or if you notice one main problem, then you can pick one of these angles in red and do the dangle the carrot approach. Now, I understand the last 10 minutes might have felt a little bit like drinking from a fire hose. So if you feel overwhelmed, my best recommendation to you, keep things simple. Just use the dangle the carrot approach. Pick one main angle to use for every single prospect. So just pick one from this list here in red, rinse and repeat over and over and over again with every single prospect. So Alex, when he sent me that video, do you think I was the only one he contacted? Probably not. He probably smashes out 10 of those plus a day. And they do very well for him. How do I know that? Because he runs a fucking big marketing agency. That's how I know. So this means you only have one script to memorize, one approach. You just rip it again and again and again. It becomes super easy. Trust me. I know it's intimidating. I know it's awkward. I know you're like, Sean, I'm a copywriter. I'm a massive introvert. I've never talked to anyone before. I've never left my basement. I don't know how to talk on video. Trust me. I get it. I'm the introvertedest introvert that ever introverted. It is a muscle that can be built. I have learnt how to be an extrovert. It is a skill. If you knew me in high school, I was a completely different person. So yes, the first 5-10 of these videos you make are gonna suck. They're gonna be so bad. There's gonna be so many filler words in there. You're gonna forget what to say. You're gonna wonder why you're even doing this. You're gonna go, this fucking sucks. Sean's an idiot. I'm never gonna make this happen. You're gonna have all these negative thoughts, limiting beliefs. Push through it. I assure you, you do it 10 times, you're gonna get it down. Then you'll be able to riff it off over and over again, no problems, just like Alex, just like me with the example before. And then pro tip, I would also pick one of them to use as a backup, just in case they don't have that problem, right? So if you chose the get out of promo tab angle, well, not everyone's gonna be in promo tab. So in case they're not, then pick another angle to use.
Now, another pro tip that will make a huge difference to your reply rates is instead of doing what most people do, which is simply copying the link to the Loom video, there's a cheeky little trick where you can actually embed the Loom video directly into the email, and it'll show a looping GIF thumbnail of the video with your talking head, their website in the background, and it gets a massive amount of clicks. So the way you do that, super simple. Just imagine this right here is my Loom video that I just filmed for a prospect, for argument's sake. Rather than just going copy link and then whacking that into the email, what you want to do instead, go over here, go share, go embed, and then copy GIF thumbnail. That will mean when you go to type your email out, you paste the link in there, boom, now you can see right there, there is a preview of the actual Loom. Now, if you have their website, their Instagram, whatever in the background of the video in that first frame, and they can see your talking head, this gets so many clicks, right? Because again, curiosity, people are naturally very curious creatures. We want to know, what are people saying about us? What's this guy saying about my website, right? It's just human nature. Not even millionaires, billionaires are immune to that. That's one little trick which Alex used, which this guy here, Juan, used as well, and works wonders. So if you send the Loom video and they book a call, congratulations, job done, pass go, collect your $200, and you may proceed to module 8. Unfortunately, as good as your Loom video may be, most people are still not going to book a call after you send them the video. So what do we do if they don't book in a call? Do we curl up into a ball? Do we call our mum and cry? Do we give up? No, we follow up as always. What we're going to do, if you get any positive reply from any prospect ever, you follow up again and again and again until they literally either block you or agree to a call. Now again, this doesn't mean be needy, be desperate. Hey, name, still there? Still with me? Question mark, name, right? There's a right way and a wrong way to follow up. There's a needy, desperate way, and there's a way which actually maintains your high status and actually works to get people on the phone. You want to be doing the second one. So the way that you do that is you want to keep sending them ideas, angles, value, lead magnets, suggestions, samples, another Loom video every 3 business days forever until they reply, okay? Until they agree to get on a call. I call this the infinite follow-up loop. And I'll give you 2 amazing examples of this. I actually have a couple friends. They're a DJ duo. They managed to play at the world's #1 nightclub, Echo Stage. This thing is fucking enormous. It is like 8,000 person club and only has like the biggest DJs in the world. Tiesto, Calvin Harris, David Guetta, kind of caliber DJs playing at this place. And they literally managed to cold email their way into it and get booked to play. It took them 20 plus follow-ups over the course of 18 months before they got booked, and they followed up again and again and again. Hey, we just had this track come out. Hey, we just played here. Hey, we'll be in Washington on this day. Do those dates work? Again and again. If you follow up, if you are persistent and you do it in the right way, it will work for you. So what I want to do is I want to show you a real world example of someone who's actually done this successfully to get me on a call and to sign me as a client. Before, I mentioned there's only 2 humans in history who've managed to do this. Alex was the first person, Juan was the second person, and I actually want to show you the entire conversation from beginning to end as to how this guy actually managed to close me through emails, because I think there's some really valuable lessons here. So firstly, I just want you to pay attention to the date up here, okay? 19th of April, 2023. This is when our interaction began. This is the first email that I ever got from him. Took basically the same approach as Alex with the Loom video. The only difference was he actually did the carrot minigun approach, and this was like a 7 to 9 minute video with just a whole bunch of different tips for me, for my YouTube channel, you know, my thumbnails, my SEO, my descriptions, my videos, my editing, the whole thing. Laced with a bunch of proof of people that he's done this for as well. You know, so me as a prospect, right? I see this email and I'm like, well, firstly, I can see that he's on my YouTube channel. So this is clearly a personal video just for me. And I can see the guy talking and I'm like, I wonder what this guy has to say about my YouTube channel, right? You know, he says he's done this for 15 other entrepreneurs as well. Guaranteed this will be very valuable for you. So I was like, all right, I want to grow my YouTube channel. Fuck it. Let me check it out. So I watched it. And it was a great video, but again, I wasn't really in now buying mode. I already had an editor. I already had someone I was happy with. And, you know, my strategy is pretty dialed in. And so I was like, yeah, thanks for the tips. But at this moment in time, I'm just not ready to commit to, you know, going full time with YouTube, pumping out a video a week and like taking my channel seriously. So, you know, I basically said, thanks for the info and I'll be in touch. And that was it. That's where the conversation ended. So fair enough. But Juan is persistent. So what does he do? 6 months later, sends me another Loom video, updated with more tips that I can use to grow my channel faster. So you'll see here, this is October of 2023 now. And again, at this time, I was starting to take YouTube a little bit more seriously. And he actually went to the lengths of sending me a personalized thumbnail of my video of my interview with Alex Hormozi, right? Which if you haven't seen, by the way, definitely make sure you check it out. Insanely valuable interview. But I was like, dude, that is really cool. You actually took the time, you know, even if it was with like AI or whatever, to actually make me a thumbnail. Like, that's fucking cool. You know, I'm going to respond for sure. Because you give me a bunch of free value, just basic reciprocity. So I was like, dude, that's amazing. Thank you so much for the value. And then I actually followed up and I said, by the way, do you only do thumbnails? You know, because my editor is not the best with thumbnails. Yeah, we do. It's $60 per thumbnail. But in case you want to work with your current team, here is our thumbnail secrets handbook. This guy literally sends me this absolute beast of a lead magnet, which is like this full in-depth guide on every single psychological tip, trick, hack, design trick, graphic design element that goes into designing a high converting thumbnail with like literally tons and tons of examples. And you can see the sidebar here on the right of like how long this page is. I'm sitting there reading this and I'm like, holy crap, dude. I was like, I didn't even know this much went into designing a thumbnail. And so there's two thoughts going through my head right now as I'm reading this. I'm like, number one, holy crap, this guy knows his stuff. And number two, if I'm going to hire anyone to do my YouTube and to do my thumbnails, it's going to be this guy. Like, look at the attention to detail here. Like, look at the depths that they go to for these thumbnails, right? And then, of course, it turns into a bit of a sales page towards the end, bunch of case studies, and then down the bottom, there's a link to book a call. So yours does not have to be this long by any means whatsoever. You can have a very simple, like one-page Google Doc as your lead magnet. But the more free value you send in your cold emails through these lead magnets, tip, tricks, strategies, looms, custom samples, all that sort of stuff, I promise you, it will absolutely pay off. So I still didn't reply because I check my emails like once a month. So he responded and he was like, hey man, hope you found the PDF valuable. By the way, here's another free PDF full of these pulling phrases you can use to hook people in, get more watch time on your YouTube videos with these sexy hooks. More value. Follows up again. Hey, hope everything's well. Just wanted to ask, have you had time to check my emails above? You know, very basic follow-up, just a little bump. But, you know, at this point, it's been probably about a month since his loom. You know, no response, follows up again a month later and says, hey, by the way, I wanted to share some case studies of people that we've worked with just like you. We've helped them grow their channels. Sends me a bunch of case studies. And at this point, you know, kind of caught my attention. I was like, hey, and you can see here how often I check my emails, right? So 6 weeks go by. Eventually I saw his email and I was like, oh, dude, I'm about to take off to Bali, but let me check it out, right? You know, I was overseas for like a month, blah, blah, blah. Eventually, you know, got back. And still no reply, right? So he follows up again. Hey, were you able to check the docs? Hey, Sean, it's been a while. We're literally in March now. Like this thread started in October. Now we're in March. And so at this point, again, cold outreach. It's a game of timing. For me personally in March, I had just actually going through a period of frustration with my editor where, you know, he needed so many revisions and it was like so time consuming. And so when this guy followed up, I'm like, oh, you know what? I actually am really tempted to get someone else to do my YouTube videos because this is really time consuming. So I replied, right? It's a game of timing. So he says, you know, would you be open to a quick 15-minute chat? I didn't reply. Follows up again 2 weeks later. And then I basically said, hey, to be fully transparent, I barely check my emails. Flick me a message on WhatsApp and then we can actually talk about this seriously. So he messaged me on WhatsApp. And as you can see, we eventually did have a call. We're now in 17th of April, 2024. I don't know if you remember, we started this 19th of April, 2023. This is an entire full year later. 17th of April, almost to the day, is the day I actually got on a call, I signed up, and I'm now working with them. So if you like my new editing style, by the way, let me know. If you think it's shit, then maybe I'll fire him, go back to my old editor. But the point is, look at how long this interaction took from start to finish. Was an entire year to sign me as a client. And how many emails? Literally 24 emails in total. Most of them him following up. Again, value. Again, showcasing his expertise, sending looms, sending PDFs, free resources, tips, tricks, demonstrating he knows his shit, leading with a giving hand. And me as a prospect, this entire time, the entire year, he was still in the back of my mind, right? So just because I wasn't replying, I was still tempted. Countless times over the last year, I've thought about, I'm kind of tempted. I wonder about that Hex guy. I might sign up with him. So here's what I really want to get through your head. As someone who receives these types of emails all the time, I'm in a pretty good position to give you some perspective. So if you send an email and you don't get a reply, it means one of these three things. So number one, pretty obvious, the prospect hasn't seen the email. They haven't even opened it. How do you know this? Very simple. There's tons of free trackers that you can use for Gmail. There's Hunter, there's InMail, Mail Tracker. Literally just Google Gmail, Open Mail Tracker. And then you can see all these extensions here that you can install, most of them free, and they'll tell you if someone's opened your email or not. So the second reason why someone hasn't replied is that, frankly, they're not interested. So most people, they're not interested. They're not going to take the time of day to actually write you back. They're just going to ignore the email because they're busy. So sometimes no reply is actually a reply and it means, no, I'm not interested. But there is a third scenario here, which most people don't think about. And that is the prospect is actually interested, but they're not sold. So what they're saying is, do more to convince me. It doesn't mean no. It doesn't mean I'm not interested. It means do more to convince me. I'm not sold. And this was my train of thought this entire time when I was receiving his emails. Every single email that he sent me, I was like, oh man, this guy really does know his stuff. Oh man, this guy's like really persistent. Oh man, this guy's so nice. Like look at him sending me all this free value. You know, I was really tempted, but I wasn't fully sold. And so in my head, by not replying, I'm essentially saying, what else you got?
Do more to convince me. So it is your duty to follow up, to be persistent. If you do it the right way, it's not needy, it's not annoying, it's not desperate. The prospect will actually be grateful. I'm actually grateful this guy followed up again and again and again, especially in the way that he went about it, because I now have a great editing team that I'm working with. And a lot of your prospects are the same way. When they're not replying to your emails, it's not a no, it's just saying, hey, I'm intrigued, but I'm not sold. Do more to convince me. Keep following up. Send more value, more lead magnets, more audits, more samples, more case studies, more testimonials, more Loom videos, again and again until you get the reply. That is in the case of if someone has expressed interest, if they've positively replied once, then follow up infinitely until they book a call. If they haven't replied at all in the interaction, then as I said, just send your 5 email sequence and then move on, circle back 3 months later. Now, with all that said, let's say you film your Loom video, you send it over, they view it, maybe they reply, maybe they don't. Now, if they don't take the bait and book the call, don't freak out. It's okay. We're going to keep chatting with them. We're going to qualify them in the DMs or over email. This is how. So if you have a prospect who has responded to one of your emails and DMs positively, they are interested in learning more about your offer. They say, tell me more, something like that, but they haven't gone ahead and booked a call. Now, if you do have a strong track record, solid case studies, you've been in the industry for a while, you're a bit more of an expert, you can definitely 100% go straight for the sales call, do one call close them on a 3K, 5K month retainer. That totally works. But we don't want to be jumping on all these sales calls with everyone who replies because again, they might not be a good fit. If you just jump on a call with anyone who has a pulse, you're going to get a lot of tire kickers, a lot of bad fits. So we need to audition these people, aka qualify them, for 2 very important reasons, right? Number 1 is to eliminate those tire kickers and bad fits. If they have an email list of 300 people and they sell a $27 ebook, I don't care how good of a copywriter you are, you're not going to be able to make them any meaningful money. So that's the first reason. If they sell a scammy product, you probably don't want them as a client. You get the idea. The second reason is that we want to cement our authority and improve our positioning. So by having this 2-call process and by making people jump through multiple hoops, you're essentially communicating to the prospect that you have a certain way of doing business, you don't work with everyone, and you are selective, and that is exactly what attracts those high-level prospects and increases their desire to work with you, right? Game recognizes game. So if you're the type of person who's super needy and desperate and wanting to work with everyone, you're trying to push them to get on a call all the time, you're just going to repel those high-level prospects, like bad BO. Because they're like, man, this guy's really pushy. He doesn't even know anything about my business and he really wants to work with me. What does that communicate? He's kind of desperate, means he must not be very good because it must mean he has no clients. So again, framing, positioning, super important. Said it once and I'll say it again. I'm going to keep coming back to this picture of Simon because it is so important. Now, in terms of how to actually do this is the exact framework that we are going to use to qualify them. Shout out my man, Taki Moore, one of my original OG business coaches for his 6-box framework. This is kind of like my adapted, modified version of that I refer to as the chat pipeline. Very simple list of questions that we're going to take people through. Remember at the beginning, we talked about feel, show, ask. These are those questions that we're going to be asking them to qualify them to see if they actually are a good fit to work with us. Now, you can either do these over DM, over email, wherever you guys are chatting, or you can book in a quick 10-minute audition call to just have the conversation quickly over the phone. Either one works. Wherever your prospect is responding, I would just keep talking there. So this is a very simple sequence of 4 or 5 questions that you're going to ask them. Make sure that they're qualified before you even consider working with them and before you even offer to get on a call. So the first thing we need to get clear on is their current situation. And this is as simple as literally as, hey, tell me a little bit more about your current situation. Now, I'll put some other follow-up questions that you can ask here as well. This is not an exhaustive list, and it's certainly not mandatory that you ask all of these questions. Again, if you're asking 20 questions before you even get on the phone, it's only a matter of time before they probably just lose interest and ghost you. So just pick the ones that are important. I would pick 4 to 5 max and then offer to get on a call if they're a good fit. So how big is your list? What's the price point of your main offer? What percentage of your sales are coming from email right now? What are your open rates and click-through rates right now? What's your AOV, LTV on X product or program? So one of those you would ask, and then they reply, and then again, feel, show, ask. Gotcha. Makes sense. Been seeing that a lot lately. And then ask the next question. So the next bit here is we want to stretch the gap. All that means is we want to get clear on their goals and basically create this gap between where they are now and where they're looking to go. So it's like, how much money are you making from email right now? 10K a month. Gotcha. Thanks for sharing. To be honest, from the outside looking in, I feel like you could be making way more. Curious, where would you like your revenue to be? What are you shooting for? What would be an ideal outcome for you? Feel, show, ask. On to number 3. Got it. Makes sense. Based on my experience with other coaches in the industry, I think that's totally achievable. So what do you think is missing? What do you think you need most right now? What do you think is stopping you from hitting this 50K a month goal that you said you had? Feel, show, ask, right? See how this works. And the last question, super important. Again, we only want to work with now buyers. No point getting on a call. If they're not looking to solve their problem, we need to make sure this is actually an urgent problem for them. So we're going to say, hey, just to be clear, would you say that handling this now or fixing this now is a priority for you or more of a later thing? Another way of phrasing it, you could just say, on a scale of 1 to 10, how important is it that you fix this right now? Anything like that, we're just trying to get clear on, is this a priority for them? Yes or no? At that point, if you've ever used or seen any dating apps before, you know how this works. We're getting to swipe left or right. If they're not a good fit, that's okay. If they're listed too small, if their offer sucks, if they can't get client results, if they're not even collecting emails, if they don't even have an email list, if their entire business is making like 8K a month, whatever reason you want to disqualify them for, you say, hey, totally fine. Just end the conversation politely and refer them to someone else. You just say, hey, thanks for sharing all that. Unfortunately, based on what you told me, I don't feel like I'm the right person to help you with this. Happy to refer you to someone who might be able to help you, but there's really not much I can do with your insert reason for disqualifying them. And again, remember, they are a good fit. We're going to move the conversation forward towards a call in the way that I'll show you in a second. Now, again, remember, this is just a framework, okay? This is not a rigid script. So feel free to ask any other relevant questions about their list, their funnel, their marketing strategy. And if you want some examples of this feel, show, ask in action, here you go. So the feel part of this is quite literally as simple as nice, gotcha, makes sense, I see you, I feel you, I hear you, thanks for sharing. Thanks, that's really helpful. You're basically just acknowledging that they responded. That is all you do. Next is show. And again, we want to show know-how as in knowledge without revealing the actual knowledge, okay? Show know-how, but show know-how. So some great phrases to use for their responses. That's a problem I see a lot. Been seeing that a lot lately. Usually when clients come to me, they have the same problems. That's a very common problem most niche business owners have. One of my clients just had this issue when we started working together. Or funny, I was actually just helping someone with this exact same thing yesterday. Or, most people think it's about X, but it's actually Y. So a couple concrete examples for you. Maybe you went with the promo tab angle. You reached out and you said, hey dude, I'm not sure if you know this, but your recent emails have actually been going to my promotions tab. Probably something you want to look into fixing because you're probably getting half of the opens, clicks, and sales you should be getting. They reply, they say whatever, and then you go, yeah, I hear you. Most people think avoiding the promo tab is about not using salesy trigger words, but it's actually got way more to do with your domain reputation and your list hygiene. Do you have an unsubscribe automation in place to remove inactive subscribers? So you see how you're demonstrating your knowledge of the subject, but you're not giving them actionable, usable information that they can go off and do it yourself, because then that would mean they no longer need your help. And congratulations, you've played yourself. So we want to avoid that. Another example, maybe you're offering Facebook ads. So a great way to demonstrate your knowledge would be something like, yeah, Facebook ad tracking is really tough ever since the iOS 15 update. Running retargeting ads with a pixel audience is super hit and miss. But if you set up custom conversions in a certain way, you'll find that you can actually scale your ads on a much smaller budget. I have a few clients who are crushing it with this new model. What's your monthly ad spend like right now? Blah, blah, blah. That is how you drive the conversation forward in a way where you're demonstrating your knowledge and your expertise, building reciprocity, building authority, building that desire for them to actually want to work with you. They respond, blah, blah, blah. Gotcha, feel, and where are you looking to scale it to, etc. Right? So you don't have to do the whole show paragraph thing every single time. Just be a human about it and take the conversation forward. The main thing is that it shouldn't feel like an interrogation. So at this point, you might be wondering, that's all well and good, but what am I actually qualifying them for? So aside from the criteria we talked about at the beginning, where it's someone who you like, you can help them and they can pay, the three main most important criteria for me when it comes to their email list specifically are the following three. So number one, they have a decent size list, ideally 5,000 active subscribers or more. Number two is that they either have a high ticket offer, like 3K plus, or a recurring subscription offer. And then number three, non-negotiable, they sell shit that actually works. If someone sells some scammy rubbish with terrible reviews, none of the clients get results, I'm not interested in being a part of that business. I want nothing to do with it. So these are not hard and fast rules. That is my criteria. But again, take this with a grain of salt and you want to zoom out and look at everything from a 10,000 foot view. Because maybe they only have a tiny list size of 500 people, but perfect example, I have a friend of a friend who sells super yachts. So he has a list full of super yacht owners and he sells like $90 million yachts and he gets like a $2 million commission for every yacht that he sells. He doesn't need a lot of people on the list to make a lot of money. Okay. So you got to look at this with perspective. And likewise, maybe they only sell a low ticket training or an ebook or a PDF or like $100 headphones or something like that. Likewise, if they have a massive audience, 100,000 people on their list, then of course you can still make tons of money with that. So they either need to have a big audience or sell something super expensive, then you can make it work. And if they have both, even better. That is what we call a whale client and you guys can make a shitload of money together. So if they're not a good fit, swipe left like we talked about. If it is a good fit but not a good time,
again, just set a date to circle back and set a reminder in your calendar to follow up. So you're going to say in the DMs, in the emails, hey, totally understand you're in the middle of a book launch right now. Why don't we pick this conversation back up in a couple months once the dust is settled? Put a reminder in your calendar, stay in touch, email them every couple of weeks just to keep that relationship alive. Send them additional value, tips, articles, whatever. But make sure you set a reminder, come back, follow up on that date. And if they are a good fit, of course, we want to move forward, we want to book a call, and we want to close. And here is how to make that transition to book a call. So you're going to say, hey, based on what you told me, I've got good news. I eat problems like this for breakfast, or, this is exactly what I specialize in. I did this for another coach last week, so I'm super confident I can help you. If you didn't do that, obviously take that part out and just say, I'm super confident I can help you, right? Never lie. Would you be open to hopping on a quick 30-minute call sometime this week so I can walk you through a plan to hit goal? They will most likely say yes. Then you say, cool. I'm flat out with client work today, but here's my calendar link so you can go ahead and book a day or time that suits you. In fact, even better than this, rather than sending you a calendar link, I would just suggest a couple times there and then in the chat. I've got tomorrow 9 a.m. EEST, or I have Friday 4 p.m. EST available. Do either of those work for you? Offer them a couple different options, lock the time in there and then. And if they book a call, congratulations, job done, pass go, and proceed to module 8. I'll see you in the next video. If they don't book, not the end of the world. Don't worry, I got one more trick up my sleeve. What do? I think you know the answer by now. We follow up. So, that link working for you okay? Can't see you on my calendar yet. Hey, if there are no slots that work, just let me know and we'll work something out. Hey, just finished mapping out your current game plan. Want me to walk you through it? Hey, I've got X day at X time and Y day at Y time available. Do either of those work for you? Yo, you're free for 10? Just had an idea for you. You follow up again and again and again and again until they agree to book a call. So, last thing to cover, common theme that we've been talking about throughout this entire series is this concept and this call to action of this 10-minute chat. So in the Loom video, when you're dangling the carrot and you're saying, hey, if you have 10 minutes free on Thursday, I'm happy to walk you through how this works and I can help you set it up for you. Don't worry, not a sales call. I'm just going to give you everything you need. And then, if you want to hire me, you can. That type of thing, right? So what do we do? How do we navigate the conversation? What do you do on that call? You're like, hey, I did it. I booked a call. Now what the fuck do I do, right? Is it a free coaching session? Is it a bait and switch? Do we try and sell them? What's the game plan? This is the game plan. This is what we're going to do. So if the call to action in your cold email was anything along the lines of hey, are you open to a quick 10-minute chat sometime this week so I can walk you through how to fix X? Not a sales call, haha, leave your wallet at home. Anything like that. What do you do now? What is this mysterious 10-minute chat? Very simple. The best approach that I know of that I've seen working really well is to use a 2-call, what we call a foot-in-the-door model. So what this is going to be is you're going to offer a one-time downsell on the first call. And then on the second call, that is when you're going to close the big retainer deal for 2 to 3K a month or more. This is exactly how to do that. So this is what I call the foot-in-the-door downsell approach. So instead of going straight for the kill and offering your 2K, 3K, 5K a month retainer on the very first call, it is much easier to build trust and establish a working relationship by offering a one-time downsell of anywhere between $100 and $1,000. This works especially well if you're a beginner. If you don't have a track record yet, you don't have the credibility to back you up. It is pretty tough to get a complete stranger to pay you 2 to 3K a month when you're completely unproven. You have no proof to back up your results. So this is a really great way to get your first paying client, just to pay you something, even if it's small. And I'll show you how to turn that into a big retainer in just a second. So the analogy here is I want you to imagine your 2 to 3K a month offer is kind of like a burger meal. So what we're going to do is we're going to take out one specific piece of the burger meal and offer that by itself. So here in this example, we can see burger, fries, and chips. So I want you to imagine that your email marketing service consists of 3 components. We have the burger, which is your daily broadcast emails. That's kind of like the meat of what you're offering. We have the chips, which might be your email automations. That's like the second key pillar. And then we have the third key pillar, which is going to be your deliverability. And that is the soda, that is the drink. That is what we're going to use to wash it all down and ensure smooth delivery. It's a weird analogy, but it's the only one I've got, so deal with it. So the idea here is rather than offering the full complete package, we're going to remove one item and just offer that, okay? That's the definition of a downsell. Except here is instead of offering the burger, which is like the daily email, we're going to offer an even smaller downsell, right? So I'm talking about literally like one tiny little nugget out of your entire service, out of your entire package, and just sell that one thing. So the ending of the Alex Edwards story before that I didn't share was after we did get on the phone, we connected, he essentially offered, go build the funnel, do the link and all that stuff for me. And I was actually really surprised how cheap it was. It was only $500. Okay, I was kind of expecting to pay a lot more. So it's like, do you think that's the only thing Alex knows how to do? Of course not. Alex is probably a really good email marketer and knows all spectrums of emails, and he could help me with my entire email marketing strategy, but his foot-in-the-door approach was just offer this one hyper-specific service. And what Alex would have done, what I assume he does in most cases, is after he fixes that, then he would upsell me onto a 2 to 3K a month retainer to do all my emails. Now, because I already have my emails handled, but that's a perfect example of one little nugget out of an entire service. So here's how we do this. We're nearly there. We're nearly at the end of the training. You can go watch your Mr. Beast video after this or whatever you want. Let's just focus here. 5-10 more minutes and then we'll be out of here, okay? I'm trying to make you fucking rich, okay? Pay attention. So first thing is make a new Calendly link. So duplicate the main link and just remove the "Are you ready to move forward and invest on the call" type questions, because obviously the pre-framing here is that like, this is not a sales call, leave your wallet at home, right? So we want to make sure that message is congruent. So this is going to be a booking link for all of these triage/downsell calls. When you get on the call, right? Imagine you're Alex, you emailed me, I agree, I get on the phone. What do? Here's the framework for the call. Now, this is going to be assuming that you followed the dangle the carrot approach. So you've identified someone is in spam or promo, or they don't have fake opt-in protection or whatever, any of those services in red that I showed you above. And you've gone, hey, I'm going to show you how to fix this on the call. If you want my help implementing it, we can talk about that. If not, totally fine. I'm still going to show you either way. This is that call. So this is how we handle it. Step 1, super simple, as with all calls. 30 to 60 seconds, build some rapport. The most important bit here is that you take control of the call by leading the interaction. Just ask a couple questions. So it's like, hey man, how you doing? Good, awesome. You can see me okay? Yeah, can you hear me okay? Yep, perfect. You're based in Ohio, right? Yes. How's it over there? I've always wanted to visit. Kidding, no one wants to fucking visit Ohio. No offense if you're from Ohio. You just say anything related to where they're from, or like I bet it's super hot over there, or I've always wanted to go. My sister's from there. I went there 2 years ago, it was amazing. Or that's on my bucket list, I really want to go there. Literally doesn't matter, just say any 10-second anecdote to what they've said, and then tick the box, move on. The important part here is that we grab control of the call, we ask questions, we are now leading the interaction. So 30 seconds of chit chat and then straight into the agenda. So what you say, word for word, write this down. Like I said, this isn't some high ticket, high pressure sales call. There's only 2 things that I want to do here today in the next 10 to 15 minutes. Number 1 is I want to show you how to fix X, obviously being the angle that you use to get them on the phone. Now, if at the call you do want to hire me to fix it for you, we can talk about that. And if not, that's totally fine. I'm still going to show you what you need to do to fix it, so you can go off and you can do it yourself, or you can give the plan to someone in your team. That cool? Yes. Awesome. Second thing I want to do here today is to learn a little bit more about your business and your email strategy to see if there's any hidden sales vampires, that might be stopping you from fixing this spam problem, so that once we fix it, it stays fixed. And if I can see any obvious bottlenecks or opportunities to get some quick wins, then I'll let you know. And we can book another call sometime later in the week to run you through the game plan to address those and help you get to goal. Sound good? Yes. Amazing. Perfect. And by the way, if I feel like I'm not the right person to help you, then I'll let you know and I'll see if I can maybe refer you to someone else who might be a better fit for you. Cool? Yes. Perfect. So before I get into how to fix your spam problem, it's going to be really, really helpful for me if I have some context on your email marketing strategy. That's going to really help me identify what the root cause might be. Otherwise, I'm kind of flying blind. So I just have a quick checklist of questions regarding your email setup that I just want to run you through to make sure that there's no glaringly obvious red flags that is going to stop my anti-spam solution from working. So I'm just going to go rapid fire. Cool? Cool. Perfect. So just quickly, you said your list was around 5,000 people. Is that right? Bam. And then this section here, literally keep it 5 minutes tops, is just a chat pipeline framework from above. So remember these questions, the Feel Show Ask framework, the 4 questions, the situation. You're basically just going to run them through these questions, anything that you think is important and relevant, stretch the gap. What do you think is missing? Is this a priority for you? Get clear on all that stuff first. There also might be some things which actually are relevant pieces of information for you to actually determine the cause of the spam problem. So if it's a technical thing like spam or promo, you do actually need the answers to those questions to be able to work out the root cause. So there's a legitimate reason for asking these, not just to qualify them. So you run them through the questions and you go, cool. And you go, awesome. Is there anything else you think that would be helpful for me to know? You didn't buy the list from the black market or anything like that. I'm not the fucking Gmail police. I really don't give a shit. I just need you to be honest. And so I can actually know what we're dealing with here and what the root problem might be. So crack a joke about it. And then step 4, we're going to give them the plan to fix the main problem. So obviously the hook that you used to get them on the phone, you dangled the carrot. You said, hey, I'm going to show you how to fix this. Obviously we have to follow through on our promise and we have to show them how to fix it. So we're going to say, perfect. Thanks for sharing. That's really helpful. Now, based on your answers with regards to the spam problem, here's what I believe to be the cause and how I would personally go about fixing it. Then You're going to pull up Zoom, share your screen, walk them through a Google Docs or slides. You would be smart to prepare this in advance so you can pull it up straight away and just have some bullet points, and you're just going to basically walk them through at a high level the steps that they would need to take to fix the problem. That is a key distinction. The last thing we want is that this turns into a free 45-minute coaching session where you're sitting there telling them, hey, so click this button, then go to this website, then download this, and then set up this automation and typing it out with them. And then they go, thanks for that so much. And they get off the call and they don't need you anymore. You played yourself. We don't want that. So what we want to do is effectively give them the steps at a high level that they would need to take to fix it. So it would be step one, we're going to diagnose the root cause of the problem. There's one of four problems. Either it's your domain reputation, your IP reputation, the content of your emails, or you're on a blacklist. We're going to determine the root cause. Step two, depending on what that root cause is, you then need to fix that deliverability issue. Step three, we want to make sure we install an automation in place to remove inactive subscribers to protect our email deliverability. Step four, we're going to set up fake opt-in protection on your landing page to make sure that we're only getting real email addresses on your list to prevent this spam problem from occurring in the future once we fix it. So that's an example of how you would give them like 4 or 5 steps that they would need to do to fix it. But you can see how they got off the call, they don't actually know tangibly what to do to fix it because you've purposely kept it at a high level. Now, of course, don't make it feel like a blatant switch. You can still give them tons of free value, tons of free information, but it shouldn't be so in-depth that they can do it on their own. Your main goal is to really just demonstrate that you really know your shit. If you do this right, they should have 2 thoughts afterwards. Number 1, wow, this guy really knows his stuff. Number 2, wow, this sounds really hard and complicated, and I don't think I have time to do this, and I would probably just prefer them to do it for me. That's what we're going for. Which leads me perfectly into step 5, offer the life ring. So you say, so does that all make sense? Yes. If not, answer any questions I have. And then we're going to go into the pitch. So really, the way that I see it at this point, we have 2 options. So either you can take this game plan, you can give it to your team, you can go off, you can do it yourself, and that's totally fine. Like I said, I didn't intend for this to be a sales call. My goal for this call was just to provide you with a bunch of value to open the door for potential future business. That's just how I like to do business, with a value-first approach. Now, having said that, one warning though, if that is the route you want to go down, is that there are really 2 huge risks with this. So number 1, if a single step on this list isn't perfectly executed, it won't work. So just be aware of that. The second thing is, honestly, dude, I can tell you from experience that what happens 90% of the time on these calls, you're going to get off the call, you're going to have 100 fires to put out, you're going to have 16 emails, you're going to have a refund request, a crying baby, a barking dog, it's your wife's anniversary, you forgot about it, your head's going to be in 100 different places, and you're going to completely forget about this call. Weeks are going to go by, you're still going to have the exact same spam problem in 3 weeks, 3 months, 3 years, causing your emails to only be making a tiny fraction of the sales they should be, and really crippling your growth. You're already busy enough. The last thing that I want to do is add more work to your plate. And besides, you're a CEO. You shouldn't be messing around with all this technical email stuff. You have a company to build, you have a team to lead. So, that's why most successful business owners like you tend to go for option 2, which is just to have me do it all for you. So that way, it'll be done within a couple of days without you having to lift a finger or push a button. Now, of course, I am a little biased, but it is totally up to you where you'd like to go from here. So, is this something that you'd like some help with? If you do this right, more than 50% of the time, they're going to say, yeah, you know what? You're right. How much is it? How does it work? And you go, perfect. So the way it works, for me to fix your spam problem, which will mean, recap the benefits, which will mean no more spending all this time or paying a copywriter to write all these emails, which just land in people's spam folders and never even get opened. It's like, what's the point? Instead, your emails go straight to primary, they're read, they're opened, they're clicked, and you have a consistent, predictable, cash-producing machine that makes you anything from 20K to 50K every single month. So the way it works, it's a super simple 3-step process. First, I'll X, then I'll Y, then I'll Z to check it's all set up correctly. It'll usually take me around 2 to 3 days. And for all of that, I usually charge $1,000, which most clients are honestly more than happy with because they make their money back within like 3 emails. But because I do like to lead with a value-first approach and open the door for potential future business, if you're happy to give me a quick testimonial after I help you get out of spam, then I'm actually happy to do it for a one-time fee of just $500. So, if that sounds fair, let me know, and I can get started fixing your spam problem right after today's call. And because again, 500 is such a low number to a business owner, really anything that's below $1,000 for most of us is just an impulse purchase. So they were probably expecting it to be a lot more, and they'll probably be really surprised by how cheap it was. And so you should have a really high close rate with these calls. Hence the whole idea of getting your foot in the door, right? So most of them will say, hey, you know what? Fuck it. I'm in. Let's do it. In which case, these are the magic words. You write this down. I see so many people fumbling the ball when they close the client and it's like, how do I get the money from them? They crush the whole call right up until the finish line and they clam up, they freeze up, they don't know what to do, they don't know what to say. And they go, cool, I'll send you an invoice afterwards. Guess what? Ghosted. Then you're back to chasing. And that is the worst position to be in. You'll be beating yourself up for days. I don't want that to happen to you. Here's what you do instead. Memorize these words, burn them on the inside of your brain. Perfect. Let me get you entered the system. That's what you say. And you collect the money there and then on the call. Pull up Stripe or whatever you want to use to process payments, ideally preloaded with their details, assumptive close. Share your screen and just fill in the details with them. If they're not comfortable sharing all of their details and you typing them in, you can simply send them the link to register right there and then on the call. But the point is that you do it there and then on the call, not afterwards, right there. Okay. Do it while you have their attention. And if they object to that, you can simply revert back to this argument and you can say, hey, we know how this works. We get off the call and immediately you have to put out 100 fires. You completely forget about it, in which case we're back to square one. I want to be respectful of both of our time. I don't want to have to chase you up and I want you to get results. So like, let's just get this handled right now. And then literally you can have this problem fixed in the next 2 days. Also, while you're there, if you do need any sort of like login info or any other information to fulfill the service, like ActiveCampaign logins, ClickFunnels logins, make sure you collect that info there and then on the call as well, because you don't want to be chasing them up for a whole week just so you can start. Step 7, this cannot be overlooked. This is arguably the most important part of the entire call. It is this phrase I learned from Sharon Srivatsa, who's a super genius real estate billionaire, overall powerhouse entrepreneur, and just a really nice guy. He has an incredible saying, bam fam, book a meeting from a meeting. So what this means is always lock in the next call while you're on the current call. Okay. Otherwise, you know how this goes. Life gets in the way and you're back in chasing mode. We don't want that to happen. So here's what you say. You go, cool. So you take the payment. Amazing. That went through. Perfect. So, welcome aboard. It should all be set up and running in about 2 to 3 days. And then the last and most important step is to schedule our game plan call for early next week so I can walk you through what I did and most importantly, what you need to be careful of moving forward so you don't reverse all the progress that we're about to make and you end up with a spam problem again in 3 weeks and you're calling me up trying to fix it. You're paying me $500 every single month to fix the same problem again and again, right? I want to make sure once we handle it, it's handled once and for all. So what I'm going to do between now and then is I'm also going to go ahead and dive deeper into your funnel, see if I can identify any other key areas for improvement, and then I'll put together an email game plan for you. I'll walk you through the options that I think make the most sense for your situation on that game plan call. And again, same deal. If you want to hire me or not hire me to implement the game plan, totally cool either way. Like we can talk about that as well, but there's no pressure at all. My goal for you is to come off that call with a rock solid game plan to grow your email list to $1 million a year. We'll probably need about 30 minutes or so for that call because there's a fair bit to cover. What does your Friday look like? Same time work? Book a call. Lock in the day, lock in the time there, and then do not get off the call until you've locked in the second call. By the way, if you're wondering what is the second call, that is the call where you close them and get the money for the big 2K, 3K, 5K a month retainer that you came here for, which is exactly what we're going to be talking about in the next module is how to navigate that call. And one quick note, mainly for my Americans here, because listen, I love you guys, but you for some reason fail to understand that there's a world that exists outside of America. So please, whenever you suggest a day and a time, remember to state the time zone as well. Not everyone lives in your time zone. I'm talking to you, Americans, okay? PST, EST, London time. Be specific. They're probably not in the same time zone as you. And that's it. Perfect. I'll be in touch soon. Great chatting with you. Bye. Hang up. Pat yourself on the back. Congratulations. Pass go. Collect $200. Proceed to module 8 because you, my friend, have just booked in a closing call. Not only do you have your foot firmly in the door, but you have set yourself up perfectly for a beautiful finale where you're going to chat with them in depth on the phone, really dig into their pain points, their goals, their situation. And if it makes sense and they are a good fit, you're going to pitch them on your services. And if you use my proven scripts and frameworks that I'm going to be giving you in the next and final module, then you have a very solid chance of closing them as a 2K, 3K, 5K, even $10,000 a month client.
So you did it. You actually sent the outreach message. They replied, they booked a call, and it's not with your mom's hairdresser. Look at you go. Well done. But don't pop the champagne just yet, okay? We're in the end zone, but it's not over yet. Now you must face your final boss battle, closing the deal and getting paid. In the next video, I'm giving you the exact script word for word, that turn a McDonald's fry cook into a 7-figure closer. You'll learn how to close a 3K a month client in one call, even if you still get nervous ordering takeout. I do sometimes, don't judge. You are one Zoom call away from changing your life forever. Let's get you paid.
Oh baby, here we are, part 8 of the 0 to 10K a month copywriter series. Never thought I'd see the day, but here we are. How to close 3K a month copywriting clients in one call. Even if you're a mega introvert who's terrified of talking to people and has never sold anything in your life. I just want to take a second to acknowledge how far you come. Before we get into this, we started not even knowing what copywriting was to talking about where to learn copywriting, the setup, the tech stack you need, farming, how to land your first client, how to do personalized outreach, how to do automated outreach, how to book calls, and then here we are in the end zone closing the deal. So, you booked a call with a real life business owner who wants to learn more about your services. Now what? How do we go from call booked to signed, sealed, and delivered? That is exactly what we're going to be talking about right here, right now, in this absolutely nothing held back masterclass. So, for sake of clarity, I've divided this up into 5 different parts, which just so happen to spell the word close. Crazy coincidence. We're going to be talking about how to craft your offer and your price. We're going to be laying the groundwork, talking about the tech stack that you need to make this work. Don't worry, it's a very simple software. Number 3, we're going to own the call, which means what do we actually do on the call itself? We're going to be talking about squashing objections. We're going to cover every major objection that you may face. And then at the end, once you close them, how do you actually enroll the clients? And if you stick around until the end, I'm even going to be giving away my entire closing script that I have been using for the last 6 years successfully. Currently, it's only available inside of CMB, but I'm going to be giving it to you for free right below as a reward for making it through this entire series. So let's get into it. Before we actually talk about how to do this, I think it's always good to know who you're learning from. So firstly, who am I? Why should you actually listen to a word I say? Should you even listen to a word I say? Well, in my first ever sales job, I was the number 2 salesperson in the entire company in my first ever job within 5 days of starting. I was the number 4 affiliate for Alex Hormozi's book launch out of 23,000 affiliates, most of which had a 10 to 1,000 times bigger audience than me. The guy who came first literally had a 2 million person list. I have a list of 10,000 people, right? So, in my humble opinion, that was quite an impressive feat. I've closed hundreds of one-on-one sales calls over the last 6 years with an average lifetime 62% close rate, which is pretty much double the industry average. I've trained our sales team to close at an even higher rate. And most importantly, I've taught 800 plus copywriters my sales system, and I've helped them close their first paying clients on their first ever sales calls. So more importantly than the fact that I seem to just be naturally good at sales, which isn't very helpful for you, I've actually been able to translate this skill and teach it to others, which is the useful part for you. So right there on the left, this was, oh God, like 7 years ago, my first ever sales job. Literally the shittiest job you can imagine. I was selling car wax in parking lots to total strangers who didn't know me, didn't like me, didn't trust me, didn't want a fucking bar of me, didn't want to even talk to me. Just getting rejected all day, every day. My first day, I sold 1 can of car wax for $40. I took home $11 in commissions for a 10-hour workday. That's $1 an hour. By my 5th day, I'd sold over $750 of car wax, and I was the second best performing sales rep in the entire company that day out of like 50 to 100 salespeople. And then you can see on the right, number 4 in Hormozi's affiliate contest. So, with that said, before we talk about how to do this, I want to address the big, giant elephant in the room. That is going to be what I like to call the invisible handbrake. What is this invisible handbrake, you may ask? Excellent question. So here's the thing. When I learned my first ever sales script like 6 years ago for selling stuff online, I actually made $40,000 in my first ever month doing this when I first launched CMB, like yonks ago. There were many other people in that program who learned the same script that I did, but they made exactly $0 as coaches. And I thought that was really interesting. Here's another thing. When I taught my student James this sales script, my sales script that I'll be giving you later, he closed 7 out of 7 of his first calls ever. He was literally a McDonald's employee before that. Yet I've taught the exact same script to other people, and those people have closed no one. So why is that? How could there possibly be such a big difference? Well, it's something that I like to call the invisible handbrake. This is something that is crippling your results, it's holding you back, and you don't even realize it's there. That's the worst part. So what am I talking about? What is this handbrake? That is going to be your conditioning and your programming around selling, money, wealth, and even just rich people in general.
The truth is, most people have a horrible mindset around selling and money. And let me tell you, if you have negative connotations around sales or money, the only thing you are closing, my friend, is your laptop after yet another rejection. You can take that one to the bank. Here's what's gonna happen. You're gonna pull your punches, you're gonna hold back, you're gonna pussy out, you're gonna undercharge, you're gonna lock yourself into bad deals, and you're just gonna end up, frankly, resenting your business and resenting your clients. And I'll give you a very real, concrete example of this. If you chicken out and you lower your prices by just $500 on a call because you're supposed to charge $2,000, but you got scared and so you said $1,500, guess what? That is $6,000 a year that you are missing out on as a result of that one moment of fear. You do that with 5 clients, and that is a $30,000 mistake. Literally just because you're a pussy for 5 seconds. And if you take nothing else away from this training, please let it be this. The number one law of life that I have learned over the last 27 years is that in this life, you do not get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. You can get absolutely anything you want in this life if you just simply ask for it. The worst part about all of this is that your terrible conditioning around money and wealth and sales isn't even your fault. Your subconscious has been programmed literally since the day you were born. Unless you grew up in an ultra rich household like the fucking king of Dubai or something, there's a 99% chance that you heard your parents fighting about money at some stage in your childhood, leading you to believe that money is like this scarce resource, right? How many times have you heard these phrases like, money doesn't grow on trees? The truth is though, money kind of does grow on trees. Like money is literally a near infinite resource. There are literally over $500 million being printed every single day in just America, not even counting the rest of the world. In 2020, during the pandemic, America literally printed nearly $4 trillion, just poof, out of thin air. Where did that money go? Into the economy, somewhere, right? It's out there, it's just not in your pocket yet, right? Because you haven't been through this training. So here's the thing, like unless you actually reprogram your subconscious, you are still holding on to these beliefs that you've had since childhood about money. And that is going to absolutely screw you when you try and actually launch your own business, start to make money online, go for the sale. It's like climbing Mount Everest with a rucksack on your back and you just have all this baggage there that you don't even know you have. It's going to be weighing you down and it's going to be near impossible for you to actually get results. And I'm willing to bet this is a major reason why you've never made any real money in your life. Or you have made money, but you spend it because deep down, you frankly don't believe that you deserve it. And if you do not release this handbrake, then none of the scripts, none of the frameworks, none of the strategies I'm going to be giving you in this training will matter. So before we get into all that stuff, we need to release this handbrake. Allow me to reframe money for you. The little fun exercise I like to call the money game. Now, I wanted to have a picture of me with a giant pile of cash here, but since I'm not a drug dealer, there's a 25K Rolex for you instead. This is me in New York, actually, when I got my first Rollie. This one right here, super proud of it. Took me like 4 months to get. Absolutely love this watch. It's a fucking banger. And who knows, after this training, you might just be able to get your hands on one as well. The money exercise. Let's do this. In a moment, I am going to say some sentences, and I want you to grab a notepad and pen right now, pause this video, grab one. And what I want you to do is when I say the sentence, I want you to write down the very first word that comes to your mind, okay? Do not filter it. Do not say what you think you would want me to say or any shit like that. Just literally write down the very first word that comes to your mind. Please actually pause this video. Go and get a pen and paper. Do this with me live now. You will get so much more out of it. I got all the time in the world. I'll give you a second. All right, I'm impatient. Let's get into it. So, number 1, money is. Write down the very first word that comes to your head. Number 2, money causes. Again, don't think, first word that comes to your head, write it down. Number 3, money makes people. Number 4, people with money are. Number 5, to have more money, I would need to. Number 6, one good thing about not being rich is I get. And last one, number 7, I'm afraid that if I had more money, I would. Now, I want you to take a second and take a good, deep, hard look at the words that you wrote down. If you're like most people, your answers were probably a little bit scary. I've done this exercise with hundreds of my clients, and most of the time, the answers that I get are along the lines of, money is evil, money causes fights, money makes people bad, people with money are assholes, to have more money, I would need to rob a bank. One good thing about not being rich is I get to be happy. I'm afraid that if I had more money, I would become a terrible person. or whatever, right? Those are like pretty typical answers that I get when we do this. And you think if you have those beliefs about money, you're going to have an easy time selling. You're going to have an easy time extracting money from other people. If you truly deep down believe that it's going to make you an asshole, I don't think so. So here's what I want you to realize. Number one, money is a utility, nothing more. It is literally worthless paper that we simply just ascribe value to because it is easier than carting around wheelbarrows of gold or whatever, trading a chicken for a cow. At some point in time, humans just agreed that this piece of paper is worth $100. And that's all it is. It's just a verbal agreement. Money is simply a tool to buy stuff, to make your life better, to buy back more time. You know what else is a tool? A screwdriver. So here's the fun part. I want you to go back through the exact questions we just did and replace the word money with the word screwdriver. Read your answers again and literally try not to laugh. Screwdrivers are bad. Screwdrivers cause fights. Screwdrivers make people evil. People with screwdrivers are assholes. To have more screwdrivers, I would need to rob a bank. One good thing about not having screwdrivers is I get to be happy. Number 7, I'm afraid if I had more screwdrivers, I would become an asshole. It's ridiculous, right? Once you realize that money is literally just a tool, just like a screwdriver, do you think you could have an easier time closing sales now? Probably. So now that we've hopefully erased your horrible limiting beliefs around money, there's one more block we need to remove before we can get into selling, and that is your actual mindset around selling. Because once again, most people have a horrible mindset around selling. So allow me to reframe sales for you. Tell me, when I say the word sales, what do you think about? Like, what is the first word that comes to your head? If you're like most people, it's probably something along the lines of sleazy, snake oil salesman, that type of thing. Probably not something very good. And that's because most people think about selling in terms of super hardcore buy or die hard selling. However, that is really only one type of selling. The truth is, there are 2 different types of selling. Hard selling, which is the sleazy buy or die stuff, and then helping. My belief is that selling, at least in the way that I do it, is helping. You are simply helping the prospect to make the decision that is best for them. And that decision might be to not work with you, and that is okay. The goal is not to get them to work with you. It is to get them to make a decision. And a lot of people view sales as like it's a me versus the prospect type of thing. The truth is though, it's not you versus them. It is the 2 of you on the same team. You're on the same side trying to identify their problem and find a solution. All sales is simply a transference of conviction. And by the way, that is me selling you on an idea that sales is the transference of conviction. And I sound pretty convicted, so most people would agree with me. And in my opinion, the person who cares the most about the prospect wins. And that includes the prospect, by the way. So hopefully that reframe was helpful. Now that we have your head actually screwed on straight, let's talk about how to actually do this. So I mentioned before, this training was going to be in 5 parts. So now I want to get super tactical and I want to talk about number 1, how to craft your offer and price. Why is there a picture of a $500,000 Birkin bag? All shall be revealed very soon, don't you worry. So before we sell anything, you need to decide what exactly it is you're selling and how much you charge. Pretty obvious. But you already did this in module 2, right? Granted, that was filmed a year ago, so you may have forgotten. Fair enough. But I want to remind you that the offer is by far the most important component of the entire sales interaction. Just like you cannot polish a turd, you cannot outmarket, outsell, or outcopy a lousy offer. But if you have a grand slam home run offer, you can literally suck at sales and still close at 50%. So a reminder of the diagram from module 2. The offer is king, it is God, it is Muhammad, it is Gandhi, it is Buddha, it is Allah, it is whatever you believe in. You get the offer right, and if you can actually deliver on it, your life is going to be a million times easier. The second rung below that, we have marketing. This is where copywriting goes, by the way. And if you nail this part, then you don't really even have to do any sales. Think about a company like Apple. Their marketing is so phenomenal, and also their product is phenomenal, which is actually the most important thing. But because their product, their offer, and their marketing is so incredible, they don't need to do any selling. Like, people will literally queue up for days just to be like the first person to have the new iPhone. Apple's not selling you. You're not walking in there and they're saying, hey dude, you buy it today, I'm gonna give you this extra bonus, I'm gonna give you a 30% off discount, deal ends in 1 hour, you gotta get this, man, you gotta do it. There's none of that. Their salespeople are literally just order takers. Like, you walk into the store, you're like, hey, I want the Mac, boom, they sell you the Mac, $5,000, you walk out. Done. So you nail the offer, you nail the marketing, you don't really even have to worry about sales. That is going to be a huge theme throughout today because yes, this is a sales training. However, I'm a big fan of doing things the easy way. And the easy way is to have something that actually works, actually provides results, that's marketed well so people understand the value and they jump on the call already wanting to buy. That is much easier than trying to overcome a million objections. And then at the bottom, we have the survival tier, and that is sales. If you master the skill of selling things that people actually want, then you will never go hungry again. So yes, sales is also very important. So with that said, let's talk about the mechanics of a great offer. Now, I used to have my own framework for this, and then Hormozi's book, $100 Million Offers, came out, and frankly, his framework is just better than mine, so we're just gonna use his. You've probably read his book. If you haven't, what are you doing? Go read his book. But a quick recap of the value equation from the book. So if you want the value of your offer to have a very high perceived value and be able to sell it for a lot of money, then you want to sell a dream outcome, something your prospect really wants, with a high perceived likelihood of achievement, like it's guaranteed to work, and then we want to minimize the things on the bottom. So we want to have a very low time delay and very low effort and sacrifice. For example, imagine, hypothetically, that I had a pill which literally cured cancer in a day. You take the pill, cancer's gone forever. If you have cancer, that is the ultimate dream outcome, and it was 100% guaranteed to work based on 100,000 studies, and they've all cured their cancer. The time delay is pretty much zero, like you literally wake up the next morning, your cancer's cured, and the effort and sacrifice is zero. You literally put a pill in your mouth, swallow it. That's it. If you could actually do that and deliver on it, and it was actually legit, you could sell that pill for as much money as you wanted. Now, of course, we can argue about the ethics of the medical industry and blah, blah, blah. Not really important, just an example, okay? On the flip though, compare that to the current solution that we have for curing cancer, which is like chemo, for example. We have same dream outcome, which is you cure your cancer. Perceived likelihood of achievement, very low. It maybe has like a 10% success rate. The time delay is like 6 to 12 months, very long. And the effort and sacrifice is enormous. You're going to be in excruciating pain for like a year. You're going to lose all of your muscle mass, all of your hair, and you're going to become a shell of your former self. Not really a great offer. Yeah, they can still charge a shit ton of money for it because the alternative is death. So just an example, if you could develop that pill would be a hell of a lot more valuable than chemotherapy. So with that said, what does this actually look like if we're selling copywriting services? Some examples of dream outcomes that your prospects probably want would be double their lead flow, book their sales team's calendar full, increase their AOV by 30%, not dollars percent, double their LTV, add an extra 20 to 50K a month to their bottom line. Obviously, this depends on the client, what level they're at, but those are some examples. Now, how can we increase your perceived likelihood of achievement? Well, that is where proof comes into play. So if you have case studies, if you have testimonials, if you have a strong guarantee, maybe you have a discounted or even a free trial in exchange for a testimonial or a referral. Maybe you're willing to work on partial commission basis instead of a retainer only. All of these things decrease risk, which increases the perceived likelihood of achievement, therefore making your offer more valuable. Next, we have time delay. So what if instead of taking a week, 2 weeks, like most copywriters, you were able to complete the entire onboarding process within 24 hours? Logged into the ESP, you studied their past successful emails, you researched your ideal target avatar, you produced a 4 forces document that we talked about a few modules ago, you fix their deliverability, they're landing in the primary inbox, install all the key automations, write a high converting welcome sequence, get them in the primary inbox, and send out a spear email, which gets a ton of replies, books a ton of calls, and starts making them sales immediately within 24 hours. That would be super valuable, right? And then what if you ran a cash injection promo in the first 7 days? So you send a speed email to generate replies, book calls, make sales. You run a 2-day cash injection promo to, again, book more calls, make sales. Obviously depends on the client. If they're an e-com store, you're not going to be booking calls. You create the entire promotional calendar for the next 30 days, all done within a couple days. If I can let you in on one secret, it is that rich people love speed. They want shit done quickly, and they're happy to pay more if they can get things done faster. That is why they are rich, because they do shit quick. And then last, effort and sacrifice. All of this is 100% done for you. They don't have to lift a finger or push a button. All they need to do is take 30 minutes to fill out the onboarding form, and then maybe 5 minutes a week to send you some life updates and lessons that you can use for email content. And then you'll send them the monthly report that they can read in like 2 minutes on the toilet. Their total time investment for this is like 30 minutes up front, and then like 30 minutes a month after that. If you could do all of that and you could actually deliver on it, that would make your service so much more valuable. Look at these 4 components of the value equation and make it as valuable as possible. So with that said, that's all kind of surface level stuff. I want to take this a layer deeper and actually talk about what I call the Copy Millions Blueprint. So this is really the heart of my main program, my main system, where the name came from. And I promise, if you spend literally just 1 hour filling this out, your offer will pretty much sell itself. And you literally won't even have to be good at sales at all. You can just ignore the rest of this training. So here are the things that we want to get clear on. First, Transformation. What is the actual transformation that you help your clients accomplish? Easy framework for this is I help niche business owner to yay, good thing, without boo, bad thing, even if blah, objection, reasons why they can't, etc. So, as an example, I help up-and-coming health supplement brands to double their email profits without increasing ad spend, even if they have a tiny list. Next is your mechanism. So this is going to be your unique mechanism, your system, your method, the thing that is going to set you apart from this sea of copywriters out there and make you different. Hint, hint, if you're different, you can position yourself in a category of one and you can justify charging a higher price. So, some examples of this that I've come up with and that my students have come up with. Please do not copy these, okay? They're just examples. You have a brilliant brain in that head of yours. Please use it and make your own. So, Gmail copywriting, that's obviously mine. My inbox detonator, that's from Ollie. My inbox concierge model. The investor acquisition formula. My pump framework, right? If you're working with fitness coaches, you could make some sort of fun acronym around that. My produce unlimited motherfucking profits framework. There you go, just making shit up. But that could be cool, right? The LTV maximizer, the AOV amplifier, the email hydra. Doesn't really matter what it's called. The point is that you give it a name so it sounds like something different. It's not just email copywriting, it's the email hydra. That's why it's different. That's why it works. That's why you failed in the past. That's why other copywriters suck, because they don't have the email hydra. That's the power of a unique mechanism. Now, if you're struggling to come up with a name, literally you can just throw some of these into ChatGPT and you can just say, hey, can you give me 10 similar names to this, and pick one that you like. Next. Deliverables, i.e. what is actually in the box? What do they actually get when they sign up? What is your actual service? So, using email copywriting as an example for this, given that's what we've been talking about for this entire series, your actual tangible delivery might be for $2,000 a month. I am going to write and upload 6 emails every week delivered in a Google Doc at the start of the week. I'm going to build out a 4 Forces customer avatar for you. I'm going to build out a 30-day promotional calendar with a new 7-day cash injection promo every single month to generate profits. I'm going to give you my WhatsApp number to text me questions whenever you have them with a 24-hour response time and a 30-minute Zoom call a week if and as needed. Most clients probably won't want it, but you can have it there as an option. Or option 2, email marketing management. So instead of just doing broadcast emails like this one, this includes broadcast, automations, and deliverability. And instead of 2K a month, it's 3K a month. So that's everything from above, except the emails are written and sent out for them, 100% done for you. It's not delivered in a Google Doc. It's literally you log in, you send the emails, they don't have to touch a thing. You're going to handle all of their deliverability to ensure a minimum of 80% of emails land in the subscriber's primary tab. You're going to proactively manage their domain reputation, their IP reputation, and their list hygiene to remove inactive subscribers, protect their deliverability to ensure emails continue to land in primary. Or take it a step further, email marketing management plus social media management. So once again, everything from above, plus you're going to take that email that you wrote for them every day and you're going to convert that into a social media post. Shorten it a little bit, add a sexy hook to the beginning, bam, now you have a script for shorts, reels, TikToks. You have a post for Instagram, LinkedIn, Facebook. You're going to take it and you're going to post it to 3 platforms of the client's choosing. And obviously the client has to provide the images. Next component is a guarantee. Now, this is not 100% necessary, but it definitely will increase conversions, especially if you're a little bit new and unproven. So for example, you could say, I guarantee I'll double your investment within 30 days or your money back. And if you don't like money back guarantees, like me, then you could say, if I don't triple your investment in the first 30 days, I'll work with you at no additional cost until I do. Right? Those are just examples. You can make up literally whatever you want. It's your business. Pro tip though, make it fun. Add a little cherry on top. Just makes it more fun and interesting, spices it up. And really what it does is it humanizes you as well, right? So it takes it from this like big, scary investment to just more fun and human. It really just shows that there's another human being on the other end of this interaction. It lowers their guard, it makes it more personal, it makes it less serious. Overall, the stakes feel lower, and that ultimately increases conversions. So you could say, not only will I give you money back, or not only will I work for free until I make you X amount if I don't in the first 30 days, but I'll also throw in a pizza or my goldfish, or I'll buy dinner for you and your whole family, or I'll book you in for a massage at your nearest luxury day spa. Whatever it is, doesn't really matter. Most prospects are not going to take you up on this, but do be prepared to actually back it if you do promise it, okay? And last, we have one of the absolute most important components of your offer. That is going to be pricing. Now for email copywriting, this is almost always in the form of a monthly retainer, or sometimes a retainer plus a commission component. Now, pricing is without a doubt one of the most overlooked yet super important components of a business. It is a huge determining factor in how people actually perceive a brand. What's the difference between a $10 shirt from Kmart and a $600 shirt from Gucci? Nothing. The brand. The fact that it costs $600, people assume it must be amazing, even if it's the exact same shirt. But there's a trade-off, right? You price yourself too high, you might lose the deal. And if you price yourself too low, well, then you risk undervaluing yourself and your services. Now, here's a huge mistake that most beginner freelancers make. And that is most people will set their prices simply based on what their competitors are charging. And then they'll just kind of choose somewhere around the middle. The problem with that is that that leaves you at the mercy of the market, and that allows you to be compared to literally all of the amateurs on Fiverr and Upwork who are charging like $10 for an email, $50 for a sales page. I'm telling you right now, I get at least one email every single day, which reads something along the lines of this. Good day, sir. I write very good copies. Please give me a job. You won't be disappointed. You laugh, but my inbox doesn't lie. Literally, this is your competition. Right here. Do you really want to be lumped in with these people when you're pitching your email copywriting services? Do you want your prospects comparing you to this guy? I don't think so. And you wonder why all of your prospects are saying, well, this guy on Upwork can do a sales page for $50. Why are you charging $5,000? It's because they perceive you to be selling the same service. So that is why having a unique mechanism is so important. Okay, because it means you're not a commodity and you can't be compared to Mr. Broke AF knee job, because what you do is different, right? That's the difference. So now you're in a category of one and you can price based on value instead of based on what everyone else is charging. Now, if you don't know how to price based on your value, a good rule of thumb to aim for is just to follow the rule of 10, which simply means aim to make your clients 10 times more than what you charge, i.e. charge 10% of what you think you can make them, up to 10 grand a month. So if you think you can make them $40,000 a month with your emails, then you could pretty comfortably charge $4,000 a month, and that's a pretty good deal. And if you have no idea how much you can make your client, then another good rule of thumb is $2 per subscriber per month. Or if you're doing social media stuff, then $1 per follower per month. This is assuming they have a targeted niche audience. Some lists will do much, much better than that. Mine average is probably around $4 to $5 per subscriber per month. Someone like Justin Goff does even like $30 to $40 per subscriber per month. But there'll be huge businesses out there with million-person lists who might only make like 10 cents per subscriber per month. Right? So there is a big range, but in general, my standard is around $2 per subscriber per month. So if they have a list of 20,000 people, then I would estimate I can probably make them at least $40,000 a month. Therefore, you could charge $4,000 a month. And if in doubt, the industry standard for a daily email, just the broadcast, not talking about list management or automation or deliverability or any of that stuff, just the emails themselves delivered in a Google Doc, is usually $2,000 a month USD. And for full-scale email marketing management, where you write and send the emails for them, you take care of deliverability, automations, and so on, then typical industry standard is about $3,000 a month. So for 90% of people watching, I would just recommend you charge those prices. But your business, your rules. You can charge whatever you want. How much you charge is 100% your choice, and it doesn't have to stay the same. You can start lower if you want to, if you're not that confident, and you can simply increase your prices as you go. As you get more experience, as you produce better and better results, you get more testimonials, more case studies under your belt. As you grow and develop your skills, of course, your prices should increase over time. So these numbers might seem really high to you, they might seem really low to you. It's okay, it's just a general guideline. You can charge literally whatever you want, it's your business. Couple quick pro pricing tips I want to give you before we wrap this section up is I would highly recommend you have 2 options, no more, no less. The reason why is because having 2 options makes the decision for the prospect A or B rather than yes or no if you only had 1 option. Therefore, there's a higher likelihood that they'll end up choosing an option instead of just yes or no. Any more than 2 though, and you really do risk the prospect becoming just confused and overwhelmed and having too much to think about, and then you have to go away, and then you get the whole I need to think about it objection. It's like going to a restaurant and they just have a gazillion things on the menu and it's like, you just can't make up your mind, right? So when people are presented with too many options, they get paralysis by analysis and they typically choose to just do nothing, which is not really what we want. Now, second pro tip I'll give you on this is something that I don't see many people talking about. That is that rather than just having 2 options, like for example, you would have just broadcast emails for $2,000 a month or email marketing management for $3,000 a month, is to actually specifically engineer your offer and your prices to guide the prospect to actually choose your desired option. Let me give you an example. There are a ton of smart companies and industries which do this notoriously, most notably coffee and popcorn. So let's pretend you go to the cinemas, you go to the theater to watch your favorite movie. New Deadpool is out. Fucking incredible, by the way. If you haven't seen it, highly recommend it. Marvel really badly needed that W. And you're presented with 2 options. So you have a small box of popcorn for $5, or you have a large box of popcorn for $10. The $10 one is exactly double the size of the $5 one, which means it's not really a good deal. So in this situation, what you'll find is typically about 70% of people will choose the smaller option. However, check this out. So when we add in a middle option, depending on how that middle option is priced will determine how many people choose which option. So if you introduce a middle option and you price it exactly halfway between the small and the large, now all of a sudden, the vast majority of people will choose the middle option. That just goes back to thousands of years of hardwiring. The human brain tends to perceive the middle option as the safe option. We don't want to stray too far to the left or the right for risk of making the wrong decision. And so most people will choose the middle. However, check this out. If instead of pricing it at $7.50, we actually price it at $9, now look what happens. Now all of a sudden, the $9 one seems like a really bad deal. And so you go, the small one's $5, medium one's $9. You're like, shit, just for an extra dollar, fuck it. I may as well get the big one. So when companies do this, what they found is that now all of a sudden, instead of 70% of people choosing the cheap option, 70% of people will choose the most expensive option. Just like that, pretty crazy. So that middle one there is something we call a decoy product. It's not actually there to make any sales at all. It's simply there to make the expensive option look like a better deal, so therefore more people choose it. So if you want to sell more of your expensive option, then you would use a popcorn pricing model and you would simply just make option 2 much more valuable for only a small increase in price. So you would cut out the bottom option there and you would literally just have the $9 one and the $10 one. So for example, rather than having your two options be email copywriting only for $2K a month or email marketing management for $3K a month, you would simply take the lower price one, increase the price of it, maybe make it $2,500 and $3K. Now all of a sudden, $3K one seems like a much better deal. They're getting a lot more for only an extra $500. Therefore, most people are going to end up choosing that option. Aha, sneaky. But it gets better. Check this out. So if you want to sell more of your regular option, let's say, maybe a more expensive option is just like a lot of work and you don't want to do it and you'd rather just sell your base package. In that case, you could use the designer pricing model and simply make option 2 an anchor decoy to leverage the price anchoring effect. And you just do the complete opposite. So you make it much more expensive for only a small increase in value. Perfect example. Return of the Birkin handbag from 20 minutes ago. Designer stores are infamous for doing this. So if you ever walk into an ultra high-end luxury designer store, their absolute most expensive product as one of the first ones you see when you walk in the door. That is not by accident. That is because they want you to anchor that price as being the first price you see and think, holy shit, this is expensive. So you walk in, you see the $500,000 handbag and you go, fuck me, whoa, okay, I feel poor. But then afterwards you see the $8,000 handbag, that's actually pretty reasonable. Like in comparison to the 500K one, this one looks pretty much the same, right? Even though I'm sure we can all agree, $8,000 is a ridiculous amount of money to spend on a bag which literally holds things. Because the first one you saw was the 500K one, now all of a sudden you think it's actually a great deal. And so in this instance, the expensive one becomes the decoy and the cheaper one is the one that they actually want to make more sales of. Therefore, by adding that second decoy product and making it ultra expensive, they make more sales of the first bag than they otherwise ordinarily would. And that, my friend, is how companies all over the world trick you into buying more stuff. Now you know, so you can make smarter purchasing decisions and also use the same exact psychology on your prospects. So you too can make more money. You're welcome. Pricing tip number 3, that is going to be to add a cherry on top sign up bonus. All this is just an ethical way to add urgency and scarcity and actually encourage the prospect to buy right here, right now, today on the call, not think about it, not wait, not delay 3 days. So you can say to the prospect on the call, hey, from experience working with business owners in your space, the people who are decisive, who make decisions quickly, end up being the best clients. We do the best work together and they get the best results. And those are the type of people I love working with because they're savages. So as a shameless bribe, if you join right here, right now, today, then I'm actually going to go ahead and write you a free welcome nurture sequence for your email list, which I would normally charge $1,000 for. Totally free if you sign up today. Incentivizing them to not delay and just sign up on the spot. So some examples of what you could do for this. You could do a welcome sequence, unsubscribe automation to remove the inactive subscribers, ban in cart sequence, browse abandonment sequence, landing page rewrite, the type of thing you would normally charge $500 to $1,000 for. Throw it in for free if they join today. And then number 4, lucky last, is the secret downsell menu. So back in the last module, we talked about downselling to get people on a call by identifying a very specific problem that they have in their funnel, using that as ammunition to book a call. And then you talk about how to solve that very specific problem. Then you book the second call and then you upsell them into your main email marketing retainer service, which is what we're doing here. However, sometimes not everyone is going to be able to afford your big main expensive thing. They might not trust you. They might not have the budget, whatever it is. It's always a good idea to have a couple downsells in your back pocket. So you can close the deal, you can build some trust, you can provide results, then you can upgrade them into your full-blown retainer after that.
So some examples. Instead of doing 2K a month for emails, you could do just a 1-week trial for $500. Maybe they have a small list and they don't want to do a daily email because they can't justify spending 3K a month when their list is like 500 people. Well, start with 3 emails a week instead of 7. And then as they make more money, you can increase the sending frequency over time. Or as a last resort, you could literally just start with one simple automation, like a welcome sequence, just to get your foot in the door, impress them, make them money, show them you know your stuff. Then you can have the conversation around upgrading them into a full retainer. Last bit, to wrap this up, if you have not read this book already and you want to be an entrepreneur, don't even know what you're doing with your life, go ahead and read this damn thing, $100 Million Offers by Alex Hormozi. Yes, I said I was an affiliate of Alex Hormozi. That was only a one-time thing, okay? No, I don't get any cut of his book sales, all right? Friend to friend, entrepreneur to entrepreneur. It's a damn good book. Order the book, read the book. With that said, that is part 1, offer and price. Tick, done and dusted. We spent a lot of time on it because once again, it is the most important component of this entire thing. If you get this bit right, the rest will be so much easier. With that said, let's talk about what do we do before the call. Let's lay some groundwork. There are 3 very simple and affordable pieces of software that you are going to need to do this process, to book and conduct your calls and to actually take payments. Calendly, Zoom, and Stripe. You may or not have used these before, so if you haven't, I'm just going to quickly explain each one and the settings that I recommend using. Cool. So firstly, Calendly. Very simple. It is a call scheduling software. This saves the time going back and forth saying, I'm available Tuesday, 4 p.m. PST. No, I can't do that day. Can you do Thursday morning, UK time, 9 a.m., whatever, blah, 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 right? It's annoying. So simply lets them book into your calendar, removes all the back and forth, removes all the time zone nonsense. And also it lets you ask qualifying questions and send reminder emails and texts, which is super useful. The free plan is pretty good, but I do recommend the $10 a month paid plan. At least it's $10 right now. Maybe it's more by the time you're watching, I don't know. As that will allow you to send reminder emails and texts, which will really help with your show up rate. It's hard enough to book calls as it is. Worst thing is when people don't actually show up to the calls that they booked. We all know that. So sign up. Fill out your basic settings, time zone, profile picture, etc. Pro tip with the availability, I interviewed Alex Hormozi on this, who owns a call scheduling company, Alan, which has booked millions of calls over years. So they have the data to support this. When it comes to availability, you want to set as many slots as possible for about 3 days out. You can go as many as 5 days, but really 3 days is the sweet spot. The reason being is you want to give people the flexibility to book in when it suits them, specifically busy business owners. You want to appeal to people with a wide variety of time zones, but you don't want people booking out too far in the future because the further out they book, the more likely they are to forget about it and then not show up. So you're going to create a new event type, 45 minutes, use these settings. Now, I'm assuming, once again, your service is email copywriting. So you're going to ask for their name, their email. What is the average monthly revenue now? Where do you want it to be in 6 months? Approximately how much of your current monthly revenue is generated from email? How big is your list, roughly? What is the price point of your main offer or offers? What is your average open rate and click-through rate? If unknown, leave blank because maybe people don't know and you don't want that to be an obstacle of them booking the call because they feel like an idiot and then so it's easier to not book, right? So that's the only one which I don't make mandatory. Number 8, what is the number 1 reason you think you haven't been able to achieve your target revenue yet? Let them justify it to you. Number 9, is there anything in particular you'd like us to cover on the call? Are you the sole decision maker or do you have a business partner? This will allow us to overcome the I need to talk to my business partner objection. So yes, I'm the sole business owner and I make all decisions for my business, or no, I have a business partner and they'll be joining us on the call. Very important. And then lastly, number to send text message reminders to. Last thing you're going to do is go to integrations and connect your Zoom account and your Google and your Apple calendar so you can see the calls when they're booked. Speaking of Zoom, number 2 is Zoom. In case you somehow haven't used this before, Zoom is an industry standard video call software like Skype, but way better. It's 100% free up to 40 minutes of calls, and it's $14 a month for the basic plan. I do highly recommend that you invest the $14 into the paid tier so you don't lose a $36,000 deal like Ollie. True story. One of my students, Ollie, was on a Zoom call with a client. He was literally about to close the deal. Like the guy was about to pay, sign up, join, $3,000 a month retainer. Ollie had the free plan of Zoom. The call cut out. Client was busy, fucked off, went on to his next thing. Ollie couldn't get a hold of him, and that was that. Never heard back from the guy. Just like that, 3K a month deal lost. That is 36 grand over the course of a year because he had the free tier of Zoom and didn't want to pay $14 for the paid version. Don't be like Ollie. Don't trip over 36K to save $14, okay? Please learn from his mistakes. Moment of silence for our friend Ollie.
Next, fill out all your basic settings, time zone, profile picture, etc. Now, when it comes to sound, video, lighting, all that stuff, you don't need a super ultra high-end professional setup like what I have. I think there's like 10 grand of equipment in this room, not including these DJ decks, which are another 10 grand. So keep it simple, but you do need a couple basic things that I'm gonna go over here. So first, I highly recommend you do buy a microphone. It does not have to be a good microphone, just any microphone is better than no microphone. Both the Blue Snowball and the Blue Yeti are fantastic budget options. They'll set you like 50 to 100 bucks, not even. More important is just to do the call somewhere quiet with no distractions. And ideally not in a room with tiles or super echoey surfaces that'll make you sound really reverby and washed out. Video, you just want a 720p webcam or higher. Most laptops nowadays that are good will have a built-in good quality webcam you can use. If not, you can buy one and attach it to whatever your setup is. Doesn't have to be ultra high end, just make sure you don't look like a potato. Way more important, honestly, is the lighting. I recommend you buy a basic key light or a ring light or just something to light your face, some sort of light source. If you don't have one, use a regular lamp. The worst thing you can have is no light in front of you and you do the call in front of a window or something and you're literally just a silhouette. Just to show you how much of a difference lighting makes, I'm gonna turn off the lights in front of me, and it's kind of shit. It kind of makes me look a bit amateur, a bit sketch, a bit dark, a bit creepy, a bit red, a little bit like a Martian. Do yourself and your prospect a favor, let them see that beautiful face of yours, okay? And last, this kind of goes without saying, but just make sure you have a clean background. Don't do the call in a fucking super dirty room where you have a bunch of clothes on the floor, and pick a simple, clean, elegant background. A white wall is totally fine, but presentation matters, okay? People do judge a book by its cover, like it or not. So look good, sound good. You don't have to be a pro level streamer, but just don't be a slob, okay? That's all I'm trying to say. Last bit of tech that we need to set this up is very simple. We need a way to accept money. Otherwise, it's gonna be really hard to get paid. So I'm gonna recommend for 99% of people watching that you use Stripe. It is an industry standard payment processor, lets you invoice and take payments. It's free to use. They just take a 3% plus 30 cents per transaction. Set up an account, fill out all the basic settings, and then just customize your invoice template. You can add in your logo, some branding stuff, and all the basic stuff in the billing settings. So that way you're ready to go, start sending invoices. This will allow clients to pay with their card, and then that way you can put them on recurring auto bill, so they pay $2,000, $3,000 every month. They don't have to manually bank transfer you. It just happens automatically on autopilot, easier for everyone. And if you live in a place like India where there's no Stripe available, then you can use an alternative like Square, Payoneer, Wise through international transfers. Tons of options. Just use whatever makes the most sense for you. Congrats! You're ready to make some money. Or are you? Not so fast, my friend, because we need to talk about the old versus the new customer journey. Understand, the typical customer journey has changed a lot in the last few years. There have been multiple consumer behavior studies done which have concluded that human-to-human trust is currently the lowest it has ever been, and it is just getting lower and lower every day. People are more skeptical than ever before. Most people have been burned at least once. They've had at least one bad experience online with a freelancer, with a coach, with someone who's overpromised and underdelivered. And the reality is we live in an economy where trust is at an all-time low. So being able to just jump on the phone and close someone, it's not enough anymore. The old way that it used to work, before the rise of the guru sphere and all that stuff, right, is someone would see an ad, they would click the ad, they would book a call, and they would buy or not buy. But it was very simple. It was a straight line, one direction, see a stimulus, which is your ad, your email, whatever. The first moment of truth would be when they buy your thing. Second moment of truth is when they experience your thing. And that's how it used to work. It was very simple. It was very easy. But times have changed. The new buyer's journey introduces something called Google and online reviews, which was not around 20 years ago, which adds an extra step. So instead of see an ad, book a call, show up, buy, it's someone will see an ad, they'll see an email, they'll probably ignore it. 2 weeks go by, they see another ad, they see another email, they say, huh, that's interesting. Let me Google this guy. They look at Trustpilot, Reddit, look at reviews, look at your website, maybe go check out your YouTube, watch a couple videos, ignore it, come back later, check you out on Instagram, maybe they join your email list, read a couple emails, then maybe they book a call and buy something, right? But there's a lot more steps than there used to be. So back in 2011, Google actually introduced this concept of what we call the zero moment of truth. So instead of just being the first moment of truth, which is when someone buys your thing, that's basically where they discover the actual truth, right? The second moment of truth is when they experience the thing and learn, is it actually good or not? But before that is the zero moment of truth, as Google calls it, which is the moment that someone actually decides to research you, to actually look you up online. Think about it. Before you make any major purchase, or before you even just decide what restaurant to go to, most people will Google it. They'll look at reviews, and then based on those reviews, they'll choose whether to go to the restaurant or not. And a decade later, since Google introduced that concept of the zero moment of truth, they have come out with a new, very interesting finding that they call the 7-11-4 rule.
rule. So Google obviously has quite a lot of data on literally everything to back this up. And they found through studying millions of purchases online that typically, on average, before someone makes a buying decision, they will need to consume 7 hours of content across 11 different touch points on 4 different platforms before making a purchase decision. That's quite a lot. So in other words, people are deciding whether or not to buy before they get on the call, not on the call. Major difference. This is the case online, this is the case offline. If you look at the data from 2011 and the years that follow, since the zero moment of truth idea was kind of developed, you can see very clearly that back in 2011 and prior, a good majority of people would simply walk into a store, decide what they want to buy, and then make it a buying decision in the store. But the more time that goes on, you can see that people are researching online. They're making that buying decision first online. They're deciding what is they're going to buy based on reviews, based on videos, based on marketing. Then they're simply going into the store to pick it up. And it's the same thing when it comes to making purchases online. It's the same thing when it comes to booking calls. People are no longer booking calls to decide if they want to work with you. They are not booking calls until they've decided they want to work with you for the most part. So there's been a lot of panic in the coaching industry over the last sort of 6 months as a lot of coaches, agencies, all of us have kind of realized like, man, it's so much tougher to make a sale compared to, let's say, the pandemic where it was literally like shooting fish in a barrel. You could literally just say like, hey, I have a course. And someone would be like, wow, that's amazing. Here's my credit card. It was so easy. But now it's like, man, it's tough. Like people are much more skeptical and much more hesitant. They've usually been burned a few times before. And building that trust is so much harder than it used to be. So there's a common misconception in the online space that people are spending less money than they used to be, let's say back in the pandemic. But a friend of mine, Taki, he has a friend who runs a massive consumer behavior research company. They found that people are not spending less money at all. People are simply making smarter buying decisions, meaning they're doing their research before buying stuff. So the $1 million question is, are you a smart buying decision? Something to think about. So with that said, here's how to actually leverage Google's 7-11-4 rule to land more clients. If you're thinking to yourself, shit, 7 hours of content, 11 touch points, 4 different platforms. I don't even have 7 hours of content for people to consume. Well, that's a bit of a problem. You should probably start putting some content on the internet. Some ways that you can do that as a freelancer is lead magnets, social posts, your website, testimonials, case studies, explain a video of what you do, mini VSL, sending the prospect personalized Loom videos, sending them personal emails, follow-ups, pre-call nurture sequence, pre-call reminder emails, pre-call SMS, personalized reach outs. Those are all different touch points that help you build that much needed trust with the prospect. So I know you want to talk about the script and the call and what do I say and blah, blah, blah. Before you jump on a call, there are a few things that you can and absolutely should do to maximize your show up rate and your close rate. Let's talk about those right now. So the industry standard, what is considered a good show up rate, is typically about 70%. However, in my company, we're able to get consistent 80 to 90% show up rates with a few simple tweaks. And Margot Robbie here perfectly alludes to the first one on the list, which is to position the meeting as something they actually want to show up for. So if you remember the scene from The Wolf of Wall Street, Margot Robbie is trying to seduce Jordan Belfort to go back to her place. Do you think if Margot Robbie is inviting you to go over to her place to not be friends, that she needs automated email reminders, SMSs, follow-up messages? Fuck no, dude. She needs absolutely none of that. If you are a straight male and Margot Robbie invites you to her place, 100% of the male population are going to her house. Why? Because they want to. And that is the first secret. So this is the CMB 80% show up rate checklist. And the first one on the list, as I've just alluded to, is to frame the call correctly. You need to frame the call in such a way that it's actually positioned as a valuable use of their time, so they actually want to show up for the call. So rather than relying on all these tricks and reminders, we simply position the thing itself as something they actually want, and then, mind blowing, people actually show up. So in order to see the actual exact wording of how we do that, jump back a module, watch the video. I explain that all in detail in there. So rather than just saying like, hey man, do you want to jump on a call? Like, no one wants to jump on a call with you. Just like you don't want to jump on a call with random strangers and get sold shit. No one wants to jump on a call with you and get sold shit either. People know a call means a sales call. So of course they don't want to show up. So you need to position the call itself as being something different. That is why I like to word it like this. Hey, do you want to jump on a quick 30-minute chat and see if we can map out a plan to help you solve specific problem you were talking about? And if you want to hire me to implement the plan, then you're totally welcome to. Otherwise, if you want to tell me to get lost, that's totally fine, but I'm still going to give you the plan anyway. So this way, the prospect actually feels like the call is going to be a good use of their time to show up and chat with a stranger for 20 to 30 minutes. Second is your availability. Like we talked about, you want to have a lot of slots for the next 3 days and then pretty much nothing after that.
Next is your Calendly email and SMS reminders. I'd recommend you set these inside of Calendly to be 24 hours, 4 hours, and about 10 minutes. Because people get busy and they forget, just like you. And then last is just manual reminders. Like before the call, reach out to the prospect with a quick message, send the Zoom link for the call, say, hey Sam, excited to chat tomorrow and help you to map out a plan to get you out of spam. Here's the link for the call. Let me know if you have any questions. Otherwise, I'll see you tomorrow at 8 a.m. PST. Link. Adding that personalized touch point goes a long way. And you don't have to stop there. You can send testimonials. Hey, I just got this from a client this morning. They just made 30K with my recent email campaign. Can't wait to do the same for you. Send them a quick voice message. Send them a helpful article or a resource. Send them a personalized relevant meme. If the call was booked for, let's say, 3 days out, I recommend you send one of these every day leading up to the call. And if the call is scheduled for the next morning, I would reach out with something like this the afternoon or evening before. And if the call is in the afternoon, then just reach out the morning of. So that's show up rates. Let's talk about maximizing close rates. Now, ideally, if you've been paying attention, you would realize that maximizing your close rate starts a long time before the call is even booked, if you remember the 0 moment of truth. Now, the industry standard for what's considered a good close rate is typically around 30%. However, again, we're able to get consistent 60 to 65% close rates because of our strong positioning and our reputation for delivering results. And that is not a hack. That is not a shortcut. That is not something you can fake. That is not something you can whip up in 10 seconds. That is 6 years of serving hundreds of clients and providing incredible results to the point where if you Google my name and Google Sean Ferres review and you go to open source sites like Reddit and Trustpilot where people can write whatever they want, you will actually find only good things said from people who have actually worked with me. Unlike most coaches, when you Google them, you will not find very good things on those sites. And that's not an accident. It's because I actually fucking care about my client results. And I've spent 6 years working my ass off to develop a product that is incredible, that produces results. So side note, spend time working on your skill so that your reputation precedes you. Therefore, your clients will close very easily because they already decided that they're going to work with you before they get on the call. That's the goal. Having said that though, there are a couple of tactical things that we can do to pre-sell our prospects before the call. So what I recommend you do before the call is to set up a pre-call nurture sequence. Nice and simple, 3 emails. Email 1 is you're going to share a case study that is most similar to their situation. If you have one, if you have a story of a client you've worked with who was in a similar position to them and got a similar result that they wanted, 1,000,000% send that to them in an email. If you don't have any, just share any and all testimonials that you have. And if you don't have any testimonials, jump back a few modules where we talk about how to get those testimonials. Or work with a client on a free trial for a week, get them a result, then you can use that as a case study. Email 2, send them one super valuable tip or strategy that they can use to make some money with their list. This is really just to show them that you're an expert, that you know what you're talking about, kind of gives them a glimpse of what it's like to work with you. And then email 3, this is to answer some common questions and crush all their objections before the call, and it's framed like an FAQ email. So, some examples, some common objections and things that your prospects might believe that you're going to have to overcome in order to get them to buy would be, for example, some people think that email is dead, right? They get on the call thinking email's dead, your chances of closing them are pretty low. So you want to shift their paradigm before they even get on the call. So on the call, you can really just focus on their needs and then pitching your services to meet those needs. So you might say, email is dead. Well, actually the truth is, studies show people check their emails more often than all social media platforms combined, which is actually true. Look it up. And insert a relevant, credible study so you have some actual proof. Number 2, I have a small list. Hey, a lot of people think that they can't make money with email because they only have a list of 500 or 1,000 people. Well, the truth is, if you sell something that's high ticket and even just 1% of your list buys, that's a lot of money to be made. And by the way, as a side note, if you have a small list and you sell only low ticket products, you will not make a lot of money. So I would just avoid working with those clients. Number 3, I tried email and it didn't work. Well, hey, that's probably because your copywriter didn't follow the best deliverability practices or use a proven promo calendar. And because I use the email hydra method or whatever your mechanism is, the results that I get are very different from most copywriters. Another one, hey, this sounds really complicated. I don't think I have the time to figure this out. And you say, well, that's exactly why I handle this for my clients. 100% done for you because they're all busy business owners too. Just some examples there. You don't have to use those. Write your own ones. So in terms of logistically, how do you actually send these emails out? I would simply just set it up in Instantly or even just Gmail, like in G Suite, you can pre-schedule emails to send every 12 to 24 hours before the call. So let's say they booked the call for 2 days away. Well, you would schedule email 1 to send straight away. You would schedule email 2 to send 12 hours later. And you would schedule email 3 to send about 12 hours later after that. So that way they receive all 3 of them before the call, not too far apart where one of them doesn't get sent and not too close together where it's a bit spammy and annoying. So however far they book the call in advance, just divide that by 3 and then send the 3 emails at those 3 points.
Now, 5 minutes before your call, here's what I'm going to recommend you do. You want to pull up your closing script on your phone, your laptop, computer, second monitor, whatever you have. Maybe print it out somewhere where you can see it, you can refer to it, you can read it. You really don't want to be reading too much, especially if it's a Zoom call with video on, which is what I recommend for these calls. But it's definitely handy to have it there as a guideline, as a framework to keep you on track and stop you spiraling off to Pluto. Then you can open these 4 tabs in your browser. Number 1 is Calendly with their question answers open. Number 2 is your swipe email with their emails on screen, so you can refer to them on the call. Number 3 is a Stripe invoice with a new subscription window and their name and email pre-filled, substantive close. And then number 4 is a new Google Doc with their email revenue forecasting tool, like I talked about a couple modules ago, pre-filled with their numbers and your 2 offers. So that way, when you're pitching them, when you're walking them through the offer, you can actually walk them through a document rather than just talk. So that way it's much easier to follow along. So this will make the call and the close run a lot more smoothly. It'll also show that you just have your shit together, right? Which will give them a glimpse of what it's actually like to work with you. And finally, 60 seconds before the call, jump up and down, do some push-ups, do some star jumps, get yourself in a good state, nice and fired up. You want to smile, take a deep breath, let go of any and all attachment to making the sale. Remember, you are here to see if you can help them. You're only here to pitch them if it makes sense. And remember, they need this a lot more than you do. They're the one with the problem. You're the one just simply seeing if you can help them out. So there's no need to be nervous. There's no need to be anxious. And there's no need to be needy or desperate because your life is just fine with or without them. But without you, they're still going to have a promo tab problem, a spam problem. Their business is going to be suffering. Their business is not going to be growing. They need this more than you do. So don't you worry that pretty little head of yours. You got this. With that said, the groundwork has been laid. We can get to the real juicy part, the meat of this training, the thing we all came for. Owning the call. When it comes to the actual call, what do we do? What do we say? What is the magic script? Patience, Iago. We'll get there in a second. Understand, every sales conversation is different. There's no perfect closing script, okay? There's a million and one ways to structure a sales call. Every sales guru has their own unique selling process, and they all work fine. So, yes, I am going to give you my proven script, as I promised, but more importantly, I want to teach you the fundamentals so you won't have to actually rely on a script forever. You want to think of a script kind of like training wheels. You need it at the beginning, but after a certain point, you've done enough calls where you shouldn't really need it anymore. So at its core, every sales conversation is going to follow some version of this general framework. First, you're going to set the agenda. This is where you take control of the conversation and you cover the agenda of the call. So you're going to say, hey, so on this call, I want to do 3 very simple things. I want to talk about where you're at, where you want to go, what's stopping you. We're going to put together a bit of a game plan. And then if at the end you want to actually hire me to implement the game plan for you, we can talk about that. And if not, that's totally fine as well. Sound good? Boom. Done. On to the next bit. So then is the discovery phase, right? So this is where you are asking questions and trying to gather information in order to learn about their needs, diagnose and uncover the problem, and then you can then make your pitch. And then, if it makes sense, you can present your pitch in such a way where it actually meets their needs. So we're going to talk about where are they now, where do they want to go, what's stopping them, what have they tried. This is really the majority of the sales call, and they should pretty much be doing 90% of the talking. At this point, we're going to identify and label their problems. You're going to feed and summarize everything that they've told you. You're going to say, okay, so to me, it sounds like there are really 3 major problems here. The first one is an inconsistent sending schedule. You're only emailing your list when you have something to sell. That's probably why they're not very responsive. The second problem is you have a major deliverability issue with most of your emails going to the promo tab. So most of your subscribers aren't even seeing your emails. And then the third problem is you don't have a promotional calendar, meaning you're pretty much pissing into the wind, haphazardly pitching stuff here and there, and you don't really have any set structure of when to nurture your list and give value versus when to actually make the ask and make sales. So you label them with a problem. And that, of course, implies that they need a solution. So from there, you're going to ask for permission to pitch. Okay, you should never just start pitching someone out of the blue. You always want the prospect to ask you for it, okay? So you're going to say something along the lines of, hey, so is it cool if I run you through some things that I would personally do if I was in charge of this list? And then at the end, if you want to hire me to do that, that's cool. And if not, that's totally fine. I'll still give you the game plan and then you can go off and hire someone else to do it. They say yes, that is them giving you permission to pitch them. You are then going to pitch your services. You're going to handle any objections that might come up. And assuming they're in, you're going to collect the cash, you're going to onboard them, you're going to give next steps. Now that is the general gist of how the sales call is going to go. And I want you to remember, burn this into the inside of your brain, the golden rule of sales. If the prospect feels like you understand them better than they understand themselves, they will automatically assume you have the solution. It is totally illogical if you think about it, but it is just how we're wired. So imagine you walk into a doctor and you're like, hey man, so my left elbow really hurts. I have this weird cough in the morning, and then like every 3 days, my stomach has crazy cramps. And he goes, huh, interesting. Yeah, I've actually seen that before. I'm willing to bet that, tell me, when you lift your right shoulder, does it really hurt in this middle part here? And you go, wow, holy shit. Yeah, it does. Like, how did you know that? That's crazy. In that situation, you assume, obviously the doctor knows what the problem is and therefore has the solution. Technically, those are two completely different things, but it's what we assume. Therefore, the goal of sales isn't to pitch your thing. It's not to talk. Sales isn't at all about selling. It is about asking the right questions and listening. If you are talking more than your prospect, you are doing something horribly wrong. And on the topic of doctor, let's talk about 3 key principles we want to keep in mind to make this work. First principle here, when it comes to closing, is doctor versus patient. You are the expert. They're the one with the problem who needs help. Remember that. That is the frame that you need to operate through. So your job as the doctor, as the expert, is to diagnose and prescribe. Therefore, you are the man with the plan, or the woman with the plan. Which leads me to principle number 2. You are in the driver's seat. You're in control of this call. You're leading the interaction. You're the one asking the questions. And you need to set this tone in the very beginning of the interaction. In literally the first 30 seconds of the call, you need to take control, you need to take the lead, and you need to start asking the questions, getting them to follow, and establish yourself as the leader. You're setting the cadence for you lead, they follow. You ask, they answer. You must stay in control of the call. If you lose control of the call, if the prospect starts asking you questions, if they start asking you to prove yourself, if they start asking you, hey, tell me about your experience. Hey, who have you done this for? Hey, how do I know if you can bring me results? You're not closing that call. You've lost. You lose the frame, you lose control, you lose the sale. How do you know who's in control? It's the person asking the questions. You want that person to be you. Principle number 3, Don Draper detachment. Chose this not only because it's beautiful alliteration, but also I believe Don Draper was based on the godfather of advertising himself, Mr. David Ogilvy. In any case, they're both total badasses. And here's what I want you to keep in mind on the call, is that the person who cares least about the outcome in any negotiation typically wins. Think about it. If someone's trying to pitch you on something and they really care, and you're kind of a bit indifferent, you hold all the power. Because that means a lot to them, and it doesn't really mean a lot to you. That's what we want. And on the flip, as I said before, the person who cares most about the prospect wins. The truth is, people can smell what I like to call commission breath from a mile away. If you're needy, if you're desperate, if you really want the sale, if you really need it and you're just trying to hard sell them, you're just trying to tell them what they want to hear so that you can make a sale. People are smart. They can sense that. It's really repulsive. So the best way to not come across like that is to actually not need the sale, is to let go of all attachment to making the sale. Your life is fine right now. Before the prospect came into your life was totally good. After the prospect leaves your life will still be totally good. Will they add some value to your life if they decide to work with you and pay you $3,000 a month? Yeah, for sure. But who's going to benefit more? You making $3,000 a month, or them making $30,000 a month from you writing their emails? Exactly. So yes, we want to take control of the call and be in the lead, but detach yourself from the outcome and just understand whatever happens, happens. So with that said, let's talk about some of the most common mistakes that newbies make when they're trying to close the deal. 9 sales killers. And of course, this wouldn't be a sales training without as many Wolf of Wall Street references as possible. Or maybe I'm just shamelessly trying to hold your attention by showing you multiple pictures of Margot Robbie. You'll never know. Gotta make this video interesting somehow. Sales killer number 1, letting the prospect control the call. We've just talked about it, but if they're asking the questions, they're leading the interaction, you are fighting an uphill battle the entire way. It's going to be very difficult to overcome. You're probably not going to close the sale. Sales killer number 2 is talking too much. You should be doing much less than half of the talking, really only like 20%. Most salespeople just want to talk about how good their product and service is, and they just talk the prospect's ear off, pitch them, not even realizing what's actually important to the prospect and what's not. Because I hate to break it to you, your prospect does not give a flying fuck about your offer. They only care about the result that you can get for them. So in order to properly pitch your service, you need to learn what that actual result is that they actually care about. Then you can pitch it in such a way where they actually care. So what we want is gap selling, not product presentation. Okay, when I say gap selling, I mean, where are they now? Where do they want to be? What's getting in the way? Then you position your product as the bridge to go from where they are now to where they want to go. Sales killer number 3, applying Band-Aid to their wound. As Jordan Belfort would say, applying balm to the wound. It's the same thing. What this basically means is a lot of people on the call will typically downplay the problem of the prospect, and they'll make the person feel like it's really not that bad. They'll say like, oh, so right now you're making 40K from your email list. Well, that's actually pretty good, man. Most people like barely make 10K a month from their list if they even have one. So like, you're doing pretty well. We don't want to say any of that, okay? If you make the person feel like their problem isn't that bad, they're going to temporarily feel like they don't need help, which guess what? Means they're not going to hire you. And this is really hard to do, especially for someone like me who's a coach, is coaching on the call. So we want to help the person, we want to share our knowledge and our wisdom and our information, and we want them to get an amazing outcome because, once again, I truly care. So it can be really hard to do this, but you cannot coach on the call. Not only are you depriving yourself of the sale because you're actually solving their problem and then therefore their problem is solved and they don't need to hire you, but also you're not actually helping them because, again, when you help people for free, they don't value the information, and like literally 1% of people will actually take action on it, meaning you're not actually helping them at all. Collect money from them and then help them. Your only job on the call is to uncover their problem, let them see the solution, let them understand the gap between where they are and where they want to go, understand how your service can help them get there, shift the perspective in their head and let them come to that conclusion that they need your product. That is your job. So do not coach on the call. You want to give them the high level overview of what to do, but not the nitty gritty how to step by step. You're only there to ask questions, confirm the answers, identify problems, and prescribe solutions. Sales killer number 4 is just trying too hard to twist the knife. What I mean by twist the knife is agitate their pain point. So this is kind of the opposite of the one I just mentioned. What a lot of salespeople will do is they'll overtly paint the person's problem to be much worse than it is. And all this really does is, 1, it's really obvious, and 2, it comes off desperate and disingenuous. Like you're really just trying to make the problem seem worse than it is so you can make the sale. So I'll give you an example. I was on a closing call recently myself, and I was buying a 20K agency package. I ended up buying anyway because, once again, Google 7-11-4 rule, I decided I was in before I even booked the call. But on the call, the sales rep was going through my numbers. He was like, what's your close rate? What's your show up rate? And I was like, they're both really good. Like our close rate's 65%. Our show up rate is 80 to 90%. We had 1 month that was 70%, but on the whole, it's like 90%. And so at the end, when he is like pitching me on his thing, he's like, oh, well, dude, right now your show up rates are only 70%. Your close rates are only like 50%. And like you have all these problems. And I was like, no, like you're not listening. Like I told you my show up rate and my close rate are really good. They're really high. They're not the problem. Our problem is call volume, just call volume, nothing else. Every other number, show up, close, client results, it's all incredible. Just call volume is the problem. So by him stretching that gap wider than it actually was and saying 70% because of my 170% month was a big turnoff because I'm like, dude, you're trying too hard to make the problem worse than it really is. Which honestly just made me feel like he was not listening and he didn't really care and he was just here to get his commission. Once again, I bought the offer anyway because it was incredible. But that one minor thing did kind of piss me off. That guy should have known better. Sales killer number 5, that is poor tonality. We're going to talk a whole lot about tonality in just a second. But the biggest thing I want you to understand is that how you say something is much more important than what you say. We're going to get into that soon. Number 6, hard selling. This is pretty obvious, but it really violates principle number 1 and principle number 3 above. If we think about it, like we're trying to be a doctor and we want to be Don Draper and also we want to be detached from the outcome. If we're hard selling them, like imagine going to a doctor's office and he's just like, dude, this new brand of Nurofen dropped and you fucking need this, man. Let me tell you, your knee is going to be so sore if you don't take this Nurofen. And like this Nurofen is like so good at like may as well cure cancer. And like if you buy today, I'll give you 2 for 1 and a 30% discount. And if you buy in the next 6 minutes, I'll even give you a lifetime supply for 10% off. So like, what do you think? Here's the order form, like buy now. Like you need to buy now. You'd be like, whoa, dude, like chill the fuck out. Like what are you talking about, right? If you're hard selling anyone on anything, it looks super desperate and it completely ruins the frame of you supposedly being an expert. Pretty obvious, but I thought I'd mention it anyway. And really, like the decision to buy needs to be the prospect's decision, not your decision. They can't feel pushed into it because here's what happens. Like, even if you do manage to convince them to make the sale, like they begrudgingly buy, they're not going to feel good about it. You're not going to feel good about it. It's not going to be a good client relationship. They're probably going to end up refunding or frankly, just going straight to their bank and issuing a chargeback. So simply put, we want seduction, not rape. On the flip though, a mistake that I probably see even more often than hard selling is the complete opposite, which is not asking for the sale. I see so many freelancers do this. Like they'll make their product presentation, they'll answer all the questions, they'll do all the stuff. The client's like, cool, sounds good, I'm in. And then the freelancer goes, oh, cool, yeah, I'll send you the details in an invoice, I'll send you an email later and then we can get started. The person's like, yeah, awesome, yeah, I'll sign up later. And I'm just like, ugh, dude, facepalm. Like, hate to break it to you, but that person is not coming back. Sometimes they do, yes. But the majority of the time, if you get off the call, you don't actually close them on the call, every hour that passes is less and less likely that they're actually going to sign up and buy. So after pitching your services, you need to actually close. What that means is collecting the payment and signing the contract. So do not let them off the call with just a verbal agreement, with just a, yeah, sounds good, I'll sign up tomorrow. Yeah, sounds good. Send me some more information, then I'll sign. No, that's not a close. Close is you've collected the money. All right, let's be very clear. Mistake number 8, winging it. If you want to close a client, by far the best way you can knock their socks off, really maximize your chances of closing them, is to actually come to the call with a plan. Write out a detailed custom email marketing game plan for them as if they were already a paying client. Hey, if I was in charge of email marketing of your company, here's exactly what I would do. Step 1. We're going to dial into deliverability, fix your spam and promo tab problem using these automations and these strategies. Step 2, we're going to set up these key automations, welcome sequence, browse abandonment sequence, unsubscribe sequence to clean your list. Step 3, I'm going to fill out the 4 forces, get really clear in a customer avatar. Step 4, we're going to put together a promotional calendar so we have a clear 30-day content plan. Step 5, we're going to run a cash injection sequence to make you 20K in the first 7 days. Step 6, we're going to start sending out regular broadcast emails every day to your list. Step 7, blah, 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 blah. I promise you, almost nobody actually does that. If you get on the call and you say that and you actually have a plan for them, they are going to be so mind blown. They're going to be like, wow, finally, someone who actually knows what the fuck they're doing. Just coming to the call with a system and KPIs. And here's the metrics that we aim to hit in the first 7 days, 30 days, 60 days. Here are all the goals we want to achieve with the time frames for each one. That shows you're a professional. FYI, we actually did this on a one-on-one Zoom call with one of my top-level resistance guys. We helped them land a $500 million whale client by putting together a plan just like this. He got on the call with the head of marketing, walked him through the plan, and they were literally so impressed with the plan, they just hired him right there on the spot. Be the man with the plan. Number 9 is no belief in what you're selling. Remember, sales is a transfer of conviction. If you don't even believe in what you're selling, how the fuck could you expect a prospect to believe in what you're selling? This is why honing your skills, working on your craft, getting better at copy, practicing and studying every day is so important. Because the best way to appear confident is to actually be confident, to actually know what you're doing. So yes, absolutely, fake it till you make it. But be working on your skills, be actually confident in the thing you deliver, and that is going to come through. That conviction is what's going to close the prospect. So before we get to the script, there's one more thing I need to talk about, really important. That is tonality. Remember, the majority of communication, human to human, is non-verbal. That means your body language, your tonality, how you say stuff communicates so much more than the words you actually say. Which, yes, is a little bit heartbreaking as copywriters, given we focus exclusively on the words. But on a call, there's 2 factors at play. There's the words and the tonality. You add video, and then all of a sudden, there's 3 factors at play. We have the words, the tonality, and the body language. The second 2 are way more important than the first one. So how you say something is so much more important than what you say. And I'll give you a very concrete example of this. Think about a sentence, very basic sentence. I didn't say she missed her flight. Well, depending on which word we emphasize, this sentence can have a completely different meaning. Check it out. I didn't say she missed her flight. 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 One sentence, 7 completely different ways of saying it, 7 completely different meanings. That is the power of tonality. And if we know that sales is a transfer of conviction, then
It stands to reason. The main reason we close at 65% is because our sales team only ever hears amazing feedback from the people they close who go through our program. So therefore, they don't need to fake it because they have real conviction. Because they know this shit works, so they sell the crap out of it because they actually believe in it. Imagine if someone was literally drowning in the ocean and you're sitting there on a boat and you have a life ring and you're trying to convince them to take the life ring or they're going to drown. How hard would you try to sell them? How convicted would you be? Would you be like, hey man, I think you should maybe take this life ring, like maybe it'll help? You'd be like, fuck no, dude, take the ring, put it on now. Not in an aggressive way, but in a very certain way. Absolute conviction. That's what we're going for. Now, with that said, on a sales call, there's going to be a whole load of different tonalities that you could use. There's really only 5 that you should use. Credit where credit is due. I got a lot of this from Jordan Belfort's book, The Way of the Wolf, as not many people in the world are better at this than him. I think he has like 10 in the book. I've really simplified it down to what I believe are the most important 5. First one is bottled enthusiasm. So the general vibe of your tonality throughout the interaction should really be upbeat and excited, but controlled. So you don't want to be kid on Christmas morning, oh my God, dude, this is the greatest thing ever. You fucking totally need this, man. Because then you just seem like a crazy person. And it's hard to trust someone whose tonality is so different from that of the prospect because your energy levels are totally mismatched. And it's really hard to make rapport with someone if you're super duper excited and they're kind of like tired and not that excited. You want to match the prospect's tonality and energy, but just step it up one level. So it's not off the hinge 4 o'clock sugar high. It's like, dude, between you and me, this email sequence is so insane. I'm saving up every dollar I get from clients so I can start my own list, launch my own offer, just so I can run these emails. So it's upbeat, it's excited, but it's controlled. This is what you're going to use for most of the interaction. Second tonality is absolute certainty. This is the one that you want to use when you're pitching and especially when you're stating your price to communicate absolute conviction in what you're saying. As I tell you, this is what fucks up a lot of freelancers. They get on the call and they're hesitant, they're nervous to ask for money, and it comes through in their tonality. And they say it's $2,000. It's like, dude, you sound unsure. Like, why should I be sure you can help me if you don't even sound sure? So the way that you want to speak is just speak as if you're stating an irrefutable fact. Like, today is Friday. My name is Sean. The investment is $2,000. Straight to the point, absolute certainty, no questions. If you're 100% certain, that's going to bleed over into your prospect. They are going to borrow your certainty. They're going to feel more bought in. They're going to believe. They're going to buy. Next, this is what I like to call the real talk tone, or the no bullshit tone. So this is where you really just lower your tone for a second to really stress that something's important, it's scarce, or just that you really care. So you could also call this the empathetic tone. So instead of like, hey, can I be real with you for a second? It's more like, hey, can I be real with you for a second? What's really going on here? Like heart to heart, like a brother, like what's really going on here? Or dude, I know what it's like. Fighting day after day, looking at the expenses fly out of your account, wondering if you can even make payroll. I've been there, dude. It fucking sucks. Like I don't want that for you, man. See? It sounds like I really genuinely care. Pro tip, it helps if you really genuinely care. Next, childlike curiosity. This one is really good for in the info gathering phase and objection handling to build trust, rapport, and again, show that you really care. So what a lot of people do when it comes to objection handling specifically is they'll start to get really combative and almost argumentative. That's the complete opposite of what we want to do. Because if you start to get even a little bit aggressive, their prospect's guard, straight up, they're going to clam up like a shell, then you're not going to be able to get through to them. No matter what you say, they're not going to trust you, they're not going to believe you, nothing you say is going to get in. We need to lower their guard in order for your message to actually get through, in order to actually shift their perspective. So this is exactly as it sounds. Imagine you're literally a 7-year-old kid and you're just like amazed by the world. So they tell you they've been stuck at 100K a month for the last 5 years. And you go, huh, interesting. Tell me more about that. Like, what's that like? Like, why do you think that is? Or like, wow, that's brutal. Like, how long has that been going on? Or like, yeah, totally understand. What makes you say that? Sound like you're genuinely curious. And then they will give you a genuine answer. And then last one, this is pure JB, the reasonable man tone. The time you want to use this is when you're going for the close and specifically after you've handled an objection. Pretty much the only word and the phrase that couples absolutely perfectly with this tonality is sound fair enough. If you can promise to fill out the onboarding form in the first 24 hours, then I can guarantee you'll make 10K in the first week. Sound fair enough?
Yeah, that sounds fair enough. The reasonable man. Keep that one in your back pocket for the close. So, an audiobook I highly recommend to master tonality is going to be Way of the Wolf from the sales savage himself, Jordan Belfort. Obviously, I recommend the audiobook, not the book, given we're learning about tonality here. And it's pretty difficult to communicate tonality through a written page. Now, a lot of people are going to shit on me. Oh, dude, Jordan Belfort's a scam artist. Why would you learn from him? It's like, yes, what he did was unethical. However, he was a fucking sales pro. And I believe you can learn from absolutely everyone. You can learn persuasion from Jordan Belfort, from Hitler, from Thanos, from Chancellor Palpatine. These incredibly evil people who did incredibly evil things, as long as you use them ethically. Because those people are incredibly good at what they do. Learn from the best, even if they're unethical. As long as you use it ethically, then it's all good. Now, if you're sitting here thinking, that's awesome, Sean, I totally get it, but what the hell do I actually say? You've been sitting here for 90 minutes going, Sean, give me the goddamn goods. Give me the script. What do I say? How do I close? Well, my friend, let us put your pain to rest. Let us finally talk about scripts. I have spent tens of thousands of dollars on sales trainings. I've learned from some of the best in the industry over the last decade. Alex Hormozi, Sabri Subi, David Ogilvy, Jordan Belfort, Sam Ovens, Grant Cardone, Brian Tracy, Taylor Welsh, Dan Locke, Jeremy Miner, Taki Moore, Jason Capital, Brandon Carter. I've closed over 500 one-on-one sales calls. I've sold over $5 million worth of products. And over the last 6 years, I have developed and refined my own sales script for copywriters, which has since been used by hundreds of beginner, intermediate, and expert copywriters to close their first paying clients. So drum roll, please. Without further ado, this is my coveted, trademarked, patent pending, not really, RAD AFRO framework for closing copywriting clients. All you need to know is that it's proven and it works. And as promised, I'm a man of my word. I'm going to be giving you the entire framework, the entire script, nothing held back, the entire thing, all yours, linked right below for you to get your hands on. No strings attached. Please just promise that, number one, you will use this ethically. Number two, you will not be a scumbag and reshare or sell this as your own. Pirate ass motherfuckers, I'm talking to you. Please also remember, this is a framework. This is not an exact word for word script. If your script is word for word the entire way through, hate to break it to you, the prospect you're on a call with doesn't have a script. They're not reading a script. Therefore, they're going to go off script because they don't fucking have one. Therefore, your script is not going to work. So treat the script like a framework, a guideline. It's more of a series of questions to ask to direct the prospect in the direction that you want to go. It's not a word for word, say exactly this for 45 minutes straight. More important that you sound like a human and that the conversation flows naturally than that you hit every single word in question correctly. Take it, make a copy of it in your own drive and edit it to suit your own offer. Now, for the sake of time, because this video has gone on long enough already, I'm not going to go through the entire script here. I'm going to drop it below. But what I am going to do is cover a brief overview of the script, and then you can customize it to your heart's content. So, RAD AFRO, what the hell is this about? This is the way that I close deals with my RAD AFRO framework. First is rapport. This is the first 60 seconds of the call. Your only goal here is to create a relationship of responsiveness and to take control of the call. Right? So a lot of people think rapport is like, oh, we have the same favorite color, or we both like chocolate ice cream. We're both from Canada. No, that is not rapport. All rapport means is a relationship of responsiveness. AKA, you ask, they answer. You tell them to do something, they do it. That is it. That means you're in rapport. So all you have to do in the beginning of the interaction is just ask them a bunch of questions back to back. Hey, is this John? Yes. Boom. First question. How are you, man? Good. Awesome. Where are you calling from? Sydney. Amazing. How's it over there? It's great. Awesome. Just making sure you're free for 45 so we can cover everything we need to cover? Yes. Perfect. Let's get into it. Boom. In the span of literally 30 seconds, you've asked 5 questions back to back. You've established the rhythm of I ask, you answer. That is your only goal with the beginning of the call. So yeah, you can shoot some shit, go back and forth, bit of small talk, build a bit of a relationship, build a bit of connection. Just keep it to 1 minute and then move on to the second piece, which is agenda. All this is, you're going to briefly outline what's going to happen on the call. Hey man, so I know we're both busy. So what I wanted to cover here on the call today, super simple. I just wanted to go over where you are now, where you're trying to go, what's kind of getting in the way. Then we can put together a game plan for you to solve that spam problem that I know you've been having. And then at the end, I want to walk you through some possible solutions to that. Some of which will include working with me if you want to, and some of them will be go off, do it yourself, or I'm happy to refer you to someone else if it makes sense. Sound good? Yes. Amazing. Perfect. Move on. D, decision. What specifically made them reach out and book a call? Good to know. So ask them, say, hey, so before we get started and get into the meat of things, I wanted to just get clear, like, what's the actual main reason that you booked a call? So I can make sure the next 45 minutes is a good use of our time. They're going to tell you what's important to them. Boom. Now you know what to focus on the call. A simply stands for answers. So these are the Calendly question answers. This is really the discovery phase of the closing call. It's going to be the majority of the call. You're going to go over the Calendly answers. You're going to dig deeper into each one. You're going to talk about where are they now? Where do they want to go? What's getting in the way? What have they tried? And you want to, without trying too hard, stretch that gap as wide as possible by agitating the pain points, the things they've tried, the pain of staying the same. Where are they now? Okay, well, why is that a problem? Ah, I see, because you're plateauing. Well, what's wrong with that? Oh, because it means you can't grow and scale. Oh, because it means you're working crazy hours for not much money. What's so bad about that? Oh, because you don't have time for your family and your life is like work 80 hours a week. Oh, dude, that sounds rough. Yeah, let's definitely help you with that. Then where do they want to go? So tell me more about the goals for your business. Like, is this an empire thing? You want to build this into $1 billion company, or, more like a lifestyle thing? You just want to live a great life and make a lot of money on the way. Oh, it's a lifestyle thing. Really cool. Well, how much are we talking? Oh, $3 million a year. Hell yeah, that sounds amazing. I'm sure if you could 3x your business, you'd be stoked. Curious, like, why 3 million? Like, why is that important to you? Oh, so you can start investing in real estate and build a portfolio so you have financial security for you and your family. Yeah. Oh, interesting. Sounds like family is really important to you. Yeah. Is it just a wife or you have kids as well? Oh, you have kids. Oh, that's so cool. How old? Oh, 11 and 4. Oh, wow. Dude, what a cool role model of a dad they're going to have one day when you're making $3 million a year, working 20 hours a week. You have all this time to spend with your family. Like, hell yeah, that sounds incredible. Like, let's make that a reality. What's getting in the way? All right, well, right now you're at 1 million, you want to get to 3 million. What's stopping you from just 3xing your ad spend and just scaling to 3 million? Blah, 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 blah. Oh, yeah, it actually sounds like this is a bit more complicated, isn't it? What have you actually tried to scale from 1 to 3 million? Oh, we've tried this and this didn't work and that didn't work and that didn't work and that didn't work. Like, wow, dude, how long have you been at this? 4 years. Holy shit, you've been stuck in the same place for 4 years. Jeez, dude, like, no wonder you're so frustrated. I would be too. Blah, 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 right? You would talk specifically about their emails and the thing that you do with the copywriting, but you would also talk about their business as a whole and how email and the thing that you offer and your service contributes towards their overall vision for their growth, for their business, which then contributes to their overall vision for their entire life. So it's not just email, it's not just their business, but it's their life as a whole. It's their business goals, personal goals, life goals, family goals, all that stuff. Because really, what you're selling is not just more profit, more money, more growth, but it's also more time. Because you sell a done-for-you service, they're going to get their time back, which they can then spend on high-leverage activities to grow their business, or they could spend it traveling. They could spend it with their family, playing tennis, whatever's important to them. But you don't know what's important to them until you ask them, which is why this part of the call is so important, and it's why it takes up the majority of the call. Next bit, F, feed and confirm. This is super important. You want to summarize everything that they've said and confirm you're on the same page. What did I say was the #1 rule of sales? If you were paying attention and you remembered, the golden rule of sales is if the prospect feels like you understand them better than they understand themselves, they will assume you have the solution. So check it out. After you ask all these questions, they give you all these answers, here's the magic secret. You take exactly what they told you and you literally just feed it back to them word for word. Don't rephrase it. Don't say it in a different way. If they say profit, don't say income, say profit. If they say family, don't say wife and kids, say family. Literally, just regurgitate back to them exactly what they said in their exact words. This will make them feel like you're actually listening, like you're actually paying attention, like you actually care, and that you can actually solve the problem. Pro tip, by the way, you should absolutely have a notepad and pen ready to take notes during the call. You should take a lot of notes during the call. So then, when you've taken all these notes down, you can feed it all back to them in one sentence and they go, holy shit, wow, this guy really knows what's up. Like, he really gets me. Now their guard is down. Now they are actually going to trust you. They're actually going to delegate the responsibility of authority onto your shoulders. They're going to believe you as an expert because you've demonstrated that you actually understand their problem. That's the secret to sales. So then we go into R, revenue forecast. This is something a little bit unique that I do that I haven't really seen any other like sales coaches or whatever talking about. And I think this is honestly a really important part of the call. So rather than jumping straight into your offer, which is what most people would do, I like to actually play out some real world numbers and use worst case, typical case, and best case numbers by plugging in their exact inputs for their list size, their open rates, their click rates, their price point,
how many emails they're sending a week, and then how much money they're making from emails overall. What I'll then do is I'll take those numbers and I'll literally just change one variable at a time, and I'll show them with maths and proof. If we simply increase the open rate from 20% to 25%, well, that will increase their entire email marketing revenue by 25%. And so I'll do that 3 times. So I'll use really conservative numbers for the worst case. Pro tip, the worst case should still be really appealing and make the investment look really attractive. I'll do that for a typical case, which I think is realistically achievable. And then I'll do a smash hit. If we knock this out of the park, then here's really what's possible. So I'll give you a very concrete example of what this would look like on an actual sales call. So let's imagine the prospect is doing 10K a month right now with their email list. They have a list of 5,000 people. They're sending 3 times a week, and they're averaging a 10% open rate and a 1% click-through rate. So I'm going to literally type in the exact numbers that they told me. I'm not making anything up. This is coming from the prospect's mouth. I'm then going to future pace 3 different scenarios, worst case, typical case, and best case, by playing with these numbers. So this is your current program right now. These are all your numbers, and it's making you 10K a month. So we're going to start with the same baseline of 10K a month. However, let's assume your list size stays exactly the same. We're not running ads. We're not growing the list. The list is the same. All we're going to do is we're going to send 6 times a week instead of 3 times a week. And it has been proven time and time again, the more emails you send, the more money you will make. So therefore, if we send 6 emails a week instead of 3, all else being equal, we will double our email revenue. We will now make $20,000 a month instead of $10,000. The next change is if we can get you from a 10% open rate to a 15% open rate, which still isn't great by any means, but it's a 50% increase. Well, that's 50% more people seeing every single email. So once again, we take the 20K and we multiply this by 1.5. So we go from 20 to $30,000 a month. We didn't even improve the copy at all. Like the click rate stayed the same, the program price stayed the same, but literally just from sending twice as often and improving your open rates, we can triple the revenue you're making right now from your email marketing program. And that's only worst case. Here's where it gets really juicy. So let's do a typical case. So same list size, 5,000, sending frequency 6x. So we take the 10,000, we multiply it by 2, we get 20. Open rates have doubled. They were 10%, now they're 20. So we double this again and we get to $40,000 a month. And we write slightly better copy. So your click rate goes up by 10%. Therefore, that means 10% more people viewing the sales page, the book a call page, whatever it is. Obviously, if we're getting 10% more traffic to the same source, all else being equal, that means we'll get 10% more sales. So therefore, we increase this by 10%, and this becomes $44,000 a month. By the way, if you're not good at mental maths, or these are like not clean round numbers, do the maths on Google Calculator in front of them. 5 divided by 4, oh, that's a 25% increase. You don't look stupid by doing it. It just helps the prospect follow along better. So they feel like it's real numbers and you're not just making shit up. Then, check it out. Let's go balls to the wall and let's really think about the best case scenario that we could achieve here. So imagine like 12 months from now, we've reinvested some of these profits, this 44K a month, back into ads, and we've actually doubled your list size. We're running ads, we're growing the list, and we now have a 10,000 person list instead of 5,000. So immediately, we double this to 20K. We're sending 7 times a week instead of 3. I don't know what that is off the top of my head, so I'm going to go 7 divided by 3. Okay, that's a 2.33% increase. So 2.33 times 20, that's 46,667 a month. And because of the automation and deliverability tricks that I've implemented, we're now getting a 30% open rate instead of 10%. So therefore, we triple this number. So we're going to take this, paste, multiply by 3, boom, $140,000. And then I've really dialed in your brand voice. I really understand your audience. So my copy converts even better. And we're able to increase that click rate by literally just 0.1%. So we're now driving 20% more people to the sales page than we were before. Again, all else being equal, we drive 20% more traffic to your sales page. That's 20% more sales. So this 140 times by 1.2, that gets us 168,000. Final thing we do, we take your price and we simply just increase it by 10%. Yes, there'll be some slight drop in conversions, but in general, if you increase your price by 10% and you're making sales at $2,500, you're still gonna make sales at $2,750, and you'll make a lot more in profit than the tiny percentage of people you'll lose from that slight increase. The best part is that is pure profit, goes straight to the bottom line, so we can increase this number once again by 10% times 1.1. That gets us to $184,800. That is like absolute best case scenario a year from now. That's what we can work towards. Definitely not promising these results. However, I just want to show you what is potentially possible if we really dial this thing in.
But let's just forget about that for a minute and let's just bring it back, right? So let's just say I'm full of shit. This is completely unrealistic and all I was able to do was just get you from 10K a month to 30K a month. Would that still be a pretty good result? They'll say, fuck yeah. Then in a few minutes, when you go to pitch them on saying it's 3K a month, now you've established clear, concrete value of saying, yeah, it's 3K a month, but dude, this is going to make you 30K a month. That's a 10x return. And that's only really the worst case. So it gives you much more leverage, much more ammunition to then contrast that with your price, make your services seem like a really good deal. So yes, those numbers are pretty wild and crazy, but that's why I like to just sell based on the worst case scenario so they can really see that like, even if we only get a couple increases in a couple numbers, it's still going to pay for itself many times over. That's the idea. And then, very simple. Present your offer, walk them through your 2 options and close them. That right there is the RAD AFRO Framework for closing copywriting clients. But we're not quite done yet because what if they don't buy straight away? What do? Do we run? Do we panic jump off Zoom? Do we curl up into a ball and cry? Do we call our mum? No, we handle their objections because there will almost always be objections. So let's talk about how to handle those right now. Section 4, we're nearly there. We are in the end zone, squashing objections. Here's the truth. Most times people are not going to say yes right away. There'll be a few people, those people are amazing, but most people are going to have bullshit or occasionally legit reasons why they can't invest today. Now, most of the time, the objection that they give you is a smokescreen for a deeper reason. And it is your job as a closer to dig through those layers, just like an onion, to get to the real objection. And you want to help the prospect make the decision that's best for them. But if you really boil it down, there are only 2 types of objections that someone will give you. There's external, which are usually bullshit reasons, and there is internal, which is usually the real reason that they have. So external objections include everything that's outside of them. So these are circumstances and other people. So for example, I don't have time, or now isn't a good time, or I'm not sure if it's for me, or I can't afford it, or it's too expensive, or I need to talk to my wife or my business partner or whoever it is. Those are all external objections. Most times people are going to start with these because it's a way easier scapegoat to just blame something else than it is to actually take internal responsibility and accountability. But it's your job to get to the truth, which is the internal objection. Now, internal objections really at their core aren't actually objections, but they're essentially delaying the decision. So this is when people will tell you, I need to think about it. Can you send me a proposal, send me more information, that sort of stuff. However, these internal objections won't surface until you've first broken through these surface level external objections. So the goal is to help the prospect claim the power to make a decision. Because essentially, at its core, objections are simply excuses as to why the person can't take action today. They're blaming all these other external things like, oh yeah, I totally wish I could join, but it's just that my business partner has to sign off on it. Or it's just that now's a busy season for me and I don't have time. Or like, it's just not in the budget, but like otherwise I would totally do it, right? It's much easier as humans to blame other things than to actually look in the fucking mirror and take responsibility for our decisions. So that's why most people will start with these external smokescreen bullshit objections. It's your job to get to the truth. You want to actually give the prospect the power to make a decision. You want to help them realize that the reason that they can or can't join buy your thing, it's not their wife, it's not they don't have time, it's not the cost, it's not the business partner, it's them. You want to give them the power to make the decision. That decision can be a yes or a no. Either one is totally fine. Totally fine if they don't want to work with you. What you want them to do is make a decision. Before they can make a decision, they need to understand that they internally and only they have the power to make the decision. The ugly truth is, 9 times out of 10, the real core reason that they are hesitant to invest is because, frankly, they're not 100% convinced that they're going to get the results that you promised. More bluntly, they don't fucking trust you. Like I said, Google's 7-11-4 rule. People are more skeptical than ever before. It's a 0 moment of truth. The landscape has changed. People are hesitant. People are skeptical. It's a lot harder to make sales. The reality is, it's very hard to overcome this at this stage of the conversation once you've revealed your price. So if you're getting this objection, it's usually a sign that things have gone wrong upstream, earlier in the interaction, or even before the call. Now, in a perfect world, you would pre-handle all of these objections either on the sales call before you get to the price, or even before the sales call, so they never even surface in the first place. So, pro tip, take a note of the major objections that you get and find a way to handle those objections before you get to your pitch. So that way, the prospect doesn't even have the chance to bring them up because they've already been addressed. Now, I know I said before, you don't want to be needy and desperate and attached to making the sale. My mentality is that if you truly believe in what you sell and the results that you can provide, I believe you are morally obligated to do everything in your power that you can to get the person to invest. Okay? Remember the life ring analogy. The person is drowning in the ocean. How hard would you try to sell them that life ring? You would sell them like their life fucking depended on it, because it literally does. All right, so there are 101 objections that you might face. I'm not going to give you an exhaustive laundry list of every single one, or we'll be here forever. What I do want to give you is how to handle the most common ones that you're going to face. Let's talk about handling objections. Rule number 1 of handling objections. These 3 words. Write them down. Never play fetch. The number 1 thing that fucks up newbies on a call is they're leading the interaction the whole way. They're doing super well. They're asking the right questions. Then the prospect has an objection. They say, hey, so can you tell me a bit about your experience? And instead of handling it correctly, what does the newbie do? They start rationalizing, justifying. They start explaining themselves to the prospect. They start trying to prove themselves to the prospect. Guess what's just happened? You've lost control. You've lost power. You've lost the frame of the interaction. You're not in control. You're not going to close. The second it becomes a fucking interview, they're interviewing you. They're asking the questions. They're asking you to prove to them why you're legit, why they should trust you. I'll bet, like, you're done. The call's over. You're not going to close. They're literally throwing a stick and they're saying, hey dog, go fetch. If you fetch, you're fucked. Don't fetch. Don't fall for their tricks. Don't play their games. You need to elegantly sidestep the question. Yes, you can answer it, but you need to make sure that you regain control of the interaction, then ask the next question and lead the interaction forward. Do not get stuck in a game of fetch. So instead, what you want to do is use something that I made up literally 2 hours ago before I made this training that I call the ARC framework, ARQ. The very first thing that you do when you get an objection, you always agree with the prospect. Doesn't matter what they say. If they say, I need to think about it, and you start arguing or you get combative or you say, well, hey man, I've given you all the information. Like, what do you need to think about? Now the rapport is completely broken. They're on the defense. Their guard is way up. They no longer trust you as an expert and as an advisor and as a friend. You're just a slimy salesperson trying to sell them shit. And guess what? People love to buy, but they hate to be sold. Now you're hard selling. Now you're playing fetch. We don't want that. So you agree. You say, yeah, dude, of course you don't have time. You're a busy business owner. You're a CEO. Like, you're super busy. I'm even amazed you have time to do this call right now. So you agree, right? Because then what they can't do, it can't become an argument. It can't become combative because there's no resistance. It's like they push, and instead of you pushing back and now you're fighting fire with fire and arguing like a 6-year-old, you offer absolutely no resistance. And you say, yeah, you're 100% right. Changes the dynamic of the interaction completely. Then we reframe. We reframe their objection and we shift their perspective. We get them to see it in a different way. Usually the best way to do this is through some sort of analogy or a story. And then Q, question. So you want to ask them a question that lets them talk themselves into the decision. The way to close, at least in the way I like to do it, is to let the prospect close themselves. I hate selling people, and people hate to be sold to. I always want the prospect to make this feel like this was their idea, like this was their decision, like they want it, and I'm just there to kind of facilitate the interaction and make it happen. That's what we want. So just a heads up, this part of the conversation is going to feel really uncomfortable, especially if you've never done it before. You need to really learn to bask in the tension and get comfortable asking the hard questions. Because we're really going deep here. Like, this is going to feel like you're really getting someone to open up and talk about why they're not interested in what you're selling and then try reframing the perspective. It's a very delicate conversation to have. It's going to be uncomfortable the first 100 times you do it. So why do I have a picture of Margot Robbie aside from a blatant attempt to hold your attention? And also because what would a sales training be without as many Wolf of Wall Street memes as possible? It's because one of the best ways to practice this basking in the tension, so to speak, is 3 things. Number 1, cold showers. If you can take a freezing cold shower and sit there and let the cold ass water run over your body and not scream and freak out and fidget, and you can be completely calm and still and breathe slowly, that is going to work wonders for your attention muscle. Number 2, eye contact. If you can learn to hold eye contact with strangers, particularly an extremely attractive member of the opposite sex, not get fidgety, not want to look away, not get nervous, and you just boom, right here. Not in a weird, creepy, stalkerish way, okay? There is a limit to how long you can hold eye contact before it becomes downright creepy, but just simply practice every conversation you have in the next 30 days. I want you to just hold eye contact just an extra second longer than you feel comfortable. And then you can slowly turn your head and look away. Number 3 is not filling silences in conversations. when you're having a conversation with someone, the next time the conversation reaches a natural dip or an end, and there's that awkward silence, don't feel obliged to immediately rush in and fill the silence by saying something. Become comfortable in that awkward pause. Let the other person become uncomfortable. Let them be the one to fill the gap. If you can do those three things, ice cold water, hold eye contact, and be comfortable with extended long pauses, you are going to have an immensely strong cool under pressure muscle. You will become a deal closing machine, not just in business, but in your dating life too. You can thank me later for that. With that said, let's talk about the major objections you're going to face in order from most surface level all the way down to the real core reasons that someone says why they can't work with you. So the first one is going to be all about timing. A really common one in the sales world, which you really shouldn't get because you're selling a done for you service, is I don't have time or I'm too busy. Now, again, you're helping them save time by doing it for them. So this really shouldn't be an objection. But if that does come up, what I would say, yeah, 100%. You're a busy business owner. You shouldn't be messing around with this email text stuff. That's exactly why busy business owners like you hire me to do their emails for them. My service is 100% done for you. All I need is just 30 minutes for you to complete the onboarding form. Then you can start profiting as soon as today without needing to lift a finger or push a button. Sound fair enough? Reasonable man tone? So that handles that one. Next, now isn't a good time. Now these might seem on the surface level like the same, but they're actually completely different. So this one is micro, like I'm too busy day to day, like I don't have time in my day. This one is more macro, so it's like seasonal. So it's like now in this phase of my life isn't a good time. The way I like to handle this one is, again, always agree. Hey, totally understand. You must be super busy running your business. Childlike curiosity. You want to say this like you're genuinely confused. You're like, hey, so just to make sure I'm hearing you right, you're saying now isn't a good time to bring on someone who's going to add an extra 20 to 30K a month to your bottom line hands-free? You're kind of making them sound like a bit of an idiot. And they're going to say, oh, well, no, I didn't mean it like that. It's just that blah, 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 blah. Then you hit them with the real talk tone and you go, hey, can I be honest with you for a second? It sounds like there's something else holding you back. What's your main concern? Just be very honest and upfront and transparent. Then they may well tell you the real reason. Then you can go and attack that thing. Now, if they're still stuck on this time objection, then the way I would handle it, you're going to say, hey man, totally get it. You're a super busy business owner. You got a lot on your plate right now. If we're being honest with ourselves though, there's never really going to be a perfect time, is there? You're always going to be busy. There's always going to be a lot on your plate. In fact, as you grow and get more successful, there's only going to be more and more stuff on your plate. That's exactly why busy CEOs like you hire me to do this for them. So why don't you just let me take this off your plate so you can focus on running your business and let me handle this? Sound like a plan? Boom, mic drop. That's how I handle that one. So that's timing done. Let's talk about the next layer, which is need. So when I say need, I basically mean, I'm not sure if I need this, or I'm not sure if this is for me. I don't know if this is a good fit, that type of thing. The best way to handle this would be to tell a client story if you have one. So yeah, hey, totally get it. You know, one of my clients, Bob, was actually in the same position as you. And, you know, he thought the same thing about emails because he was like a LinkedIn guy, like he didn't really care about emails. So we agreed to a 1-week trial and, you know, he actually made $12,000 in his first week. He was blown away because his list was only 3,000 people. And the reason I mentioned Bob is that, you know, you guys actually have a very similar offer and audience. Your program is both 5K. You have around the same list size. So honestly, man, like I see no reason why we couldn't do the same thing for you. Why don't we just do like a 1-week trial and then we'll know for sure. Pretty easy way to close someone from there. Next up, if you don't have a client story, you can just do hypothetical. So you can say, hey, totally get it. You know, if I can ask, like, what would this need to have in order for it to be a hell yes? They'll tell you the thing. And you say, so if I could add that piece in, you'd be in? If the answer is yes, well, now, if you can find a way to add that thing without you bending over backwards and jumping through 100 hoops. But if it's something stupid simple, like I would need you to post to Instagram for me, or I would need to guarantee you can make me 10K in the first month. Well then boom, add that to your offer and close them. Done deal. Otherwise, what I'd do from there is retreat to a downsell. So you'd say, hey, totally get it. You know, we just met and I don't know if this is going to be a good fit either. Like you could be a total nightmare client to work with, right? This is a two-way street. So, you know, instead of trying to get married on the first date, why don't we do this? 1-week trial, $500. And if after a week you don't feel like it was worth every cent, then I'll refund you $500. We can part ways as friends. Sound fair enough? Boom, mic drop. And again, totally up to you if you want to offer a money back guarantee. If you don't want to, whatever, it's your call. But that's obviously a very easy offer to say yes to because it's 100% risk free.
And if you're just starting out and you're trying to get your first paying client, I would make the offer as irresistible as possible by adding in that money back guarantee. Because frankly, at this stage, your number one priority is just to get your first paying client. Then, once you get some more paying clients, you get some more experience under your belt, then you can be Billy Big Balls, start dictating terms, ditch the money back guarantee and all that sort of stuff. Third one, this is going to be the major one you're going to face, and that is price, which really just comes down to value. They simply just do not think the value of what you offer is worth the price that you're asking for. Now, what most people do in this situation is they play fetch. They run off, they start justifying their value, and they say, well, we're different because of this, and these are my results, and this is what I can get you, and this other guy can't do that, blah, 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 blah. You've lost the frame. The way I like to do it is completely different from the way most people handle this, because I do the complete opposite. I have used this line on more calls than I can remember, and it works 100% of the time. It is actually insane. It is a gem. And all I do is I just agree with them and just push them away. I say, yeah, dude, I totally get it. I'm definitely more expensive than the beginner copywriters that you'll find on sites like Fiverr and Upwork. If price is your main concern, like, why don't you just hire a budget copywriter from one of those sites? Now, what's going to happen? They are going to start justifying to you why they're on the phone with you. They're going to start to justify why they want to pay for quality, why they don't want the cheapest price. They're going to start to justify why people on Fiverr and Upwork are rubbish and that they want someone who can produce results. Aha! So then we can say, yeah, got it. Makes sense. So it sounds like you're actually looking for results here and an ROI and not just the cheapest price. Is that right? Yes. Right. You're telling me though that, you wanted to go from A to C, from 20K a month to 40K a month. I mean, tell me, like, if all this did was just get you to 30K, would it still be worth it? And if you've done your job right, they should say yes. And if you're charging 2K a month and promising they can get from 20K to 30K, that's still a 5x ROI. So they should say yes. Then you hit him with the Billy Big Balls. Hey, so let me ask you, why do you think niche business owners pay me 2K a month to handle their email marketing for them? If you're going to say this, you better say it with damn certain tonality or you are going to be a fried egg in a pan. Because then they're going to start justifying to you why business owners pay you high sums of money to write their emails. Oh, well, obviously because you must be good, because you must get an ROI, blah, 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 blah. You're not saying it. You're not saying how good you are. They're saying how good you must be because of how much you charge. That difference is everything. Then you say, well, let me put it this way. What's more expensive? Investing in your email program or letting your business stagnate for another 6 months, not grow as big as it could, not make as much money as it could, not change as many lives as it could? Which of those is more expensive to you? The 2K a month that I charge or the 20K a month you're bleeding every month right now by not having this promo tab problem solved? Checkmate, Eisenhower. Yeah, I guess you're right. Right. It sounds like you're stuck, And let's just say for a second here that I am able to take you from 20K a month to 40K a month. That's an extra 20 times 12, $240,000 a year for you. Does it really matter if I charge you 2K, 3K, or hell, even 5K a month? Right? We're shifting their perspective from this is a cost to this is an investment with an ROI. If they're still not sold, hit them with the old Brandon Carter. Hey, hypothetically, what's the worst thing that could happen if you signed up today? Would you be like homeless, eating 2-minute noodles, living out of your car? They're going to laugh and say no. And you go, no, really, like how bad would it be? They say, oh, well, not that bad. And you go, well, then let's do it. And you close them. And if it is that bad, then you can either offer a downsell or frankly, probably just don't close them. Because a business owner who's struggling that hard, that 2K a month would make them homeless, isn't going to be a great client. Hate to break it to you. Now, if they're still dancing around the question and you want to just cut through the fluff, cut through the bullshit and just get to the heart of the problem, you can literally just ask them point blank, hey man, so the real question here is, do you actually believe that I can get you these results? And then they're going to be totally honest with you. So if it's a yes, then it's like, cool, well, let's do it. And if it's a no, well then, boom, we found the real reason. Then we can go and address that. Now, failing all that, one super easy way to close people if they do have a price objection is simply just to whip out one of those downsells we talked about earlier and just offer that instead. So the easiest way to do this would be to offer a 1-week either paid trial for cheap, like $500, or even a free trial. I would recommend going for paid because we want to maintain your status as an expert. But if you're absolutely unproven and they know you have no experience and you really have no proof or leverage or legs to stand on at all, definitely not a bad idea to offer them a free trial so you can get them results in advance, show them what you're capable of, then you can upsell them into a paying retainer. So the way I would phrase it would be like this. Hey, totally understand. We just met, I'm some guy on the internet. I wouldn't trust me either. You've probably been burned before. There's a lot of shitty copywriters out there. And to be frank, you haven't seen the results I can provide for you yet. And, it's really hard to make a decision from the outside looking in. The only way you're going to know for sure is by actually working with me. I could be full of shit. I could be making you empty promises. So why don't we do this? If you don't want to commit to 2K a month right now, totally cool. Why don't we just start with a 1-week trial, no commitment, everything that I mentioned before for just $500 for the week. And if you're stoked with the results, you want to continue after that, then we can. And if you don't want to continue for whatever reason, then that is 100% fine. I'll tear up the contract. We'll part ways as friends. Sound fair enough? Boom. Mic drop. Now, quick note. This fucks up so many freelancers. Please don't be one of them. If the prospect asks you about price at any point in the interaction, from your very first point of contact when you send them the cold email or DM, when you're having the conversation before the call, on the call, if at any point, and they most likely will, ask you about the price of your services, do not reveal your price until after you have pitched them and they understand the value. Otherwise, they will not buy. Any price without context of value is too expensive. If I say, hey, I have this box, and I say it's $100. Do you want it? You're going to say, no, because I have no idea what's in it. It's just an empty cardboard box. If I say it's $10, do you want it? You're going to say, no, it's just a fucking cardboard box, because you don't understand the value of what's in it. So any price is too expensive. What if instead of just air, there was a brand new MacBook Pro in the box? Now is it worth $100? Probably. But until they have the context of understanding the value of what's in the box, then any price is too expensive. So do not play fetch, do not answer their question directly, or surprise, surprise, that's the last message you're getting from them. You wonder why people ghost you. That's why. But of course, we need to be human about this. We can't just completely ignore their question. We're still going to answer it, but delicately. So the way that I like to handle this is just to give them a range. And I like to give them a really wide range to then be able to justify taking the next step in the sales interaction, which would be booking a call, getting on the call, etc. So in that situation, I would say, hey, to be honest, it could be anywhere from $500 to $5,000. It fully depends on where you're at, how big you're looking to grow, and how quickly. I don't really believe email marketing is a one-size-fits-all situation. That's why every package is custom for every client's needs. And besides, I don't even like talking about price until I'm confident I can actually help you. Because if I'm not able to help you, then obviously I don't want your money. Is that fair enough? And I mean, who's going to say no to that? Mic drop, proceed to the next question. Second last one, we're nearly there. This is an external decision maker. So this is when someone says, hey, I'm not sure, man. Yeah, sounds good, but I need to talk to my wife, my business partner, my goldfish, my second aunt, my third grade maths teacher. You laugh, but it happens. And you say, sure, no problem. How long do you think you'll need to talk to them? They'll say, I don't know, probably a day or two. Then you say, no problem. And, just out of curiosity, what would you do if they said no? And if they say, well, I'd probably still do it. Well, then let's do it. What's the problem? Close the sale. And if they say, well, no, then I wouldn't do it, then you go, well, why do you think they'd be opposed to this? Childlike curiosity. Your wife and your business partner are supposed to be your biggest supporters. Why do you think they'd be opposed to you doing something that's going to help you make more money and grow the business and have more freedom in your life? You want to say it like you're genuinely confused, like you're curious, because what they're saying is genuinely retarded. You just want to make them feel the retardation in a non-confronting, insulting way. Would you say they approve of you losing $20,000 a month? Wouldn't they approve of you doing something to solve that problem? That's what good business partners are meant to do, right? If you still ain't getting through, hit him with, hey, and Sam, can I be honest with you for a second? What's your partner's name? Tim. Got it. So, does Tim trust you? I mean, he went into business with you, didn't he? Do you think Tim trusts you to make the right decision for your business? Reasonable man tone. And then, if all else fails, hit him with the good old forgiveness, not permission. This is classic Hormozi, and it just straight up works. So you're going to say, hey man, so let's do this. Sometimes it's better to ask for forgiveness than permission, right? They'll probably laugh and agree because they know where you're going with this. Then you say, so let's get started today. And if you get off the phone and Tim comes to you and he says, Sam, I want the business to stay stuck. I want to keep losing 20K each and every month. I want you to be overworked and stressed and never spend any time with your wife and kids and never take another vacation again. If Tim says that to you, you call me straight away. We'll tear this agreement up and I will refund every last cent. Sound fair enough? Boom. You got him in your back pocket. Another one.
And now we've drilled down through all the layers of bullshit, and finally we get to the internal objections. We get to the real core reasons of why people are deciding to tell you no. The most common one that you're gonna get at this point is the 6 words that are every salesperson's nightmare: I need to think about it. Now, firstly, the thing you need to understand is that this isn't actually an objection. This is really just a stall. It is them stalling on making a decision. And remember, it is your job as a closer to guide them and to give them the power to make a decision. So we still need to drill one layer deeper to uncover what the actual real objection is. So then I like to hit him with the old Brandon Carter, and I say, hey man, yeah, no problem. Like, how long do you need to think about it? And they'll probably say, oh, just a day or two, just to make sure we have the finances, blah, 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 whatever. You go, you sure? You know, you don't want to take a few weeks, maybe a few months, in a lighthearted way, joke about it, because they know what they're doing, right? It's like every business owner fucking knows that it's like, you know, this objection's so common, it's literally a meme, right? You're just calling it out for what it is. You're saying it's like, come on, dude, like, don't give me that. And again, same angle. You go, you know, just out of curiosity, like, what's really the worst thing that could happen if you made the investment today? Like, you're going to be homeless, eating ramen, clipping coupons, living out of your car. You know, they're going to laugh, say no. And if it's really not that bad, you'll probably find that they'll start to talk themselves into it. And then once they've talked themselves into it, it's like, well, let's get started. Boom, close them. Drop the mic. Now, if it is that bad, or really they just need to think about it or whatever, they're still giving you that, it's okay. We got some more tricks up our sleeves. You're going to hit them with the good old Dan lock. You know what, Sam? I've been doing this for a long time, and usually when people say that they want to think about it, it's usually a no. They just don't want to hurt my feelings. Isn't that the case here? Really, you're just calling this out for what it is because they know it's a fucking bullshit smokescreen objection. You're cutting right to the heart of it, and you're saying, dude, what's the problem? They'll say, oh no, it's just that blah, 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 blah. Then you say, totally get it. Hey, just before I jump off Zoom here, Sam, why did you book a call in the first place? Notice the tonality. It's not, why'd you book a call, dude? It's, why did you book a call in the first place? Like, childlike curiosity, right? Don't get combative. It's not you versus the prospect. You guys are on the same team. You're trying to find a solution to the problem. You're comrades, not enemies. Well, blah, blah, blah. I just wanted help with the spam problem, whatever. Sam, can I be honest? It's the money, isn't it? Surprise, surprise. It's always the fucking money. They will almost always say, yeah, you know, I'm just not sure I can justify that kind of money right now, blah, blah, blah. Well, now you know what the real problem is. You can go confront it, refer to the price resistance handling above. And if you want to go one layer deeper, you can hit him with the good old Sabri Subi. Hey, you know, just so I'm clear where we're at, like on a scale of 1 to 10, where are we sitting? 1 being, you wouldn't even do it right now, even if I paid you. And 10 being, you're ready to sign up right now. They're going to tell you, they're going to give you a number. Awesome. At least now you know where you actually stand. Then you go, perfect, amazing. What would you need for it to be a 10? They're going to tell you what they actually want. And then if you can add that thing to your service, because often it's just a small little stupid thing. It's like, oh yeah, I just didn't want to share my password with you for security reasons. And you go, oh, dude, that was it? Wow, I'm so stupid. I should have mentioned. We use LastPass with all our clients, so we can log into your ESP without even needing your password. Like, was that really your only concern? And they go, yeah. And you go, fuck, I'm so glad we cleared that up. Yeah, I don't need your password at all. And then you close them. Or retreat to a downsell if that doesn't work. Boom, baby. Couple last objections just as a little bonus for you here. If they are still skeptical that you can produce results, firstly, just understand that if this does happen, it most likely means that you have failed to communicate your value and your unique mechanism earlier in the interaction. So once again, the problems happened a long time before this moment. So if you're getting questions like, you know, I'm talking to other copywriters, why should I hire you over them? Really, it's a sign that you've lost control of the call, you failed to communicate your value, and you have some work to do in your sales process. No problem. You're here with me right now, so it's okay. We're going to overcome it. This is the way that I like to do it. I have used this many times myself, and once again, it has never failed me. Back when I used to do all the sales calls for my own program, you know, I would have the occasional skeptical person ask, like, well, I'm thinking about program A, B, and C, like, why should I join CMB instead of theirs? Rather than justifying to them how good I am, like a goober, like 90% of salespeople would do, I agree. And I push them away. I don't want to tell them how good I am. I want them to tell me how good I am. So I say, hey, you know, that's a great question. Like, you know, there are loads of talented copywriters out there. Like, why don't you just go with one of them? Think about the wording behind that question. Why don't you just go with one of them? Negative worded question. What are they going to do? They're going to start to literally justify to you why they are not going with the alternatives. In order to answer the question, they have to justify to you why they're choosing you over the alternatives. They will then start to explain why they're on the call with you, what the other copywriters don't have that you have. All the ways they've been let down before.
the way that you're different. They're literally selling you on why you're better. And you just sit there and listen. It's fucking awesome. And if they do need that little bit of logical justification after that, then you can simply just say, so what I do is actually different from most copywriters. Most copywriters will simply just write the copy in a Google Doc, and that's fine, but it has these problems in that it doesn't take into account your deliverability or your automation. And so most of the time the emails end up going to promo and you wonder why they don't work. And then the reason is because no one sees them. Most copywriters don't have a promotional calendar and proven cash injection campaigns, blah, 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 right? So then you can talk about unique mechanism. You can do a little bit of the justification stuff and simply explain why you're not selling them or why you're better. You're telling them why you're different. You're saying this is the system that the other copywriters you've worked with have probably used, and this system inherently is flawed because of XYZ reasons. So it's not the writer, it's their strategy. The difference with me is I use this mechanism over here, which is different. And it works like A, B, and C, and that is why it's able to produce results X, Y, Z. Does that make sense? Can you see the difference? They say yes, close them. And if they ask anything along the lines of like, hey, do you have any experience? Or who else have you done this for? I already have a YouTube video covering that. You can just watch this right there. 14 minutes long, and it answers that question. If their objection is, well, I already have a copywriter, then I have a YouTube video talking about that as well. Full transparency, the first 3 minutes is like really cringy roleplay, but the information is pretty solid. And a final catch-all panic button if you're unsure of how to handle the objection. Remember, always agree first, but whatever the objection is, just take it and you say, yeah, totally get it. Your grandma died in a car crash 3 years ago and that's why you can't invest today. Totally makes sense. In a hypothetical world where that didn't exist, where that didn't happen, would you be ready to move forward? If they say yes, well now you go, great, let's figure out how to solve X. But now they've told you the one problem that you have, and then you can just simply attack that one isolated variable, solve that one thing, then you can overcome it, and then you can get the sale. And the last bit, this is so important, is once you've handled the objection, what do you do? What do you say? I see a lot of people fuck this up. They'll handle the objection, it'll be great, and then there's kind of this like awkward silence, and it's like, so do you want to join? And it's like, what do I say? Like, how do I make that transition from handling the objection to getting the credit card information? Let me solve this problem for you once and for all. Here's what you say. You handle the objection, they agree, you're all on the same page, and then you say, so what would you like to do next? So where do you think we should go from here? Anything along those lines. I don't want to sell them. I'm not here to push them into it. I want this to feel like their idea, like they're selling me on it. So most of the time they'll say, well, can you tell me how it works? Well, I guess we should start. And they'll push the sale forward for you. That's what you want. One thing I like to do as well is if you can tell from their tonality that they're really not certain, if it's a really half-assed like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'll sign up. They clearly don't sound very certain. Then I'm not just going to take that at face value and go straight for the sale. Like, awesome, here's the link. Let me know when you got it handled. Then we'll do the onboarding. It's like, dude, take a step back. Like, they said they're in, but the tonality did not say they're in. So you want to address that, right? Don't skip past it. Like, if they're in, they need to be 1,000% in. So I would literally just ask them point blank. It's like, hey man, that's awesome. But if I'm being honest, like you don't sound 100% certain. I really don't want you to do this if you're not certain. So I want you to know, like, it's 100% fine to say no, but like, I just want to make sure we're on the same page. Like, is this something you really want to do? Then they'll say, okay, yes, I want to do it. Then you have that double commitment. Then you can proceed. How do you do that? 9 magic words to close the deal. Please write these down, engrave them on the inside of your brain. Use these words to make millions of dollars over the next 50 years of your life. These are the magic words to transition from objection handling into getting the money. Perfect. Let me get you entered into the system. Perfect. Let me get you entered into the system. Boom. You pull up Stripe, enter in the invoice details, enter in the card details, bang, you close them, you get the money. That's how you do it. I see so many people, so many freelancers dropping the ball at like the literal fucking 1 yard line from the end, simply because they don't know how to ask for the money. Like they don't know what to say and they just trip over their own balls and fall over. It's really painful, okay? Just memorize those words. Perfect. Let me get you entered into the system. Bang. Bring up Stripe, get the details, charge the card. And just like that, boom, baby. Boom, kaboom. You closed the deal. You got the money. My friend, congratulations. You just signed your first paying client. This is a big fucking deal. You've sealed the deal. You've seen the money land in your Stripe account. You've proven to yourself that this is real. I want you to give yourself a giant pat on the back. You are now officially
a freelancer. You're no longer a entrepreneur watching from the sidelines. You've silenced the haters. You've overcome your own internal doubts. You've accomplished what 90% of talkers will never accomplish in their entire lives. Call your mom, tell her the good news, take her out for dinner, goddammit, because she deserves it, and then on to the final step. Because this isn't over. Your work, my friend, is only just getting started. At last, we're on to the final stage of the process, enrolling the client. This one is super quick and easy, but definitely worth covering, as I don't want you to trip over your own dick right after you've closed the sale. So, after you're done running around your house screaming and celebrating, by all means, please do that. I did that in my first ever sales call. Remember that moment for the rest of my life. It was fucking incredible. Nothing ever in business will feel better than making that first ever sale. So I want you to cherish that shit. Cherish it. Because you deserve it. Well done. Like, well done. Now it's time to onboard your new client, deliver some kick-ass results. That's what we're going to do. So, onboarding steps, there's 5 steps that you need to do to onboard your new client. We're going to send him an onboarding email with an agreement. So once you have taken the payment there and then on the call, right, you're going to get off the call, welcome them, all that stuff. You're going to send them an onboarding email with an agreement. Step 2, you're going to create a battle plan. Step 3, you're going to conduct a onboarding call. Step 4, begin the work. And then step 5, a weekly check-in. This is optional, but highly recommended. So let's smash these right now. First off, onboarding email. You're going to send your new client an email welcoming them, and you're going to attach the agreement and a link to the onboarding form. So the agreement, do not overcomplicate this. It doesn't have to be a 30-page legal document. This is literally just a simple 1 to 2 page document that clearly outlines the terms of your service, who is responsible for what, how much you'll be paid, and also when you'll be paid. Be very clear. Remember, in this life, you get what you negotiate, not what you deserve. Now, I'm not a lawyer. This is not legal advice, but in 99% of cases, you're perfectly fine using a site like Hello Bonsai or Lawdopo to generate a generic freelancer or service provider agreement. Just search for those terms. Now, I don't know what country you live in, and I can't provide specific legal advice to every single person watching this. So this may not be a legally binding document, okay? Don't sue me, I'm just a messenger. If you really care, feel free to get it reviewed by a lawyer. I'm going to assume you don't have the budget for that, nor the fucks to give, like me. So you're better off just understanding that you shouldn't really be relying on contracts to run your business and to keep clients. The reality is, if people want to cancel, if they want out, if they want a refund or charge back, like people are going to do what they're going to do, regardless of the agreement. So the agreement really, it's just a formality. Rely on the actual results that you bring to the table for the client to keep them around, not the agreement. The agreement really is just to make it official. It's just to show that you're professional, because it's how professionals operate with agreements. To actually send and sign the agreement, you can once again use a tool like Hello Bonsai or Sign Now. There's hundreds of those sites, or simply just send them a PDF that they can sign with like Paint or Preview or whatever. It doesn't really matter how you do it, just matters that you do it. But definitely using a site like Sign Now, Sign Well, DocuSign, that sort of thing does look more professional. Second thing you're going to include in the welcome email is going to be the onboarding form. So this is a very simple Google form with everything that you need from them to get started, right? Because there is some information that you need from their end in order for you to do your job. The sooner you get that information, the sooner you can start making the money. So first thing, obviously, if you're doing done for you list management, you're going to need their login details for their ESP. Now, an alternative you can use if they're hesitant to give you their password, very common solution is to use a tool like 1Password or LastPass. So that way they can share login details with you without actually sharing the password. Second thing you're going to need if you're managing their social media is obviously pictures for content, their promotional calendar, like what's coming up that you want to promote, that you want me to write emails about, right? Probably helpful if the emails are relevant to sell shit they actually are trying to sell. Any major life stories or lessons for content. What would be useful is if they already have like a podcast or a YouTube video or something where they've kind of explained, you know, not their whole life story, but kind of like their overall business journey or something like that. Like it's really helpful for you to know that stuff. So you can, obviously you're going to be writing emails from the perspective of them, and literally you're going to be them in your emails. You kind of need to know a lot about this person. The more info they can give you or resources they can point you towards, the better. Next is their preferred platform for communicating. Are we going to communicate on email, Slack, WhatsApp? What's it going to be? Any emails or particular marketing angles that they have used and tested over the years that they know work really well, that are proven, or on the contrary, flop. Me, for example, with my audience, if I send any email or make any post or YouTube video around getting copywriting clients, it absolutely crushes. That is all my audience wants. If I make any email or post or video about anything else, like raising your prices or AI or keeping clients, my audience literally does not give two fucks. They only want to know how to get their first client, which kind of baffles me because I've literally told them 100,000 times.
but they still somehow want to get their first client. How possibly with these videos do you not have your first client by now? Blows my mind. Anyways, probably because the information is free and people don't execute on free information. That's another story for another day. Any additional notes that you want to add those in. Second thing you're going to do is create a battle plan. So with the info you have collected from the onboarding form, you are going to craft a battle plan for them, including the 4 Forces avatar profile. We've talked about that a couple of modules ago. There's a refresher there if you need it. Promotional calendar for the next 30 days, meaning a rough outline of every email that you're going to send for the next 30 days, which is just kind of a general month overview of what type of emails you're going to send each week. Are you going to do particular promotions? So everyone's on the same page. Next is the sending cadence. Are you going to send 3 times a week, 4 times a week, daily? Get clear on that. Make your recommendation. Obviously, the more emails you send, the more money they're going to make. Next, you want to create a deliverability optimization plan. This is how you plan to get them out of spam, get them out of promo, and ensure that emails hit the primary inbox. And if you don't know how to do that, maybe you should learn by, I don't know, joining CMB. Alternatively, I've got 2 YouTube videos which go pretty in depth on this. So this video is all about how to get out of the promo tab, and this video right here is all about how to get out of spam. So 90% of everything you need to know about email deliverability is in those 2 videos, and they're free. You're welcome. Next is the major automations that you're going to set up for them. So this is going to be the welcome sequence, the list cleaner automation to remove inactive subscribers, browse abandonment, customer nurture email sequences, pre-call nurture sequences, call no-show sequences, cart abandonment sequences if it's an e-com store, and then all the steps that you're going to take in what order. This is really like a done for you game plan. Like, hey, this is what I'm going to do for you over the next 30 days. You're going to impress them so much that they're going to sign up, just like we did for the $500 million client I mentioned earlier. Step 3 is the onboarding call. You want to set up a 30 to 60 minute onboarding call about 2 to 3 days later, or however long you think you'll need to complete these steps. On the call, you want to review the battle plan. You want to make sure that you're on the same page about the customer avatar, their brand voice, their product, their price point, the promo calendar, the promises you're making, what the guarantee is, and your overall plan. So it's a little bit of work up front for both of you, but really this will pay dividends in terms of how good the emails are going to be, how congruent they're going to be. Because the last thing you want is to be saying shit and making all these promises when like the offer is something totally different. And then they're putting the hit on you saying, hey, why the fuck did you promise these people all this stuff? We can't deliver on that. You definitely don't want that happening. Communication is key. Step 4, you're going to get to work. So once approved, go and create all the stuff, all the necessary assets to automation, the sequences, and the first week of emails. And then number 5, this is optional, but definitely recommended, is having some sort of a weekly check-in. Now, this could be a call, or it could simply be on WhatsApp or something like that. So after you've built out all the automations, you've written the first week of emails, I highly recommend you do a quick review call to make sure that the client is happy with your brand voice, your writing style, your promises, so on and so on. It's a gradual process of learning that, but the more feedback you can get early on, the better you're able to course correct and then start nailing it right out of the gate rather than taking like 3 months to dial in that brand voice. One thing is just understand some clients, like me, really hate Zoom calls. So give them the option to either do the call if they want to. Some people like calls, or instead, if it's easier, just review the plan on email or WhatsApp or whatever, and they can reply with a quick voice message or something like that instead, which is easier for people that hate calls like me. Now, after the first week, I recommend you set up some sort of regular cadence. So it could either be a quick 10-minute call on Zoom or WhatsApp just to check in, to debrief the results of that week's emails, to share the feedback, and also collect any relevant stories or updates or business or life things that happen with them that you can actually use as content for their emails. Some people, it's really easy because they share everything on social media like me. And so my copywriter would be able to just watch my Instagram stories, know what I'm up to, and then he would be able to put that in the emails. But for people who don't really share that much online, you're going to have to get that information directly from them. So now it is time to get to work delivering killer results for your new client. Let's land this plane. Let's bring this puppy home. Let's talk about the actual action steps from this module. Now, this part is totally optional. If you want to be one of those people who just watches long videos like this, actually makes it all the way to the end, and then just decides to do nothing and let it be another course just collecting dust on your shelf, hey, you're more than welcome to do that. I hope you enjoyed this Netflix episode. Please continue doing nothing and may your life stay the same. But I got a sneaking suspicion if you actually made it to this point in the video, where probably 90% of people have fucked off to watch cat memes of Miley Cyrus, it probably means you're a bit serious about this. So why don't we actually maybe put this into action and actually use this to make money instead of just learning stuff and getting smarter? Cool? Reasonable, man tone? So if you didn't do it already, please go back, complete the money exercise with the screwdrivers, do all that stuff. You really need to screw your head on straight before you start to attempt to do any of this.
Step 2, I want you to complete Hormozi's value equation with the dream outcome, perceived likelihood of achievement, time delay, and then effort and sacrifice. And then my version of it, where we go much deeper. We talk about the transformation, the mechanism, the guarantee, the price, so on and so on. Please take an hour. Please do the exercise as thoroughly as possible. Put together a really banger offer. And I promise the most high ROI hours you will ever spend. Because if you do it right, you'll have an offer that sells itself and you literally won't even need the rest of this training. Next, you want to decide the 2 offers that you're going to sell, your main offer and your upsell, and you can price them strategically like we talked about to make one of them a decoy, so you get most people choosing the one that you prefer. Number 4, you're going to write a 2 to 3 sentence summary of that offer to present to the client on the call. This is your pitch. Step 5, this is a continuous ongoing thing, but keep in mind Google's 7-11-4 rule. Be proactive, optimize your online reputation. Make sure that if someone Googles you, they find, number 1, content, it's not a ghost town, but number 2, they find good things and not bad things. Step 6, set up your tech stack, your Calendly, your Zoom, your Stripe, if you don't have them already. Number 7, you want to write that pre-call nurture sequence like we talked about with the 3 emails. Number 8, highly recommend it. Order and listen to The Way of the Wolf by Jordan Belfort, the audiobook, to really go deep on tonality, as that is a super important part of the sales process. Number 9, grab your copy of my CMB closing script right down below. Make your copy in Google Docs, edit to your heart's content to suit your own offer, and turn it into your own script because you're you, not Sean Ferres. I'm Sean Ferres. I'm taken. There's only one of you, so you do you, okay? Number 10, go back to the objection handling portion of this training and put together your own personal objection handling cheat sheet. So you're going to take some of the objections that you get most often, you're going to write your own responses to them, so that way you can have it pulled up ready on the call. So you can quickly reference them when you need to handle and overcome those objections. Eventually, you'll become good enough where you won't need the sheet and you can just do it on the fly. Step 11, this one is so important. Role play at least 3 sales calls with a friend before doing your first sales call. I promise you, even after going through this training, your first sales call is going to suck. My first sales call sucked ass. It was fucking horrible. And I didn't close the guy, right? It's pretty unlikely you're going to close your first ever sales call. But just like you would never attempt to go and run a marathon if you've never run more than 5Ks before, you're going to practice before you do the real thing, okay? So partner up with a friend, ideally another freelancer. They play the prospect, you play you, do the whole sales call, objections and everything. Start on easy mode and then go medium and then go to hard mode where they're like really skeptical once you get good, and then swap. You play the prospect, they play the closer. Now you might roll your eyes, go, oh, this seems like unnecessary, it's like hard work, whatever. Fine, don't do it. Blow your first sales call, lose yourself a $36,000 a year deal. What's more expensive? 3 hours of your time or 36 grand? That's what I thought. The more you sweat in practice, the less you bleed in battle. Remember that. Number 12, make your own agreement and your onboarding form so you're ready when you actually sign your first client. Number 13, make sure you record all of your future sales calls and always listen back to the calls afterwards, the ones that you closed and the ones that you didn't close, so you can see what you did well when you were on a hot streak, and then what you fucked up, so you can learn from your mistakes, so you know not to do it again. Because listening back to the call, you have a more objective point of view, and you can tell, this is the moment where everything went south. Let's not do that again. Or, this is the moment where he was in, and this is where I got him. I should do that again. Step 14, go book some calls, make some goddamn money. With that said, we have reached the end of an epic journey. We started in the spare room of my old place a year and a half ago. Can you believe it? Chubby Sean in a checkered shirt doing bicep curls with ClickFunnels awards. And here we are 18 months later, finally there. Took you all the way through the journey from how to learn copywriting to actually landing your first client and getting paid. Thank you so much for following this journey with me. I really hope you got a lot out of this training, out of this whole series. If this is valuable to you, please share it with a fellow copywriter. I'm sure they could really use the help.
What's that? Holy shit. You actually did it. You walked through fire, you made it out the other side, you just went from clueless rookie to closing high-paying retainers like a seasoned veteran. Pass go, collect $200, bust out the champagne, and toast to yourself, you unstoppable champion. But before you get carried away, there is one final piece of the puzzle that is kind of important if you want to become a freelancer who gets paid every single month and not just once. This is where we go from getting clients to keeping them for life and earning 5K, 10K, 20K, month after month, forever. So strap in, because in this final module, I'm showing you exactly how to retain, upsell, and manage your clients like a pro. Let's bring it home. In this video, I want to talk about something that I see hardly anyone talking about, which is what do you actually do once you land a copywriting client? How do you actually operate like a professional freelancer? And most importantly, how do you get your client paying you 2K, 3K month after month rather than just one time? Because you know what's cooler than getting paid 3K once? Getting paid 3K a month, every month, forever. So I thought I'd film a bonus module 9 for my 0 to 10K a month copywriter series to talk about exactly how to do that. And wow, what a journey it's been. We started 18 months ago with talking about where to learn copywriting. We went through the setup, farming, how to land your first client, doing personalized outreach, automated outreach, booking calls, closing the deal. And now here we are. And this might just be the most important module of the entire series, because this is going to be the difference between you making a little bit of money as a freelancer and actually turning this into a profitable, sustainable, lifelong career. So once again, congratulations, my friend. You are now officially a freelance copywriter. Pat yourself on the back. I know I said this already at the end of the last module, but I really can't stress it enough. This is a big fucking deal, dude. You've sealed the deal. You've seen the money land in your bank account. You have just proven to yourself that this is real. You're now officially a freelancer. You're no longer a entrepreneur. You've overcome all your internal doubts. You've silenced the haters, and you've accomplished what 90% of talkers will never accomplish. So if you haven't already, just give yourself a bit of love, all right? Pat yourself on the back. Well done. Proud of you. And I want to take a second to really acknowledge just how far you've come. You spent months honing your copywriting skills. You've built a website, socials, a portfolio. You've built your Facebook farm. You've built your Dream 100 list. You've sent dozens of cold emails and DMs. You've built your AI outreach machine to book calls on autopilot. You've got replies. You turn them into book calls. You've been ghosted and rejected countless times, but you kept pushing and you finally signed a client. You collected the cash. It's in your bank account. You onboarded them. Wow, it has been an epic journey. And you probably feel like this guy right here, Frodo. You just walked barefoot through Mordor for months, climbed Mount Doom, threw that ring into the mountain, and you're like, it's over, it's done. You probably feel a bit like this guy right now. King of the hill, top of the mountain. I did it, baby. We conquered the world. Not so fast. I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but the ugly truth is, you're actually this guy. Your journey is just beginning, and your work is only just getting started. Now it's time to get to work providing killer results for your new client so they keep paying you month after month instead of just one time. Because I'm sure we can agree, getting paid again from the same client on a retainer is probably 1,000,000 times easier than doing everything you just did to land that client in the first place. And having to do that again and again every month, landing more and more one-time projects just to maintain the same income. So at this point, you probably have some questions. How do you make sure your clients love your work? They keep paying you every month and refer you to all of their business owner friends. How do you manage your business projects so that everything gets done on time? How do you keep track of new leads, prospects, follow-ups? How do you even manage your own schedule for maximum productivity when you're no longer tied to a desk and when now you have total time freedom and you don't have a boss breathing down your neck anymore telling you where to be at what time? How do you legally minimize your taxes without getting thrown in jail? How do you build a team so you can scale your freelancing business into a 7 or even 8-figure empire to make 10 times more money while working less? Knowing that everything is taken care of so you can spend your days swimming with dolphins in the crystal blue waters of Costa Maya in Mexico, all while your business rakes in 5K, 10K, 20K, 50K, even 100K a month. Well, that's what we're going to talk about right here in this module. Now, this is not going to be a full entire masterclass on productivity, time management, scaling, building a team. Those are all very long, in-depth subjects in their own right. So I'm going to focus on the 3 key things that are going to matter for you the most at the stage of the journey that you're in, which is what I like to call the RAD framework. So there are really 3 pillars that you need to master to build and sustain a successful freelance business. R, retain clients. U, upsell clients, and M, manage your clients. And if you can do all those 3 things, then you, my friend, will be able to spend your days sipping rum from a coconut in Bali. Speaking for Bali, I'm actually leaving for the airport to go to Bali in 1 hour. And no, I once again have not yet packed. Is anyone surprised? Absolutely not. So I'm gonna talk fast and you're gonna listen fast, all right? Wonderful. The first pillar of the RAD framework is retaining clients. Now, I'm just going to say right off the rip that 90% of retaining clients, pretty obvious, is about consistently delivering incredible results And really without that, nothing else matters. If you can't get them results, they're obviously not going to keep paying you month after month. However, there are some certain specific things you can do to show up as a professional and actually increase the likelihood that your client stays with you for 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, or even longer. I have had clients who have been paying me since I literally started my business 6 years ago. They've paid me every single month for 6 years. And it's not too surprising because they're getting more value than what they're paying, so therefore they keep paying. And that is really the golden rule of retention. Is your client getting more value than what they're paying? Is the smile greater than the dollars leaving their bank account? If the answer is yes, they will most likely stay. If the answer is no, they will cancel. There's a lot that goes into retaining clients, but I've distilled this down into what I believe to be the 5 most crucial pillars of client retention. So let's talk about those right now. Number 1 is the extra mile. If you want to get rehired, always over-deliver like a motherfucker, which means don't just give your best work. You want to go above and beyond, especially if you're in the beginning stages of your journey and this is your first client. You want to absolutely knock it out of the park for them. So you can not only build your own skills, your own confidence, but also you can turn that one client into 3 clients by getting testimonials, referrals, and upsells. And building a really good reputation in your space, which is absolutely key, as we talked about last module with Google's 0 moment of truth. So what does this mean in practice when I say over-deliver, go above and beyond? Does that mean if you're supposed to write them a daily email, write them 2 emails a day? No. Not only is that a ridiculous amount of work, but it is also completely unnecessary and counterproductive in most cases. So some examples of this would be you could just write a couple extra emails a month for them, or even better, write a couple different ad variations that they can test. Maybe split test each email with a couple different subject lines so you can maximize their open rates. Run all your email copy through Mail Meteor Spam Checker to ensure that they hit the primary inbox and there's no spam trigger words in there. Pre-schedule all the emails a week in advance. Give your client suggestions to improve the rest of their funnel. This ties back to exactly how you got the client in the first place. You're going through their entire funnel, the customer journey, the sales funnel, and you're looking for opportunities to improve each stage of the pipeline and remove those bottlenecks so they can grow. Well, now that you've landed your client, don't stop doing that stuff. Keep doing that because doing that is going to enable you to look for further opportunities where you can then upsell them to do more work for them in exchange for more money. The bottom line here when it comes to going the extra mile is to always under-promise and over-deliver. If you can do that in business, you will go very, very far because most people, frankly, do the complete opposite. So that's number 1. Number 2, professionalism. We're going to talk about some do's and don'ts of freelancing, copywriting, working with clients. Some of this might be obvious, but you'd be surprised how many people make these mistakes. So number 1, always deliver on time. I shouldn't need to say this, but it is probably the number 1 thing that drives clients nuts is you saying, oh, I can get this done in 2 days, and then you take a week. That's annoying. And the worst part is, in most occasions, it's you who's shooting yourself in the foot by over-promising and under-delivering. So much better is to promise a little bit longer than you think it'll actually take, so that way you give yourself a buffer. In case you get sick, your dog needs to go to the vet, life happens, or maybe it just takes longer than you think it will. So if you think it'll take 5 days, promise 7 days, but then really shoot for 5 days. So best case, you deliver early. Worst case, you still deliver on time. I promise no client in the history of the planet has ever complained about receiving a project early, but they will be upset about late deliverables. Next is make your deliverables clean, right? This means neatly organized in a Google Drive or a Dropbox, whatever they use, folders, files with headings linked to a table of contents at the top. So it's easy to find everything. File structures that make sense. Label emails by weeks, by months. Make sure everything's correctly formatted. The font and the size, it's consistent. It's not half your doc in Arial size 11, the other half in Helvetica size 16, right? That shit just looks amateur. And frankly, clients don't want to pay high fees for shit that looks like ass, right? If you want to be a professional, if you want to command premium rates and you want to build a premium brand, then everything you do, it's got to look and feel premium. And the final thing that, oh my God, the amount of people who mess this up, please, if you're sharing any document, any link, always check the link sharing settings in Google to make sure the client can actually view the file. Go to the share button, change restricted to anyone with the link can view. For the love of Christ, please. Nothing screams amateur like, hey man, here's the emails. They're super busy. Eventually they get the chance to check it and there and then they want to read it and they can't because then they can't see it. Then they have to go back to you, request access, and everything just takes twice as long as it should. Rookie error. Don't do that. All right. Better yet, put all of your documents and files in a master Google Drive folder and enable the anyone with the link can view sharing setting to that entire folder so that everything inside it will automatically have that setting. You don't have to manually remember to change it every time. Because yes, even I make that mistake from time to time when I'm in a rush. All right? So make life easy for yourself and do it that way. Next thing you do want to do is over communicate, especially in the beginning. Don't be afraid to ask dumb questions. Okay, most clients, especially in the beginning, would prefer that you ask rather than you run off and you do the wrong thing, or you make unrealistic promises, or you tell a story that isn't true, or you promote the wrong product, or whatever it is. However, again, remember your clients are hiring you to save time. So don't ask them 1,000,001 questions. And when you do ask questions, frame it in a way that is professional. When I work with my clients, I usually do it this way. Did you want to do the same? Which really just ties into taking initiative and having a plan. So rather than, hey, what do you think we should do with this month's emails? It's, hey, I'm thinking of doing ABC this way because of XYZ reasons. Did you want to go ahead with that? Or did you want to do it a different way? So you're never just asking, what should we do? You're always coming to the table with ideas and alternative options that they can choose from. And always, always remember, FIO, figure it out. When in doubt, be resourceful, take initiative in figuring out things that you don't know. So yes, don't be afraid to ask the dumb questions for the type of information you can only get from your client. If it's a question you can find the answer to on the internet, always ask Google, ChatGPT, research, try and figure it out yourself first before reaching out to the client. They're a super busy business owner. They don't want to sit there all day answering basic questions. Another do is actively ask for feedback, criticism, and suggestions to improve your working relationship with the client, make the overall process more streamlined. And then last do is follow up. So a lot of the times you'll need a particular resource or document or story or whatever it is from the client, and they're super busy. They might not have seen your message. They have 1,000,001 things going on, but you need that thing in order for you to get started to do your work. Maybe it's the onboarding form or whatever. So don't be afraid to follow up. Your clients have 100 other business activities that they're worried about, and they probably just forgot about your message. What you don't want to do is let it sit there for 3 days, 5 days, and then they're wondering like, where the fuck are my emails, man? And then they go check the messages and they go, oh, shit, I forgot to reply. Like, yeah, that is technically their fault, but at the end of the day, like, you're on the same team trying to get results together, right? So it's in both of your best interests that you ping them, you follow up, and you say like, hey man, I need this today. Hey, can you send it over when you get the chance? If it's coming from a frame of you're trying to help them make more money and grow their business, and that's why you need the stuff, no one's going to be annoyed. No one's going to be angry. I am notoriously extremely busy. And so my content team is always having to chase me down and follow me up for, hey man, did you shoot the videos this week? Hey man, we need the scripts. Hey man, we need the videos. And I'm appreciative of them when they're following up because I'm like, oh shit, yeah, I know I really need to do that thing. I better prioritize this and I better hurry up and do it. So don't be afraid to follow up. Now, let's talk about some don'ts of freelancing. Number one is making assumptions. Making assumptions makes an ass out of you and me, as they say. So don't make assumptions about your client, their knowledge, their experience, how they run their business. When in doubt, ask. Another don't is pester your clients with endless questions. So yes, ask, but remember, they're also hiring you to save time, which by the way, is another good reason to upsell them to list management, doing their social media posts for them, doing their short form and long form scripts for them. The more work you can take off their plate to free up their time so they can spend it on higher leverage activities, the better. And you can use that as an argument as to why you should do that for them in exchange for a higher monthly retainer. So once again, please, for the love of God, never ask them something that you can figure out with a 5-second Google search. This drives me absolutely insane when people do this. So they say, let's meet Friday at 5 p.m. UK time. You don't go, what time is that in PST? Americans, I love you, but I'm talking to you. And yes, there is a world that exists outside of America. Yes, Australia is a real place. Yes, the Earth is a fucking sphere. Okay, and there are other time zones. So if you don't know, Google it. It'll take you all of 2 seconds to work out what 5 p.m. UK time is in PST. Then you say, perfect, see you tomorrow at 5 p.m. UK time, right? Clients want to hear, you're all set up. They don't want to hear, hey, where do I find that domain setting in ActiveCampaign? Brother, Google it, YouTube it. There are millions of tutorials online. Look it up. Ask ChatGPT. It's great for that stuff, all right? Be resourceful. They are paying you to FIO. Figure it out. Another big no-no, this kind of goes without saying, but you'd be honestly shocked and appalled how often this happens, is making spelling and grammar mistakes. So yes, maybe there's a few in this document, whatever. This is not a deliverable for a client. This is my training for YouTube, so it's at my discretion. And I'd rather get this training done and out than spend forever perfecting it. You know, so when it's your stuff, do whatever you want. But when you're writing for other people's brand, you got to be careful. So in project work, posts, all client communication, Casual language is totally okay. But if you don't know the difference between your and you are, or to and two, you shouldn't be a fucking copywriter. I'm sorry. With spell check, Grammarly, capital, Hemingway app, capital, there is literally zero excuse. You have all these free tools that will help you write correctly for free. Another don't is please do not send long ass voice messages, 5-10 minutes. Your clients are busy. Most people, 90% of people, really fucking hate this. Because frankly, if you boiled it down, you could say exactly the same thing with a short text than you could in a 10-minute waffling voice message. So if it can't be communicated in a few short messages or an email, then it's probably something that needs to be discussed on a short call, in which case I'd go ahead and schedule a call. But remember, you always want to be respectful of your client's time and your time as well. You got shit to do too, all right? So let's avoid that. Number 3, key pillar of client retention is reporting. This is huge. This is something agencies are really good at, but something freelancers really suck at. I think they don't understand or realize the importance of sending weekly or monthly reports, but it is something that I highly, highly recommend that you always do. Minimum once a month report, send it to your client at the end of every month, showing the results of your emails, your ads, your funnels, including all the new leads you got them, the new clients you got them, revenue generated, profits and ROI, open rates, click-through rates, deliverability scores, basically anything that makes you look good and shows that you're making progress, you're making the money, they're getting a return on their investment. Even better would be to compare the numbers to the previous month or the previous months when they were doing it themselves before you came on. And you can really show and contrast the before and the after and compare them and show them the growth that you're generating for them. This is a really great practice because it shows that you're actually working behind the scenes. You actually care about the success of their business. And what you need to realize is that you might know how hard you work, how many hours you put in, and how much you do for the client. Most of the time, the client has no idea. You could be spending all day writing emails, or you could have fucked off to the Bahamas for 3 weeks for all they know. They have no idea. So you need to actively, proactively show them and communicate what you're actually doing for them to grow their business. The best way to do that is in a nice, compact, one-page monthly report at the end of every month. You have to understand that by nature, retainer businesses, continuity businesses are very much a what have you done for me lately type of business. So it's really important to remind clients that your services are actually producing an ROI when they're reevaluating that bill every month on their card. The unfortunate nature is if you work with someone and you make them like 100 grand and 10x their business in the first month and absolutely blow their mind, it's quickly forgotten about. 3 months, 4 months later, if you haven't got them great results that month, people will cancel. It's kind of silly, it's unfortunate, but it's the way people think. All they see is the latest charge on their card and they go, how much value did I get in the last month? If it's less than what they paid, they'll cancel. The average subscription is canceled after about 3 months. So this is a really great way to help combat that. I'll give you a perfect example. So I have a monthly radio show on Insomniac Radio, which is a company that runs EDC in Las Vegas. And I'm told that I have about 33 million listeners all over the world listening to my radio show every month, which is like, damn, that's cool. But I also have zero proof of that because I have no way to track or measure that, right? And so in the first few months, they were sending no reports. And I was like, I'm kind of just taking their word for it that they're actually syndicating my radio show to all these stations, but I really have no clue. Like they could literally just be charging me $1,000 a month and doing absolutely nothing. I would have no idea. But when they started sending the reports, now I can see measurable results and I can go, oh, cool. This is all the stations my radio show is being played on. This is the reach. This is the areas it's being played. Like this is cool. I feel like I'm actually getting value for what I'm paying, right? And so I'm much more likely to continue paying every month. Number 4 pillar of client retention, and that is future pacing. Quote by Taki Moore, one of my friends and mentors that I love, is clients cancel when they run out of future. Meaning when they feel like there's not much growth ahead or there's really nothing to look forward to in the future, they feel like it's plateauing, it's kind of staying the same. That's typically when people dip. So a great idea is to add a roadmap section to your monthly report that actually lets the client know what's coming up, what you're actively working on, what you plan on testing this month, next month, what you're learning, what you're implementing, any courses, books, trainings that you're taking. Your clients want to see that you're in the trenches, you're constantly honing your craft, you're investing in yourself, you're leveling up your skill set. And you'd be surprised, many clients are more than happy to pay for courses and trainings for you. I bought a ton of sales trainings, copywriting trainings for my team because they're the ones responsible for producing results for my business. Obviously, it's in my best interest that they're as skilled as possible. So always be talking about what's happening next. Promos you're running this month and next month. Cash injections that you're running next month. This cool thing I just learned from this guy or one of your competitors that they're doing, I want to implement this month. I think that could crush. I think that could make you a ton of money. I want to install this automation to revive 20% of your unsubscribers. I want to trial these 5 things for your landing page, your VSL, your ads, your funnels. These are the KPIs I'll expect that they'll hit. This is the potential revenue and growth that I think we could achieve if we implement these things over the next 90 days. They see all that in the report and they're like, shit, wow. this guy actually has a plan. He's not just working the work and doing the bare minimum, but like he's actually going above and beyond. He's being proactive. He's coming up with ideas and he really cares. Like he's really trying to grow my business. This is a guy I'm going to keep around. So remember, clients cancel when they run out of future. Don't let the future look like a dead end. And number 5 way to retain clients is very simple, but something that hardly anyone does. It's just a welcome gift in the mail. Gifts on their birthday, gifts on Christmas, New Year's, major business milestones, record months, all that type of stuff. You don't have to go crazy on this. It's just a thought that counts. So send them a gift basket with their favorite drink, some delicious snacks, a personal message to show that you're thinking of them. There are tons of online services that will do this for you. You don't need to buy all the stuff, put it in a basket, take it to the post office and do it yourself. If you literally just search in Google, send gift basket country, whatever country the client is in, and you'll find tons of services that'll do this. So some ones that I've used, drinkable gifts, gourmet basket, bro crates. It only costs like $100, but really this goes a long, long way to building that relationship and showing that you really care about them. You're excited to work with them. This is more than just a clock in, clock out thing for you. You know, you really want to go places with them. It's a small thing that goes a really long way. I also do this with everyone on my team as well. And honestly, no one does this. So you stand out a ton. Pro tip, you can also use this with whale prospects who you'd love to work with, or even past clients to win back their business as well. Now, let's talk about what do you do when a client wants to cancel. The first thing is don't get emotional. It happens. Understand it's not a personal decision. It doesn't mean they hate you. Probably. It's just a business decision. Your position, maybe there was a department change, maybe you were made redundant, maybe they hired some agency who's now doing all the email stuff for them. Tons of this stuff happens in business. Most of the time, it's got nothing to do with you. So the best thing that you can do is to simply just ask them why and really try and get to the root of the problem in the same exact way you would handle objections like we talked about in the last module. And you'd be surprised. Oftentimes, this can actually lead to an upsell instead of a cancellation. And I'll give you a perfect example. So my friend Troy Erickson is a well-known name in the copywriting space. At the very beginning of his journey, he used to offer done-for-you ad management. And he had 2 clients. I think they were paying him $3,000 a month or something. In Troy's mind, they were getting really great results. They were getting low cost per lead, quality leads. Like Troy was killing it. He was doing everything that he should have been doing. And then one day, he gets a text message from both of the clients in the same week wanting to cancel. And at the time, this was 100% of his income. And he was like, I really can't let them cancel. Like, I need this, right? And so he went to them and he was like, hey, like, what's the problem? You know, we're getting $5 a lead. Like, these ads are performing great. And the clients were like, yeah, you know, the ads are working well, but it's like, they're just not converting on the back end. And then Troy was like, all right, well, you know, show me your email sequences and like, you know, the emails you're sending. And the clients were like, oh yeah, we don't really send emails. And Troy was like, dude, are you fucking serious? It's like, how did you expect these ads to work if you're not sending them emails in the back end, you dummy? In a nice way. I was like, well, why aren't you sending emails? And they're like, well, we don't have time. And it's like, well, dude, would you like me to maybe manage your emails for you so I can take that off your plate? And they were like, oh, yeah, that would be amazing. Troy's like, fucking hell. So both of those cancellation conversations turned into upsells. And he now walked out of those interactions making more money from each client by providing more value, taking more work off their plate, and helping them grow their business. So often when you get to the core root of the problem, it's usually to do with the fact that they don't see the value, they don't have the time, whatever it is, you can overcome that objection and help provide a solution for them, which may or may not include you doing the thing for them. However, whichever way you slice it, churn is always going to be a part of business. Doesn't matter how good your service is, you are going to have some clients leave over time. It is what it is. And this is why it is always important to make sure you keep a full pipeline of potential prospects. And if you want to be a savage about this, if you want to be really proactive, you can try what I like to call the Brian Bradshaw method. So Brian is a client of ours. He's an absolute weapon. He is actually our first ever millionaire student. When I say millionaire, I mean actual $1 million in assets, not like he had one fucking 80K revenue month or something. And he literally went from eating water and cheese, like he was like homeless and suicidal in his youth. He has an absolutely insane story. We have an interview on YouTube. You should definitely check it out. But he went from broke as a joke to working with some of the absolute cream of the crop clients in our space. Tony Robbins, Dean Graziosi, some really huge names. And the way that he does it is he is essentially always looking for new clients. So even when his client roster is full and he might have 4 clients at $3K a month, making $12K a month, he's working full time. He's like, you know, I don't really have time to take on new clients, you know, because he has a wife and kids and stuff too. Most people would stop doing outreach completely and just focus on delivery. Brian, however, is always on the hunt for new and better opportunities. He's always jumping on job posts, client opportunities, actively reaching out to his network. And he's always looking for bigger and better clients. So he can drop his lowest paying client, the one that is the most time consuming, and effectively just trade up over time. And so that way he was actually able to go from making 8K a month with 4 clients to making 20K a month with 4 clients, the same time input, but more than doubled his income because he was constantly on the hunt for new and better clients. There's a little bonus pro tip. Highly recommend you do the same. Nearly done. All right, so with that said, let's talk about the second key pillar of the RUM framework, and that is going to be upselling clients. We have talked about this a fair bit over the course of this series, so I'll keep it nice and brief. But here's how to turn 1 client into 3. Write this down. Every time you get a great result for your client and or they text you thrilled, excited, hey dude, your email just made me 5K. Hey man, we just had a record month. Hey man, your emails are crushing. Hey man, these ads are crushing. Whatever it is, always seize that golden moment of opportunity to do one or more of the 3 following things. Either 1, book a call and you upsell them. The way you phrase that is, hey dude, amazing to hear that. That's so cool. You know what? I've actually got some more ideas I want to run by you to help you X, improve the conversions of your funnel, whatever the specific thing is. Are you available for a quick 20-minute chat later this week? Jump on a call, upsell them. In the same exact way we talked about in module 7 of this series. Alternatively, instead of upselling, that is also a perfect opportunity to ask for a testimonial, and you can use the scripts from module 2 and 7, the testy 2-step as I call it. And finally, you can also use that as the opportunity to ask for a referral. Again, using the testy 2-step script from module 2. Which of these should you do? Really depends on what you kind of need more of. So generally would do it in this order. Upsell is always going to be easiest, lowest hanging fruit to get more money from the same client. And these two kind of go hand in hand as well. So in the way that we do it, it's called the testy 2-step, where you ask for the testimonial first. You go, wow, that's amazing. Thank you so much. And then you say, hey, by the way, do you know any other business owners in your network who might need help with their email copywriting? I have space in my client roster to take on one more. If you're able to introduce me, then I'm more than happy to pay you $500 to say thanks. So you can treat yourself to a night at the Hilton and a gourmet steak and wine dinner or whatever. So every time you get a major win for your client or they text you, they're excited, always use that as an opportunity to ask for one or more of these 3 things. And the final component of managing a successful freelance business, the M in the RUM, is managing clients. So in the beginning, when you only have 1 client, there's really not a lot to manage. But as you grow, you are going to need to start keeping track of your prospects, deadlines, invoices, expenses, taxes, new leads in the pipeline, and eventually payroll as well as you start to grow and develop a team. And if you don't have a way to track all that stuff, it's going to become really chaotic and overwhelming. So I do recommend using some sort of CRM. Now, for freelancers, the best, easiest, cheapest, most simple one that I have found specifically for freelancers is Hello Bonsai. I think it's a really great all-in-one hub for freelancers. It handles invoicing, accounting, taxes, contracts, proposals, tracking client projects, really everything that you need to run and operate a successful freelancing business. As you can see, that's all the stuff that's included. There are various tiers from free all the way up to $100 a month or whatever it is. So just pick the one that makes the most sense for you. And another great CRM when it comes to trying to get clients is snov.io. We talked about that in the personalized outreach module. That's a really great all-in-one tool if you're cold emailing. So that'll find emails, filter them, verify them. It'll warm up your domain, track replies, follow-ups right inside your Gmail account, and really act as like a full sales CRM. The prices for that, again, range from $0 to $75 a month, and really depending on the volume you're doing and what you're using it for. So let's land this plane and let's talk about some action steps. Number 1 is send your brand new client a welcome gift basket. Promise, it's $100. That may well be the difference between them being a client for a couple months and them being a client for life. Second thing you want to do is establish a clear communication cadence. This means when and how and on what platforms do we communicate. When we have questions, where do we talk about it? How quickly can you respond from me? This is when I will not be available. This is an extremely important part of managing a freelance business, is setting boundaries. You need to be very clear with your prospect. Hey, I'm not a 24/7 chatbot. Call anytime you want. 3 a.m. I'm going to sit there and fix your problem service. I'm a human being too. I'm a business owner as well. I work with other clients. We're both busy. Let's be respectful of each other's time. This is the way I operate. This is the way I run my business. This is how I handle my client relationships. I give them my WhatsApp number. They can ask me any questions on there with a 24-hour or less response time. And I'll offer you 1 20-minute Zoom call a week should you want to. Totally don't have to. Most clients don't take me up on that. So just be very clear. This comes down to you actually being a professional, setting boundaries in place. As we talked about in the last module, the number 1 law of life, you do not get what you deserve, you get what you negotiate. So it's very, very important in the beginning of the relationship. Yes, you want to over deliver, you want to delight and surprise them, but be very clear. Set clear boundaries on how you run your business, what you will and won't tolerate, to make sure that everyone's on the same page and that the relationship can be as profitable and rewarding for everyone as possible. In fact, that one is so important, I'm going to give it its own number. Number 4, you want to create a template for your monthly report and make sure you send them that monthly report at the end of every month. So number 5, never get stuck in a rut. So when you do get a client, a win, something they're happy, stoked about, proud of, always ask for one or more of a referral, upsell, or testimonial. And then rinse and repeat modules 3 to 9 to land as many clients as you can possibly handle so that you can, number 7, enjoy a lifelong, prosperous career as a freelancer. So that brings us to the end of this 0 to 10K a month copywriter series. And wow, what an epic journey it's been. I want to thank you so much from the bottom of my heart for joining me on this epic 18-month journey. My goal was to make this free 0 to 10K a month series more valuable than most paid courses, and I really sincerely hope that I've done that. I really can't wait to hear about how you've used this training to land your dream clients, escape your 9 to 5, and build a life that you never want to escape from. And don't be a stranger. Feel free to reach out to me on Instagram, share all of your wins. If you have some questions, feel free to ask too, although I am super busy, so I may or may not have time to get back to you. Same with the YouTube comments. Feel free to leave some questions there. I'll help you out as best as I can. Until next time, my name is Sean Ferres, and I am once again leaving for the airport in half an hour to go on my second international tour. Last time we finished module 3 a year ago in July, I was going on my first ever international tour in Europe. Here we are, we've come full circle, the end of the next module, and I need to go overseas for 5 weeks to go on my second international tour. So I'm gonna go speed pack and go to the airport. You have a tremendous rest of your day. Go and build a kick-ass, profitable, rewarding, lifelong copywriting career. Go kick some ass, and I'll see you soon. Well, fuck me sideways and call me Judy. You actually did it. You're part of the 1% of people who clicked on this video and actually finished it. It shows me you're actually serious about making a full-time income with copywriting. I like to see mediocrity out there who say they want to change their life and then never actually do anything about it. Which brings me back to you. You now have the full roadmap to go from 0 to $10,000 months step by step. You are officially more dangerous than 99% of freelancers out there. But let me ask you a question. What are you actually going to do with this information? Are you going to be part of the 99% who watches a video like this and then clicks onto the next one and never actually implements anything? In which case, what the fuck are we doing here? Like, why did you just spend 10 hours of your life watching a training you're never going to take action on? And why did I waste 100 hours of my life making this training for you? Information without implementation is fucking useless. But I know that's not you. You made it all the way to the end of the video, and you've already proven that you're serious about joining the top 1% of copywriters who are making 6 and 7 figures. So I know you're the type of person who's going to take action on this information. The sad reality is though, that less than 3% of people who watch courses like this ever end up making a single dollar. And that's because information alone just isn't enough. Reality is though, that less than 3% of people who watch courses like this ever end up making a single dollar. And that's because information alone just isn't enough. I've given you some of my absolute best stuff here, but I can't be there to hold your hand every step of the way in a YouTube video. So if you're part of that 1% and you want to skip all the trial and error, you want expert coaching, accountability, and feedback to 10K a month in 3 months instead of 3 years, we are now officially accepting applications again for CMB. We are the only program on the market that I know of that guarantees you'll make 4K a month within 10 weeks or we'll work with you for free until you do. I have some incredible coaches on my team and they are not cheap on my payroll. So believe me, I would not be offering that if I wasn't confident I could deliver. Hopefully by now you can tell we're pretty fucking good at helping copywriters get clients. So if you're interested in learning more and getting professional help to launch your copywriting career from 0 to 10K a month, just like we've done for 74 people, click the link below to get all the details and apply for CMB. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. This has been an incredible 10 hours. I hope you got a ton of value from this training, and I'll see you, you handsome specimen, in this video right here, where I explain the 9 steps to go from 0 to 100K a year as a freelance copywriter, 7 years of lessons compiled into one 40-minute masterclass. You're gonna love it. I'll see you there.